A breakthrough at last. Alas, Xiao felt utterly unfortunate. First, she fell ill and then passed away, only to find herself transported to this peculiar realm. The Chu dynasty, the Imperial harem, and she is but an uncherished 7th-rank concubine. This status scarcely qualifies her to be considered even a minor consort of the emperor. As for her predecessor, it is even more dismal. She had barely entered the palace through the selection process for a year before meeting her demise, leaving behind memories of an eccentric family. Upon reflection, why waste sympathy on others when she could extend it to herself? This chaotic situation is entirely her own doing. Xiao Ruqing reclined against the window sill, resting her forehead in her hand and gazing skyward. It has been a month since her arrival, and she still remains oblivious to the emperor's stature or demeanor. Though the palace cuisine is rather decent and tolerable, perpetually languishing at the bottom tier is hardly sustainable. Should she inadvertently offend someone one day, would they not extinguish her life as effortlessly as one crushes an ant? Sigh, enough of this overthinking, it only breeds anxiety. Perhaps it is time to focus on something tangible. With a gentle sway of her fan, Xiao Ruqing rose and made her way to the small tea room. Has the osmanthus candy been prepared? In her position, there were no confections to indulge in, yet with the osmanthus blooming in the golden autumn, she had taken it upon herself to concoct some candy, leaving the staff in the care of Xiao Shizi. Your Grace, it is ready, Xiao Shizi replied, wiping the sweat from her brow, her smile bright as she swiftly arranged the treats. Xiao Ruqing frowned. Why is it just you? Where are the other two? A 7th-rank concubine was entitled to 2 maidservants and a eunuch, yet in reality, the 2 maids frequently vanished for no apparent reason, leaving only Xiao Shizi behind. Xiao Zai's smile faltered, her expression becoming somewhat awkward as she scratched the back of her head, clearly at a loss. Xiao Ruqing quickly understood, without needing further explanation, that she had succumbed to laziness once more. A wry smile crept across her face as she refrained from further comment, choosing instead to give the remaining osmanthus candy to Xiao Shizi while she herself retreated to the court yard for some respite. Reclining on a chaise longue, she sipped a cup of fragrant tea and savored a piece of the sweet candy, the delightful aroma of osmanthus wafting across her palate. Her burdensome mood was, at last, somewhat alleviated. Just as she was closing her eyes in peaceful repose, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a throng of individuals entered. In such a secluded place, visitors were a rare occurrence, startling Xiao Ruqing into alertness as she assessed the situation. Among the group, a head eunuch, appearing quite jovial, approached her with a smile. Congratulations, Miss Xia. His Majesty has summoned you today. This humble servant has come to inform you. The head eunuch was adorned in a splendid deep blue robe, intricately patterned at the collar and cuffs, while a snow-white whisk hung gracefully from his arm, presenting a remarkably dignified appearance. Xiao Ruqing paused for a moment, striving to recall this individual from the recesses of her hazy memory. He was Feng Anfu, the head eunuch of the palace attendants, responsible for the affairs of the Imperial harem, and all the concubines vied for his favor. This was a person one could not afford to offend. A half-bow from her was, indeed, a genuine display of respect and courtesy. As anticipated, Feng Anfu's smile broadened. There is no need for such formality, Mississippi. Shortly, someone will come to guide you. I shall take my leave for now. Farewell, Eunuch Feng. As Xiao Ruqing spoke, Xiao Shizi had already prepared a purse, which Eunuch Feng accepted with a beaming countenance. In truth, the purse contained scant silver, for Xiao Ruqing was not well off, however. Feng Anfu had his own designs in mind. Having been in the palace for a year and still able to rise in status, it is evident that she has caught the emperor's eye that a touch of courtesy and familiarity could hardly lead one astray. Wasn't it true that she encountered His Majesty while picking osmanthus flowers in the Imperial garden that very morning? She scarcely caught a glimpse of his appearance from a distance. She knelt and bowed, only daring to lift her head after he had passed her by a considerable distance. Such a lack of interaction, could that truly be enough to win his favor? If one were to insist that something transpired, it was merely that the emperor paused in front of her for a few seconds, during which she dared to steal a glance. Yet all she beheld were a pair of dragon boots, emblazoned with 5-clawed golden dragons and adorned with golden silk trim. If one were to bring them to the modern era, they might very well be considered antiques. As for the emperor's visage, she was entirely in the dark. Her recollection of His Majesty was painfully scant. Was this an invitation to intimacy? In the afternoon, several matrons arrived at Zhaohua Pavilion. This wretched place is truly remote, someone lamented. She was left all alone. Yet, this suited her just fine. She preferred solitude over the clamor of a crowded residence. After exchanging pleasantries, the attendants busied themselves some boiling water, others preparing garments and jewelry. Zhaohua Pavilion had never been so lively before. Before long, one of the matrons approached and announced, Lady Xia, the fragrant bath has been prepared. Please indulge in your cleansing ritual. Thank you for your kindness, matron. Xiao Ruqing replied with a courteous bow. She mused. The efficiency of those who served the emperor was indeed remarkable. One could hardly expect such promptness when when seeking a bath on ordinary days. As she immersed herself in the tub adorned with flower petals, Xia Ruqing closed her eyes in bliss, surrendering to the gentle ministrations of the elder matrons as they bathed her. With perfumed soap. Tea this moment, she had regained her composure after all. It was merely an act of intimacy. What was there to be unsettled about? Was she truly to contemplate despair? Having been granted the rare opportunity to live anew, she was resolute in her desire to embrace life with fervor. "Congratulations, Your Highness! We have finally emerged victorious!" exclaimed the maid Qiutong with palpable excitement. "Indeed, we have triumphed," echoed Qiuhong, stepping forward to diligently pour more hot water for her. Xia Ruqing leaned against the edge of the tub, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly as she cast a cool glance at the two, remaining silent. These two were her maids, seldom seen in her presence, yet now they eagerly emerged in the depths of the palace. After her bath, Xia Ruqing donned the delicate gauzy garment that had been prepared in advance. Beneath the layers of sheer fabric, the outline of her undergarment was faintly discernible, while her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully down her shoulders, rendering her figure ethereal and enchanting. "Your Highness, your hair is truly magnificent. So dark and silky," Qiutong remarked, holding a piece of cloth as she dried Xia Ruqing's hair, her admiration evident. Several elderly matrons produced the cosmetics they had meticulously prepared, intending to adorn her. However, Xia Ruqing merely glanced at them before frowning. "Matron, allow me to handle this myself. You have all worked tirelessly, why not take a moment to enjoy a cup of tea?" Xia Ruqing suggested, retrieving a pair of jade bangles, a jeweled hairpin, and a pair of earrings adorned with southern pearls from her cosmetics box, offering them to the matrons. The matrons hesitated briefly, exchanging glances before smiling and accepting the gifts. "Esteemed lady, we shall assist with your makeup, but for everything else, we must adhere to the proper protocols." They insisted, for traditions could not be overlooked. Moreover, His Majesty does not favor overly extravagant makeup, so please consider that, talented lady. "Thank you very much for the information, my dear." Xia Ruqing expressed her gratitude. The several matrons nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. They had witnessed this scenario numerous times after all. Who among the young ladies did not eat to stand out during their intimate moments? Some adorned themselves with floral hairpins, others applied fragrant balms, and some even painted delicate petals upon their foreheads. Chapter 2. The 7th-ranked talent, however, Xia Ruqing did not overdo it. Her visage was sufficiently exquisite, requiring no embellishment. She first applied a delicate layer of powder, gently outlined her brows, and adorned her lips with a crimson hue. A touch of blush was applied to her cheeks, and she selected a jade hairpin with floral motifs and a pearlescent pin to accentuate her hair, which she casually gathered into an elegant partial updo, allowing the rest to cascade gracefully over her shoulders. This simple yet refined adornment rendered her utterly radiant, exuding an enchanting charm. Indeed, Xia, the talent, was a natural beauty. The matrons, witnessing her brilliance, were all the more eager to lavish her with compliments, their hearts swelling with admiration. As they prepared to send her off to the spring favor carriage, well-wishers advised her on how to please the emperor. "Remember, gentle compliance is key." One matron chuckled. Xia Ruqing felt a flush of embarrassment, expressing her gratitude as she ascended the carriage accompanied by the palace maidens. Seated within the spring favor carriage, Xia Ruqing's nerves began to fray. She possessed no prior experience in such matters. In her previous life, she had not even had the chance to experience romance before her untimely demise. Now, merely a month after her arrival in this realm, she was expected to engage in intimate affairs. What was she to do? She had no notion of how to cooperate effectively. Should she lie still like a dead fish? That seemed even less appropriate. In a state of turmoil, she could not devise a strategy, so she resolved to rely on improvisation. After a half-hour's journey, the carriage halted at the rear gate of the emperor's Zhaochen Palace. Several elderly matrons assisted her in disembarking, leading her through a winding path for another quarter of an hour until they arrived at a grand hall. This was the Zicken Hall, where the young master awaited her. "We shall take our leave now," the maidservants announced. Several attendants led her to a small chamber before withdrawing. Xia Ruqing, wary of straying, settled on the Kong and began to survey her surroundings. The Zicken Hall was magnificent and imposing, resplendent in gold and jade, yet exuding a subtle elegance. The modest room she occupied was equally exquisite, adorned with cushions of golden velvet upon the Kong, a pot of tea at the perfect temperature resting on the table, and a small beastly incense burner carved with dragon motifs, from which wisps of dragon's saliva incense wafted gently. On the small Kong table lay an open book. Xia Ruqing mused that indeed, this was the emperor's domain, an epitome of understated luxury and depth. Bored and seeking distraction, she picked up the book, discovering it to be The Art of War. How curious. Such texts exist in this dynasty as well. After perusing a few pages, she stifled a yawn, fatigue creeping in. The text was in traditional characters, dense and difficult to comprehend. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually closed her eyes, cradling the book. When Zhao Junyao arrived after attending to state affairs, he beheld this scene. Her petite form reclined alone on the couch, a book held close. Silken strands of hair cascading over her shoulders, her lashes fluttering gently as she slept soundly. He paused for a moment before instructing someone to rouse her. "This is no place for slumber," he remarked, his tone devoid of anger. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my indiscretion. Please, do punish me." Upon awakening, Xia Ruqing quickly realized her situation and, not daring to raise her gaze, knelt before the resplendent yellow robes. "Rise, there is no need for excessive formality," Zhao Junyao replied, gracefully sweeping his garment aside as he took a seat opposite her at the Kong table. He then instructed Li Shengyan, "It is getting late. Serve the meal." "Yes." Li Shengyan responded promptly before exiting with the attendants. Before long, the palace attendants filed in, and the evening meal was swiftly laid out. Xia Ruqing stole a few glances and was immediately dazzled. She had never seen such a feast, let alone partaken in one. Serving the emperor at mealtime. Xia Ruqing stepped forward, kneeling in reverence, picking up the chopsticks to serve the emperor. Such was the custom. Her lowly status dictated that she not only abstain from eating, but also attend to the dining of others. It was a source of grievance. However, Zhao Junyao gestured for her to refrain, indicating he would dine alone, adhering to the principle of silence whilst eating. As Xia Ruqing stood by, pouring tea, she seized the opportunity to observe the emperor during his meal, and ultimately, she felt that fate had been rather kind to her. How to describe it? Xia Ruqing believed the phrase "a feast for the eyes" was crafted specifically for the emperor. His complexion, physique, and demeanor were nothing short of perfection. An excess would render him coarse, while a deficiency would seem too delicate. She exhaled a sigh of relief, her resentment towards the impending intimacy lessening. After serving the emperor his meal, Xia Ruqing stood, her legs weary and aching. Zhao Junyao, having finished his meal, washed his hands and departed with his attendants. Once Xia Ruqing had eaten, she plunged into a lengthy wait. Following was a ritual of cleansing and tidying up. And then, that night, Xia Ruqing felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Conversely, Zhao Junyao felt remarkably well, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction enveloping him. He had never been so irrational, with attendants at his service. He would not indulge excessively. To him, it was akin to eating and sleeping. Achieving a balance was key, for excess breeds detriment. Presently, Zhao Junyao glanced at the woman beside him, who had already succumbed to slumber. Reflecting on her youthful boldness moments ago stirred a flutter in his heart, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze. In the early hours of dawn, he rose to head to court. A few palace maids noticed that Xia Ruqing was still asleep. Their expressions darkened as they intended to rouse her. However, Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need to wake her. Let her rest. Last night, I lost my restraint. She cannot be blamed for it." The maids dared not disobey and could only assign someone to watch over her, allowing Xia Ruqing to sleep until the break of day. Upon returning to Zhaohua Pavilion, the sun was already bright, and there was less than half an hour until the time to pay respects. "Quickly prepare me. We still need to bow at the Jiaofeng Hall," Xia Ruqing urged anxiously. Her status was already lowly, and having just gained favor, if she were to be caught in any misstep, it would spell disaster for her. "My lady, do not fret. After all, we only need to bow outside the Jiaofeng Hall. There is no harm in being a little late," Qiudong replied smugly. Xia Ruqing shot them a fierce glare, her eyes sharp as daggers. "Foolish. These two truly are muddled." Qiudong and Qiuhong were taken aback by her gaze and dared not speak further, promptly assisting Xia Ruqing in her preparations. The three of them then proceeded to the Jiaofeng Hall. Only those of the 6th rank and above were entitled to pay respects to the empress, while Xia Ruqing, being a 7th rank concubine, was not eligible to enter the hall and could only kneel outside, bowing 3 times. An esteemed 1st rank palace maid, Yulan, came out to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries, she presented a lacquered tray covered with red cloth. Upon lifting it, a set of jade hairpins adorned with flowers was revealed, of average quality, yet still exquisite. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious gift," Xia Ruqing said respectfully, bowing again to accept the reward. "Thank you, Aunt Yulan. You are too modest, Xia," Yulan replied with a smile. Xia Ruqing discreetly handed over a pouch, accompanied by a token of appreciation, before taking her leave. Upon returning, she indulged in a hot bath, enjoyed a meal, and after a full day of rest, she finally regained her strength, but that is a matter for another time. The Empress, reclining in her chair while sipping tea, inquired, "What do you think?" With a smile, she added, "The Emperor granted his favor after just one glimpse in the Imperial garden. Naturally, she must possess extraordinary beauty. Your Majesty." Yulan expressed her concerns, but the Empress waved her hand dismissively, responding with a smile, "I entered the palace at the tender age of 15, marrying the Emperor. From Crown Princess to Empress, for fleeting years have passed. If I were unable to accommodate others, this position would not be mine to hold. The harem resembles a garden of flowers. In autumn, chrysanthemums bloom splendidly. In winter, it is the winter sweet, and come spring, new blossoms emerge. There are always flowers that flourish brilliantly, yet even more that wither and fade." At this point, the Empress chuckled, remarking that such affections are but ephemeral. Only status is truly substantial. Regardless of how favored they may be, when they encounter me, they must still bow respectfully and address me as Your Majesty. Whether in ancestral rites or royal ceremonies, only I am entitled to stand beside the Emperor, and even a century hence, it is he and I who shall rest together in the same tomb. Therefore, what is the purpose of vying for such fleeting affections? The Empress is, after all, the Empress. In the following days, the Emperor did not summon the cards, which allowed the Empress and the entire harem to breathe a sigh of relief. During the audience, whispers of mockery ensued, as many mused that she seemed to be a woman of fortune. Indeed, it appeared that luck was merely on her side. The protagonist's absence rendered the gathering somewhat lackluster, leading the attendees to dismiss the matter. "Indeed, Your Majesty." They all rose in unison to pay their respects. The Empress smiled, her satisfaction evident as she nodded, subsequently dismissing them. However, just as the crowd began to forget her presence, the Emperor, unable to resist, summoned her once more. It was quite exhausting. Despite his graceful demeanor, one might mistake him for a refined gentleman. Unbeknownst to them, he was rather coarse beneath the surface, his hands calloused and lacking gentility, leaving her in considerable pain. Having ascended to the title of Crown Prince at the tender age of 10 due to his remarkable literary and martial prowess, he possessed an air of sophistication that belied his roughness. "My lady, how does this garment suit you?" Qiu Tong inquired, presenting a selection of her attire. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted with an array of garish reds and greens. Xia Ruqing frowned. "Please bring me some in more subdued colors." The fabrics were of inferior quality, and anything more vibrant would be utterly distasteful. Ultimately, Xia Ruqing selected a palace ensemble in a delicate shade of azure. Dismantling the emerald adornments bestowed by the Empress, she opted for merely 2 hairpins and a pair of earrings. Allowing Qiu Hong to style her hair into a simple chignon, lightly applying powder and a touch of crimson on her lips. This refined appearance exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a delicate jade beauty. "My lady is truly stunning," they exclaimed, eager to curry her favor. Of course, otherwise, how could the Emperor remain so preoccupied? Qiu Hong and Qiu Tong flattered her. Xia Ruqing, casting a cool glance their way, chose silence, causing Qiu Hong to retreat into apprehensive quietude. This form indeed possessed exquisite features. While not the epitome of beauty, it was undeniably pleasing to the eye, particularly those clear, bottomless apricot eyes. As dusk settled, Xia Ruqing took the spring inn car to the Zicheng Hall. Zhao Junyao, adorned in a deep blue uniform, reclined casually on the Kong, a cup of tea positioned beside him. As he immersed himself in a book, the fragrant smoke from a bronze incense burner wafting gently in the air. Xia Ruqing found his demeanor exceedingly pleasing, exuding a refined elegance. Yet the recollection of his roughness during the night made her mutter internally, "Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover." After exchanging pleasantries, as she lifted the teacup to serve him, Zhao Junyao suddenly raised his head. "There's no need. You may take a seat." He was, in truth, unaccustomed to such attentiveness from others. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Ruqing timidly settled across from him at the table, her heart lamenting. Such a lowly existence is truly difficult to endure. "What is your name?" Zhao Junyao inquired casually. "Can you read?" "I recognize only a few characters," she replied honestly. The complexity of traditional characters was a challenge for her, and her attempts at writing were akin to a dog's paw print, thus her admission. Zhao Junyao said nothing further, merely inscribing a few characters on paper. When Xia Ruqing glanced up, her face flushed slightly. It was her name. "Is this the correct way to write it?" he asked, pointing to the paper. Yes, she answered softly, lowering her gaze, feeling a peculiar sensation. Yet the characters were indeed beautifully pinned, strong and vigorous. Zhao Junyao set down the brush and smiled. A fine name indeed. It is evident you hail from a scholarly family. With that, he rose to instruct the preparation of the meal, and Xia Ruqing hurriedly stood to assist, washing her hands. Serving tea. As night fell, another unspeakable ordeal unfolded, bathed in the dim light of the moon. Zhao Junyao glanced at the clear bite marks lining his shoulder and unexpectedly chuckled. Truly, I have become quite the creature. If Xia Ruqing were to know at this moment, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes. Indeed, all men are of the same ilk, obedient and compliant, which holds no interest for him. Yet, he seems to derive immense pleasure from kicking and biting. What a vile disposition. Chapter 4. The concubine. Sure, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the heavens. An autumn rain that thoroughly dispelled the last remnants of summer's heat. Xia Ruqing had already completed her kowtow, and upon hearing this, she could not help but smirk coldly. If one wished to forego formalities, why not declare it sooner, rather than feigning magnanimity at this juncture? Regrettably, Xia Ruqing found herself in the presence of the concubines who had come to pay their respects to the empress. The emperor had many concubines, yet only a few held high rank. Besides concubine Shi, among the 4 concubines were concubine Ning and concubine Yun, while among the 9 ladies were Lady Hui and Lady Zheng. These ladies were all long-standing residents of the Eastern Palace. The remainder had been selected during last year's court selection, mostly of lower ranks, such as talented ladies and noble women. Your servant pays respects to the esteemed concubine, Xia Ruqing addressed, kneeling. She recognized only concubine Shi at the forefront, having no recollection of the others. Concubine Shi was adorned in a resplendent peach-red silk palace gown, intricately embroidered with large peonies, vibrant and eye-catching. Her hair was styled in an elegantly high chignon, complemented by a complete set of pomegranate red agate hairpins and a phoenix crown. Her enchanting Danfeng eyes shimmered with radiance, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Accompanying her were palace maids, resplendent in their finery, respectfully holding a delicate floral silk umbrella above her, creating a powerful and regal presence. Are you the talented Lady Xia? Concubine Shi inquired, approaching with an air of superiority as she gazed down at Xia Ruqing. Indeed, it is I, Xia Ruqing replied, lowering her gaze in a display of humility. In the depths of the palace, one must remain deferential and modest. There is no room for arrogance, for a foolhardy disposition will not last long. The favored concubine gazed at Xia Ruqing for quite some time before coldly smiling and slowly stating, I recall that the position of a favored lady does not permit one to spend the night in the Zikan Hall. Does Xia, the favored lady, not understand the rules? Xia Ruqing, already unnerved by her scrutiny, felt a jolt of fear at her words and quickly bowed her head. This servant deserves punishment for violating the rules. I beseech the empress to mete out the appropriate retribution. At that moment, she had no choice but to concede, avoiding any confrontation. In truth, the empress had said nothing about such matters. Everyone typically turned a blind eye, and it was possible this was even the emperor's intent. The favored concubine's insistence on this issue clearly indicated her intent to stir trouble. Since you are aware of your transgression, you shall copy the female precepts 100 times. The favored concubine declared with satisfaction. Yes, despite the frivolous nature of her accusations, Xia Ruqing could only acquiesce. Though she had brought an umbrella, kneeling in the rain for so long had inevitably left her damp. Once she changed clothes, she sat on the bed, clutching the bedding, while Qiuhong and Qiudong served her hot tea. The favored concubine truly meddles in affairs that do not concern her. The empress has not uttered a word. Qiuhong said indignantly, I believe she is envious of our master's favor, and that has soured her mood. Qiuhong added smugly. Silence. Xia Ruqing barked. How dare you speak of the favored concubine in such a manner? Do not let me hear another word. Xia Ruqing showed no mercy. To harbor such thoughts in silence was one thing, but to voice them was tantamount to courting disaster. Master. The two were taken aback, wondering if it was wrong to speak up for their master. Do not delay. Each of you shall receive 20 strikes. Xia Ruqing commanded fiercely. A flicker of reluctance passed through the eyes of the two, yet they still hesitated and knelt down to slap their own faces. Once the task was completed, Xia Ruqing dismissed them and summoned Xiao Shizi to enter. My lord. Xiao Shizi, ever perceptive, approached with caution. Fear not. Upon noticing his demeanor, Xia Ruqing's mood softened. Nevertheless, Xiao Shizi sensed that his master was no longer the same. She had become far more assertive, perhaps due to newfound favor and confidence. How long have the three of you been by my side? Xia Ruqing inquired, taking a sip of the warm tea. Setting down the teacup, she composed herself and asked earnestly, do you wish to remain by my side forever? The two foolish ones were utterly useless. If this continued, she would surely perish at their hands. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shizi knelt without a moment's hesitation. I am terrified, my lord. I wish to remain by your side always, he proclaimed, bowing his head repeatedly. My lord, please do not send me away. Xiao Shizi was filled with trepidation, having encountered a master who neither struck nor scolded him. He felt immensely grateful. Xia Ruqing, somewhat unaccustomed to such fervor, hastily urged him to rise, adding, you must understand, following me does not solely promise a life of ease. Should you prove disloyal in the future, do not blame me for being ruthless. My lord, how could you say such things? Ever since I followed you, I have never thought of leaving. I wish to stay by your side forever. Despite being merely a child of around 10, Xiao Shizi spoke with a certain bashfulness, which only served to make his words more credible. Had it not been for Master Xia's selection, he would have been assigned to menial tasks. Among the eunuchs left in the palace, this was his only path. Given this reality, one must diligently fulfill their duties and remain astute, Xia Ruqing said, taking a moment to compose herself. In her memories, Xiao Shizi had always been unerringly loyal, providing her with a sense of assurance. Yes, my lord, Xiao Shizi exclaimed, bowing fervently. What would you like to eat for lunch, my lord? I shall summon the kitchen to prepare it. With the master's favor, everyone was eager to curry favor. Xia Ruqing glanced at the sky, contemplating. A bowl of noodles to ward off the chill, firm noodles served in warm broth, with a dash of spicy sauce and rice vinegar. The rest is up to you. It rained today, so something sour and spicy would be perfect to dispel the cold. Xiao Shizi nodded in agreement and swiftly departed. Xia Ruqing moved to the window, observing the gentle patter of rain outside, steadying her mind before she began to write slowly. 100 repetitions of the women's instructions regarding the favored consort Sure. In the pepper chamber, your highness. Consort Sure has left our presence and has gone to visit Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, Yulan reported. The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly, then smiled. She remains as impatient as ever, relying on her familial ties to the Emperor and their childhood friendship. Her aspirations for the Empress position have lingered for quite some time. I shall not allow her to succeed. What of the Empress Dowager's niece? What of childhood bonds? The late Emperor bestowed the marriage upon me. The position of Empress can only belong to Fan Mingzhen. Your Highness speaks rightly. She is merely a lowly talent. What can she accomplish? Yulan remarked, handing the Empress a bowl of milk porridge. The Queen stirred her small silver spoon, deep in contemplation rather than bringing it to her lips. After a moment, she commanded, go to the small storeroom and fetch some fine fabrics, and select a few exquisite pieces of jewelry to present to Lady Xia. Chapter 5, The Illness Incident. She continued. Sister Sure has served the Emperor tirelessly for far too long. I shall send someone to share her burdens. With that, she delightfully scooped a spoonful of milk porridge into her mouth, savoring its rich sweetness. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. In Ningxiu Palace, Concubine Sure felt greatly aggrieved. Her niece, though foolish and timid to compare herself with the Queen, now found herself inferior even to a mere lady-in-waiting. Having been summoned to the Emperor's chambers twice in succession, she had never experienced such a slight. The Empress Dowager, feeling helpless, remarked, for a mere lady-in-waiting, is it worth your distress? You are, after all, a noble concubine. In the harem, aside from the Queen, you stand second. But there are no buts. The Dowager continued earnestly. The Emperor has always exercised great discretion. He remains impartial in the harem, and yet he has treated you with utmost favor. Even the Queen cannot compare. This is a matter of your relationship, and you must not be ungrateful. Yes, Concubine Sure dared not utter another word, lowering her head in silent acquiescence. Lady Xia Ruqing, having received the Queen's favor, personally visited the Jiaofeng Hall to express her gratitude after lunch. The rain continued to fall, and despite donning a cloak, she still felt a chill, having knelt on the damp ground that morning. Consequently, by nightfall, she began to experience a fever. My lady, this is serious. We should summon the Imperial physician to examine you. Indeed, my lord, this matter cannot be delayed. Qiu Hong and Qiu Tong were in a state of frantic agitation, while Xia Ruqing felt her vision blur with anger. At this moment, summoning the Imperial physician would undoubtedly alert the entire harem. Having just been punished by the favored consort in the morning and falling ill by nightfall, What would she think? And how would the rest of the harem perceive it? Even if death were imminent, calling for a physician was out of the question. Xia Ruqing clenched her teeth and commanded, "You two, leave at once." The two exchanged a glance, promptly fell silent, and exited in displeasure. Xia Ruqing then summoned Xiao Shizi. "Is there any charcoal left from last year?" "There is still some. Shall I light it for you?" Xiao Shizi replied. Xia Ruqing nodded and added, "Please prepare some ginger soup for me. Make it strong, and add a bit of brown sugar." Xiao Shizi agreed and swiftly departed. After stoking the charcoal stove, Xia Ruqing sipped a large bowl of steaming ginger soup while wrapped in her blanket, allowing herself to sweat. Since she was not required to pay her respects the following day, she slept soundly until the sun had fully risen, awakening to find her undergarments completely damp. After indulging in a hot bath and changing her attire, Xia Ruqing felt significantly refreshed. Xiao Shizi entered cheerfully, carrying a food box. "My lady, this morning there is fish soup. According to Little Way from the Imperial kitchen, this is freshly caught fish, simmered for half the night. And the soup is still piping hot. You must drink it while it's warm." As Xiao Shizi spoke, he began to set the table. The breakfast spread included crystal dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, fish soup, and an array of fresh fruits, filling nearly half the table. In the past, one would be fortunate to receive even a vegetable soup, let alone fish soup. In the depths of the palace, after a meal, Xia Ruqing once again succumbed to the allure of sleep. Such was the plight of ancient medical conditions, where ailments such as colds could not be taken lightly. As for the two palace maids, Xia Ruqing mused that she must find an opportune moment to dismiss them. Initially, she perceived them as mere fools, however. It appeared that they were under the influence of someone, for it was improbable that anyone could remain this foolish for long. Xia Ruqing felt considerably better. Yet the matter had not been entirely contained. Upon learning of it, the Empress remarked with a smile, "She is indeed clever." Should this incident become public, the rift between her and Consort Shi would be irrevocably established. "Well then, Your Highness, should we?" Yulan inquired. "Of course. How can such a delightful sister endure such indignities?" The Empress replied with a cheerful demeanor. The threat posed by a favored concubine versus a favored consort was, as one could easily deduce, quite evident. Days later, seizing the opportunity while the emperor dined in the Jiaofeng Hall, the Empress delicately broached the subject. Indeed, upon hearing it, Zhao Junyao frowned, prompting the Empress to quickly offer her apologies. "It was my indiscretion." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Junyao responded, "Since she is unwell, summon a physician to examine her." He added, "Xia is a sensible one. Promote her to a higher rank." Upon hearing this, the Empress beamed with delight. "That is precisely my intention." She felt a surge of joy, realizing that the Emperor's frown was not due to her indiscretion, but rather in response to Consort Shi. By calling for a physician and promoting Xia, the Emperor was effectively undermining Consort Shi, and as long as it displeased her, the Empress found satisfaction. After several rain showers, the skies finally cleared, and Xia Ruqing's cold had nearly abated. On this splendid autumn day, with the sky high and clear, Xia Ruqing took her young companion, Xiao Shizi, for a leisurely stroll through the Imperial garden. Upon their return, they encountered several eunuchs standing in the courtyard of Zhaohua Pavilion, accompanied by an elderly physician carrying a medicine box. As soon as they spotted Xia Ruqing, they hurried forward to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We greet the esteemed Lady Xia." Xia Ruqing, taken aback, inquired, "You all?" The physician stepped forward, saying, "Your ladyship, the Empress has sent me to check your pulse." Xia Ruqing then turned her gaze towards the eunuchs, asking, "And you?" "Congratulations, esteemed Lady Xia. By the decree of Her Majesty the Empress, you, being understanding and courteous, have been promoted to the rank of a 6th-grade noble," declared one of the leading eunuchs. With that, he opened the box and presented a beautifully carved red lacquer case before her. Xia Ruqing felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Understanding and courtesy? A physician? Suddenly, a thought struck her, igniting a surge of indignation. She fixed her piercing gaze upon Qiu Tong and Qiu Hong. This must be connected to her recent illness. How could the Empress be aware of it? Surely, Xiao Shizi would not have divulged anything. It had to be those two, Qiu Hong and Qiu Tong. Feeling the weight of her stare, forced smiles and chimed, "Congratulations, your ladyship. We celebrate your honor." Taking a moment to compose herself, Xia Ruqing respectfully expressed her gratitude. "Your kindness is much appreciated, esteemed nobles." The leading eunuch continued, "Her Majesty has instructed that, due to your current health, you need not bow in gratitude. Instead, you are to rest and recuperate." Such grace from Her Majesty is something I shall never forget. Xia Ruqing responded with heartfelt appreciation, bowing in the direction of the Jiaofeng Hall. She then instructed Xiao Shizi. Xiao Shizi had already prepared a small pouch and presented it. As the weather cools, may the eunuchs enjoy a warm cup of tea. Thank you for your generous offering, esteemed lady. Several eunuchs expressed their gratitude with a pouch of gifts, and Xia Ruqing graciously escorted them out. Upon returning to her chamber, the court physician took her pulse and confirmed that her health was stable, prescribing a mild remedy. Xia Ruqing courteously sent him off. Autumn Red and Autumn Tong entered with tea, but a surge of anger welled up within Xia Ruqing, leading her to shatter the teacup against their faces. My lady. The two women quickly knelt down, bewildered. We are unaware of any wrongdoing. Please, my lady, enlighten us. Indeed, my lady, they continued, we have faithfully served since your esteemed arrival in the palace, enduring hardships if not earning accolades. Seated upon her couch, Xia Ruqing narrowed her eyes, now certain that these two were betraying her trust. Anger boiled within her, yet unexpectedly, she laughed. Chapter 6. Lady Xia, my apologies, I accidentally broke the cup. It doesn't hurt, does it? Xia Ruqing said, descending from her couch to inspect the situation. Are you not fabricating tales with your eyes wide open? Shall we engage in a contest to see who excels further? After all, you have accompanied me for so long. How could I bear to harm you? With that, she personally helped them to their feet. The expressions of Autumn Red and Autumn Tong were remarkably vivid, doubtful, confused. They feared neither beatings nor scoldings. Yet what was their mistress up to? A sense of trepidation enveloped them, leaving them restless and anxious. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing was formulating her own plans. It was evident that her ties with concubine Shi had soured, an irreparable reality, and these two were likely connected to the Empress. Keeping them close could prove advantageous. Lady Xia's rise to favor, coupled with news of her elevation to noble status, spread throughout the inner palace within a day. The sound of porcelain shattering echoed through the various palaces, with the most prolonged and spectacular being that of Consort Shi's Shifu Palace. Your Highness, please do calm down. The chief palace maid, Yingyue, urged tremulously. How can I calm down? She has already climbed atop my head. What more is there to say? The maid continued, Your Highness, you know her temperament well. She will curry favor with whoever is in favor, gesturing towards the direction of the Jiaofeng Hall. This incident was most likely instigated from there. Consort Shi pondered for a moment and, realizing the truth in her words, let out a cold laugh. I had thought, what does a mere noble lady have to make such a noise about, even in sickness? It turns out she is being manipulated by that individual. Your Highness, the most pressing matter now is to keep the Emperor's favor, for it is he who holds the ultimate authority in this palace. Consort Shi narrowed her eyes and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Emperor has only two princesses. As long as I bear him a son, who can predict the future? The Empress has yet to produce even a single princess. The outcome of this competition is still uncertain. Meanwhile, at Xia Ruqing's side, her promotion to the 6th rank of nobility meant an additional servant to attend to her. Early that day, the chief of the Internal Affairs Bureau, Master Hai, arrived with a dozen palace maids to select from. These are all new recruits this year. Whichever one catches your eye, you may keep, Master Hai said with a cheerful smile. They are all delightful. I am quite overwhelmed. Perhaps you might assist me in choosing one, Master Hai. As she spoke, Xia Ruqing casually opened a small box and took out a warm jade bracelet, gently toying with it. The chief steward was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. Rest assured, esteemed master, choose freely. Whomever you favor, let them remain. His words were impeccably crafted. Xia Ruqing lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the maidens once more, ultimately settling her eyes on an inconspicuous maid at the back. With a smile, she declared, very well. I shall select one at random. Rising, she approached the maid she had just observed. Are you willing to serve by my side? The maid's expression brightened, hastily kneeling. This humble servant is willing. Excellent. Then it shall be you. Hai Dashing offered a few flattering remarks before retreating with his entourage. A few days later, the heavy box was delivered into his hands. The saying that people die for wealth and birds perish for food holds true indeed. The newly appointed maid, whom Xia Ruqing named Ziyue, would suffice. As for the other two, they could remain outside to serve. With Ziyue and Xiao Shizi by her side, she could finally rest a little easier. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just around the corner, and preparations in the palace had long been underway. Zhao Junyao had been so busy that he had not entered the inner palace for over 10 days, being summoned repeatedly for nearly half a month. Initially, some mocked Xia Ruqing for losing favor, but gradually, such remarks ceased, for none were favored, after all. One morning, Ziyue entered with a large tray. Xia Ruqing glanced at it, noting the meticulous stitching and exquisite craftsmanship, sighing inwardly. Indeed, there is a world of difference between those favored and those not. Let us put this away for now, she said with satisfaction. Ah, Ziyue responded, swiftly attending to the task. Xia Ruqing selected a familiar beige palace gown and adorned herself with 2 bejeweled hairpins. After applying a light touch of makeup, she set out with Ziyue. As a lady of the 6th rank, she was required to pay her respects to the empress daily. Her attire was neither ostentatious nor excessive. After all, to live well, one must embrace a certain invisibility and strive to minimize one's presence. Upon arriving at the Jiaofeng Hall, she found many already present. The empress sat regally, engaging in amiable conversation. Xia Ruqing approached, performed her greetings respectfully, and then quietly took her seat in the back row, sipping tea with tranquility. However, regardless of her efforts to remain inconspicuous, someone still approached her. Indeed, Xia Ruqing possessed an unparalleled beauty, and even such simple adornment captured the gaze of many. The one speaking was Hu Guiran, seated beside her. She was the first among this group of talented ladies to attain the rank of noblewoman. While Hu Guiran may not have been breathtakingly beautiful, she certainly boasted above-average looks. Although the emperor was not one to indulge excessively in matters of romance, he would not settle for anything less than exquisite. The women in his harem were undeniably alluring. The youthful sister could not possibly compare to the elder, alas, the older generation, have long been forgotten by His Majesty. As Hu Guiran spoke, she covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she clapped her hands. Oh dear, I almost forgot, sister, we entered the palace together. A slight smile crept onto Xia Ruqing's lips. This was a veiled jab at herself for having only been summoned to the emperor's chambers after a year. Unfortunately, her calculations were flawed. Aside from the 2 of them, the others were truly seasoned elders. Indeed, discontent brewed among some. Sister Hu, whether she is to be treated as an elder or not, should we, then, not fear for our own demise? Zheng Pin cast a sidelong glance in this direction. Naturally, we are the elders who are destined to be forgotten by the emperor, only wishing for Sister Hu to soon rise to prominence in the harem. Yun Fei spoke with a sarcastic tone. These words rendered Hu Guiran's complexion ashen, and she quickly realized her blunder, hastily kneeling down. I, a mere servant, have spoken foolishly. Please do not take my words to heart, esteemed ladies. Chapter 7. The Tribute Rouge Humph. Shi Guifei cast a disdainful glance and let out a cold laugh. Hu Guiran's face turned even paler. Her earlier remarks had offended Shi Guifei, who was none other than the emperor's childhood companion and held greater seniority. The thought sent a chill through her. Weak at the knees, as she could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences of offending Shi Guifei, her forehead pressed firmly against the ground, she found herself devoid of strength. Xia Ruqing leisurely sipped her tea, the fragrance enveloping her palate. Indeed, it was delightful. Ultimately, it was the empress who intervened to diffuse the tension. Enough, Hu Guiran, rise. You have been in the palace for a year now. You should understand the importance of prudence in speech and action. I humbly obey the empress's guidance. Hu Guiran trembled as she rose. The empress nodded in satisfaction, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, the assembly dispersed. Upon exiting the Jiaofeng Hall, the moment the esteemed ladies departed, Hu Guiran shot a fierce glare at Xia Ruqing and tossed her handkerchief aside. Xia Ruqing toyed with the jade bracelet on her wrist, concealing a hint of mockery at the corners of her mouth. All were treated equally here. What sort of authority was she attempting to assert? In her memories, Hu Guiran had not spared any effort to belittle the original owner. In the past, she was a talented individual, and if she were to be slighted, so be it. However, moving forward, everyone holds a noble status. One must not suffer any further indignities, must they? The empress commands the highest regard, followed closely by consort Shi, with the remaining ranks allocated accordingly. Zhao Junyao seldom invests effort into these matters, as they are predominantly orchestrated by Li Shengyin in adherence to established protocols. This year, among the tributes, there are several boxes of rouge contributed by the Kingdom of Goryeo. Reputed as the land of roses, the rouge is crafted from countless fresh rose petals, from which the essence is extracted and blended with a secret fragrant elixir. Not only does it boast vibrant and even hues, but it also nourishes the skin. leaving behind a subtle rose fragrance that is greatly adored by the ladies of the palace. Unfortunately, due to the floods that struck Goryeo this year, the production of roses has significantly dwindled, resulting in fewer offerings of this coveted rouge compared to previous years. Li Shengyan finds himself in a predicament. One box is unfortunately missing. What shall be done? There are 3 boxes for the Empress, 2 each for the Empress and consort. And the remaining noble ladies are allocated 1 box each, yet even this is insufficient. According to convention, all noble ladies of the 6th rank and above should receive a portion, with only 1 box of rouge available for either noble lady Xia or noble lady Hu. The chief of the imperial household, Hai Dasheng, is in a difficult position. Would it not be prudent for Chief Steward Li to seek the emperor's guidance? Hai Dasheng inquires cautiously. Both being noble ladies, it is challenging for him to make a decision. Yet if it were the emperor's decree, matters would be far simpler. For who would dare to oppose? After a moment of hesitation, Li Shengyan sighs and agrees to go. Such trivial matters rarely trouble the emperor. However, given the circumstances, what choice is there? Who would dare to make arbitrary decisions regarding the tributes? In the Zicheng Hall, Zhao Junyao was engrossed in reviewing documents when he heard about the matter at hand. Without lifting his eyelids, he spoke directly. Give it to the Xia family. Find something suitable for the Hu family elsewhere. In truth, he could not clearly distinguish who belonged to the Hu family, aside from the older members from the Eastern Palace. The newcomers from last year were a blur to him. However, he was well aware of the Xia family. A subtle smile graced his lips as he instinctively touched his shoulder, as if the mark of teeth still lingered there. Zhao Junyao mused to himself. What a captivating little enchantress. In the Zhaohua Pavilion, after awakening from her midday slumber, Xia Ruqing found that Xiao Shizi had already organized the mid-autumn festival gifts, neatly arranged on the table in the outer room. She glanced over the array of jeweled hairpins, fabrics, and spices, everything one could desire, most of which were imperial tributes. Quite valuable indeed. She nodded internally. Regardless of the emperor's affections for his various consorts, the material offerings were undeniably generous. What of the 21st century, where one encounters scoundrels, sacrificing both body and soul, often left with scars? Given the circumstances, she must find a way to be at peace and prioritize living well. Oh, what is this? She picked up an exquisitely crafted small sandalwood box. My lady, you may not yet be aware, but this is a tribute rouge from Goryeo. And there are hardly any boxes left, Xiao Shizi declared with pride. After a pause, he leaned in conspiratorially and added, I heard from someone in the imperial household that only 1 box remains for the esteemed ones, and the emperor himself instructed that this box be given to you. This implied that there was none left for noble consort Hu. She instructed Xiao Shizi to put everything away while she took Ziyue to the imperial garden to pick chrysanthemums. Tomorrow marks the mid-autumn festival, and she wishes to marinate some petals to prepare mooncake filling. Unbeknownst to Xia Ruqing, the matter of the tribute rouge has already spread. In the imperial harem, the 6th rank serves as a watershed. Those ranked below are deemed concubines of lesser status, offering salutations, receiving rewards, and participating in banquets are entirely beyond their reach, leaving them to subsist on meager allowances. Without favor, one's life is essentially doomed, rendering them devoid of even the qualifications to vie for attention. Conversely, those of the 6th rank and above enjoy a different reality, replete with opportunities for visibility, yet also rife with competition. Thus, when Lady Hu discovered that she was missing a box of tribute rouge, she was instantly incensed and made her way to Zhaohua Pavilion with her entourage. While it was once acceptable for her to receive the least rewards due to her low status, now that Xia Ruqing held the same rank as her, she could not fathom why she still received the fewest accolades. Where are your superiors? Summon them forth. Lady Hu fumed. Upon seeing Lady Hu, Xiao Shizi surmised the situation but greeted her with a forced smile and properly offered his respects. Our master is not present. If Lady Hu has any instructions, I shall convey them accordingly. After speaking, he pushed past Xiao Shizi and charged into the room. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Shizi swiftly knelt before Lady Hu, blocking her path, and forced a smile, saying, Since the esteemed one has come to pay a visit, I should not impede you. However, my master left with explicit instructions for me to guard the premises diligently. He bowed as he spoke. Serving tea is the duty of the palace maids, while the eunuchs are merely responsible for errands. Thus, they typically do not enter the chambers without cause. Xiao Shizi, of course, would not acquiesce and fell silent, resolutely kneeling in place, embodying the determination of one who would rather perish than yield. Hu Guiran was instantly consumed by rage, striking Xiao Shizi across the face with a resounding slap. "You insolent eunuch, how dare you obstruct my path?" she exclaimed, delivering another blow. "You dare to accuse me of soiling your quarters? I shall enter regardless." With that, she kicked Xiao Shizi aside. Yet, Xiao Shizi swiftly regained his footing, continuing to kneel. In Chapter 8, Who do you think you are? In the Jiaofeng Hall, Xia Ruqing and Hu Guiran knelt side by side, with several eunuchs behind them, all holding their breath in silence. "Your Majesty, the turmoil is entirely my fault. If my sister desires it, I am willing to offer my rouge to Hu Jie. Xia Ruqing sobbed, her voice trembling. Sometimes, retreating can be far more advantageous than a direct assault. She was inherently beautiful, and as she wept, her tears resembled rain on pear blossoms. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with sorrowful tears, evoking deep sympathy. However, Hu Jie should not strike my servant, who has been loyal to me for a year. I cannot bear to chastise him." With that, Xia Ruqing cried, even more pitifully. These two statements, seemingly expressions of grievance, effectively unveiled Hu Guiran's despicable behavior. She felt a sense of satisfaction with her performance, reflecting inwardly that without pushing herself, she would never realize her own brilliance. The Empress had already learned of the events that transpired, and, upon observing a small eunuch beside Xia Ruqing with a swollen face and deep footprints on his garments, she slammed the table in fury. Hu Guiran has truly lost her way. As a consort, how can she resort to violence? What kind of etiquette is this? At this moment, Lady Hu, in a fit of folly, retorted, "Your Majesty, you have always been the epitome of fairness. Pray, judge for yourself. Both she and I are favored ladies. Why does she possess the tribute rouge while I do not?" The Empress, incensed, responded with a mocking laugh. "Why? It is the Emperor's will. What more can you say?" With a cold smile, she added, "If you find this unfair, shall I summon the Emperor to adjudicate your grievance? Would that satisfy you?" Lady Hu's complexion turned pale at the thought. She realized that the favored summer was currently in the Emperor's good graces, and if he were to arrive, her own standing would be irreparably damaged. A tumult of emotions surged within her, both indignation and urgency, as she cried out, "Your Majesty, the Emperor shows favoritism towards her, and you too protect her. Where else can we seek justice in this palace?" This declaration struck at the very core of the Empress's being. The truth of her alliances, the Emperor's affections for certain favorites, was an unassailable vulnerability that had now been laid bare before her. The Empress felt a flush of humiliation. "Lady Xia has always been composed and respectful. She has never behaved as you do." The Empress's face turned a shade of green with rage. "Your Majesty." Lady Hu began to panic. The penalty of losing her stipend was trivial compared to the severe punishment of a month's confinement. The Mid-Autumn Festival was upon them. Followed by the Double Ninth Festival, she would lose two precious opportunities to present herself before the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my errors. I beseech your mercy." In a frantic struggle, Lady Hu endeavored to resist, but the formidable matron quickly seized her and dragged her away. Xia Ruqing, with her head bowed, could not suppress a cold laugh, realizing that it was rather too late for repentance. However, she held a certain admiration for Lady Hu. It was indeed miraculous that such a dim-witted individual could survive to this day. As she departed, Xia Ruqing bowed her head in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for advocating on behalf of this humble servant. I am eternally grateful." The Empress replied with a faint smile, "You are a sensible one. There is no need to stoop to her level. I have already dealt with the matter, so let us put it behind us. This incident, if it were to spread, would not reflect well on us and would only serve as a source of amusement." Xia Ruqing comprehended her implication and obediently acquiesced. Once she had left, the Empress's smile faded instantaneously, and she sighed softly as she accepted the tea offered by Yulan, savoring it slowly. The authority and grace she typically exuded dissipated entirely, leaving behind only a sense of desolation. She caressed her flat abdomen, lamenting, "Yulan, do you think it is particularly pathetic for me to be the Empress? The Dowager Empress disapproves of me, solely protecting concubines. Sure, that is one thing. The Emperor does not seem particularly fond of me either. In an effort to curry his favor, I must feign an accommodating demeanor, as if I could embrace the world with open arms. I have been in the palace for 4 years, and yet my womb remains silent. How could I possibly wish to relinquish my husband to another woman? But what choice do I have?" Yulan was taken aback, hastily offering encouragement. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? You are the Empress, in all the realm. Who could possibly be more esteemed than you?" She spoke again, saying, "Moreover, though consort sure enjoys the Emperor's favor, she has never overstepped her bounds. The emperor treats you well. He visits regularly on the 1st and 15th of each month, and often at other times as well, bestowing upon us the dignity we deserve in both significant and trivial matters. In this harem, which of the esteemed ladies does not regard you with utmost reverence? Even if consort sure harbors discontent, she must maintain decorum in public. Yulon, being the queen's dowry maid, would not dare to speak so freely otherwise. Indeed, after this exchange, the queen felt a considerable relief and, with a gentle frown, remarked, "You clever girl, you certainly know how to coax me." She continued, "I have been overly concerned. The emperor has his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. It is entirely normal. Have not imperial consorts throughout history endured such circumstances? I am glad you see it clearly." "My lady," Yulon replied cheerfully. The queen nodded. "As long as they do not harbor unworthy thoughts, I need not be at odds with them. If I can divert some of the emperor's affection from that direction, it would be quite beneficial." As she spoke, the queen cast a casual glance toward the direction of Zifyagong Palace. "Indeed, my lady, your wisdom and virtue are apparent, and the emperor surely cherishes you all the more." Yulon laughed. After a moment, she mischievously added, "Tomorrow is the 15th. The emperor will undoubtedly come. Have you made any preparations? You should instruct them early." "You little rascal." The queen blushed slightly, feigning annoyance. "Tell the kitchen to prepare a few of the emperor's favorite dishes, and don't forget my tonics. The Jiaofeng Palace has its own small kitchen. Rest assured, my lady." Yulon laughed as she departed. The queen gently caressed her flat abdomen, her smile swiftly fading. Fists clenched tightly, her gaze as cold and hard as ice. While those who favored her might be magnanimous and indifferent, the crown prince must emerge from her womb. Should anyone dare to obstruct her path, she would not hesitate to stain her hands with fresh blood. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the emperor's concubines adorned themselves in splendid attire, although the emperor would undoubtedly not summon them to his bedchamber that evening. This did not diminish their excitement as they exchanged flirtatious glances and subtle signals. Merely having the opportunity to see the emperor was thrilling enough. The empress and the emperor sat on either side of the empress dowager, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Consort sure occupied the lower position beside the emperor, occasionally casting a resentful glance in his direction, while her gaze would also linger with discontent upon the empress's seat, her expression intricate. Xia Ruqing donned a gown of moonlight-colored satin, embroidered with jasmine flowers, her hair adorned with 2 white jade hairpins, seated at the back. Chapter 9. The Mid-Autumn Festival Banquet. Xia Ruqing felt a thrill of excitement. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. In her previous life, she had lived in poverty. Her parents divorced when she was merely 2 years old, leaving her to rely solely on her grandmother. After her grandmother's passing, no one cared for her. She struggled alone, enduring significant hardships. In this life, having traversed time to become a minor concubine of the emperor, her status was lowly, with her ancestors having been farmers for generations. It was only in her grandfather's time that the family saw a glimmer of hope with the emergence of a scholar. Under the tutelage of her scholarly grandfather, her father devoted himself to the examination and succeeded in becoming a jinshi, subsequently appointed as a county magistrate in a region of Jiangnan. Thus, the Xia family, albeit modestly, could be considered a family of scholars. How could the daughter of a scholarly family have ever experienced such a vibrant world of song and dance? As Xia Ruqing gazed intently at the dancers, their flowing sleeves gracefully swaying and their slender waists captivating, she indulged in fine wine and delectable dishes. She couldn't help but marvel at the delightful sensation of being pampered, free from labor, and attended to by others. The prospect of occasionally engaging in nocturnal escapades with the most distinguished gentlemen of the realm was indeed appealing. Some of the other concubines rose to offer toasts, while others covertly cast flirtatious glances at the emperor or, upon noticing someone more beautiful than themselves, discreetly tore at their handkerchiefs in envy. Yet, Xia Ruqing remained engrossed in her private musings, savoring the wine and admiring the beauty around her, blissfully content and thoroughly enjoying her leisure. When Zhao Junyao raised his gaze to her for the 18th time, she was still enthusiastically reveling in the beauty before her, which began to dampen his spirits. Having been designated as crown prince at the tender age of 10 and ascending the throne at 19, he had always been the focal point in both court and harem, never before experiencing such disregard. As he looked again, a chill permeated his gaze. Unbeknownst to Xia Ruqing, who occupied a secluded position and could not discern the conversations in front of her, she was apathetic to the subtle glances exchanged around her. Instead, She lost herself in the performances, relishing the gourmet food and exquisite wine, momentarily forgetting her surroundings. Suddenly, she sensed a pair of eyes upon her. Following the gaze, she met Zhao Juanyao's frosty stare. It was then that she recalled the emperor's presence, prompting her to hastily compose herself. With a bashful demeanor, she approached him, wine cup in hand, and said, "This evening's moonlight is splendid. I humbly offer a toast to your majesty and her majesty the empress." With that, she knelt down respectfully, her attitude deferential. The empress, pleased with her earnestness, smiled and remarked, "Lady Xia is quite thoughtful," before taking a sip of the sweet wine. Zhao Junyao cast a glance at her. Under the enchanting moonlight, her gown, imbued with the essence of the night, seemed to merge with the luminous beams, rendering her utterly captivating. Sipping the last of his drink in frustration, Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively. "Rise." "Thank you, your majesty." Zhao Junyao responded with indifference. As others approached to offer toasts, he consumed a few more cups, eventually relinquishing the notion of any further drinking. As an emperor who governs the realm, he naturally would not concern himself with trivial matters involving women. The banquet continued, filled with melodious songs and lively dances, as goblets exchanged hands in a harmonious atmosphere. Regardless of past rivalries, a facade of camaraderie prevailed. However, the expression of consortshire, seated at Zhao Juanyao's lower table, was far from pleasant. "What is the emperor's fixation on consort Xia tonight?" With narrowed eyes, she observed, a glint of cold light flashing within. The headmaid, Ingyue, smiled faintly. "She certainly knows how to adorn herself. Her attire is quite fitting for the occasion." Consortshire scrutinized her with a frosty gaze, then snorted derisively, "Indeed. But what use is such effort and embellishment when the emperor shows her no favor tonight?" "Quite so, merely a consort. There is no need for your concern, your highness." Ingwei offered a conciliatory smile. Consortshire smirked coldly, lifting her cup of hot tea. The banquet did not conclude until the hour of the pig, with the emperor retiring to the Jiaohuang Palace as per palace customs. The empress, elated, attended to the night meal, bathing, and personal grooming, yet regrettably, Zhao Junyao remained disinterested. Approaching him with a bowl in hand, the empress gently urged, "Your Majesty, you have indulged in much wine tonight. Please have a bowl of detoxifying soup." Her voice was soft, her demeanor gracious. Zhao Junyao reclined upon the couch, squinting at the queen under the hazy glow of the lantern. The dim candlelight softened her countenance, rendering it less austere and more gentle. "I appreciate your efforts, your Majesty," he exclaimed, draining the bowl in one swift motion. "It is my duty," she replied. And after these exchanges, silence enveloped the air once more. Everything proceeded with a measured rhythm. Half an hour later, attendants were summoned to prepare water for bathing. Seizing the opportunity during her bath, the queen secretly consumed a bowl of medicine. At the hour of Qin, after attending to the emperor for morning court, she indulged in a brief slumber, which proved particularly sweet. In her dreams, she envisioned a plump, cherubic child running towards her, waving joyfully. That night, aside from Xia Ruqing, who was well-fed and soundly asleep, few in the harem found peace in their slumber. Particularly, the favored consortshire was restless. Humph. Consortshire still harbored discomfort in her heart. Suddenly, a thought of Xia Ruqing crossed her mind, and her brows relaxed momentarily. Unable to tame the tiger, I can still manage its minions. Ziyue, is there any of that lotus petal mooncake filling left? Let us prepare some snowskin ones. That is a splendid idea. It seems my lord enjoys mooncakes. Ziyue smiled. Whether he enjoys them or not, we have no other delicacies available. Xia Ruqing sighed in resignation. A 7th-rank lady-in-waiting had no sweetmeats, while a 6th-rank noblewoman could receive 2 plates daily. Yet, those pastries were often unsatisfactory by the time they reached her. And as a true gourmand, Xia Ruqing could not bear to compromise her palate. She would rather go hungry than settle for tasteless fare. But how could she possibly starve? It would be far better to craft her own treats. At this moment, she finally felt the stirrings of ambition within her. He resembled a cheetah, long awaiting its prey, having cleared all obstacles, finally aligned with the propitious circumstances. The neglect from that evening was a profound blow to Zhao Junyao, an emperor with an exceptionally strong sense of pride. Consequently, the following morning, Xia Ruqing was nearly escorted out, while someone appeared utterly content. Damn it. Would showing some tenderness truly be fatal? Xia Ruqing was in agony, lying immobile in bed. Throughout the night, he was so vigorous, tossing and turning her, nearly rendering her unconscious. How frustrating. Your Majesty, there remains half an hour until the morning audience. Ziyue reminded, her expression laden with concern. I shan't attend. Merely state I am unwell and have Chiotong bow at the Jiaofeng Palace. Xia Ruqing gritted her teeth in irritation. Is propriety truly more important than one's health? Even if she wished to attend, she couldn't muster the strength to rise. Chapter 10. Would you care to teach me to write? The inability to attend the morning audience due to this reason would be a disgrace she could hardly bear. The news reached the Empress, who openly mocked while secretly seething with jealousy. Unable to find fault, Xia Ruqing feigned illness for the next few days, secluding herself in Zhaohua Pavilion. Surely, one cannot simply seek trouble. After court that day, having reviewed some memorials in the Imperial study, Zhao Junyao suddenly inquired, is the Xia family still unwell? This little enchantress. Has she taken offense? Li Xingyan lowered his head, pondering, Your Majesty, do you truly lack awareness? That night. It was not until the 4th watch that the Emperor ordered the lights extinguished, and by the 5th watch, he appeared invigorated for court, while the noble Xia remained bedridden. Having followed the Emperor for so many years, he had never witnessed such a lapse in his composure. Evidently, the noble Xia was indeed exceptional. The servant did not hear the call for the Imperial physician from Zhaohua Pavilion. Li Xingyan replied honestly. Zhao Junyao, with his head bowed, continued to review memorials. After partaking in lunch and attending to memorials for a while longer, Zhao Junjiao ventured to the Imperial garden, only to find it rather dull. He decided to check on what Lady Xia was occupied with. Li Xingyan mused. His Majesty truly favors Lady Xia. It would be much more discreet to approach her. Upon witnessing the Emperor's arrival, the young attendant, Xiaoxi, was so startled that she nearly lost her wits, fumbling in panic. Eventually, she regained her composure to announce the arrival. But the Emperor halted her. Zhao Junyao quietly pushed the door open and stepped inside. He saw Xia Ruqing bent over her desk, her expression one of deep frustration as she scribbled something. As he approached, Zhao Junyao was taken aback, his lips twitching in disbelief. Is this your handwriting? He urged her to set down the brush and kneel. This servant offers her greetings to your Majesty. I was unaware of your arrival and failed to greet you properly. I beg your pardon. Rise. Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively. Observing her flushed expression, he felt a surge of amusement. He turned to take a seat as the palace attendants served tea. Picking up another piece of her writing, Zhao Junyao inquired with genuine curiosity, What have you written? A lesson for women. Xia Ruqing replied through gritted teeth. I ruined several pages, and after much effort, finally managed to write one decent page, only to have it destroyed. She felt a mix of anger and resentment, yet dared not express it, her face flushed with embarrassment. After glancing at her scrawled handwriting and then at her crimson face, Zhao Junyao suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Li Xingyan was taken aback. Since coming of age, the Emperor had never been so joyful. Lady Xia possesses quite the talent. Xia Ruqing, infuriated, felt like stamping her foot in frustration. One cannot blame her. In her past life, her handwriting was quite elegant. However, with the brush in hand, she struggled to maintain a steady grip, resulting in such a display. After sharing a brief laugh, Zhao Junyao inquired, Your family seems scholarly. How is it that you cannot write? Summer Ruqing hastily rummaged through her memories of her former self. With a shadow of sorrow crossing her face, she replied softly, My mother passed away early, and my father is perpetually occupied, leaving him no time to attend to such matters. Typically, it is the mother who imparts the art of writing to her daughter. A girl who loses her mother is often at a disadvantage when it comes to courtship, as society may judge her upbringing harshly. Noticing her melancholy demeanor, Zhao Junyao stifled his laughter and refrained from further inquiries, instead asking, Who taught you to write? It was indeed humiliating to be ridiculed in such a manner. Yet, this was not her initiative to complain. When the Emperor inquired, she could not deceive him. Observing her lowered head and the way she clutched her handkerchief, resembling a wronged little rabbit, he felt a surge of compassion. Drawing her closer, Zhao Junyao gently proposed, Shall I teach you how to write? Inhaling the faint fragrance of dragon saliva emanating from him, Summer Ruqing contemplated for a moment before joyfully nodding. The prospect of writing alongside a handsome man delighted her. After all, he was quite striking. His calloused, robust hands enveloped her delicate, fair ones as they held the brush together, gracefully inscribing characters upon the pristine paper. Before long, several lines of text emerged, each stroke imbued with vigor and character, exuding an undeniable elegance. Summer Ruqing gazed in awe, secretly lamenting. The renowned calligraphers of antiquity were not so different. With such beauty and appearance, his handwriting was equally exquisite. While she found herself entranced, she nervously gripped the brush, fearful of tarnishing the letters. Her cheeks flushed crimson. and beads of sweat formed on the tip of her nose. Zhao Junyao looked down, his lips curling into a smile. His spirits lifted as he tightened his grip on the delicate hand. He whispered, "Do not tremble," right with conviction. As he spoke, the tip of his brush danced, and another character sprang to life on the parchment, imbued with strength. At that moment, Li Xing'an entered, trembling slightly. "Your Majesty?" he called softly. "What is it?" Zhao Junyao continued to write, not lifting his gaze. "The Imperial concubine has sent word that she has personally prepared soup for your Majesty and requests your presence for dinner." Zhao Junyao paused for a moment, then replied, "Understood." Xia Ruqing felt a jolt of anxiety, thinking to herself, "This is a cunning move. The concubine dares to vent her frustrations only through such trivial means. Is she not belittling herself? Although the Empress is no saint, she is undoubtedly preferable to the likes of the concubine. The contrast is unmistakable." Zhao Junyao set down his brush and gently patted her shoulder, speaking softly. "No need to continue with this. I shall procure some good calligraphy books for you tomorrow. Be sure to practice diligently." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xia Ruqing exclaimed with joy, eager to express her gratitude. This clumsy handwriting was rather embarrassing, and it was perfect for passing the time. Yet, the principal reason was her genuine desire to avoid copying the lessons for women any longer. Zhao Junyao pointed at the stack of lessons for women that Xia Ruqing had transcribed, along with a few pages he had penned that afternoon. "Indeed," Li Xing'an replied swiftly. He escorted the emperor outside as dusk began to settle. Xia Ruqing, in a splendid mood, sipped her tea, while Ziyue stood beside her, somewhat perplexed. "Master, how can you still be so pleased when the concubine behaves this way? If I am not pleased, should I weep instead? But do not speak of it any longer," Xia Ruqing proclaimed, setting down her teacup and pulling Ziyue closer. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "What do you think the emperor despises the most?" Ziyue pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Disloyalty? Jealousy?" Xia Ruqing nodded in agreement. "Indeed. But there is something else he loathes even more, being followed. The Empress Dowager has been here for scarcely an hour, and yet the concubine has rushed over to snatch her away. Is that not an overt act of stalking? Intruding upon the Emperor's presence is a grave offense. The way the concubine behaves is rather unbecoming," she remarked with a light scoff. Ziyue suddenly comprehended, "I am quite foolish." Xia Ruqing chuckled, "You are still young. In a few years, you will grasp these nuances." Though Ziyue was astute, her youth and inexperience posed no obstacle, for with loyalty, she would be diligently trained. "Now, let us speak of something else. This evening, I desire mutton soup and some scallion pancakes, accompanied by a few light dishes. Additionally, a snow pear soup would be delightful. I shall instruct Xiao Shizi to fetch the meals," Ziyue said with a smile as she exited. Chapter 11. Discretion receiving the instructions. Xiao Shizi hurried to the Imperial kitchen, taking 2 steps for every 3. The young eunuchs guarding the kitchen immediately greeted him with beaming smiles. "Master Shi, is it true that Lady Xia has requested a meal? What delicacies does she wish for today? Please, take a seat." Xiao Shizi was not surprised. News travels swiftly within the palace. When a favored concubine is involved, they naturally seek to curry favor. Remembering the lady's orders, he understood that with power comes the necessity for humility, and thus he politely responded, "Gentlemen, you are too kind." As he spoke, he recounted the noble's instructions, to which several young eunuchs immediately responded with flattery. "Rest assured, Master Shi, once it is prepared, we shall deliver it to you without requiring another trip." Young Shi was pleased, yet he dared not be negligent regarding what his master would consume, offering a modest smile instead. "The esteemed gentlemen are busy. It would be improper for me to impose further. Please, simply set it aside once it is ready." Upon hearing this, the young eunuchs ceased their insistence, for they were all astute individuals, well-versed in the intricacies of palace affairs. One young eunuch suddenly leaned in closer. "Does Lady Xia desire anything else? The crabs are currently plump, and my master has prepared crab roe pastries." Another quickly chimed in with a grin. "We have freshly arrived base, now lively in the courtyard pond, tender and succulent, steamed to perfection. Would Lady Xia care to sample some?" Nearby, another, unwilling to be outdone, added, "My master has made red bean paste, mixed with walnut flour and milk, resulting in a soft and fragrant steamed dessert." Overwhelmed by their enthusiastic offers, young Shi felt a wave of anxiety. "Thank you all for your kind intentions. Should our noble lady wish for anything, I shall be the first to inform you." Master Shi maintained his politeness, and laughter ensued among the group. Upon returning, young Shi relayed the happenings of the Imperial kitchen. Lady Xia Ruqing, however, did not share in his delight. She merely reminded him not to forget to fetch the meal later. Why would the master be concerned? You have earned their favor. So they behave this way. Young, she was somewhat perplexed. Did not every master in the palace long for favor? Zeus shot him a glare. Do not speak foolishly. Oh. Xiaoxizi, realizing that he had misspoken, hurriedly covered his mouth. All right, both of you may leave now. I shall rest for a while. Summon me when the meal is ready, waved Xia Ruqing. Yes. The two replied in unison, attending to their mistress as she reclined, then quietly withdrew. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Following 2 autumn rains, the night grew increasingly chilly. Xia Ruqing pondered her life goals and current circumstances. Her ultimate aspiration was to lead a life of abundance, savoring culinary delights from around the world, and ideally, to explore the outside world more. At present, her situation was as follows. First, the emperor held a favorable impression of her, and he did not harbor any disdain. Second, the empress and the favored consorts eyed her with jealousy, while other minor wives were equally formidable. Third, her humble origins rendered her advancement unlikely. According to the ancestral customs of the Chu dynasty, the rank of consorts generally could not exceed that of their fathers or brothers. Her father was merely a 7th-rank county magistrate, and her current status as a 6th-rank noblewoman was already a sign of royal favor. Without achievements or offspring, any further elevation would contravene the ancestral laws. Her elder brother, born of a different mother, was a notorious troublemaker, perpetually engaged in violence, leading a gang of ruffians. As for fame and success, what were those to him? Could they serve as weapons? Her father, who esteemed education, held an unparalleled disdain for this illegitimate son. Her younger brother, however, was a full-blooded sibling, quite intelligent, albeit frail and sickly, and most importantly, he was only 10 years old this year. He was a premature birth, and their mother passed away during childbirth, leading their father to associate this legitimate son with misfortune, hence his lack of affection. For years after their mother's death, their father remarried a calculating woman, Yao, who ensnared him completely in her web of charm. After giving birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, the father became increasingly compliant to her wishes, transforming from a biological father to a stepfather. However, she halted her thoughts, realizing that there was no reliance to be found at home. Thus, she summarized 2 essential strategies for survival in the harem based on her predicament. First, one must not be overly favored. Second, one should find a way to align oneself with the emperor, born of humble origins and holding a low status. Being too favored equated to courting disaster. She needed to devise a method to suppress the current fervor, safeguard her life, and then contemplate her next steps to secure a connection with the emperor. After all, the road ahead was long, and who could predict what the future held? As long as the emperor chose to protect her, she would no longer need to struggle daily, living in fear of being tormented or schemed against. With her path resolved, Xia Ruqing felt a sense of calm. She enjoyed a hearty dinner of mutton soup and delectable dishes, feeling satisfied before washing up and retiring for the night. Meanwhile, Consort sure found herself in a state of confusion. The emperor had come to dine, and as usual, she greeted him with warmth, engaging in light-hearted conversation and personally attending to him. Yet, she sensed a certain chill emanating from him. Tentatively, she inquired, "Cousin, are these dishes not to your liking?" Privately, she always referred to him this way, a familiarity he tacitly accepted, a bond unique to them. Zhao Jiao smiled as ever, replying, "My beloved's culinary skills remain as exquisite as before." His dark eyes revealed no flicker of emotion, betraying not a single ripple of feeling. That was reassuring. Consort sure released a breath of relief, realizing it was perhaps her own overthinking. As night fell and she prepared for bed, she shed her garments. Her face flushed with shyness, while Zhao Junyao merely smiled. "Today, I find myself somewhat fatigued." With that, he turned over and fell into slumber, disregarding everything else. Consort sure blushed deeply, her face flushed with embarrassment. After a considerable pause, she replied sorrowfully, "Indeed. Why did he not touch her? Had she erred in some manner?" Consort sure pondered extensively in silence. She had not contradicted the empress, had not acted with arrogance, nor had she belittled the lower-ranking concubines. She had adhered to her cousin's counsel and observed the established protocols. Why then? Rest eluded her, and she dared not shift, remaining rigid in her posture, nearly sleepless throughout the night. At dawn, she rose to attend to the emperor as he prepared for court. Zhao Junyao, noticing the dark circles beneath her eyes, merely smiled faintly and said nothing before departing. When a concubine in the palace errs, It is the empress who administers admonishments and penalties. It is not the place of a mere consort to intervene. Furthermore, she had dared to observe the emperor's private moments, a grave transgression. What fault had Lady Xia committed? It was she who should have been instructed on the virtues of womanhood. As the ancients say, excess is as detrimental as deficiency. I had indulged her too much in the past. While her culinary skills remain unchanged, her character has transformed. My lord, the emperor spent the night at the Zifyagong Palace yesterday. Ziyue whispered as she arranged the meal, adding, the consort is indeed favored. The bond of childhood companionship is truly unique. In public, one must refrain from speaking recklessly, yet privately, Ziyue could still express a few thoughts. Indeed, the consort enjoys such favor, but little Shizi approached as well. With a shortage of palace maids, the eunuchs had to step in. Qiudong and Qiuhong were relegated to the courtyard, serving her, leaving her with only these two attendants. Before little Shizi could finish her sentence, Xia Ruqing interrupted her. Chapter 12. Unprovoked and avoidant, it is merely a matter of relying on one's family. Empress Fan hails from a lineage of distinguished heroes. Her father, General Fan, was a first-rank general personally bestowed by the late emperor, commanding a formidable military presence at the borders. The Fan family's influence and prestige within the court are unparalleled. With her father guarding the frontier and his daughter now in the palace as empress, the late emperor's strategy is indeed remarkable. With his daughter in the palace, who would dare to act against him? As for consortship, in the halls of power, it is most perilous for one family to dominate entirely. Thus, the emperor must cultivate another family to rival them. Only through mutual checks and balances can he reap the benefits. Consortship's father, Grand Tutor Shur, is the maternal uncle of the Empress Dowager, and Consort Shur shares a childhood bond with the emperor. The empress' position seemed secured for her. But fate took a turn when the late emperor arranged a marriage, designating the daughter of the Fan family as the crown princess. The opportunity, almost within grasp, had flown away, leaving the Shur family in deep discontent. Zhao Junyao, with a grand flourish, conferred the title of consort upon the daughter of the Shur family, showering her with affection and favor, thereby soothing their grievances and rekindling their ambition. One leads the military, while the other heads the civil affairs. The two families, glancing askance at one another, remain at odds, maintaining a delicate balance, truly to the emperor's liking. Such skill and cunning, indeed, command the admiration of Xia Ruqing. Ziyue, tomorrow, instruct the office of ceremonies to remove my nameplate, citing illness, and rehang it in half a month. Having given her orders, Xia Ruqing delicately savored a piece of exquisite pastry. Regardless of whether one is an empress or a consort, the emperor will not act hastily. She can afford to retreat and remain inconspicuous. Your Highness, is there something amiss? Ziyue and Xiaoxi exchanged bewildered glances. There is nothing wrong, Xia Ruqing replied calmly. The two, momentarily taken aback, wisely chose not to inquire further. In Zifyagong Palace, the mood of Consort Shur was decidedly grim early that morning. The emperor's reluctance to engage with her undoubtedly stemmed from a reason, and it was not until a young eunuch under Li Shengyan delivered a stack of written words that she finally comprehended the truth. It was, in fact, the scheming of the Xie family that had ensnared her. That wretched woman. Consort Shur seethed with indignation, her heart overwhelmed with a multitude of humiliations. Your Highness, please sip some tea to calm your nerves. Ingwei hurriedly offered a cup. Consort Shur resentfully accepted it, but in the next moment, the teacup shattered upon the floor, reduced to fragments. How dare she report me before the emperor? Such audacity. Consort Shur's fury surged, her chest rising and falling with palpable agitation. Her gaze fell upon the elegant characters on the top pages, unmistakably the emperor's handwriting, which she recognized from their shared childhood studies. Instantly, she conjured an image of the emperor nestled beside Sieguerin, writing together, and a dull ache pierced her heart. How can a woman so devoid of virtue and talent dare to write such cursive alongside the emperor? The audacity. Your Highness, please remain calm, Ingwe urged anxiously. No. How can it be that I, a dignified consort, cannot handle a mere Guerin? Consort Shur narrowed her eyes. Your Highness, why should we allow such a trivial Guerin to disturb the emperor's peace? Ingwe's words momentarily stunned Consort Shur. Seeing her mistress wavering, Ingwe continued to persuade her. The emperor is currently enamored. Let us bide our time. Once he tires of her, it will be effortless for you to deal with her. Consort Shur narrowed her eyes again, and after a long pause, she coldly gritted her teeth. I may choose not to eliminate her, but I cannot swallow this humiliation. Rest assured I shall not take matters into my own hands. Your Highness, Your wisdom is unmatched. Ingyue let out a slight sigh of relief. The following morning, Xia Ruqing fell gravely ill. The empress, in her magnanimity, excused her from the morning court audience and bestowed upon her medicinal herbs to aid her recovery. It was not until the afternoon, during the selection of concubines, that Zhao Junyao discovered the absence of Xia's nameplate. He found himself missing that little enchantress. Other women, when summoned to his bedchamber, merely exhibited unwavering obedience, and more obedience. But not that little sprite. When hurt, she would bite him, her large, glistening eyes fixed upon him. When excited, her almond-shaped eyes would narrow in delight, her lips whispering sweetly, "Your Majesty, Xia is unwell. The Court of Rights has, as per protocol, removed her nameplate." Unwell? Zhao Junyao frowned. "Summon a royal physician to examine her." "Of course, Your Majesty, I shall attend to it at once." After finishing her evening meal, Xia Ruqing was engrossed in a book titled Chronicles of the Chu Dynasty, laboriously deciphering its contents. Suddenly, Ziyue hurried in from outside. "My lady, Eunuch Xiao Zhuzi has brought the royal physician to take your pulse." Xiao Zhuzi, a disciple of Li Shengyan, primarily handled the daily errands. "Let him in." Xia Ruqing set her book aside. Ziyue hesitated. "My lady, should you pretend?" This was the royal physician summoned by the emperor. "Your complexion looks quite healthy, unlike that of an ailing person. If discovered, it would be seen as deceiving the emperor." "No need," Xia Ruqing replied decisively. "To engage in a battle of wits with the emperor? That would be courting disaster. I would rather he know openly that I am feigning illness, that I am currently unable to endure such lavish affections. The emperor, the sovereign of all, possesses a heart that encompasses the world. He would not stoop to quarrel with a mere woman, especially one who seeks his help and displays vulnerability. If he were to guard himself a little more, would he not have a future? It is only through daring strategies that one can achieve remarkable victories." Xia Ruqing cast a reassuring glance at Ziyue. "I pay my respects to the noble one." The esteemed physician Qin offered his greetings. Xia Ruqing, her complexion radiant and attire impeccable, smiled amiably. Physician Qin examined her pulse meticulously, taking a quarter of an hour before drawing his hand back. "The noble one has caught a slight chill, but it is nothing serious. I will prescribe a remedy. The noble one may take 2 doses if desired, or abstain if not. Just be mindful of warmth and diet." His tone was exceedingly courteous. "Thank you for your diligence, physician," Xia Ruqing replied with a smile. "You are too kind. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Ziyue, Xia physician Qin and eunuch Xiao," Xia Ruqing instructed with a smile. Ziyue complied, taking 2 heavy pouches to properly escort the 2 out. Eunuch Xiao, upon receiving the weighty pouches, appeared momentarily perplexed. Ziyue pursed her lips and chuckled. Naturally, one speaks of what one observes. Zhao Junyao listened to the reports from Li Shengyan and physician Qin, his expression composed, revealing no discernible emotion. Li Shengyan, terrified, dared not breathe. Reflecting, "This noble lady Xia is exceedingly audacious, who feigns illness to avoid the emperor's bedchamber. I had thought her fortunate, yet she seems rather misguided." Unexpectedly, after a brief moment, the emperor suddenly commanded, "Send these calligraphy books to her. Also, grant her some nourishing supplements, and instruct the kitchen to attend to her well." "Oh. What?" Li Shengyan was taken aback, astonished. Zhao Junyao tossed aside his brush, impatience evident. "What are you exclaiming about? Hurry and go." Chapter 13. The first battle is a success. "Yes. Your servant shall take his leave." Li Shengyan hurriedly retreated. "If this matter were to leak, I shall hold you accountable." Zhao Junyao's words were neither heavy nor light. Li Shengyan's heart sank with trepidation. "Yes, your servant understands." With that, he bowed and exited, wiping the sweat from his brow. He realized that he was increasingly perplexed by the emperor. Such a grave offense as deceiving the sovereign could earn the emperor's unwavering protection. It seemed that this lady Xia was indeed extraordinary. Contemplating this, Li Shengyan promptly summoned his young apprentice. "Lady Xia has not been in good health lately. Go inform the Imperial kitchen to attend to her well. Remember, this matter must remain confidential." Li Shengyan's expression was grave, causing his apprentice to turn pale with fright. Young Zhuzi nodded in acknowledgement and hurried off to the Imperial kitchen, fearing any delay. Meanwhile, Li Shengyan personally selected some nourishing tonics from the storeroom, along with a calligraphy piece bestowed by the emperor, and delivered them to Zhao Hua Pavilion himself. Xia Ruqing gazed at the array of precious supplements and exquisite calligraphy before her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I am sincerely grateful for the emperor's profound kindness." She knelt and bowed deeply. The first battle was won. The emperor's willingness to protect her, even slightly, proved far more effective than currying favor with the empress or the favored concubines. After traversing this world for so long, remaining humble and cautious, she had finally managed to temporarily escape the clutches of death, no longer easily trampled upon. This truly felt like a breakthrough. At the very least, her life was no longer in jeopardy, was it not? The emperor's protection meant she would not easily lose her life. After all, the true master of the harem was ultimately the emperor. With this thought, she could only weep. Lady Xia, please rise. Li Xingyan was taken aback. He certainly did not comprehend the intricacies of the situation, merely assuming that Lady Xia expressed gratitude towards the emperor. Your Grace, please take care of yourself. I shall take my leave for now, Li Xingyan said, infusing his words with additional courtesy. Indeed, she was one who knew how to express gratitude. No wonder the emperor favored her. Master Li, walk slowly. Lady Xia Ruqing rose, personally presenting a purse and graciously escorting him to the door. Upon learning the truth, Xiaoxizi and Ziyue were so elated that they nearly wept with joy. Lady Xia Ruqing wiped away her tears and produced a sizable amount of silver. Deliver this to the Imperial kitchen. Let us enjoy a fine meal tonight. Yes, my lady, Xiaoxizi replied, his face brimming with excitement. Wonderful. I wonder what customs we shall partake in. What delicacies await us? Lady Xia Ruqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Well, not much celebration in my home. My mother passed away early, and my father is often preoccupied, so. Lady Xia Ruqing fumbled for words. Ziyue's expression suddenly shifted to one of guilt. Forgive me. It was unintentional to bring up your sorrowful memories. For a woman, nothing is more heart-wrenching than the early demise of her mother. How could she have been so thoughtless? No harm done. You meant no offense. Lady Xia Ruqing replied, feeling somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, her predecessor had not brought a personal maid into the palace. Otherwise, her ruse would surely have been exposed. Even her handwriting would have betrayed her. It seems that fate has been kind to her. In the Jiaofeng Palace, the empress had thoughtfully arranged a double ninth festival banquet, complete with food, drink, and a troupe of performers, everything one could desire. The banquet would be set in the Imperial garden, spacious and delightful, especially with the pleasant weather of recent days. The empress truly considers every detail. Yulan remarked with a smile. The queen smiled and nodded, then inquired, how is the condition of the Xia family? How could one suddenly fall ill without any warning? It is truly unfortunate that I have finally found someone to vex the favored concubine, only for her to become indisposed before we could make use of her. I have heard that the Department of Imperial Affairs has even removed their plaque, suggesting her illness is quite grave. Yulan frowned. She was virtuous, yet she was no bodhisattva. Their suffering weighed upon her as well. With her own troubles to attend to, how could she concern herself with others? Indeed, Yulan maintained her composure. After years in the palace, she had learned a vital lesson. Discard what is of no use. And do not concern yourself with the lives of those who serve no purpose. Otherwise, one would be burdened by a multitude of encumbrances, unable to soar high. On the 7th day of September, in the Zicheng Hall, the head of the Department of Imperial Affairs, Feng Anfu, carefully approached the emperor, holding a silver tray. Your Majesty, it is time to review the titles. Zhao Junyao glanced through the rows. In the column for esteemed individuals, there was nothing but emptiness. Concubine who was under house arrest. And concubine Xia was ill Xia. His heart tingled with anticipation. No need to continue. Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively, and Feng Anfu promptly retreated. That night, Zhao Junyao found it difficult to sleep, his thoughts drifting to Xia. A faint smile played upon his lips. This little enchantress was indeed both clever and audacious. In the harem, where the queen and the favored concubine held overwhelming power, she had managed to navigate her position, subtly rising without drawing too much attention. Relying on the queen would only lead to her being slighted by the favored concubine, while the queen's retribution would be even more severe. Remarkably, she had managed to discern the situation and find her own place. Astute, intelligent. Zhao Jiao felt a surge of delight. Men, regardless of their stature, revel in the role of the hero who rescues the damsel in distress, and he was no exception. The feeling of being deeply relied upon by others is the highest form of praise and recognition for a man. Though he had little desire to meddle in the affairs of the harem, having been chosen by the little demon, how could he bear to let her down? Despite the treacherous depths of the palace, he was more than capable of protecting someone dear to him. The imperial kitchen received the emperor's instructions, and with an infusion of silver from Xia Ruqing, the evening meal was exceedingly lavish, featuring 6 dishes and 2 soups, all of exceptional quality. In addition to the customary dishes allotted to the noble consort, several more selections were included. This did not sit well with some. The head maid of the favored consort Yun, Kai Dai, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Just a mere consort, yet served so many dishes?" Xiao Shizi, while preparing the food boxes, smiled apologetically. "Our noble consort is in poor health and has spent silver for this meal." The imperial physician advised her to nourish herself, and several dishes are medicinal. Upon hearing this, Kai Dai ceased her remarks, snorted softly through her nose, and turned to leave. "What about Our Lady's meal?" "Ah, it is coming right away." Xiao Wei glanced apologetically at Xiao Shizi before hurrying off. Each of these esteemed individuals was too precious to offend. Consort Yun's father held a position in the Ministry of Revenue and was a disciple of the esteemed Minister Shi. Thus, if Consort Shi found someone displeasing, so too must Consort Yun. If the palace's inhabitants were to be divided into factions, Consort Yun would undoubtedly be a staunch supporter of Consort Shi. On the very night Consort Shi received a stack of lessons for women, she summoned Consort Yun for a clandestine discussion that lasted long into the night. From that day forth, Consort Yun's entourage sought out every opportunity to create conflict. Chapter 14. Double Ninth Festival. The master had instructed early in the morning that there was no need to pay heed to the matter. Consort Shi was seething with pent-up frustration and was bound to find an outlet for it. Xiao Shizi swiftly prepared the food containers and hurriedly departed. The rich chicken soup with tofu and meatballs, vibrant stir-fried greens, spiced lamb chops, clear stewed venison, cabbage with pork ribs, and the luscious braised pork were all her favorites. She had an insatiable love for meat, particularly at the tender age of 16, when one must indulge generously in nourishment. "Do not merely stand there. Sit down and eat," commanded Xiao Ruqing. Xiao Shizi and Ziyue hesitated slightly. "Oh, do not hesitate. This place is secluded, with no one else around. Today is a day of joy. So let us not be overly particular," Xiao Ruqing exclaimed joyfully. Having found a supportive ally, how could she not feel elated? Eating alone is rather dull. The true flavor lies in shared merriment. Furthermore, trust is essential in leadership. One must not doubt those they employ. A balance of kindness and authority fosters loyalty. She desired her subordinates to understand that their mistress valued them, that there was camaraderie, and that diligent service would be duly rewarded. Indeed, Xiao Shizi and Ziyue gratefully knelt before her, exclaiming, "We thank our mistress for her grace. Please rise." "No need to kneel at every turn," Xiao Ruqing chuckled. Yes, her kindness, occasionally tempered with admonishment, cultivated both affection and respect in her subordinates, achieving the ideal balance. That evening, the three of them made an exception to dine together at the same table. Xiao Ruqing relished the meal. The Imperial chef's culinary skills were truly remarkable, with each dish being delectable, especially the tender venison. She ladled several spoonfuls of soup over the glistening rice and added some pieces of venison. The exquisite roux kiln tricolor bowl was overflowing with an array of delightful dishes. Just one glance was enough to make one's mouth water. Alas, in contemporary times, consuming venison is deemed unlawful. She finally felt that perhaps fate was not conspiring against her. After all, in ancient times, indulging in any delicacy was free from legal repercussions. Having satisfied her hunger, Xiao Ruqing gently caressed her round belly, letting out a contented sigh. Ziyue harbored a question in her mind. "My lady, how can you be so certain that His Majesty will not be angered? You feigned illness so overly. Is this not a form of treason?" "I have not deceived him. I have been utterly forthright," Xiao Ruqing pondered and replied. The myriad intrigues and power struggles within the court had already given the emperor ample headaches. Thus, he surely preferred simplicity and directness in the harem. Xiao Ruqing contemplated. This is indeed a strategy to align with his preferences. First, feigning illness to decline his affections, and then candidly confessing to the emperor that my ailment was merely a ruse for survival. Upon realizing my honesty, he would not be overly harsh with me. Although this maneuver was perilous, it yielded significant rewards, leaving Xiao Ruqing quite pleased. "Truly, my lady's foresight is commendable." Ziyue and Xiaoxi expressed their admiration. To thrive within the harem, one must earn the emperor's recognition. Otherwise, a single utterance could lead to one's swift disappearance. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the Empress, and the various concubines gathered in the Imperial garden, a scene filled with harmonious chatter and laughter. Today, the Empress Dowager donned a deep red palace robe intricately embroidered with phoenix motifs, her head adorned with a delicate and exquisite purple gold crown. Well maintained, she appeared as though she were in her 30s, despite being in her 40s. The Emperor and Empress supported her on either side as they led the assembly to ascend and insert the mugwort. A crowd ascended the stone steps. climbing gradually to the highest viewpoint of the Imperial Garden, where one could behold nearly half of the capital. The Empress Dowager, feeling her age, lamented her diminishing vitality. Growing weary after just a few steps, she held the Emperor's hand, her face radiating maternal affection. Meanwhile, the Empress stood awkwardly on the other side, having spent the entire morning gazing at the back of the Dowager's head. Before the Empress could utter a word, the favored concubine sure interjected, "Mother, you jest. You appear to be no more than in your 30s, still youthful." Zhao Jinyao chimed in, "The concubine speaks the truth. Mother, you are indeed youthful." The Dowager erupted into laughter, glancing at concubine sure, "Your tongue must be coated in honey today, so adept at pleasing me. You two truly know how to bring joy to my heart." Subtly, she withdrew her support from the Empress and turned to pat the Emperor's shoulder. "How dare you, my son?" Zhao Junyao quickly steadied her with both hands. "Mother, I assure you, my words are sincere." Concubine sure half pouted, half playfully. "Chrysanthemum wine?" Zhao Junyao's interest piqued. The concubine eagerly replied, "It is the handiwork of Granny Ching. I haven't had it in ages. I wonder if it tastes the same as it did in our youth?" Indeed, it had been quite some time. Zhao Junyao nodded in agreement. As the three continued their playful banter, they slowly made their way upward. With concubine sure having already usurped the Empress's position, supporting the Dowager alongside the Emperor. The Empress, left behind, refrained from contesting her place, enduring her resentment in silence. The laughter echoing from ahead pierced her heart like a knife, each chuckle a painful reminder. Was the term mother truly hers to claim? With every utterance, concubine sure seemed to assume the role of the principal wife. The intentions of Sima Zhao are known to all. The Empress lowered her gaze, concealing the icy chill within her eyes. With empty hands, she gently caressed her abdomen, her eyes reflecting a profound yearning. A child, if only she could have a child. Everything would be different. "Your Majesty, let us go." The noble Hui supported her forward. "Please do not take it to heart, even if she flaunts herself. She is no different from us. We are all but concubines," the noble Ning quickly added, eager to curry favor. The two women assisted the Empress as they walked ahead. Both were loyal to the Empress, having suffered humiliation at the hands of the favored Lady Sure during their time in the Eastern Palace. Now, with the noble Ning having borne the first princess and the noble Hui the second, the Emperor cherished these two daughters, often visiting to see them. The Empress oversees the marriage arrangements of the princesses, thus Ning and Hui were diligently aligning themselves with the Empress. "You two are indeed considerate," the Empress remarked, weary yet forcing a smile. "Let us hurry along." "Yes," they replied, supporting her as they pressed forward. The Empress Dowager, now advanced in years, caused the group to move at a leisurely pace, taking a full hour to reach the summit. Each person adorned with mugwort, they admired the scenery and shared laughter. "Your Majesty, that is the Eastern Pavilion study, is it not? We used to study there together. Zhao Junki always bullied me, and I would weep. Yet you always protected me." The red gold ruby hairpin atop her head swayed with her movements, her phoenix eyes shining with childlike excitement. Zhao Junki, the legitimate son of the Dukian, frequently shared his studies with his cousin during their childhood. Now, they have long since departed to their respective fiefs, separated by 1,000 miles. Chapter 15. The Double Ninth Festival. A flicker of complexity flashed in the Empress Dowager's eyes, quickly vanishing without a word. The Empress stepped forward with a graceful smile. Indeed, how vividly Sister Sure recalls those childhood moments. Sure Guifei, with her repeated mention of in our youth, seemed to imply something deeper. The past, after all, remains merely a memory. It is the present and future that define her as the Emperor's consort. Only she can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Humph. I merely harbor a touch of nostalgia. Sure Guifei smiled enigmatically. Some may wish to reminisce. Yet what is there to reminisce about? The bond of childhood companionship is something the Empress would never comprehend. Descending from the viewing hill, it was already lunchtime, and everyone felt the pangs of hunger. "I have prepared a banquet in the Imperial Garden. I invite your Majesty and the Empress Dowager to proceed there." The Empress generously stepped forward to assist. Although the Empress Dowager harbored disfavor towards her, it would be unwise to overstep. She could only guide the two sovereigns towards the Imperial Garden. With the banquet set and the performers beginning their show, the atmosphere in the garden grew lively. After exchanging cups and toasts, Sure Guifei suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty, why has noble Lady Xia not attended?" The Empress's expression darkened, her fist clenched tightly within her sleeve. Sure Guifei was indeed relentless in her attempts to provoke discomfort. After finally finding someone to divert some of her favor, it was unfortunate that Xia was a frail invalid, perpetually unwell. How utterly useless. Yet, The Empress maintained her facade, still smiling. Noble Lady Xia is ill, and I have excused her from her duties, allowing her ample time to recuperate. Oh, indeed, I wondered why the esteemed court of respect had removed her nameplate. The beloved consort sure was filled with joy. After expressing her delight, she sighed, lamenting, alas, what a pity, such a gentle and charming sister, whom the emperor holds in high regard. Yet it turns out she is so unfortunate. The empress tightly gripped her wine cup, struggling to suppress the urge to douse the consort in her drink. This chrysanthemum wine is splendid. I toast to the emperor. The empress deftly shifted the conversation, stepping forward to offer a drink to the emperor. Yao Zhuyao raised his cup and took a sip. He was accompanying the empress dowager to enjoy a performance, and to him, everything around, whether on stage or beside him, was merely an act. The imperial garden was abuzz with excitement, and Zhaohua Pavilion was equally vibrant. Chrysanthemum wine, double-ninth cakes, and dogwood were all in abundance, with a table laden with the rich crabs sent by the imperial kitchen. Your Highness, the chrysanthemum wine was sent by Xiao Wei from the imperial kitchen. It is exquisite. Do taste it. This pomegranate is delightful. Xia Ruqing gazed at the vibrant red pomegranate seeds that Ziwei had peeled. Do join me at the table. There are no outsiders here. Ah, thank you, Your Highness. Ever since the imperial kitchen received the emperor's secret decree, they dared not slight this esteemed lady. The ladies above had many requests, so the kitchen selected several fine dishes to present to Xia Ruqing, filling the table to the brim. As a true gourmet, Xia Ruqing reveled in the feast. This steamed perch is marvelous. The flesh is tender and succulent. Delicious. The 8 treasure-drunken duck is equally delightful. The duck meat is marinated to perfection, tender and juicy, without the usual gamey taste. Master, please sample this. Ziwei offered the meticulously peeled crab roe to her. Such large and plump crabs, and so much roe. Accompanied by a generous serving of crab meat, this single succulent crab must weigh over a pound. Xia Ruqing picked up a hefty piece of crab roe, dipped it in a specially crafted sauce, and savored it. Delicious. Truly delightful, she exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. The rich, tender, and fragrant roe overwhelmed her senses, making her almost salivate with pleasure. Xia Ruqing felt that the insatiable cravings within her had finally been appeased. It had been 2 months since her arrival in this realm. Initially, she held no status and received no affection. Her life was as insignificant as that of an ant. Her prospects had appeared utterly bleak. Yet, 2 months later, having escaped the clutches of the empress and evaded the schemes of the noble consort, she had garnered the favor of the emperor, and her circumstances had finally improved. As for the future, it would undoubtedly continue to brighten. Since Ahong and Atang had been relegated to the courtyard to serve, they had been entirely oblivious to the happenings inside. Typically, Ziwei attended to the noblewoman while Xiaoxizi kept watch outside. Whenever the two attempted to approach, they were swiftly shooed away. It seems your duties remain rather scant, Xiaoxizi remarked with a sardonic smile. Oh, no, Xiaoxizi, how could you say such a thing? The two chuckled awkwardly, trying to ingratiate themselves. Xiaoxizi, we have been serving the master for a year now. You must have some influence with her. Please, intercede on our behalf. Indeed, Xiaoxizi, considering our past service. Could you kindly request the master to allow us to attend to her? With winter approaching, the conditions outside were becoming increasingly unbearable. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxizi sneered coldly. Do you still harbor such thoughts? To speak frankly, had it not been for the master's lingering affection, you would have already been dispatched to the laundry bureau. How could you have reached this point otherwise? Xiu Hong and Xiu Tong exchanged glances, their hearts sinking gradually. Well, I shall not converse further with you. Remember to work diligently. Otherwise, the master will forsake even this modicum of old sentiment. With that, Xiaoxizi departed. Should I catch you drawing near again? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With those words, he truly left. Yes, the two responded despondently. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Xia Ruqing indulged in a delightful slumber, awakening only at the hour of shun. After refreshing herself, Xiaoxizi entered and informed her about Xiu Hong and Xiu Tong. Xia Ruqing couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. They are still far too idle. After a moment of contemplation, she commanded, from now on, all the menial tasks in Zhaohua Pavilion, such as laundry and toilet cleaning, shall be entrusted to them. It would be best if they chose to leave of their own accord. Humph. Do they not boast of their capabilities? Do they not claim to be the informants? Let them see. If they manage to glean even a whisper of Zhaohua Pavilion's affairs, it shall be a testament to my ineptitude. Following the incident of illness, Xiaoxizi and Ziyue grew increasingly devoted to their master, obeying her every command without a hint of doubt. Zhaoqin Palace, organized meticulously by Li Shengyan, posed no concern for Zhao Junyao regarding any potential leaks. In the emperor's chamber, Xia Ruqing gracefully curtsied. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. Be seated." Zhao Junyao had already bathed, donning a bright yellow inner garment, leisurely seated as he perused a book. "Thank you, your majesty." Xia Ruqing had also taken a bath, her sapphire silk cloak draping elegantly over her own inner garment. The palace maids, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly withdrew, allowing Xia Ruqing the liberty to sit down. "Xia, you are quite astute," Zhao Junyao stated candidly, eschewing any pretense. Chapter 16. Beneath the Great Tree, one finds comfort. "Your Majesty, you are a wise ruler. It is only fitting that I dare to speak." Xia Ruqing replied softly, equally forthright. Yet, the flattery she offered was undeniably, exceedingly effective. Zhao Junyao found himself somewhat amused. "How do you know that I shall certainly protect you?" In his harem, no one had ever dared to act in such a manner, an unprecedented occurrence. Growing up within the palace, he had witnessed countless intrigues over the years. Women, when idle, often delighted in their petty squabbles. He had grown accustomed to it. However, he preferred to remain uninvolved, as long as it did not encroach upon state affairs. He chose to turn a blind eye and remain indifferent. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Ruqing earnestly remarked, "Your Majesty, you safeguard a vast empire. Protecting me is hardly a burden, is it?" She tentatively probed. Had it been another woman uttering such words, Zhao Junyao would have dismissed it as mere sycophancy. Yet, when Xia Ruqing spoke, he sensed her sincerity. Her petite visage was etched with earnestness. She had always been straightforward with him, had she not? "Haraha!" Zhao Junyao erupted into hearty laughter. If his previous sentiments were merely agreeable, her words now invigorated him, bringing comfort to every pore of his being. "My dear girl, with your words, I shall grant you a favor. What is it that you desire? Think carefully and let me know." "Really?" Summer Ruqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Your Majesty speaks with sincerity." Zhao Junyao, observing her eager and animated demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was utterly delightful and piqued his interest. He, burdened with the weight of state affairs, sought amusement in the palace. If someone could bring him joy and ease, he would not hesitate to bestow his favor. "Your Majesty, may I ask for anything?" Summer Ruqing inquired again, her urgency palpable. Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment. "Aside from matters of state, and those that might incite moral outrage, I shall grant you whatever I am able. Have you made your decision?" After a brief contemplation, Summer Ruqing nodded, slightly bashful. "Your Majesty, I wish to send some silver to my younger brother and find him a good teacher. Due to the palace regulations, which forbade any communication or exchange of goods to prevent entanglements between the inner court and the court, Summer Ruqing made this request." "Oh, is that all?" Zhao Junyao asked, somewhat puzzled. Do not women typically seek advancement or favor? This is rather unexpected. Indeed, Summer Ruqing affirmed with a firm nod. "My mother passed away after giving birth to my brother, and my father has always regarded him as ill-fated, treating him poorly. After marrying a stepmother, his situation worsened. This year, he has turned 10 and has yet to receive a proper education." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed her features. The previous life she inhabited was fraught with hardship, evoking sympathy for both herself and her brother. "Very well, I shall grant your request." Zhao Junyao suddenly felt a twinge of compassion, mingled with an awkward sense of judging a gentleman with the mindset of a petty person. How could he possibly project the thoughts of those women onto her? That would be somewhat sacrilegious. With this reflection, Zhao Junyao unconsciously regarded her with a higher esteem. This young lady was unlike any other woman. "Your Majesty, you are truly kind." Xia Ruqing joyfully nearly leapt forward to kiss him. "It is commendable that even in the palace, you still think of your family. It is of no consequence." Zhao Junyao observed her exuberant gestures, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. "How much silver do you possess?" "I shall send someone to deliver it to you." Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment, counting on her fingers. "To hire a tutor, that should suffice, right?" Zhao Junyao replied, 300 taels of silver is hardly enough to cover their transportation costs." He was left exasperated. "I shall provide you with additional funds to ensure they find you a competent teacher, enough for several years' expenses." "Your Majesty, how can this grace ever be repaid by a humble servant?" Xia Ruqing kneeled down, her eyes brimming with tears. To ascend further in her ambitions, she would require her family's support. Unable to rely on her father, she must depend on her brothers to establish a foothold. As for her half-brother, she was presently powerless. But her younger brother was exceptionally bright, it would be best for him to focus on his studies. Zhao Junyao did not dwell on these matters. Education was indeed beneficial, and a 10-year-old child ought to devote themselves to learning. Noticing the girl's tear-streaked face, he felt it inappropriate to tease her further. Please, stand up. Thank you. Your Majesty. Xia Ruqing wiped her tears and rose, her sorrow transforming into a smile. Zhao Junyao found her alternating between tears and laughter utterly delightful, his sense of achievement soaring. It is getting late. You should retire for the night. Zhao Junyao stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace. Indeed, Xia Ruqing knelt down, advancing to assist the emperor with his change of attire, an action she found quite unfamiliar. With her head bowed, her movements were stiff, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Zhao Junyao gazed down at her. She appeared somewhat bashful, her eyelashes resembling delicate fans, fluttering above her almond-shaped eyes. His heart stirred with an uncontainable itch, his throat constricted, and a parched sensation enveloped him. Xia Ruqing, overwhelmed with anxiety, felt beads of sweat forming on her nose. The intricacies of unfastening his belt eluded her, growing increasingly chaotic with her mounting nervousness, causing her breaths to quicken. Your Majesty, this servant is clumsy. Xia Ruqing's face flushed crimson, wishing fervently for a crevice to hide within. No matter, I do not hold it against you. Zhao Junyao exerted a sudden force, and the silk belt woven with golden dragons was effortlessly torn asunder, tossed aside with a mere flick. Xia Ruqing stood in astonishment. The richly embroidered belt, ensconced in golden threads, had been severed with such strength. How formidable was he? Before she could ponder further, a dizzying whirl enveloped her, prompting an involuntary gasp as she instinctively clutched his neck. In the next moment, she found herself nestled upon the soft, plush dragon bed. Then, Zhao Junyao indulged in her fully, over and over, in every conceivable manner. After their union, her face radiated warmth as she curled up in his embrace, playfully toying with his inky hair. Such beauty is indeed delectable, utterly true. What a delight! The depths of someone's eyelids were indeed shallow. Leaning against a sturdy tree provides ample shade, yet there was no alternative. Heh. Exhausted to the utmost, the two soon succumbed to a deep slumber. At the break of dawn, Zhao Junyao rose to attend to court matters. Noticing her still soundly asleep, he issued his command. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Shengyan bowed his head, feeling a deepened admiration for Lady Xia. Since the emperor's ascension to the throne, no noblewoman had been able to enjoy a leisurely awakening in Zhaochun Palace and still join the emperor for breakfast. Lady Xia was the first. It seemed that one must be more courteous in the future, for she appeared to be quite fortunate. After Zhao Junyao completed his grooming, he departed with his attendants. Xia Ruqing turned over and continued her game of chess with the Duke of Shou, for she need not pay respects to the empress. And with Ziyue and Xiao Shizi absent, none were aware of her presence here. With no pressure upon her, slumber came easily and sweetly. Chapter 17. The imperial cuisine lacked flavor first. There were the relentless jabs from the Empress Dowager, followed by incessant reminders of her childhood, as if she wished to broadcast her and the emperor's youthful tales to the entire realm. Ultimately, at the banquet, she was mocked for selecting the ineffectual Lady Xia, labeled as a frail creature. Enraged, the empress nearly suffered internal injury from suppressing her fury and went to bed without partaking in dinner, unyielding to any counsel. Henceforth, none dared to mention Lady Xia in her presence. She is but a minor noble, her background is evident, and her favor will be limited, especially since she is a sickly one. Let her be. As long as she does not act foolishly, she will not pose a significant threat. No need to court her. Thus, Xia Ruqing became entirely relegated to a pawn discarded by the empress. As for concubine Shi, she had Yinwei fetch a lavish feast from the kitchen. Yet she herself did not partake, instead bestowing it all upon Yinwei and the others. After a hearty meal, concubine Shi delightedly sipped her bird's nest soup. Your Highness, would you say this counts as shooting oneself in the foot? Yinwei stifled a laugh. Indeed, it does. The empress had yet to make a move. Yet she had already collapsed. Even the placard was removed. This is of no concern to me. Consort Shi wore a smug expression. Fortunately, Your Majesty refrained from intervening. Otherwise, those over there would certainly have splashed this dirty water back at us. Yingwei glanced in the direction of the Jiaofeng Hall, relieved. Consort Shi internally concurred. The master and servant exchanged light-hearted banter for a while. Then Consort Shi declared, let us not dwell on this matter. That ailing wretch cannot stir up much trouble. Let her be. Your Majesty is wise. The emperor's interest is merely a fleeting fancy. It hardly merits our attention. Yingwei smiled. Indeed, the most pressing matter for you is to swiftly bear a young prince. At that time, even they shall have to concede a share to us. You speak truly. I must promptly nurture my health. I shall strive to bear a son and produce the crown prince. Consort Sure hurriedly sipped another bowl of bird's nest porridge. Half a month later, Xia Ruqing's health had scarcely improved. The green placard was rehung, yet it was never again lifted. The emperor seemingly forgot her existence. The empress spent 2 nights there, followed by 2 nights with Consort Sure, and later visited noble consort Ning to see the grand princess. And in the subsequent days, she paid a visit to concubine Hui to see the second princess. Time swiftly passed, and after a fortnight, there was still no sign from Lady Xia. A scenario all too familiar to the women of the palace. It was none other than disfavor. After a round of ridicule from the palace's women, no one mentioned it again, and Consort Sure ceased her provocations. As for the empress, she simply remarked, "Who is Xia?" Of course, these are matters for another time. Best left unspoken for now. On that day, she spent the night in the Zhaoqin palace and awoke naturally the following morning, accompanying the emperor for breakfast. In the forenoon, the emperor reviewed memorials and met with ministers to discuss state affairs. The emperor's collection of documents was indeed vast, yet she found herself struggling to comprehend the content. After perusing for a while and realizing her inability to grasp the material, she dutifully clutched the chronicles of the Chu dynasty and continued to delve into it. Since she was already engaged in study, she preferred to tackle something of substance. At noon, she dined with the emperor for lunch. Previously, during her service at night, she had only attended to the comparatively simpler evening meals. Now, at lunch, the emperor's royal repast was nothing short of impressive. Although it lacked the extravagance of a full Manchu Han banquet, it was enough to leave her, a humble girl from 2 lifetimes, utterly astonished. The table in the center of the room was filled to the brim with an array of substantial dishes. Zhao Junyao cast a glance her way, and she was fixated on the sumptuous spread. After a moment, she stole another glance, still in a daze. Zhao Junyao thought to himself, this little girl is so straightforward. Unable to conceal her thoughts, will she never learn to be a bit more refined? He coughed deliberately a couple of times. Your Majesty, may I serve you your meal? No need, let us dine together. Serving is unnecessary. With her gluttonous demeanor, she might just drool into my bowl. Xia Ruqing chuckled joyfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Without further hesitation, she took her seat on a small stool beside Zhao Junyao. Although somewhat short, it does not hinder the enjoyment of a meal. With delicious food, she can certainly make do. The feast commenced. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After sampling a few dishes, Xia Ruqing furrowed her brow. The emperor's royal cuisine looked delightful, but the taste was rather mediocre. Take, for instance, the bok choy preserved in its pristine form for aesthetic appeal. It was, in fact, raw, and those vibrant shrimp, merely blanched in water to maintain their vivid hue, were presented without further preparation. These lavish dishes served merely as decor, exuding opulence yet lacking in flavor. The only items that reflected the true standards of the imperial kitchen were a few humble side dishes. Yet, the emperor could not subsist solely on these modest fare. As a monarch, his refined upbringing necessitated that every gesture he made be imbued with elegance and impeccability. One must ponder, could a sovereign of a great nation indulge like a gluttonous cat? Clearly, it was out of the question. Xia Ruqing lamented, being an emperor is indeed a strenuous endeavor. The food is hardly palatable. Zhao Junyao, however, found nothing amiss. His demeanor remained unchanged, his movements graceful. Satisfied at 8/10 full, he set down his chopsticks, rinsed his mouth, and cleansed his hands. The entire process was executed with fluidity and grace. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing pitifully found herself unsated. Why not eat? The taste was unappetizing. She looked so forlorn. Your Majesty, these dishes could surely be improved. Oh, I find it inconsequential and have no time to ponder such matters. Zhao Junyao replied nonchalantly. A sovereign of a great nation certainly cannot afford to dwell daily on the intricacies of dining. He simply lacks the time for such trivialities. The imperial cuisine is prepared in strict accordance with established protocols, leaving no room for complaints or dissatisfaction. If one is not satiated, should they not request some delicacies? After all, she is his woman, and it is unbecoming to appear as if she has not had her fill. It is raining outside, and I crave noodles. Add some sour pickled vegetables and spicy sauce, and do not forget the rice vinegar. Xia Ruqing expressed her desires without reservation. Zhao Junyao paused, pondering the connection between rainy days and a craving for noodles. He then shook his head in resignation, contemplating that perhaps women, in their enigmatic nature, are indeed perplexing. Chapter 18. My first kiss. Though the imperial kitchen was baffled by the sudden request from His Majesty for such a dish, they complied with urgency and presented it promptly. A bowl of glistening noodles adorned with shredded meat, chili sauce, and sour pickled vegetables, the tangy aroma of rice vinegar wafting enticingly to the nostrils. The broth was rich and flavorful, the noodles perfectly chewy, and Xia Ruqing could hardly contain her excitement as saliva threatened to spill. "Your Majesty, this is truly delectable. Might you consider tasting it?" she proposed delicately, as if presenting a treasure. Yao Junyao furrowed his brow. The etiquette matron had instilled in him from a young age the importance of restraining one's carnal desires, forbidding him from indulging in such robust flavors, which would leave an indelible scent clinging to him, unbecoming of his station. A gentleman values decorum, grooming, and eloquence. The image of a dashing and refined young man reeking of spicy hot pot was simply too absurd to contemplate. Zhao Junyao chuckled. "I shall abstain. You may partake." "Very well," Xia Ruqing replied with a sheepish smile. She felt slightly embarrassed, recognizing his elegance, and decided it best not to lead him astray. Thus, she would indulge in the dish herself. Zhao Junyao took a midday respite, while Xia Ruqing blissfully finished her noodles, attended to by the palace maids as she bathed and changed. Subsequently, she reclined on the couch in her small chamber, swathed in a quilt, drifting into a sweet slumber. Outside, the autumn rain pattered softly, gradually intensifying into a downpour by nightfall, yet she remained undisturbed in her dreams. Living in Zhaoqing Palace, this girl truly felt no pressure. Indulging in her meals and sleep, Zhao Junyao imagined what it would be like if consorts Ning and Yun were to spend a day in Zhaoqing Palace. What a performance that would be. He shuddered at the thought. Perhaps it was indeed fine to simply eat and sleep. Hungry? Eat. Happy? Laugh. It was rather pleasant. Removing his outer garments, Zhao Junyao settled beside the couch, casually picking up a book. On the couch, someone was sound asleep. "HM." She turned over, emitting a soft murmur. Then, she turned and embraced Zhao Junyao's sturdy waist, nuzzling against him like a cat. With a look of satisfaction, she resumed her sleep. Zhao Junyao froze momentarily, like a statue. It felt as though a soft feather was gently brushing against his heart, elusive yet insatiably ticklish. A blissful sensation, indescribable, coursed through him. Li Xingyan stood not far off. Wishing he could bury his head in his chest, he saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Having lived so long and served the emperor for an extensive period, he fancied himself well versed in such matters, yet he had never witnessed anything like this. It was enough to blind his titanium alloy eyes. Zhao Junyao, casting aside the book, extended his arm to gently support her back and leaned in for a kiss. Just as he was about to touch her lips, he suddenly halted. "Wait a moment. What exactly am I doing? A kiss?" In the past, he found such intimate, lip-to-lip actions utterly incomprehensible and intensely distasteful. If his concubines wished to kiss him, he would dismiss them with a wave of his hand and depart. Yet, why was he suddenly inclined to engage in such behavior? It perplexed him. His eyelashes were so long, so handsome. Waking up to the sight of a charming man was certainly not a loss. Li Xingyan ran faster than a rabbit. How could he not flee? It was a matter of life and death. Standing on the porch, he gazed at the torrential rain. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xiaozhuzi hastily offered him a handkerchief and leaned in to inquire, "Master, has the emperor summoned for dinner?" "Summon your head," Li Xingyan retorted, giving him a light tap on the head. "Can't you see they are busy inside?" "Busy?" Xiaozhuzi scratched his head. "Let us go. Hurry up and leave. Come back later," Li Xingyan commanded. "But master, if the emperor calls for dinner and there's no one around." "Enough of your prattling. Just go." Li Xingyan scolded him again, exasperated with his foolish disciple. How could he be so dense? How could he not understand this? Yet, upon reflection, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, who would dare to think along these lines? Li Xingyan grasped a vital truth. Summer Guerin was a unique presence, and henceforth he must be exceedingly courteous. He must never cause her distress. With that thought, Li Xingyan departed, ensuring that all the palace attendants were sent at least 3 zhang away. After a long day of labor, the emperor sought to unwind, and as the grand steward, he had to cooperate fully. That evening, the emperor's dinner was delayed by a full 2 hours. The rain poured throughout the night, and thus, Xia Ruqing remained in Zhaoqing Palace for yet another day. From that moment on, the staff from the Imperial Kitchen and the Ministry of Internal Affairs treated Schwa Pavilion with even greater respect. Not only did no one dare to withhold her monthly allowance, but there were also many additional gifts. Xia Ruqing hesitated to accept, but the visitor whispered reassurances. "Rest assured, esteemed lady, these items will not be recorded." Nodding in acknowledgement, she finally accepted the offerings. After all, one must play their part thoroughly. She was, after all, merely a once favored noblewoman now fallen from grace. In mid-September, A swift horse carried a letter from home, along with silver notes and some jewelry, traveling directly from the capital to a certain location in Jiangnan, Jiashui County. A modest place in Jiangnan was neither too big nor too small, neither impoverished nor affluent. Natural disasters were absent. Yet it was still arduous for the common folk to prosper. For over a decade, Master Xiaoyu had served as the county magistrate here, with his governance largely stagnant. There had been no notable achievements nor significant failures. He was not at risk of demotion, yet promotion seemed unattainable. As the years slipped by, upon learning that an inspector would be visiting, the aging magistrate was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he hurried to greet the visitor outside the city. Jiashui County's magistrate, Xiaoyu, pays his respects to the esteemed inspector. Having committed no misdeeds, he was certain this could not be a dismissal order. Therefore, it must be a promotion. Please rise, Master Xia. The inspector, Zhou, spoke courteously, though his expression remained inscrutable. Middle-aged now, Master Xia had gained some weight. Rising from the ground, he wore a broad smile. Esteemed inspector, I have prepared a banquet to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. There's no need for that. I have come directly from the capital and am pressed for time. I shall not trouble you. With that, without waiting for Master Xia to respond further, he mounted his horse and rode away in a cloud of dust. Chapter 19. Shui County, my lord. What troubles you? Is there something you cannot share with me? Yao inquired, stepping closer. Yao was the second wife married by Lord Xia, though she was not particularly striking in appearance. Her youth and ability to bear children were her assets. In her first year in the mansion, she blessed Lord Xia with a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, who are now merely 3 years old, considered a late blessing for him. Typically, Lord Xia doted on them as if they were treasures, while his other children felt as though they were merely adopted, receiving no attention whatsoever. One might wonder why the capital has dispatched an Imperial inspector. Lord Xia appeared somewhat distracted. This inspector was unlike those from the Ministry of Personnel, leaving him anxious about the matter at hand. Look at your lack of ambition. Yao scolded him, poking his forehead with a finger. You haven't embezzled or accepted bribes. Who could possibly harm you? She exclaimed through clenched teeth. If only he had a sharper mind, she mused. They wouldn't he be enduring such a meager existence that even a fine piece of jewelry was beyond their reach. Indeed, a flicker of clarity shone in Lord Xia's murky old eyes. I have neither embezzled nor oppressed the people. What I have to fear? It was not a lack of desire to be greedy, but rather a combination of ambition without the courage to act. The previous county magistrate had met his end for corruption, facing a severe punishment from the court. Ever since that incident, whenever he contemplated greed, he was haunted by nightmares at night. Lord Xia's spirits lifted once more. Truly, you are a wonderful wife. Your foresight is commendable. As he spoke, he drew closer, his hands beginning to wander. You old lecher, Yao retorted with a scoff. What else can you expect when you are my husband? And with that, she pressed herself against him. Soon, the room was filled with sounds of an unharmonious nature, causing the young maidservants at the door to blush and hastily retreat. Early the next morning, Inspector Zhou arrived for a visit and clarified the purpose of his presence. The silver coins and jewelry were graciously bestowed by noble Lady Xia from the palace, intended for Master Xia Jingfeng's education and the hiring of tutors. When Inspector Zhou opened the box, the contents were immediately apparent. Banknotes, silver coins, and jewelry, all in clear and abundant quantities. There were 5 banknotes of 1,000 taels each, 10 silver ingots of 50 taels, and half a box of exquisite gold and jade ornaments, totaling around 6 or 7,000 taels. Master Xia was left speechless, having completely forgotten that he had a daughter in the palace. Meanwhile, Madame Yu fixated on the treasures within the bundle, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Her smile radiated brighter than flowers, and she could scarcely contain her desire to clutch the box to her chest. Such a fortune in silver, her husband's lifetime salary could scarcely match it. She was on the verge of a windfall. Inspector Zhou's expression darkened slightly, his lips twitching. Master Xia soon regained his composure, realizing that Xia Jingfeng was indeed his legitimate second son. Thank you, Sir Inspector, he stammered, somewhat flustered. Master Xia's gratitude was naturally directed towards noble Lady Xia. The inspector was merely carrying out his orders. Inspector Zhou maintained a stoic demeanor. Many thanks to noble Lady Xia. She truly is a dutiful daughter. Master Xia's demeanor lightened, a smile blossoming on his face as he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out to be fortuitous news. Madame Yu became even more obsequious, eager to secure the box while fawning, "Rest assured, Sir Inspector, we shall never betray the noble intentions of the lady. Since you have traveled such a distance, why not stay a few more days? 7,000 taels. That could ensure a prosperous year, allowing them to create several splendid garments. Adorning themselves with these jewels would surely incite envy among the ladies of high society, silencing any who dared to mock her. However, upon witnessing Madame Yao's demeanor, Inspector Zhou's expression darkened instantaneously. He swiftly extended his hand to intercept the box. The lady believed there had been a misunderstanding. These items were intended for young Master Xia Jingfeng, not for the Lord and Lady. I kindly request Lord Xia to summon the second young master, so that I may personally present these items. It was my folly. I shall fetch the second young master at once. Please wait a moment. With that, he scurried away, yet inwardly he muttered, "What nonsense about the second young master? What worth does that feeble creature hold? Merely a few thousand taels. That contemptible offspring, born of a lowly woman, is no different from her, traveling great distances only to provoke her. She is the rightful matriarch now, a noble lady, indeed. How absurd. Even upon encountering her, one must still address her as mother. To contend with her? Impossible. Those few thousand taels of silver? Not a single coin shall that frail wretch receive." Xia Jingfeng emerged weakly, and upon sighting him, Inspector Zhou's expression darkened further. Is he not 10 years old? This child appears no older than 6 or 7. He is as frail as a mere skeleton. His hair is yellow as withered grass. Before departing, a little attendant named Xiaoxi had sought him out to discuss the situation. Could he have misremembered? Noticing the scene, Yo promptly forced a smile to explain, drawing the child closer. "Come here, Jingfeng," greeted Inspector Zhou. Xia Jingfeng trembled slightly, instinctively shrinking back, seemingly terrified of Yao. "Do not be afraid. The inspector is sent by your elder sister to deliver these items." Yao's voice was gentle, her smile radiant as she leaned closer to the child. However, Xia Jingfeng recoiled even further, shaking his head in fear, his face paling. Yao suppressed her inner wrath and was about to soothe him once more when Inspector Zhou interrupted her. "Do not fear, for your sister has sent you silver to hire a good teacher, so you may study diligently." Her voice softened considerably. "Shall we take a look?" He was unaware of the vastness that several thousand taels of silver represented. He only knew that he had not seen his elder sister for quite some time. Ah? Inspector Zhou was somewhat taken aback. Having served the emperor for many years with an unswerving sense of justice and a deft hand, he now found himself at a loss for words when confronted by a mere child. A pang of emotion gripped his heart, leaving him uncertain how to respond. Is it truly so? For the first time, a glimmer of hope illuminated the vacant gaze of Xia Jingfeng. "Indeed, it is true. But you must devote yourself to your studies." Inspector Zhou smiled. "Yes." Xia Jingfeng nodded vigorously, his entire demeanor transformed with newfound spirit. "I have already memorized the 3-character classic, the 1,000-character classic, and the antics. I recognize many characters, and I shall study earnestly to reunite with my sister." His frail little fists clenched tightly, as if infused with boundless strength in that moment. "Excellent. Shall I take you to find a teacher?" "Yes." Inspector Zhou held the box in one hand and took the boy by the other, leading him outside. Seeing the considerable sum of silver slip away, Mrs. Yao quickly kicked Mr. Xia and stepped forward to intervene. "Sir, this cannot be. This trivial matter need not trouble you, esteemed sir." Mr. Xia, wincing from the kick, quickly moved to prevent this. "Sir, this child is frail and has long been unwell. We have not hired a teacher for him. However, rest assured, we shall seek out the finest instructor in Zhaoshui County at once." "Indeed, sir. There is no need to trouble you with the child's affairs." Mrs. Yao chuckled awkwardly. Hiring a teacher for studies? What a beautiful thought. If Xia Jingfeng were to achieve greatness, would this family business truly belong to her son? After all, he is the legitimate offspring of the original wife. The fact that he has not been utterly tormented already speaks to her mercy, does it not? The couple, in perfect harmony, blocked every possible avenue. The frail little hand tightened with anxiety, perspiration forming on the palm. Inspector Zhou's countenance darkened as he set down the box, turned, and drew his longsword, pressing it directly against Lord Xia's neck. "In my capacity as an official, I have always detested interruptions." Lord Xia was so frightened he nearly soiled himself, while Madame Yao's forced smile froze on her face, nearly causing her to faint. Such a family, such a child. Without the emperor's decree, he would still intervene to offer assistance. Inspector Zhou's efficiency was remarkable. Within a fortnight, he acquired a small courtyard in Zhaoshui County. In this modest locale, where no learned figures resided, he engaged a principled but unsuccessful scholar to teach him. With no one to oversee his daily life, he enlisted a few honest and trustworthy hands to ensure Xia Jingfeng was well taken care of. On the eve of his departure, Xia Jingfeng felt a twinge of reluctance. "Thank you. Uncle Inspector, for rescuing me from this abyss. The slight figure bowed with an earnestness that was quite endearing. You must remember, Uncle Inspector. My letter to my elder sister, please, do not misplace it. Anxiety was etched on Xia Jingfeng's sallow face. Indeed. He nodded emphatically. Inspector Zhou mounted his horse, waved goodbye, and galloped away, the smile on his face gradually fading as the horse thundered onward. The place was too small, no matter how secluded this courtyard. It would not remain concealed for long. He has done all that he could. The rest now lies in the hands of fate for the child. Having seen off the esteemed Imperial censor, Xia Jingfeng hurried to the small study to diligently practice his calligraphy. After a while, he pulled out a crumpled piece of letter paper from his pocket and reread it. It was a letter from his elder sister, and upon opening the box, he paid no heed to the treasures within, focusing solely on the envelope. How foolish his sister was, unable even to write properly. A smile crept across Xia Jingfeng's face as he gazed at the letter. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, just after rising, Xia Ruqing suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking of me? In the old Xia residence, Yao, feeling discontent, lay atop the corpulent figure of old Master Xia, fervently whispering into his ear. My lord, our second son is a scion of the family, reduced to such a state that he becomes a subject of ridicule. The thought of thousands of taels of silver squandered tormented her heart like a cat's claws. Old Master Xia, resting his hand upon Yao's youthful form, closed his eyes. Seemingly indifferent. Isn't this the noble lady's idea? If she enjoys creating a stir, let her do so. Out of sight, out of mind. Our second son is gravely ill. Who knows if he can even survive? A sense of gloom washed over him at the thought. However, let us not dwell on that. You yourself are not fond of the second son, are you? If his elder sister is willing to support him, isn't that fortuitous? Studying is not a folly. Who would mock him for that? Old Master Xia considered it trivial. After all, he was still his son, and acquiring some knowledge could only be beneficial. If he were to achieve any scholarly distinction, that too would be a stroke of luck. You wretched creature. Look at your pitiful state. Aren't you just a noble? Yao's eyes narrowed with disdain. You are merely a 7th-rank county magistrate. Is it conceivable that your daughter could ascend to greatness and become a phoenix? How absurd. Just wait and see. As September drew to a close and the onset of winter brought several rain showers, the weather grew increasingly frigid. However, the imperial household and the palace kitchen did not dare to be negligent. They diligently prepared sumptuous meals, ensuring that outsiders remained unaware. As it was a directive from the emperor himself, a bowl of fresh chicken soup with shrimp, a steamer filled with translucent soup dumplings, a few pan-fried dumplings, and a bowl of delicately steamed egg custard, garnished with scallions and drizzled with sesame sauce and soy sauce, presented a tantalizing feast, though the dishes were commonplace. The warmth of the food upon delivery in such cold weather demonstrated the care taken by the kitchen. Had one fallen out of favor, the meal would likely have been served cold. Xia Ruqing sipped her warm soup and savored the steamed egg when suddenly Xiao Zhu entered to convey a message. Little Zhuzi has arrived. Please invite him in. Little Zhuzi bowed and produced a letter from within his robes. This is a message from the emperor, indicating it is a letter from the esteemed lady's family. Xia Ruqing took the letter, noting it remained unopened, and smiled, inquiring further. What else did the emperor say? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, reminiscent of a young wife yearning for her husband's attention. Little Zhuzi chuckled. The emperor also mentioned that as the weather has turned cold, he advises the esteemed lady to consider adding more clothing and to feel free to request anything she may need from the imperial household. Xia Ruqing was delighted to hear this, promptly rising to bow in the direction of Zhaochen Palace. Yes, I shall remember. She instructed Ziyu to prepare a large purse for little Zhuzi, sending him off with great care. What a joyous morning, encountering 2 pieces of good news. She, in her delight, devoured the delectable breakfast, one hand caressing her round belly while the other clutched the family letter, her face adorned with an incessant silly grin. My lady, what are the 2 joyful events? She queried. Is there not just one? Is it not merely the letter from home? Ziyue expressed her confusion. Chapter 21. Tea and reminiscence, but what about the other joyful event? Xia Ruqing straightened her posture, her smile fading as she inquired. Matters of the imperial harem have always been overseen by the empress. If I require something, I ought to seek it from her. Yet, the emperor instructed me to procure it directly from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Do you understand? Ziyue, sharp-witted and perceptive, grasped the implications instantly. Upon hearing this, she was filled with uncontainable joy. Indeed, the emperor wishes to discreetly protect my lady. The head of the ministry, Chief Steward Hai, is undoubtedly loyal to the emperor. In the end, the sovereign remains the true master of the harem. The distinction between ask me for what you need and ask my wife for what you need is fundamentally different. Thus, could this not also be considered a joyful event? Xia Ruqing remarked with a smile, this winter's provisions are no longer a concern. My lady, we need not worry at all. The charcoal delivered yesterday from the ministry is of excellent quality, Ziyue replied. Xia Ruqing smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate further. The letter bore familiar handwriting, spanning 2 pages. It detailed the family's circumstances, expressed a fondness for reading, and mentioned aspirations of coming to the capital to find her elder sister in the future. Along with the good tutor the imperial censor had arranged for him, promising to study diligently. Upon finishing the letter, Xia Ruqing felt a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. She recalled Xia Jingfeng, thin as a paper, with a sallow complexion, yet remarkably intelligent and passionate about learning, with a sense of helplessness. Yao's family continuously refrained from inviting the esteemed teacher, citing his frail condition as an excuse. Alas, what a remarkable child, enduring endless mistreatment, yet never uttering a word of complaint against others, solely focused on striving for betterment, perhaps due to their shared bloodline, the bond of kinship. Xia Ruqing felt a dull ache in her heart. She placed a hand over her heart and murmured softly, rest assured, having taken possession of your body. Your brother shall henceforth be my brother. I shall do my utmost to protect him. After neatly folding the letter, she instructed Ziyue to find a box to store it away. Disinclined to venture outside in the cold, Xia Ruqing leaned over her desk to practice her calligraphy. She was transcribing the characters from a letter bestowed upon her by the emperor, all beautifully written. At noon, just as she had laid out the meal, Xiaoxizi entered, bringing a letter. My lady, it is an invitation from concubine Zhang and concubine Zhu of the Shihuai Palace, expressing a desire to reminisce over tea. As Xiaoxizi presented the letter, Xia Ruqing frowned at the notion of reminiscing. What connection do I have with concubine Zhang and concubine Zhu? I hardly know them. Ziyue interjected, my lady, you entered the palace alongside these 2 concubines. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ruqing suddenly recalled, oh, in my hazy memories. There are indeed Zhang Xiaonyang and Zhu Xiaonyang, but my impression of them is rather faint. It seems we have little in the way of camaraderie. My lady, shall I decline the invitation? Ziyue proposed, and then turned to Xiaoxizi, and you too, accepting invitations from anyone? My lady's health is not well. It has barely been a few days since that unfortunate incident, and with the weather so frigid, how could one possibly venture out? Let us not be hasty, Xia Ruqing suddenly declared. The master of the West Huai Palace is Zheng Pin, who resides in close proximity to the moon-inviting palace of the Honorable Yunfei. This suggests a possibility that they may be associates of the favored consort Shi. Xiaoxizi expresses a hint of concern. For that esteemed individual is not to be trifled with. Even if the master is somewhat favored, it would still be akin to an egg striking a stone. Xia Ruqing cast a sidelong glance at him, stifling a laugh. It may not necessarily be a bad thing. Do not be so fearful just yet. Could it be that little Zhuzi paid a visit and was spotted by someone associated with consort Shi? Ziyu begins to fret as well. Even if they did witness it, they would not overtly seek trouble. Is it possible that the noble consort wishes to win the favor of our master? Xiaoxizi inquires further. Xia Ruqing, rendered speechless, responds, whom do you think she is? With a glance towards the direction of the Jiaofeng Hall. She continues, consort Shi enjoys favor, possesses status, and has the Empress Dowager as her backing. She has no need to court anyone. Moreover, I am merely a once-favored noble with no allure to attract such attention. Then, Xiaoxizi and Ziyu grow increasingly anxious. Well, let us proceed with it. Constantly evading is not a viable solution. Xia Ruqing sighs, pondering, evade? Until when would that continue? Having entered the palace, such matters are inescapable. Her illness has subsided, and her name has been reinstated. Furthermore, given her fragile state, it would be somewhat contrived to remain indoors. It would be far better to stride forth with confidence. She has committed no wrongdoing nor provoked anyone. Even Zheng Pin, what could she possibly do to her? 3 days later, the weather clears, and the sun warmly bathes the Imperial garden. Lady Xia, along with talented Lady Zhang and talented Lady Zhu, find themselves seated in a pavilion within the garden, indulging in floral appreciation and tea. Talented Lady Zhang dons a light green palace garment, her hair adorned with a few well-worn hairpins. Zhu Siren's attire was somewhat similar, appearing rather splendid, yet ultimately it was merely a half-worn ensemble. It was evident that both women were not favored, as their circumstances were far from ideal. On the other hand, Xia Ruqing donned a completely new outfit, characterized by its understated elegance. The entire ensemble was in a delicate cream hue, adorned with intricately embroidered osmanthus blossoms, exuding a refreshing charm. In her hair, aside from 2 floral ornaments embellished with tiny beads, she wore a white jade double fish hairpin, beneath which hung 2 thumb-sized fish delicately carved from white jade, adding a touch of whimsy and allure. "Xia Jie, you truly have an eye for fashion," Zhu remarked. "After all, one who has been favored by the emperor naturally possesses such elegance, unlike us. Since our entrance to the palace, we have yet to attract even a glance from His Majesty." As Zhang Qiren spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she reached for her handkerchief to dab at her eyes. Xia Ruqing lifted her teacup to moisten her lips, silently observing the 2 women's performance, pondering the absurdity of their flattery. What was the intent behind such remarks? To call her a modest beauty was hardly fitting, as she hailed from humble origins, and such words seemed disingenuous. If it were not for flattery, then what was Zhang Qiren's purpose? And to mention, one who has been favored by the emperor. Was that a jest at her expense? Initially caught off guard, Xia Ruqing managed an awkward smile, soon replaced by concern. "What troubles you, Sister Zhang? Have you encountered some difficulty?" As she spoke, Xia Ruqing reached for her tea once more, but Ziwei hurried forward to intervene. "Esteemed one, your health has only just improved. The physician expressly advised against tea. Perhaps a sweet soup would be better?" With that, she retrieved a bowl of lotus seed and tremella soup from a cloth-wrapped food box behind her, lifting the lid to reveal a cloud of steam escaping eagerly. "This girl, after I merely indulged in a few sips of tea, has begun to prattle on incessantly." Xia Ruqing voiced her mild grievances. Chapter 22. Witnessing your performance. "She genuinely cares for her sister's well-being," Zhu Kaijin hastily interjected. "If only the maid beside me, Shui Hong, possessed even half of her merits, my worries would be alleviated." Zhang Kaijin lamented with a furrowed brow. The palace maid behind her lowered her head slightly. Xia Ruqing savored a few spoonfuls of sweet soup, her gaze drifting toward the splendid scenery outside, enchanted by the large blossoms of hibiscus. She remained silent, quietly observing their performance. She was confident that their invitation was not simply for idle chatter. Zhang Kaijin began to weep, while Zhu Kaijin refrained from tears but continued to express her grievances. "Sister Xia, we once shared a room. What a profound bond we had. Now, you are the second among our group of talented ladies to ascend to nobility. The first was Hu Guiren, who was recently placed under house arrest due to the matter of tribute rouge. Sister Xia, what sorcery have you employed to retain the emperor's favor for so long? We implore you to lend us your support." Zhu Caijin's face flushed crimson. "Indeed, Sister Xia, should we find favor as well, we shall certainly assist you." Zhang Kaijin wiped her tears, her expression filled with anticipation. "Yes, when the time comes, we will surely support you, Sister Xia." Zhu Kaijin blushed. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers surpass Zhuge Liang. United, we shall be far more formidable than standing alone. Zhang Kaijin interjected eagerly. Before Xia Ruqing could finish listening, she nearly spat out her soup, internally scoffing. What nonsensical drivel is this? A profound bond? In truth, among the 3 individuals residing in that room, she was the one of the lowest birth, perpetually the subject of mockery from the other 2. Furthermore, the audacity to speak of support. Who possesses such thick skin? On what grounds does she presume to uplift them? What source of confidence fuels her? It is absurd to think they would lend her assistance. The very notion is laughable. Observing the 2 before her, their faces adorned with smiles yet their eyes glinting with ambition and avarice, Xia Ruqing forced an awkward smile. "Dear sisters, do you find yourselves lacking in anything? No matter. We once shared the same dwelling and indeed share a bond. If you are in need of anything, please do not hesitate to express it." Zhang Qiren and Zhu Qiren, noticing Xia Ruqing's refusal to engage further, were about to continue when Xia Ruqing suddenly pressed her hand to her temple, her complexion paling. "My lady, what ails you?" Ziyue gasped. Little Shizi, standing not far away, promptly approached and took hold of Xia Ruqing's other arm. "Esteemed ladies, our mistress has only just recovered from her illness. She cannot endure a draught. I implore your understanding." With that, the 2 hastily assisted Xia Ruqing away, leaving Zhang Qiren and Zhu Qiren exchanging bewildered glances. "What does this mean?" Zhang Qiren's face flushed crimson. "It signifies her unwillingness to assist us." Zhu Qiren, dismissing her earlier demeanor of pity, tossed aside her handkerchief with disdain and departed. "Wait for me," Zhang Qiren called after her. "Humph, what is there to be proud of? She is merely a once-favored noblewoman. The emperor has not summoned her in over half a month." Zhu Qiren scoffed. "Indeed, her lowly birth and perpetual illness render her ascent nearly impossible." Zhang Qiren pondered for a moment before speaking. Zhu Qiren, with a determined grit, plucked a flower. How can she still be favored after a year? Is it merely luck? If not, what methods has she employed? A once favored noble, even in diminished status, retains her nobility. Elevating from a mere noble to a true mistress of the harem is a significant achievement, far superior to our own half-servant, half-lady predicament. And what do we possess? Nothing but the burden of our sorrows. As she released her grip, the vibrant petals disintegrated into mere remnants. She accepted a silk handkerchief from a palace maid, wiped her hands, and gradually walked away. In the Zhaohua pavilion, she was unaware of how long she had dozed off. Gradually roused from her slumber, she overheard Ziyue and others murmuring in the adjoining room. Zhang Qiren and Zhu Qiren are utterly shameless. They speak of support, yet when they were favored, where was their support for our mistress? Xiaoxizi muttered under her breath. Ziyue, equally indignant, added, Indeed, those once favored ladies showed no regard for our mistress when they basked in their own glory. It is common knowledge that our mistress has not been summoned for an entire year. Although Ziyue was a newcomer, she felt the sting of injustice on behalf of their mistress. Xia Ruqing, however, remained indifferent. Who could bear to dwell on such distasteful matters? Rubbing her eyes, still somewhat drowsy, she turned over and drifted back to sleep. When she next awakened, it was Ziyue who roused her. Mistress, the emperor has summoned you. Hurry and prepare yourself. Still in a haze, Xia Ruqing was pulled from her bed. Xiaoxizi had already prepared hot water, and Ziyue assisted her to the cleansing chamber. Immersed in the warm water, Xia Ruqing finally felt a measure of clarity return, her thoughts racing at the prospect of the evening's encounters, banishing any remnants of drowsiness. Fear not the pain, for the emperor's touch is rather heavy. Ziyue, summon Xiaoxizi to prepare some snacks. I must fill my stomach. Engaging in laborious tasks necessitates a hearty meal. The imperial cuisine, though visually appealing, lacks in flavor. I cannot consume much of it. What does the master desire? A bun, a plate of spiced peanuts, a dish of meat-filled pastries, and 2 delicacies, either yam cake or red date cake will suffice. This servant shall attend to it immediately. They are all light fare, with subtle flavors, so partaking in them is of no consequence. After bathing, she found herself slightly hungry. Nibbling on half a bun accompanied by peanuts, followed by a piece of pastry and a slice of mung bean cake, nearly satiating her hunger. Master, which garment shall you wear today? Ziyue laid out the clothing. The winter attire is not yet completed, and these few pieces are newly crafted autumn garments. The jasmine-colored one will suffice, a gentle green, refreshing. Ziyue too believes that the master appears more lovely in lighter hues. Xia Ruqing selected a jade hairpin and a jade tassel, both crafted in plain silver, with a charming magpie carved from white jade dangling below. Its eyes, fashioned from black agate, glimmer with life, as if it sings upon a branch. This set of hairpins consists of 6 pieces, all depicting small animals, exceedingly delightful. Xia Ruqing is quite fond of them. Though these trinkets bear little monetary value, their uniqueness and charm are remarkable. The white jade is delicate, and the plain silver hairpins are adorned with intricate carvings, truly exquisite. Chapter 23. In the kitchen, how could a mere servant don such exquisite hairpins? They are far more suited to the master, Ziyue remarked with a smile. You certainly know how to flatter. Xia Ruqing teased her. In nearly 2 months of companionship, the bond between the master and servant had deepened, filled with laughter and camaraderie, when the royal carriage arrived. A royal consort cannot bring palace maids to the bedchamber. Thus, Ziyue could only bid her farewell as she ascended into the carriage. Upon reaching the Zhaochun Palace, they found themselves in the same chamber where the emperor dined. Xiaozhu presented her with a cup of tea, playfully inquiring, How much longer do you think it will be? Xia Ruqing took the tea and smiled, then bowed her head momentarily, only to suddenly have a spark of inspiration in her eyes. Xiaozhu, you stay here, and I will go to the small kitchen to prepare a few dishes for the emperor. The Zhaochun Palace boasted its own small kitchen, originally intended for late-night snacks and delicacies. However, Zhao Junyao found it exceedingly convenient, opting to have all 3 meals prepared there. Now, the imperial kitchen solely catered to the meals of the palace ladies. Xiaozhu, perplexed, scratched her head in contemplation, while other consorts indulged in makeup and beauty routines. Why did Xia Ruqing seem indifferent and even desired to cook for the emperor? She was impeccably tidy and appeared unperturbed by the prospect of getting her hands greasy. In truth, Xia Ruqing did not dwell on such matters. The thought of food consumed her, perhaps a testament to her innate foodie instincts. Upon entering the small kitchen, she found all ingredients readily available, with 2 imperial chefs ready to assist, requiring little exertion on her part. Xia Ruqing contemplated and directed 1 tomato braised beef brisket, 1 shiitake mushroom stew with free-range chicken, and a sour bamboo shoot and shrimp soup, along with 2 stir-fried vegetables. Ensure they are light. After assigning her tasks, the 2 chefs sprang into action. Xia Ruqing found a piece of cloth to wrap her hair and rolled up her sleeves, ready to join in the culinary endeavor herself. With a swift motion, she sliced a large piece of beef into diminutive cubes, preparing also diced shiitake mushrooms and carrots. A variety of dried fruits such as peanuts and walnuts, along with an array of spices like Sichuan pepper and star anise, were artfully arranged on a plate. This entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, akin to a well-rehearsed performance. The young eunuch tending to the fire beneath the stove watched in astonishment. Marveling inwardly, while other noble ladies claimed to cook themselves, they merely issued commands and departed. Yet this lady truly engaged in the art of cooking. Her actions were so skilled, she could rival a royal chef. The chefs themselves, witnessing her dexterity, felt a sense of admiration. Finally, a noblewoman who wasn't a hindrance. Previously, some had feigned culinary knowledge despite their incompetence, issuing misguided directives. Reflecting on this, the chefs found themselves favorably inclined towards Xia Ruqing. What was she about to create? A fragrant mushroom and beef dish. It would be especially delightful drizzled over rice. Xia Ruqing replied, without pausing her work. As she spoke, the oil in the pan heated, and the various spices were briefly fried before being removed. The beef and shiitake cubes were fried until golden and then retrieved. The assortment of dried fruits was placed into the hot oil, fried until 80 cooked, followed by the addition of the beef cubes and shiitake mushrooms, seasoned with spices and carrots, before being elegantly plated. Observing the golden beef and mushroom cubes, the royal chef gave a thumbs up. Your skills are commendable, noble lady. You flatter me, Xia Ruqing replied with a humble smile. It has been a while since I last cooked, so I am a bit out of practice, but overall, it turned out quite well. What is this? He inquired with curiosity. Her attire was rather peculiar, with her hair wrapped in cloth and her sleeves rolled up. I have seen His Majesty. Rise, he commanded, striding purposefully into the room. Xia Ruqing followed behind Zhao Junyao. Stepping lightly into the chamber, she helped him remove his outer garment and poured tea. Then Xia Ruqing timidly said, I have prepared a few small dishes for your majesty. Please indulge in their freshness. Zhao Junyao took a few sips of tea without raising his gaze, responding mildly, Is it you who wishes to savor them? Xia Ruqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, thinking to herself, Please don't be so blunt. It's rather awkward. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I am more than capable of providing for you. Zhao Junyao still did not lift his head, merely turning a few pages of his book. Xia Ruqing found herself at a loss, her cheeks flushed as she buried her face in her hands. Was he capable of reading minds? Why did she feel so exposed before him, as if her every thought was laid bare? With such trivial thoughts, do you think I am unaware? Zhao Junyao observed her reaction with a hint of amusement. Your Majesty, how is it that you know everything? Xia Ruqing pouted softly, not wanting to prolong her embarrassment. He ceased his laughter and commanded for the meal to be served. I am indeed curious to sample your culinary skills. Yes. Xia Ruqing's spirits lifted once more. As the old saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. The Imperial cuisine was often lackluster, presenting a splendid opportunity. She sought dishes that were exquisite, light, and flavorful. This was well within her confidence. After all, in terms of virtues, eloquence, and skills, her culinary prowess was the one she could proudly claim. This was indeed a case of leveraging one's strengths to exploit another's weaknesses. The evening meal was promptly served, featuring the few small dishes Xia Ruqing had requested. While not lavish, they were sufficiently refined, instantly whetting the appetite. Your Majesty, this is the tomato braised beef. Would you care to try? Xia Ruqing stepped forward to attend to him. Zhao Junyao, having little knowledge of cuisine, received the bowl with a peculiar expression. The manner of eating was rather peculiar. He had never encountered it before. Lost in thought, he picked up the jade soup spoon and took a sip. How is it? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhao Junyao remained silent, taking another sip, this time a hearty gulp. Xia Ruqing's expression was one of confusion. Yet, Zhao Junyao continued to drink until the bowl was empty. Delicious. The soup is indeed delightful, he praised earnestly. Xia Ruqing finally exhaled in relief and continued. Your Majesty, this is the old rice. I had them simmer over a low flame, complete with crispy, golden bits from the pot. It is simply fragrant. As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with eagerness. Do sit down and enjoy the meal. Her pitifully greedy demeanor made Zhao Junyao feel as though he were teasing a young girl. Yes, Xia Ruqing beamed with delight. After all, she had labored for an entire hour. How could she endure working without a taste? Li Shengyan bore an impassive expression. He had grown accustomed to the whims of this master. What outrageous acts could he possibly commit? If the emperor turned a blind eye, why should he concern himself? He saw nothing, heard nothing. Xia Ruqing savored a bowl of sour bamboo shoot and shrimp soup and filled her own bowl with the old rice. Your Majesty, these beef cubes are fried with fragrant mushrooms and are perfect when mixed with rice. Chapter 24. Overindulgence leads to sleeplessness. As she spoke, Xia Ruqing scooped a spoonful of the aromatic, golden-fried mushroom beef cubes and mixed them with the rice. To give it a try, she encouraged confidently, convinced that the enticing aroma would be irresistible to anyone, even the emperor. Zhao Junyang's expression grew more enigmatic. This was indeed a novel approach to dining for him. Yet he graciously tasted a bite. Zhao Junyao savored it slowly, relishing each flavor. Xia Ruqing held deep admiration for him. Such exquisite cuisine, and yet he remained so poised, truly a gentleman of noble character. However, she soon found herself utterly dumbfounded. Your Majesty, this is already your third bowl. Zhao Junyao reluctantly set down his bowl, suddenly contemplating that dining in this manner was not entirely displeasing. At the very least, it was more agreeable than watching those women who delicately nibbled at their food. This evening, the emperor had indulged excessively. Overindulgence led to insomnia, and insomnia beckoned the need for distraction. Xia Ruqing profoundly understood the meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. In the stillness of the night, she lamented, Your Majesty, I truly cannot endure any longer. Her voice quivered with a hint of despair, yet inwardly, she cursed. Is he even human? As the fourth watch approached, she gasped, Your Majesty, I cannot bear it any longer. Before she could complete her sentence, she succumbed to slumber. Zhao Junyao felt a twinge of guilt. Had he perhaps been a tad too forceful? If Xia Ruqing had heard that, she would surely roll her eyes in disbelief. What did he mean by a tad? It was quite excessive indeed. Cradling her delicate, boneless form in his embrace, he instinctively adjusted the blanket, cocooning them snugly. Just as Zhao Junyao prepared to drift into sleep, he suddenly sensed something amiss. When had he developed the habit of sleeping while holding a woman? Upon reflection, he realized he had never done so before. He sighed with relief, shifting a respectful distance between them before finally succumbing to a light slumber. Xia Ruqing, however, was restless in her sleep, nuzzling against his arm and occasionally giggling in her dreams. Zhao Junyao instinctively frowned, yet he found this behavior strangely endearing. Recalling the night when Consort Sure had remained stiff and sleepless, he mused that this was far more charming. The following morning, Xia Ruqing, pale-faced, went to pay her respects to the Empress. The Empress, indifferent as ever, bestowed a few trifles upon her. Consort Sure barely spared her a glance, dismissing her as a mere ailing wretch unworthy of concern. However, Consort Yun cast a few sharp glares in her direction, leaving her feeling unsettled. After performing her courtesies, she took a seat at the back, feeling weary, thirsty, hungry, and exhausted, her complexion growing ever more ashen, her mind clouded. The Empress was engaged in lively conversation with Consort Ning, sharing laughter and joy, completely ignoring Xia Ruqing. It seemed as though the Empress was intentionally neglecting her. Moving on to chat with Consort Hui with great enthusiasm. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as Xia Ruqing felt herself on the brink of fainting, Ziyue gently reminded her, Your Highness, it is time to kneel and pay your respects. Instantly, Xia Ruqing regained some clarity, rising slowly to join the others in their bow. Once the Empress concluded her conversation, she took hold of Yulan's hand and departed with evident satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yulan approached with a bowl of restorative medicine. Your Highness, please drink it while it's warm. The Empress furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment before pinching her nose and downing the concoction. The bitterness caused her brow to knit tightly. Yulan hurriedly offered her tea to rinse her mouth and presented a plate of candied fruits. After consuming one, the Empress felt somewhat better. This medicine has been taken for so long yet shows no effect. Perhaps it is not yet my time, she lamented. Your Highness, you are still young, and the Emperor will come. There is no need to rush. Yulan smiled encouragingly. After all, there was little to be gained from anxiety. The Empress felt a pang of bitterness at the thought of consorts Ning and Hui, who seemed to enjoy such fortune. The Emperor's progeny were woefully few, and the princesses were of great value. If only she could bear even one son or daughter, she would not be subjected to the relentless oppression of Consort Sure. Ultimately, She is merely a princess. A dowry in the future is all well and good. Your Highness, do take care of her, for the Emperor is well aware. He harbors a profound disdain for rivalry among the concubines and cannot abide the machinations against the children. Thus, aside from her grace, she is left with little choice. Reflecting on this, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. They even refer to me as their mother. How can I not care for them? One is 3 years old. The other merely 1. Both are delightful infants, charming in their innocence. Ningfei is a taciturn one, while Huipin remains withdrawn. Both are indeed easy to manage. The Empress delicately plucked a candied fruit. Observing her, the maid couldn't help but think that Lady Xiao was indeed fortunate. Even after more than half a month, the Emperor still holds her in his thoughts. The Empress frowned slightly, laced with a hint of sarcasm. What does her fortune matter? Just look at her frail figure. Her complexion is alarmingly pale, a clear indication of her struggles with health. I shall not concern myself further. After all, she is merely a favored concubine. No matter how much she is cherished, it cannot alter the fact that she allows herself to be the subject of ridicule. Whoever is favored, she seeks to align with. Your Highness is truly wise. As for the esteemed ladies within the palace, the Empress and consort sure require no introduction. One reigning as the primary consort and the other basking in enduring favor. Following them are Ningfei and Yunfei. Ningfei, a reserved soul with an unappealing disposition. Yet she has borne the grand princess, prompting the Emperor to visit her from time to time. In contrast, Yunfei possesses a vivacious spirit and striking beauty, ensuring her continued affection and a pleasant life. Next are Huipin and Zhengpin. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that among the primary consorts, Zhengpin endures the harshest circumstances. Her life holds not a glimmer of hope. What merits does Lady Xiao possess? She is frail and thin as a wisp of paper. Yet the Emperor seems to favor her. Zhengpin felt a pang of indignation. The noble Lady Hongyan stood by, hesitant to speak. The princess's life was fraught with difficulties, her heart heavy with discontent. It had been more than half a month since the onset of winter, yet the charcoal had yet to arrive. When she inquired at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, they assured her it was on the way, but still, no sign of it had appeared. These blind servants dared to underestimate her presence. Zhengpin fumed. Your Highness, please have a cup of tea to soothe your temper, Hongyun hurriedly offered. Zhengpin suppressed her irritation and forced a bitter smile. It seems that among the old residents of the Eastern Palace, I alone suffer. Concubines Ning and Hui each have daughters. The Emperor may not think of them, but he does contemplate the princesses. The noble consort and consort Yun are both favored. As for me, I am neither favored nor do I have children. At this point, I am even inferior to a mere Guerin. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. At least Guerin Xia still has some favor. What do I have? Your Highness, perhaps we should visit the Empress more often? Han Yun suggested tentatively. The Empress oversees the 6 palaces. If we cultivate a closer relationship, perhaps life will not be so arduous. With noble consort Shi residing in front and consort Yin beside her, you think I can approach the Empress? Zhang Pin, though not particularly astute, was not foolish. Did she desire to court danger right under noble consort Shi's nose? Chapter 25, A Fall from Favor. Zhang Pin dared not ingratiate herself with the Empress, while noble consort Shi looked down upon her. Her situation was indeed precarious. Although of high rank, her life was challenging. Thus, she regarded Xia Ruqing with a hint of envy. Everyone else seems to thrive. Why should she have it so easy? In this palace, flowers do not bloom for 100 days. Your Highness, it is best not to dwell on these thoughts. Hong Yun advised as she prepared the meal. The night is cold. Your Highness should dine early to rest sooner. Upon hearing this, Zheng Pin's expression soured once more. The Zifyagong had already begun using charcoal, yet here, there was no sign of it. Hong Yun quickly interjected, I shall urge them again tomorrow. Please, Your Highness, dine first. Regardless of her masteress and her chill, it was not her place as a servant to offer counsel. Such is the nature of the palace. In truth, Lady Xiao was not particularly favored, which left her master in a state of discontent. After all, what does it matter how one lives? This winter arrived early, with 2 snowfalls by November, and the skies had barely cleared in over half a month. As the year-end approached amidst pressing state affairs, Zhao Juanyao's thoughts had strayed from the rear palace. Neither overt nor covert favor was bestowed upon anyone. Ziyue felt a twinge of concern, yet Xia Ruqing remained unfazed, engrossed in her books, writing, and indulging in food and drink without a care. One day, Ziyue could no longer contain herself. Your Highness, are you not worried? Xia Ruqing, puzzled, replied, worried about what? Well, With lady whose confinement lifted, do you not fear she may rise above us? The ominous phrase loss of favor was one Ziyue wished to avoid uttering. Oh. Xia Ruqing set down her brush, contemplating. We are all on equal footing. What do I have to fear? Ziyue grew more anxious. But. No buts. Xia Ruqing chuckled in exasperation. I know what you wish to say. You are concerned I might lose favor? Ziyue awkwardly lowered her head. I am but a noble consort. You still hope for us to be the most favored in the 6 palaces? Being unfavored can be a blessing. One must be cautious of the fate that befalls the prominent, she mused, reflecting on the notion that a vessel, if too small and burdened, is prone to capsizing. It seems I have lost my composure. After a moment's contemplation, Ziyue nodded and said, Very well. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. For lunch, I desire a dish of stir-fried pork with wood-ear mushrooms. The osmanthus sticky rice lotus from last time was delightful as well, so let us have another. Xia Ruqing cheerfully commanded, Why waste precious days fretting over trivialities? Life stretches ahead of us. Just as she prepared for the possibility of being neglected, to her surprise. That evening, a young attendant arrived. The Emperor requests your presence, he announced. The warm sedan chair awaits outside. It is already the hour of high. And the Emperor has yet to retire? Drowsily, Xia Ruqing was roused by Ziyue. The servant is unaware, but it appears the Emperor has indulged in drink today. My lady, do make haste. Indulged in drink. Xia Ruqing dared not tarry, quickly donning her attire and stepping into the warm sedan chair. The palace gates were securely locked, ensuring no one would witness her passage. The sedan chair glided smoothly through the palace grounds, ultimately entering Zhaoqin Palace. Zhao Junyao was engrossed in a game of chess. His complexion slightly flushed, a faint scent of alcohol lingering about him. Upon her entrance, Xia Ruqing knelt and greeted, I pay my respects to your majesty. Come here. He beckoned, casting aside a chess piece. Do you know how to play chess? Zhao Junyao's gaze was somewhat unfocused, as Xia Ruqing took a seat beside him. She quickly glanced at the board in response to his inquiry. Go? The squares were minuscule, the pieces black and white, densely clustered, leaving her feeling somewhat dizzy. I do not know how to play, she replied succinctly. Zhao Junyao smiled. No matter, then let us not play chess. Let us engage in something delightful. Outside, the wind howls, while within, the warmth of the stove envelopes us, a true herald of spring. Zhao Junyao, eschewing any trivial conversation, immediately attends to serious matters. After a prolonged period, Xia Ruqing finds herself utterly exhausted. Zhao Junyao remains invigorated, and nestled in his embrace, Xia Ruqing contemplates before inquiring, Your Majesty, have you encountered some joyous news? Indeed, this snowfall has arrived just in time. There is a strong likelihood that next year shall yield a bountiful harvest. The northern regions have suffered from drought for many years, yet this year, they have been graced with auspicious snow, which naturally delights me. Ah, congratulations, Your Majesty, Xia Ruqing responds with a demure demeanor. In her heart, she clings to a singular principle, to remain close to this formidable figure, ensuring her safety and a life of comfort. Zhao Junyao revels in profound satisfaction as he gently pats her. Yes, Xia Ruqing obediently closes her eyes. As an emperor, Zhao Junyao has always adhered to propriety, and as he matured, his demeanor remained unchanged. However, the sudden appearance of this playful feline brings him a sense of novelty and thrill. To borrow Xia Ruqing's words, men are indeed of this nature. When a woman presents herself in a proper manner, awaiting him in bed, he may hardly spare her a glance. Yet, in instances of clandestine encounters, they seem to take delight. He chuckles softly, deeming it a rather ignoble trait. Zhao Junyao possesses a rational justification for his thoughts. He muses that a little enchantress, being of lowly status, might attract undue attention if overly cherished. Thus it is better for their interactions to remain discreet, ensuring mutual contentment. Xia Ruqing, in response, simply thinks, as long as you are pleased. The following day, however, during the morning audience, Xia Ruqing's countenance appears rather unfavorable. Last night was a restless ordeal, and the notion of feeling better seems preposterous. As usual, the Empress led the conversation among the group. Noticing the pallor on Xia Ruqing's face, Jinping inquired, Sister Xia, why do you look so unwell? Surely you are not ill again? Her words drew the attention of everyone present. Indeed, if Sister Xia is unwell, do remember to summon the Imperial physician. A flicker of schadenfreude crossed Hu Gairen's eyes. How could one endure being confined due to their own folly, despite a slight headache? Xia Ruqing rallied herself, expressing gratitude. Thank you, my sisters, for your concern. It was merely the strong winds last night that disrupted my sleep. So there is no need to trouble the physician. You truly do look quite unwell. It would be wise to consult a physician. The Empress chimed in with a smile. If not for an ailment, then at least for peace of mind. The weather is growing increasingly frigid. We must all be cautious to avoid falling ill. The assembly rose in unison to express their gratitude, with only Shi Guifei displaying reluctance. She could not abide the Empress's continual display of authority. On the journey home, Hu Guiran seized the opportunity to provoke, "Sister, you are indeed delicate and precious. No wonder the Emperor dotes on you. Unlike me, alas." The mere thought of the rouge incident filled Hu Guiran with indignation. Turning her head slowly, she remarked, "The Emperor certainly favors me. The rouge from Goryeo is truly deserving of its reputation." As she spoke, she caressed her cheek. "You." Hu Guiran glared furiously. This wretched Xiao was being deliberately provocative. Suddenly, her fury transformed into delight. "It is uncertain whether the Emperor still holds you in favor. I have heard. No need for hearsay. I am currently flourishing, so there is no need for Lady Hu to concern herself. Though my heart seethes with the desire to tear my rival apart, I feign affection, addressing her as sister with a facade so nauseating. You dare to confront me?" Lady Hu was infuriated. "Why should I not? We are all nobles, standing on equal ground. I had a restless night and must seek some rest now. I shall take my leave." With that, Xia Ruqing departed with Ziyue in tow. Lady Hu was left fuming in her wake. "You." She directed her ire towards Xia Ruqing's retreating figure, but could muster only a solitary curse. "You shall pay for this." And with that, she stormed off with her maidservants in tow. In the early days of the 12th month, more snow fell. The Imperial garden was a picture of desolation. Save for a grove of red plums that bloomed defiantly against the frost, their blossoms as vivid as the morning sun. Upon hearing of the plum blossoms, Xia Ruqing's spirits lifted. "Ziyue, bring the tea set. Let us go to the plum grove to admire the snow and the flowers. Oh, and do not forget the ink and brush. I wish to compose a poem. After practicing my calligraphy for so long, it is time to showcase my skills." Imagine a beautiful maiden amidst the red plum grove, delicate hands brewing tea and writing poetry. Xia Ruqing began to lose herself in reverie. Alas, the heavens have gifted her with an exquisite visage, compelling her to reluctantly play the role of a serene beauty. Ziyue's lips twitched. "My lady, your handwriting. It might mar the scenery, you know." Xia Ruqing shot her a glance, prompting Ziyue to immediately abandon her task. "I shall arrange it at once." With that, she scurried off faster than a rabbit. Admiring the red plum blossoms, one ought to don white attire. Xia Ruqing adorned herself in an exquisite ensemble of cream-colored brocade, complemented by a pure white cloak edged with a trim of goose down. As the wind gently swept by, the down brushed against her cheeks, imbuing her presence with an ethereal elegance, yet retaining an air of charm. But what to wear on her feet? Common shoes would become damp after just a few paces, leaving Ziyue in a quandary. Would wooden clogs suffice? What do others wear? The noble ladies sport lambskin and deerhide boots, while we possess only velvet boots. Alas, those too are prone to moisture. Oh, Xia Ruqing pondered. Velvet boots are slippery, perhaps wooden clogs would be better. They remain dry and provide good traction, though they lack warmth. Yet that is preferable to the risk of a fall. I shall seek out a sturdy pair of shoes and wear the clogs. Xia Ruqing resolved firmly. Sigh. Ziyue nodded and set about her task. Once prepared, Xia Ruqing, accompanied by Ziyue and the lively Xiao Shizi, ventured outside. They beheld the pavilion surrounded by silk drapes, causing Ziyue to hesitate. Could there be someone inside? The pavilion seemed enclosed. Ziyue furrowed her brow. Xia Ruqing noticed as well. Upon entering, they discovered charcoal basins placed around, rendering the pavilion warmly inviting. It appeared someone had arrived before them. Perhaps a certain lady is also visiting? Xiao Shizi inquired. Sometimes, the master departs, leaving the area unkempt. With that, she commanded, let us set our belongings aside and first admire the plum blossoms. Splendid, Ziyue exclaimed with enthusiasm. Xiao Shizi, did you not bring scissors? Let us first snip a few plum blossoms for our vase. Indeed, Xiao Shizi responded joyfully. Not only did he bring scissors, but he also carried a vase. Otherwise, to grasp the delicate blossoms with bare hands would be rather uncouth. The trio of master and servants proceeded with cheerful hearts. The plum grove in the Imperial garden is diligently overseen by dedicated eunuchs who meticulously prune and care for the trees, resulting in an exuberant bloom of plum blossoms. Amidst the thick blanket of snow, clusters and individual trees burst forth in vibrant crimson, each delicate petal adorned with a dusting of snow, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Here, The snow does not require shoveling. It primarily serves as a picturesque backdrop for the enjoyment of the nobility. The red plums are truly exquisite. Xia Ruqing, clad in wooden clogs, crunches through the deep snow. Ziyue supports her mistress, while Xiaohizi carries a vase, trailing behind. The trio spends a full hour searching for blossoms to fill the vase, finding it exceedingly difficult to choose, as each branch is so flawlessly formed. Xia Ruqing embraces the vase, her eyes transfixed. In modern times, she had encountered plum blossoms in parks. Yet those occasions were marred by throngs of people clamoring for photographs around each tree, robbing the scene of its essence. Here, the beauty of white snow and red plums, coupled with the backdrop of red walls and azure tiles, creates a stunning tableau, with patches of plum blossoms scattered across the snow, an ineffable sight. Xia Ruqing realizes she has developed a peculiar affliction, where the mere sight of beauty renders her gaze uncontrollable. Having reveled in the scenery for over an hour, she still finds herself yearning for more. Mistress, were you not intending to compose a poem? Ziyue inquires with a smile. Xia Ruqing suddenly slaps her forehead. I had almost forgotten my promise to remain a tranquil and graceful lady. I must not forget. With a sigh, Xia Ruqing, clutching the vase brimming with plum blossoms, makes her way to the hexagonal plum pavilion. Inside the pavilion, it remains as empty as ever, save for the curtains swaying gently with the breeze. If one were to note any change, it would be that the brazier within has made the pavilion even warmer. Ziyue glances around, noticing the absence of others, and cannot help but murmur softly. Who is this esteemed individual? Is it? Perhaps they are not coming. It is possible. Xiaoxizi nodded in agreement. After contemplating, Xia Ruqing suggested, let us enter first. If someone arrives, we shall yield the space. That sounds reasonable. With that, the three of them stepped into the pavilion. Indeed, it was warm. Xia Ruqing warmed her frostbitten hands by the charcoal brazier. Xiaoxizi prepared the ink and brush on the stone table, placing the plum vase beside them. Ziyue spread a cotton mat on the stone bench, retrieving a small tea stove from the basket. Everything was arranged perfectly. Come, warm your hands as well. Xia Ruqing beckoned them. It would be even better if we had some wine. She mused, knowing well that her master was one to act on a whim. Xia Ruqing shrugged. I am merely expressing my thoughts. As the tea brewed and the Xian paper was laid out, Xia Ruqing sipped a bowl of hot tea before beginning to compose poetry. Ziyue ground the ink, while Xiaoxizi, seated nearby, gazed at her master with admiration. Although I do not know when my master learned to write poetry, I am sure it is remarkable. After gathering her thoughts, Xia Ruqing recalled a few verses of plum blossom poetry from her past life. Grasping the brush, she dipped it in rich ink, poised to write, when suddenly, a furious shout rang out from outside. Chapter 27. The unruly concubine, how dare you? Which palace do you belong to? How audacious to occupy the pavilion of concubine Yun. This is utterly unacceptable. A harsh, discordant voice echoed. Xia Ruqing was startled, causing her brush to tremble, and a drop of ink fell onto the pristine paper, marring its surface. Ziyue felt a surge of anger. After all, he was merely a eunuch. No matter how powerful he became, he should not behave so arrogantly before his superior. Little Shizi attempted to admonish him, but Xia Ruqing hastily stopped him, setting down her brush and stepping out of the pavilion. Indeed, there stood the esteemed consort Yun not far away. Xia Ruqing approached her slowly, adhering to the proper etiquette as she bowed. This humble servant greets your highness, Consort Yun. Consort Yun possessed extraordinary beauty, her slender waist resembling a delicate willow. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth sparkled with a captivating charm, exuding grace with every glance. Clad in a resplendent pink palace gown and white sheepskin boots, she draped herself in a cloak of white fox fur, enhancing her snow-like complexion and adding an air of exquisite elegance. Xia Ruqing could not help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, Zhao Juanyao's woman is breathtakingly beautiful. Oh, it is Lady Xia. A hint of a smile graced Consort Yun's lips, her voice soft and melodious, albeit lacking warmth. I arrived early and found the pavilion entirely empty. After waiting for a while without seeing anyone, I took the liberty to Xia Ruqing hurried to explain, feeling an inkling of guilt, for after all, she had arrived first. Consort Yun did not instruct her to rise, but instead proceeded directly into the pavilion. Xia Ruqing's heart sank. Even if she were to be punished by standing, at least she ought to do so upright. Squatting like this made her legs ache. Your Highness, I did not intend to offend. I shall have someone tidy up and return the pavilion to you at once. Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of panic. In this icy chill, she certainly did not wish to be punished by standing. Merely a noble lady, and yet she dared to confront her? It was just a matter of greeting, and look at how frightened she appeared. Humph. Nevertheless, they were all sisters in this realm. Since they had both come to admire the plum blossoms, if Lady Xia did not mind, why not accompany this palace in enjoying the view together? She spoke in a nonchalant tone and, having finished her words, entered the pavilion. Xia Ruqing clenched her fists and followed her inside. Princess Yun glanced around. Noticing the scattered belongings of Xia Ruqing on the stone table, her face filled with disdain. Kaidai, the palace maid behind her, stepped forward promptly, skillfully gathering all the items. The tea kettle, rice paper, brushes, and ink were all about to be jumbled together. Xia Ruqing, eager to intervene, smiled and said, "Dear sister, these items belong to our esteemed lady. It would be a pity to discard them. Why not bestow them upon us instead?" The adage of not striking a smiling face resonated, and after a few jabs from Kaidai, the items were finally returned. Soon, only the vase filled with plum blossoms remained on the table. Just as Kaidai was about to discard it, Princess Yun suddenly intervened. "These plums are quite lovely. Let us keep them." Indeed, once everything was tidied up, the palace maid stepped aside. Princess Yun settled down and gazed at the vase leisurely, remarking, "These red plums bloom beautifully." Xia Ruqing, uncertain of her intentions, thought it wise to remain silent. "The pruning of these plums is quite commendable. Credit is due to the florists." Princess Yun continued. As she spoke, she extended her delicate fingers to pluck the finest blooms, bringing them to her nose for a whiff. "Is this your vase?" she suddenly inquired. "This servant is foolish, and I hope your highness does not find amusement in my clumsiness," Xia Ruqing replied, lowering her head. Although she was unaware of the princess's ulterior motives, she sensed that Princess Yun harbored no good intentions. The princess scrutinized Xia Ruqing from head to toe and suddenly smiled. "Lady Xia certainly knows how to adorn herself. This attire is quite fitting and accentuates your beauty splendidly. Admiring the plum blossoms, I find that the vibrant colors of flowers pale in comparison. This pure white is the most fitting." Xia Ruqing hastily replied, "I am but a humble servant, unworthy of your majesty's celestial beauty." In truth, her words held a semblance of honesty. Her delicate features were indeed striking, yet the long-term abuse from her stepmother had rendered her frail, leaving her complexion perpetually lackluster. Without a vibrant hue, even the most exquisite features cannot convey true beauty. Thus, Xia Ruqing's appearance could only be deemed passable. Yunfei chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond, but suddenly beckoned her over. "Come here." Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of discomfort. Her tone resembled that of summoning a mere pet. Silently grumbling, she reluctantly stepped forward. Yunfei rose and adorned Xia Ruqing's hair with several plum blossoms. This plain white attire, paired with the red blooms, truly formed a perfect harmony. Yunfei joyfully exclaimed. But her expression swiftly shifted, and she shook her head. "What a pity. The delicate beauty of Lady Xia is overshadowed by these red blossoms. It seems it would be better not to wear them." With that, she plucked the blossoms from Xia Ruqing's hair. "Let us not tarnish these exquisite plum flowers." After carelessly twirling her fingers, she tossed the flowers aside. Xia Ruqing felt a surge of anger. This was an outright insult to her appearance. Such humiliation in front of so many palace attendants. How could she maintain her dignity afterward? Yet, she could not afford to confront Yunfei head-on. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly smiled. "Your Majesty is right. With my unremarkable looks, why should I waste the beauty of these red plums?" This statement carries a certain weight. At first glance, it seems to be a self-deprecating remark regarding one's lack of beauty. However, upon closer examination, the implication becomes clearer. Who, pray tell, is truly tarnishing the reputation of the red plum blossom? It is evident to all. Yunfei is not a fool. She quickly grasped the underlying meaning, and her expression changed instantaneously. "Who dares to tarnish the red plum blossom?" she exclaimed. "I am referring to myself. This red plum is blossoming splendidly. How could it possibly end up in my hair? Such a travesty." Xia Ruqing retorted, a hint of mockery and pride evident in her tone. "It is blatantly obvious that the one who plucked the flower and discarded it is none other than Yunfei. You possess an audacity beyond measure. How dare you?" Yunfei stammered, pointing at Xia Ruqing, her rage rendering her speechless. In a fit of anger, she swept her sleeve, sending the vase crashing to the ground, scattering the beautiful red plum blossoms and shards everywhere. "Have your manners been consigned to the depths of a dog's belly?" Xia Ruqing remarked, her heart bleeding at the sight of the destroyed vase. "While the vase may be of little consequence, what wrong had the flowers committed to deserve such disgrace?" With unwavering composure, she responded. My etiquette is duly instructed by Her Majesty the Empress, thus there is no need for you, Lady Yunfei, to concern yourself. Does she truly believe herself to be of considerable significance? She has yet to ascend to the rank of a favored concubine, yet she dares to covet the Empress's position. How laughable! Since entering the palace, Yunfei has been inseparable from Shi Guifei. She is beautiful, spirited, and holds a high rank, receiving a modicum of favor. Few within the palace dare to provoke her. Yet now, you find yourself somewhat weakened. Chapter 28. Yunfei complains, Xia. Let us see how this unfolds. Yunfei stormed away in a fit of anger, leaving Ziyue feeling somewhat anxious. My lady, have we truly incited the wrath of Lady Yun? When have I ever angered her? Xia Ruqing pouted, feeling quite aggrieved herself. What wrong had she committed? A beautiful vase of flowers she had carefully gathered had been shattered. She dismissed the notion of retreating for the sake of peace as mere folly. In the palace, a step back often led to a precipice. Others had already trampled over them, yet retreating was not an option, despite her words. It ultimately seemed they were the ones at a disadvantage. Even if Lady Yun could not immediately retaliate, she would surely not let the matter rest. Xia Ruqing, however, was not overly concerned. The emperor was not a fool, and the management of the harem rested with the empress. It was absurd to think a mere consort could wield absolute power. After a moment's thought, she waved her hand dismissively. Enough of this. There's no use in overthinking. At worst, we may face some minor inconveniences, but it won't amount to much. I'm craving lamb soup for lunch. It will warm my stomach after this bout of anger. Ziyue remained silent, while Xiao Shizi marveled at her lady's ability to still have an appetite during such turmoil. With no further words of persuasion, the two resumed their respective tasks. When lunch was served, the table was laden with scallion pancakes, lamb soup, a steamed base, and charcoal-grilled pig trotters, alongside 2 vegetable dishes, creating a harmonious balance of flavors. However, Xia Ruqing, a devoted carnivore, regarded the vegetables with indifference. She justified her preference, saying, I am too thin. I must eat more to appear more appealing. In this sentiment, Ziyue wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging that excessive thinness was indeed unflattering. Yet, my dear, do consume some vegetables. Too much meat may lead to excess heat in the body. In truth, Xia Ruqing was well aware that a balanced diet of both meat and vegetables is essential, as vitamins are indispensable. Thus, albeit somewhat reluctantly, she managed to eat a bit. By afternoon, the sky turned gloomy once more, signaling that snow would likely fall again that evening, as Ziyue noted. Such weather is most conducive to slumber. Xia Ruqing stretched languidly. After a satisfying meal, drowsiness easily overtook her. She promptly instructed Ziyue to prepare the bed, burrowing under the covers to sleep. There were no worries about rent, no fears of being dismissed by her employer, nor concerns about arriving late to work. Life was simply exquisite. Countless cups and dishes have been shattered. Since entering the palace, I have never endured such humiliation. Lady Yun exclaimed in exasperation. Your Highness, a mere noble consort. Why allow such indignation to consume you? Kaidai implored earnestly. A trifling noble consort, who does not even regard me, or the esteemed consort is worthy of her respect. Is there no law governing this? Kaidai felt somewhat helpless, thinking, she has not truly done anything. It was you who first humiliated her. Yet, such thoughts would never escape her lips. For the moment, she could only urge, Your Highness, look at Xia Guiran. I fear that before you even strike, she may collapse. She is so emaciated that a gust of wind might blow her away. With the new year approaching, let us avoid stirring up such misfortune. That is unacceptable. I cannot endure such indignities. Lady Yun retorted vehemently. If I do not discipline that wretched Xia, how shall I establish my authority among the servants? But Your Highness, what can we truly do? Kaidai expressed her concerns, urging, Please, do not act recklessly. Is the lesson imparted by the favored concubine not sufficient? Even Yunfei found herself at a loss. Punishing the palace concubines is a prerogative reserved for the empress. It is certain that she would not advocate on behalf of this palace. Suddenly, a thought struck Yunfei, and she hastily instructed Saidi to summon the Imperial kitchen to prepare a bowl of ginseng chicken soup. Ginseng chicken soup? What does the lady intend to do? Saidi inquired. Do not dawdle. Go at once. Yes. Saidi dared not question further and hurried away. After Zhao Juniao had his lunch and rested for a while, he rose to review the memorials, only to hear a commotion outside. It was Yunfei. She had changed into a splendid powder blue embroidered palace gown, adorned with 2 exquisite cloisonne hairpins and dangling earrings of icy blue cat's eye stones. Her makeup was meticulously redone, appearing remarkably refined. At that moment, she stood at the entrance of the study, accompanied by her maid. The weather is frigid, and I personally brewed a bowl of ginseng soup for the emperor. Please allow Li Gonggong to enter and convey my regards. Li Shengyan, stationed at the door, bent slightly, wearing an expression of discomfort. Lady Yunfei, the emperor is currently reviewing memorials. It would be more prudent to hand the soup to me, and I shall ensure it is delivered. Yunfei felt a flicker of irritation, yet knowing this was the emperor's study, she refrained from causing a scene and patiently replied. This chicken soup was crafted by my own hands. It contains nourishing herbs, most beneficial for one's health. I must personally present it to the emperor. Once she meets the emperor, she would shed a few tears, create a scene, and indulge in a bit of charm. Surely, he would advocate for her. How dare a mere concubine challenge her? She was determined to make her understand the gravity of the situation and remember her place. Li Shengyan found himself in a quandary. Outwardly respectful, yet inwardly filled with disdain. What is a proper mistress doing here? The imperial study is no place for a woman. Even the empress, unless summoned, would never dare to enter. Surely, the presence of Consort Yun is somewhat inappropriate. Master Li, please do go in and inform them. Consort Yun seemed to grow increasingly impatient. After all, the eunuchs in the presence of the emperor are still eunuchs. Just as Li Shengyan was at a loss for how to dissuade her. Zhao Juanyao's voice emerged from within. Let her in. Consort Yun cast a triumphant glance at Li Shengyan and entered with her maid. I pay my respects to your majesty, she said, her voice soft and delicate as she performed her curtsy. Rise. Zhao Junyao responded calmly, devoid of any emotion, his gaze fixed on the memorial he held. Not lifting his eyes. Your majesty, I have prepared a bowl of ginseng chicken soup for you. The weather has turned cold, and you ought to nourish your health. As she spoke, Consort Yun hastily instructed Kai Dai to bring forth the food box. From within, she produced an exquisite white porcelain soup bowl, presenting it before Zhao Junyao. Your majesty, this was personally brewed by me. Do give it a taste. Zhao Junyao's lips curled slightly into a smile as he finally raised his gaze. Oh, when did my beloved consort learn to cook? He recalled the incident where she nearly set the small kitchen of Zhaoqing Palace ablaze, a memory still vivid in his mind. Consort Yun, a bit embarrassed, replied bashfully, it was naturally the esteemed chefs of the imperial kitchen who taught me. If it turns out poorly, you must not mock me. Most women in the palace hailed from noble families, their fingers never having touched the spring water of labor. Cooking was a task they could hardly perform. It was always the imperial kitchen that took on such responsibilities. Yet, it would not sound proper if spoken aloud. Thus, they reached a consensus. Anything commanded by oneself is deemed as personally accomplished. They spun their tales without a hint of shame or a flutter of their hearts. My dear consort, you have toiled greatly. To serve the emperor is indeed a stroke of fortune. The beloved Yu Fei wore an expression brimming with affection. Zhao Junyao could not resist stealing a glance or two at her. It must be said, Yu Fei was undeniably beautiful. As the emperor and a man burdened with state affairs, he naturally sought moments of leisure and relaxation. Should there be a woman capable of bringing him both comfort and delight, he would willingly indulge and cherish her. Yu Fei fit the bill perfectly, gentle, lovely, with a melodious voice and a lively spirit. However, Zhao Junyao lifted the ginseng soup, took a sip, squinted slightly, and spoke softly. He was not a foolish ruler. The imperial study was a place for addressing matters of state, not for the presence of women. Yet, Yu Fei, oblivious to such considerations, perceived the emperor's gentle demeanor and grew bolder. She stepped closer, her delicate form gently leaning against Zhao Junyao, her large, misty eyes gazing up at him with a glistening allure. Your Majesty, you must take a stand for me, she implored. Before she could finish, she grasped a handkerchief and began to dab at her tears, weeping as if she bore a tremendous grievance. In the intimacy of a chamber, Zhao Junyao would certainly feel inclined to console her. However, they were in the imperial study, and as the sovereign of a nation, he would not, nor could he, act indiscriminately. Zhao Junyao maintained his composure, though a hint of impatience simmered within him. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei felt a surge of joy and, disregarding the circumstances, recounted her grievances regarding the incident with Xia Ruching in the imperial garden, embellishing the tale as she went. Finally, she picked up the handkerchief once more, continuing to wipe her tears. Your Majesty, the esteemed Lady Xia has shown a blatant disregard for rank. You must teach her a proper lesson. Zhao Juanyao's expression darkened considerably. Is it truly worth causing such a commotion in the imperial study over trivial matters? Moreover, What reason could compel a noble to openly defy the esteemed empress? Is this not courting disaster? He continued, this is the Imperial study, a place where you have no business being. Your Majesty. The words of Consort Yun faltered, as the Emperor's tone felt unfamiliar. Could it be that she was in the wrong? Your Majesty. I. Her heart raced, rendering her speechless, yet a flicker of defiance lingered within her. Is this truly how it ends? Seeing her stumble over her words and remain rooted in place, Zhao Junyou's patience wore thin. His gaze turned icy as he spoke with a chilling calmness. Leave. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistake. Consort Yun collapsed to her knees, tears brimming in her eyes. No matter the circumstances, she could scarcely imagine the consequences of inciting the Emperor's wrath. Zhao Junyou regarded her with a frigid stare. It seems I have been far too lenient with you in the past. The news of Lady Xia's confrontation with Consort Yun spread throughout the entire Imperial harem within the span of a single afternoon nap. Zheng Pin, residing next door to Consort Yun, received the news almost immediately. Leaning against her bed, she prepared to rest when she heard the gossip, a smirk playing on her lips. Lady Xia certainly has a remarkable audacity. And who is Consort Yun? She wouldn't dare offend her. Indeed, it is said that Consort Yun has already made her way to Zhaoqing Palace. The head maid Han Yun adjusted the charcoal basin for her, remarking that when others faced even graver misfortunes, her own difficulties seemed trivial in comparison. Upon hearing the news, Lady Hu could not contain her delight. One can hardly fathom the gravity of the situation. As for the others, the Empress has essentially chosen to ignore the news regarding Xia Ruqing, as if she has neither seen nor heard it. Consort Ning and Consort Hui are preoccupied with cherishing their daughters and their little lives, and the Empress pays them no mind. They, in turn, will not intervene. It is a matter of indifference to them. The only one left is Consort Sure. Upon receiving the news, she smiled faintly and mused, Do you think I shall assist Lady Xia? In summary, the entire harem is either waiting to witness her misfortune or pretending to be oblivious, feigning ignorance. Xia Ruqing pressed her forehead and sighed deeply. My situation is dire. She awoke at the hour of the monkey, calculating it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Ziyue, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, My lady, you truly sleep excessively. Xia Ruqing, with her eyes still heavy with slumber, noticed Ziyue's anxious demeanor and inquired, What has transpired? Lady Yun has gone to Zhaoqing Palace. The palace is abuzz with rumors that calamity is about to befall you. Xia Ruqing was taken aback, yet she struggled to comprehend the inevitable connection between Lady Yun going to Zhaoqing Palace and her impending misfortune. Ziyue and Ziox Zizi, witnessing her confusion, immediately launched into a series of earnest lectures, thoroughly elucidating the consequences of offending the Emperor's favored consort. At last, she nodded, her understanding only partially grasped. I have provoked his favored consort. Surely he would not punish me. Ziyue and Ziox Zizi were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes. At last, Our Lady has awakened to the reality. Xia Ruqing began to feel a wave of anxiety wash over her, the remnants of sleep dissipating entirely. She trembled with trepidation. No, it cannot be. Please, let it not be so. I have yet to begin savoring life. She exclaimed. She does not wish to die. Contemplating her fate, she mused that if death were inevitable, it should be swift, devoid of any agony. Lost in these thoughts, a sudden voice broke her reverie. Master, Eunuch Feng is approaching with company. Little Shizi rushed in, bringing with him a gust of chilly air. Summer Ruqing shivered unexpectedly. What? She gasped. Ziyue scolded him. When will you learn to be more composed? You are always in such a frantic rush, you might startle the master. With a guilty expression, little Shizi replied, I am at fault. Eunuch Feng Anfu entered, and after paying his respects, he smiled respectfully. Congratulations, Lady Xia. His Majesty has summoned you today. Please prepare yourself promptly, for a carriage of favor will arrive shortly to escort you. Thank you, Eunuch Feng. Summer Ruqing endeavored to maintain her composure. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Eunuch. After bidding farewell, Summer Ruqing instructed Ziyue to present the purse, ensuring that Eunuch Feng was seen off properly. Once they were alone, a wave of dread washed over Summer Ruqing. It's over. The Emperor intends to punish me. Master, what shall we do? Ziyue responded, equally anxious. Little Shizi scratched his head, contemplating before tentatively suggesting, Do not be alarmed just yet. The outcome remains uncertain. His words struck her like a revelation. Indeed, the outcome was still unknown. She had already boarded the Emperor's ship. Surely she would not be cast aside. No, that seemed unlikely. Setting aside her worries, She proceeded to adorn herself as usual and prepared to board the spring favor carriage. Chapter 30. I shall punish you severely. I pay my respects to your majesty. Xia Ruqing stepped forward to pay her respects, appearing as docile as a little lamb. Zhao Junyao had just finished attending to state affairs, now dressed in his casual attire. He sat leisurely on the couch, perusing a book. At ease, he said, setting the book aside and beckoning her closer. Come here. With trepidation, Xia Ruqing approached. Acutely aware that Consort Yun had come to lodge a complaint, yet uncertain of how the emperor would choose to punish her. Why was he so gentle with her? Was this merely the calm before the storm? The thought filled her with dread, causing her slender form to tremble slightly. Zhao Junyao, puzzled, inquired, Are you cold? The heated floor is quite warm. And no. I am not cold, she stammered. But I am afraid. Xia Ruqing was still trying to comprehend the emperor's intentions, rendering her hesitant to speak freely. Zhao Junyao smiled faintly and drew her into his embrace. Are you frightened? Within, Xia Ruqing lamented, How does he know everything? She lowered her gaze, nervously twisting her fingers in silence. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Junyao felt a pang of compassion. He reached out, pulling her closer, and, with a smile, asked, Why do you suddenly feel fear now? Did you not fear when you confronted Consort Yun? Your Majesty. Xia Ruqing looked up, her eyes wide with alarm. Has the storm approached? I did not intend to offend Consort Yun. As she knelt, biting her lip, she implored, If you must punish me, could you be lenient? Please do not subject me to torture. She had heard from Shao Shi that the Ministry of Justice indeed employed cruel punishments. The young emperor was at that impetuous age where one might act rashly for the sake of a beloved, for the sake of a favored concubine. It is entirely plausible to eliminate a noble. Zhao Junyao was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. With her frail physique, let alone enduring torture, she would hardly be able to rise from bed for days. How amusing! Zhao Junyao chuckled with abandon, while Xia Ruqing appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Your Majesty, what is the source of your mirth? Suddenly unafraid, she thought perhaps the outcome might not be so dire after all. After indulging in his laughter, Zhao Junyao composed himself, clearing his throat. This little girl is simply delightful. He wished to tease her. Xia Ruqing, too timid to meet his gaze, knelt on the ground, silently lamenting her aching knees for a moment. Ultimately, she recounted the events in a tone of grievance, articulating each word carefully. She added, with an air of indignation, It was the noble Consort Yun who first insulted my appearance, and she even destroyed the flowers I had gathered. Having been so bullied, I could not simply sit idly by, though of lowly status, I am not one to be trampled upon. I owe no one anything. In light of this, it appears that Consort Yun acted rather inappropriately, however, given her esteemed rank as a second-class consort. To confront her is to disregard the hierarchy. Upon concluding her remarks, she donned a stern expression, declaring in a grave tone, According to protocol, I must impose a severe punishment upon you. Xia Ruqing's heart sank, and she sighed in despair. This is the end. A heavy punishment? Tears threatened to spill as she silently prayed that she would not face torture. Your Majesty, how will you punish me? Xia Ruqing inquired, trembling with trepidation. She felt as though she were precariously balanced upon a tightrope over an abyss, where a single misstep could lead to her demise. Upon witnessing her on the verge of tears, her frail form curled up in despair. Zhao Junyao felt his heart soften. I was merely teasing you, he exclaimed, pulling her up with a sudden motion. He shifted backward slightly, and the two sat side by side on the couch, with him embracing her. The familiar scent of dragon's saliva wafted into his nostrils, evoking a mix of surprise and delight, compounded by the emotional turmoil from her earlier grievances. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xia Ruqing burst into tears. Zhao Junyao was momentarily taken aback, then found himself flustered. He had grown accustomed to the sight of women weeping, having developed an immunity to their tears, no matter how they cried before him. It had never stirred a flicker of compassion within his heart, only serving to irritate him further. Yet now, please, don't cry, he stammered, feeling utterly at a loss. It is my fault. I shall not tease you any longer. Xia Ruqing continued to weep, her tears flowing freely, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Why was her fate so cruel? In her previous life, she had scarcely known a moment of happiness, and this life seemed no better. Bullied by others, she lived in constant fear for her own safety, plotting and scheming just to survive. All she wished for was to live a peaceful life. Yet it felt impossibly difficult. A wave of sorrow washed over her. Wah! Zhao Junyao was thoroughly alarmed, regret flooding his heart. Why frighten a timid young girl? As the sovereign of a nation, How could he bully such a delicate soul? Perhaps you could strike me instead? He suggested in a flurry, taking her hand and pressing it against his chest. Xia Ruqing, lost in her tears, hardly noticed his frantic gestures. In a fit of emotional release, she pounded her fists against Zhao Juanyao's chest. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't he have ended up in this wretched place. It's all because of you. As she cried more vehemently, she continued her assault. Zhao Junyao remained unfazed, holding her close, and gently murmured, "It is entirely my fault. I should not have frightened you." After a while, when her tears had subsided and her frustrations had been vented, she nestled against his chest, unwilling to lift her head. "Your Majesty, I've soiled your clothes." His chest was dampened with her tears and snot. Her makeup was a complete disaster. Her face a chaotic palette of colors, leaving her utterly embarrassed to face anyone. Zhao Juyao's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his voice taking on a peculiar hoarseness. "It's of no consequence. Are you feeling better now?" "I feel much better, Your Majesty." "Did I hurt you?" Summer Ruqing inquired, reaching out to caress his chest, wishing to soothe him. The moment her soft hand made contact, Zhao Junyao shuddered, his arm tightening around her. "Your Majesty?" she questioned, puzzled. "Did I cause you pain?" "And no," he stammered, his voice turning even more gravelly as his throat moved again, his breathing noticeably heavier. Trained in martial arts from a young age, his body was sculpted with defined muscles. It could be said that rather than her striking him, she was merely tickling him. No woman had ever dared to treat him this way before. Summer Ruqing was the first. The sensation was simply indescribable. The moment her delicate hand brushed against his chest, an electrifying sensation ignited, spreading like wildfire, utterly uncontrollable. "Your Majesty," Xia Ruqing weakly called out once more. "Xia Ruqing, I shall thoroughly punish you," he declared as he abruptly lifted her and strode toward the inner chamber. Chapter 31. A slap in the face. "Ah!" she gasped. "Your Majesty, you have yet to dine." "I shall not eat." Li Shengyan stood outside, gazing at the sky, exclaiming, "Ah, what a splendid sun today." "Master, it is night," replied the little disciple. Li Shengyan turned and playfully tapped the boy's head. "You little rascal." "I clearly referred to the moon." The little disciple, cradling his head with a pained expression, protested, "Master, there is no moon either. It is overcast today." And so, the little disciple's head received another swift tap. Xia Ruqing had no recollection of when she had fallen asleep. When she finally stirred, she found herself alone. Drowsily, she clutched the blanket, murmuring, "Ziyue." Ziyue had not arrived, but several palace maids entered. "Noble Lady Xia, are you not to rise? His Majesty instructed that you should rest a while longer. He has already sent word to the Empress that you need not pay your respects today." Oh. Just as Xia Ruqing intended to drift back into slumber, her mind suddenly cleared. "Ah, this is Zhaoqing Palace." The memories of the previous night flooded back, leaving her mortified, wishing to vanish into the ground. Last night, he had kept her engaged until nearly the third watch, and she had been utterly exhausted to the point of fainting. Is the Emperor's taste truly so peculiar? She has wept to the point of resembling a painted cat. Yet he still possesses the inclination. It is often said that a woman's thoughts are inscrutable, yet it seems that a man's preferences are even more enigmatic. Or perhaps, when he engages in striking and kicking, it is particularly exhilarating for him. Ah, could it be that the Emperor harbors a penchant for masochism? "Dear Lady Xia, what troubles you?" A palace maid, noticing her daze, could not help but call out. Xia Ruqing threw off the covers and rose. "I shall not sleep any longer. Kindly assist me in arranging my hair, for the rules must not be disregarded. How could I possibly neglect to pay my respects at the Jiaofeng Hall? Even if I am not on the Empress's vessel, I must still show due reverence. To survive well in the inner palace, one cannot circumvent the Empress." The Empress's demeanor towards Xia Ruqing is exceedingly amiable. As the saying goes, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." If Lady Xia can irritate consort Shi, the Empress finds great delight in it. It is rumored that yesterday, Lady Xia had a clash with consort Yin in the Imperial garden. You truly lack an understanding of etiquette. At the Jiaofeng Hall, the Empress chastised Lady Xia in front of all the consorts. Yet, this is hardly a rebuke. The Empress is merely putting on an act. Consort Yun, standing nearby, murmured in discontent, "Your Majesty, I shall never dare to act thus again." Xia Ruqing said respectfully. The Empress smiled serenely. Since the Emperor has chosen to overlook it, she, too, would not hold it against her. "In that case, you should offer an apology to Consort Yun. We are all sisters." And Consort Yun ought not to be overly concerned. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruqing was filled with joy. The Empress's favoritism was palpable. The feeling of being cherished is truly delightful. Haraha. Consort Yin was so infuriated she nearly spat blood, just as she was about to retort. Suddenly recalling the emperor's demeanor, she felt a surge of trepidation. Suppressing the fury that bubbled within her, she acquiesced with a soft acknowledgement. Summer Ruching offered an apology, to which the empress responded with a smile, reminding everyone that they were all subjects of the emperor and must coexist harmoniously within the palace. Otherwise, it would only serve to provide fodder for mockery. I shall diligently heed the empress's guidance. The women chorused in unison. Upon exiting the Jiaofeng hall, Consort Yin cast a fierce glare at Summer Ruching before sweeping away with a flourish of her sleeves. Concubine Zheng regarded Summer Ruching with a look of complex emotions before departing as well. Throughout the journey, she found herself perplexed. Hongan, tell me, how is it that Summer has offended Consort Yin, yet it appears as if Consort Yin has suffered a setback? My lady, such words should not be uttered lightly. Who can truly know the affairs of Zhaochun Palace? Hongan replied, leaning closer to whisper. I heard from the palace folk that when Consort Yin emerged from Zhaochun Palace, her eyes were red, as if she had been weeping. Is that so? Zheng pinched her brow, incredulous yet intrigued. I had doubted such tales at first, but now it seems. Consort Yin must have gone to lodge a complaint. If the emperor intended to punish Lady Summer, why would he have summoned her last night? Realization dawned upon her. She had underestimated Summer. How remarkable that Summer could cause Consort Yin to falter. Summer Ruching's Jiahua Pavilion was in close proximity to Lady Hu's Lijiang Pavilion. Along the way, Lady Hu began her taunting. Lady Summer truly possesses remarkable skills. Not only has she offended Consort Yin, but she has also managed to win the emperor's favor. Yesterday, I awaited with bated breath, hoping for the emperor to mete out a severe punishment to Lady Summer. Yet, here I am, craning my neck in vain. What awaited was the emperor's favor for the Xia family. The audacity! How did the Xia family manage to capture the emperor's attention, disregarding even the beloved Consort Yin? With but a month until the new year, could it be that noble lady who desires solitude? Xia Ruching wore a smile that was neither here nor there. You, Xia family, do not revel in your temporary favor. Do not presume that such fleeting affection grants you immunity from consequence. Immunity? Xia Ruching found herself perplexed. Who, pray tell, has been the one to incessantly seek trouble? Why disrupt the tranquility of life with needless commotion? Noble lady who, perhaps fearful, hastily retreated, accompanied by her maids. After a few feeble attempts at intimidation, if we speak of favor, it is undoubtedly Lady Shi who remains in the emperor's grace, far ahead of the rest. Xia Ruching merely made a brief appearance before sinking back into obscurity, becoming one among the many palace consorts who neither enjoyed favor nor suffered its absence. She found great satisfaction in this state. Such individuals thrived in the palace's tranquility. Ziyue, attending to her mistress, arranged the charcoal basin and sat on the couch, engaged in needlework. Upon hearing these words, she could not help but smile. Initially, the maid was oblivious to her mistress's sentiments, but now it was clear. Xia Ruching, cradling a small brazier, nestled her feet beneath the covers for warmth, while holding a steaming, sweet roasted sweet potato, savoring its delectable flavor. Your time in the palace is still short. As time passes, you will come to understand much more. Xia Ruching remarked, taking another bite of the sweet potato, its crimson, translucent flesh glistening with sugary goodness from the fire. By the way, my lady, when Chief Steward Hai brought so many into the palace, what made you single me out? I pondered that those elder sisters who had served in the palace must be remarkably swift and skilled, leaving someone as new as I am with little hope. But now? Xia Ruching inquired. At present, I believe it is better to avoid those individuals altogether. Ziyue reflected for a moment before responding. The underlying implication was understood by both the master and servant. Who knows whose pawns they might be? Xia Ruching chuckled. You, my dear girl, have made quite some progress. Chapter 32. Delectable lamb, I have only you and Xiao Shizi by my side. If there is food for me, you shall not go hungry. However, you must be of one mind with me. Ziyue set aside her sewing basket and knelt down. My lady, should there ever come a day when I wrong you, there would be no need for your hand to intervene. I shall take my own life. She had just entered the deep palace, where her mistress treated her as a sister. To betray that trust would be to fall below the level of swine or dogs. Ziyue, rise at once. Xia Ruching pulled her up with a firm hand. I merely spoke casually. Look at you. Trust those whom you employ, and distrust those whom you do not. Since I have chosen you, I shall place my faith in you. Thank you, my lady. Ziyue replied with a smile. Xia Ruching urged her onto the couch. Hurry. Sister Ziyue, I am still waiting to don my socks. My lady, please do not jest at my expense. Ziyue felt a blush creeping over her. My sewing skills are lacking, and I do not wish to trouble the needlework bureau. I must rely on you. Xia Ruqing continued to shower Ziyue with compliments. My lady, sewing is quite simple. Perhaps I could teach you? Well, let's forego that. The embroidery needle is simply too tiny, and I fear I cannot grasp it. In truth, she had indeed made an effort, yet aside from her fingers being pricked into a hive of welts, she had garnered nothing. Thus, she resolved to abandon her treatment. The master and servant exchanged idle banter when Xiao Shizi entered, lifting the curtain. In her arms, she cradled a small basket, adorned with verdant leaves. What could it be? Xia Ruqing's eyes brightened, as it resembled some sort of fruit. It was said to be a delicacy from the southern regions, featuring honey tangerines and grapes. As Xiao Shizi spoke, she set the basket down and brushed aside the leaves. This was a gift from the little pillar of Zhaochen Palace, who claimed it was exceedingly rare. Besides Zhaochen Palace, only the Jiaofeng Hall had received a small basket. Perhaps even theirs was not as splendid. Such large honey tangerines. And the grapes were uniformly sizable. Ziyue marveled. Xia Ruqing was equally delighted. She had thought there would be no fruit in winter, yet here she was. Savoring southern fruits, how wonderful. Oh, by the way, did the little pillar mention anything else? Xia Ruqing inquired once more. Xiao Shizi, having placed the basket down, chuckled. Not much. Really, she merely mentioned that Zhaochen Palace was busy at year-end and that in a few days, they would be going outside the city to offer sacrifices to heaven, leaving the emperor quite occupied. Xia Ruqing nodded. I understand. Busy or not, it matters little. After all, she still holds her in mind, which is enough. Peeling a honey tangerine, Xia Ruqing tasted it. It was sweet and tangy, truly deserving of its status as a tribute. In all her years, she had never tasted such delectable honey tangerines, which were even more fragrant than oranges. Your Grace, do eat sparingly. It's rather cooling. One is sufficient. Xiao Shizi nodded in agreement and added, It is nearly time for dinner. What would the master like to eat? I shall go and order the meal promptly. What shall we have? Xia Ruqing glanced at the glowing silver charcoal beside the couch, and an idea struck her. Besides mutton soup, she desired a few golden brown sesame cakes, a bowl of rock sugar pear soup, a piece of tender 5-layered mutton, and several packets of spicy salt powder. Additionally, she requested a bottle of sesame oil. Remember, the 5-layered mutton must be raw. Raw? Master, why do you want raw meat? Ziyue was taken aback. To eat, of course. At this moment, Xiao Shizi was also startled. As the two exchanged wide-eyed glances, Xia Ruqing felt a sense of helplessness. Xiao Shizi, with the most complex emotions he had ever felt, made his way to the Imperial kitchen. Upon entering, he was met by Xiao Wei. What does the esteemed one wish to eat today? Xiao Shizi felt somewhat awkward, but proceeded to relay the master's request one by one. Raw mutton. Xiao Wei was left utterly dumbfounded. The other items were acceptable, but why would Lady Xia want raw mutton? Our master desires it. Xiao Shizi replied helplessly. Xiao Wei confirmed the order several times before he too set off to procure the mutton, his mind swirling with thoughts. Lady Xia had an eccentric taste in meals. The staff in the Imperial kitchen were well aware that the emperor had instructed them to serve with utmost care. Yet this was quite an unusual preference. The Zhaohua pavilion lacked a small kitchen, and the palace forbade unauthorized cooking. Could it be that she truly intended to eat it raw? Having obtained the mutton, Xiao Shizi left with great haste, only to collide with Xiao Zhu, who was about to enter. Oh dear. Two individuals embraced, their heads bowed in unison. Xiao Shizi, why are you in such a flurry today? Upon uttering these words, he swiftly grabbed a basket and dashed away with the speed of a hare. Xiao Zhuji, rubbing his still throbbing head, pondered in confusion. What could have stirred him so? What unspeakable item lay within that basket? He ventured inside, summoning Xiao Weizi for answers. Xiao Weizi, compelled to whisper, recounted the events in detail. Xiao Zhuji was taken aback. The esteemed Lady Xia desired to consume raw meat. In less than an hour, this startling news reached Zhao Juanya's ears. It appeared that Li Shengyan, observing the emperor's exhaustion over several days, noted his lack of appetite and sleep. Thus, he dispatched Xiao Zhuji to the Imperial kitchen to inquire about any novel dishes. It was unwise for the emperor to be so overworked. A solution must be found to entice him to eat more. However, the Imperial cuisine was traditionally managed by the small kitchen of Zhaochen Palace. Although the Grand Kitchen had preparations underway, they could not produce anything substantial in such a short time. After all, fine dishes require time to develop their flavors. Do they not? A well-stewed broth necessitates several hours of care. Seeing that the evening meal had barely been touched before being cleared away, Li Shengyan felt compelled to intervene. Zhao Junyao surveyed the array of dishes before him, his heart heavy with irritation, and waved his hand dismissively. I shan't eat. Since childhood, he had endured these same dishes. Repeating for over a decade, his appetite had long since waned. Typically, this would suffice, yet with recent concerns weighing heavily on his mind, after a day of toil, the sight of these meals only heightened his discontent. Those who have labored all day understand the desire for something indulgent, a dish that ignites the appetite. Those insipid and undercooked dishes are hardly worth a glance. Let us go and see what Xia is up to. As Zhao Junyao spoke, he rose to his feet. Suddenly feeling a twinge of envy towards Xia, who could indulge in food, drink, and rest with such ease. Merely observing her was enough to evoke a sense of relaxation. In contrast, the other women in the palace were always compelled to eat whatever he consumed. Their dining manners so constrained that they could scarcely bring themselves to take more than a single grain of rice or a solitary vegetable, which was quite vexing. Chapter 33. Charcoal grilled lamb skewers. Lost in thought, he exited the Zhaoqin palace. Ah, Li Shengyan replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurriedly followed suit. At the Zhahua pavilion, the lamb had already been cut and marinated. Xiaoxizi grabbed a handful of chopsticks and was busy sharpening bamboo skewers. Ziyue, following her lord's instructions, was preparing a new charcoal brazier. As the previous one was rather dirty and unsuitable for cooking. Just as this was mentioned, a loud announcement rang out. The emperor has arrived. Before Xia Ruqing could fully comprehend the situation, Zhao Junyao had already entered. After exchanging formal greetings and salutations, he took his seat. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Xia Ruqing asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she personally approached to offer tea. Zhao Junyao accepted the cup without uttering a word. Instead, observing the bustling scene within the room, where master and servants were fervently engaged in their tasks. He felt a twinge of awkwardness, his lips twitching slightly. I happened to pass by. Xia Ruqing, Li Shengyan. The atmosphere suddenly became laden with embarrassment. Within Xia Ruqing's mind, why has the emperor come? Even if he desires to engage in intimacy, there must be a preliminary courtship. Thus, it should not be for such a purpose. What could it be? Within Zhao Junyao's mind, I am so very hungry, having heard that she intended to consume raw meat. I found it hard to believe she could be so foolish. Surely, she must have a novel approach in mind. It appears he was indeed correct in his assumption. However, lamb is notoriously pungent. Previously, he had expressed disdain for its strong flavor, causing the kitchen to refrain from preparing it. The young lady did not possess such audacity, and it was uncertain whether she would dare to indulge herself. He was quite eager to sample her creations, which were delicious. Their inner worlds were rich and vibrant. Yet in the realm of reality, Zhao Junyao leisurely sipped his tea. Xia Ruqing stood beside him, hesitant to speak. She could not fathom the emperor's reason for being there, but another thought crossed her mind. The lamb's distinctive odor. Were the charcoal grilled lamb skewers still being made? Everything was prepared, and the emperor had noticed. What was she to do? Your Majesty, have you dined? She inquired cautiously. She intended to express concern. But as soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. Wasn't that an obvious question? At this hour, who in the world would go hungry? If not the emperor himself? Zhao Junyao's inner thoughts. I am indeed starving. Li Shengyan, standing nearby, began to glean the emperor's sentiments. Yet, he dared not speak, only discreetly signaling Xia Ruqing. She noticed, as did Zhao Junyao. Xia Ruqing glanced at Li Shengyan and then stole a look at Zhao Junyao. Oh? Why was there a smile at the corner of his lips? In that fleeting moment, what was there left to misunderstand? She promptly knelt before him. Your Majesty, this humble servant has yet to dine. I have been hungry all day, and everything is prepared. Upon finishing, she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Zhao Junyao finally set down his nearly emptied teacup, cleared his throat, and waved his hand. Go ahead, as if granted a reprieve. Thank you, Your Majesty. As she was about to depart, Xia Ruqing paused for a moment and remarked, Might I prepare some charcoal grilled lamb for you to sample, Your Majesty? Zhao Junyao hesitated. Your Majesty, once you have dined, you may cleanse yourself afterward. Any lingering odor will be washed away, and no one will be the wiser. It is truly delectable. Please do try it. With Li Shengyan's subtle encouragement, she boldly persisted. Ultimately, Zhao Junyao neither confirmed nor denied her request. Xia Ruqing took it upon herself to make the decision. It is settled then. Xiaoxizi, please invite Master Li to the side room for tea and refreshments. Li Shengyan smiled, bowed, and withdrew, inwardly praising, "Indeed, Lady Xia possesses remarkable insight. No wonder the emperor holds her in such regard. In this palace, if the emperor remembers you and grants even a modicum of favor, your days shall not be burdensome." Xia Ruqing instructed Ziyue to move the charcoal stove to the edge of the kong. On the small kong table lay a bowl of richly stewed lamb soup. Skewered lamb pieces, snow pear soup, sesame cakes, and several exquisite side dishes. The fruits sent by Xiao Zhuzi were also washed and arranged in white porcelain bowls, creating a visually appealing spread that filled the small table to the brim. Zhao Juniao's stomach began to protest uncontrollably. Though outwardly adorned in fine garments and surrounded by sumptuous fare, he had not truly savored much delectable cuisine. Thus, when Xia Ruqing presented him with the sizzling, oily skewers of lamb belly, he instinctively reached for them, despite initial reluctance. Zhao Juniao found himself at a loss. How to consume it? Biting directly seemed rather unrefined. At that moment, Ziyue discreetly excused herself, leaving only the emperor and the noble lady in the warm chamber. As no one was present, Xia Ruqing relaxed her demeanor, smilingly saying, "Your Majesty, you must eat like this." With that, she seized a skewer of meat and took a hearty bite, chewing with abandon. Although it might have seemed somewhat uncouth, the sight was undeniably delightful, and Zhao Juniao found himself swept away by the moment. He too took a bite. While he did not indulge as extravagantly, he nonetheless loosened his restraint. "What do you think, Your Majesty? Isn't it delicious?" Xia Ruqing inquired, her face alight with anticipation. Zhao Juniao savored the morsel, the lamb grilled to perfection, crisp on the outside yet tender within, rich without being greasy, and seasoned with a hint of spice that tantalized his palate. This exquisite flavor awakened his appetite in a most gratifying manner. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing devoured the skewers with gusto. In her previous life, such flavors dissipated the weariness of the day, making her feel that the day's toil was worthwhile. She mused that after a long day, the emperor must surely appreciate a delectable meal. After all, who wouldn't he crave something delightful after a day of exertion? The emperor was human too. Rather than ridiculing him, Xia Ruqing gently encouraged him, and Zhao Juniao gradually grew more at ease. Here, there were no ministers of state, no convoluted protocols, only the pleasure of good food. Outside, the cold wind howled, while within the confines of the room, the two huddled beside a small charcoal stove, enjoying their grilled meat. Zhao Juniao became increasingly animated, eventually taking the initiative to skewer and roast meat himself. "Is it done?" he asked, holding the skewer aloft, his movements stiff and hesitant. Xia Ruqing, barefoot and seated on the kong, glanced at it and declared, "Not yet. Continue grilling," she directed with a carefree air, unperturbed. "Oh." Zhao Juniao maintained his pose, his countenance serious. In that moment, Xia Ruqing felt that the emperor was merely an ordinary young man at heart. Though he has multiple concubines, he is not unpleasant. Being in his company brings genuine joy, and that suffices. I need not ponder further, as it would be futile. One side of the meat skewer was charred while the other remained undercooked. Zhao Juniao held it up, hesitant to move, creating a scene that was undeniably comical. "Ha ha. Your Majesty, you." Zhao Juniao felt quite embarrassed, initially stifling a laugh, attempting to adopt a serious demeanor. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to laughter. "Your Majesty, you are responsible for the affairs of the state. Such trivial matters I can manage. Please indulge yourself." Chapter 34, The Sacrificial Ceremony. After sharing a moment of laughter, Xia Ruqing wisely ceased her antics. While flattering him, she stepped forward to tend to the skewers herself. The two resumed their meal. During this repast, Zhao Juniao felt remarkably at ease. Casting aside the rigid constraints of decorum, he laughed when delighted and ate when hungry, a sensation that was truly delightful. After satisfying their hunger, they sipped on some cooling pear soup before calling for someone to tidy the room. Li Shengyan felt a twinge of anxiety. Noticing that the emperor showed no intention of departing, could it be that he wished to stay here? Although a master of the 6th rank could host a royal visit, the Zhaohua pavilion was both modest and remote. How splendid could a noble's residence truly be? Therefore, when the noble ladies were summoned to attend the emperor, he had requested them to come over. "Now, prepare the water for bathing," Zhao Juniao suddenly commanded. "Yes." Li Shengyan quickly responded. This clearly indicated an intention to stay overnight, and he thought, it seems that Lady Xia truly occupies a special place in the emperor's heart. As the esteemed guests indulged in their bathing rituals, Ziyue guided several maidens of the Zhaoqin palace in tidying the chambers. The bedding was replaced, the small table meticulously cleaned, and the floors scrubbed with care. Finally, she opened the windows, allowing the fresh air to sweep through and dispel the last remnants of any lingering odors. However, a slight discomfort lingered. Having just exchanged the stale air, the inner chamber now felt rather chilly. Emerging from the cleansing room, Xia Ruqing curled up tightly, exclaiming, "So cold." A hot water bottle rested atop the bed, and the blankets had been warmed. Ziyue gently dried her hair with a cloth, hesitant to suggest that she enter first while the emperor remained present. "I must attend to the emperor's changing." Xia Ruqing shivered as she stepped forward. Zhao Junyao, clad only in his inner garments and exposing his chest, was unperturbed by the chill, his robust physique honed by years of martial training. Noticing Xia Ruqing's pale complexion from the cold, he instinctively tossed her into the warm covers, commanding, "Do not emerge." With a stern expression, he bent slightly, revealing the well-defined muscles of his chest, radiating a healthy sheen. With a gulp, the lady obediently burrowed into the blankets. That night, Zhao Junyao continued his endeavors until the third watch, unable to sleep without first working out his muscles after a hearty meal. On the following day, Xia Ruqing dutifully presented her respects to the empress punctually. Though the onlookers regarded her with disfavor, they could find no fault, and their sour remarks were quickly dismissed. On the 20th of the 12th month, preparations commenced for the emperor's journey beyond the city to perform the heavenly rites, and everyone was urged to make adequate preparations. The empress, poised and dignified, occupied her elevated position. If there is anything lacking, remember to request it from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Yes, the crowd echoed in unison. The empress nodded with satisfaction, leading everyone in conversation for a while before dismissing them. Alas, last night's sleep was woefully inadequate. Here is the freshly prepared milk and bird's nest soup. Your Highness, do give it a taste. Yulon served her the dish. The empress lifted the bowl, took a sip, squinted her eyes, and suddenly remarked, "The Xia family is indeed fortunate. Though her health is poor, she is still remembered by the emperor. Moreover, she is quite astute. Rarely ventures out, and there are no faults to be found. One must not be careless. She does not wish for another consort sure to emerge from this palace." Having lost her mother at a young age and suffered mistreatment from her stepmother, her health has consequently suffered. In my humble opinion, it is of little consequence. Her origins are evident. The emperor values propriety above all. Yulon refrained from elaborating further, as the empress had already grasped the implication. Indeed, the daughter of a county magistrate being favored is far better than that of a grand minister. So be it. Let her be. The emperor's fleeting affection and indulgence are of little significance. That is the essence of it. Your Highness, do drink some more. It is said to be the most nourishing. Yulon encouraged with a smile. The empress raised the bowl once more and began to sip slowly. How have you arranged the heavenly tribute on the 20th day of the 12th month? The empress chuckled. What arrangements can be made? The Ministry of Internal Affairs will prepare the carriages and horses. As for the rest, each palace shall make its own preparations. The empress nodded. According to the customs of the Chu dynasty, at the year's end, the emperor must personally offer sacrifices to heaven, to express gratitude for the benevolence bestowed upon the people and to pray for favorable weather in the coming year. All from the royal family and the harem must accompany him. A singular decree mandates that all individuals of royal lineage, holding ranks of the 6th grade or higher, must attend. In anticipation, Ziyue diligently prepared everything necessary for the outing well in advance. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, over 100 carriages were ready before the third watch of the night, waiting patiently at the palace gates. As the fourth watch approached, Xia Ruqing found herself half awake. Having been meticulously dressed by Ziyue, who then escorted her to the warm sedan chair at the palace entrance. Nobility were permitted to bring only one attendant, and Ziyue accompanied her, while the young servant, Zioxizi, remained behind to guard the gate. At the palace gates, many nobles had already gathered, each seeking their respective carriages. Xia Ruqing's warm sedan was stationed beside the last of the line, adjacent to a modest carriage. After being assisted onto the carriage, Ziyue climbed aboard as well, and Xia Ruqing was abruptly roused from her stupor. The carriage was indeed frigid. "I have brought a cloak, my lady. Please drape it over yourself," Ziyue urged. "This carriage is merely a layer of fabric. It is quite chilly indeed." "Why is this carriage so small?" Xia Ruqing inquired, now fully alert. "In the dramas I have seen, aren't carriages supposed to be spacious and grand? Yet this one seems rather cramped. Even the tea table occupies too much space. My feet can scarcely fit." Ziyue chuckled awkwardly. "My lady, not only is your carriage small, but it is also positioned at the very end of the procession." Xia Ruqing sighed. It appears that without striving for advancement, one cannot escape the lowest echelons. I cannot remain perpetually ensnared at the bottom. Let us take our time. Life is a lengthy journey, and haste will yield no fruitful results. The caravan set forth at the hour of the tiger, with the emperor's imperial carriage leading the way, flanked by 2 battalions of imperial guards forging the path ahead, followed by the empress dowager's canopy, and subsequently the carriages of the empress, the imperial concubines, and the favored consorts. As the princes were arranged according to their ranks, it ultimately left only Xia Ruqing and noble consort Hu at the end. Fortunately, there was still noble consort Hu to serve as a buffer. Xia Ruqing wrapped herself in a thick cloak, reclining in the carriage with her eyes closed. A brief slumber would be delightful, for once they arrived, rest would be a luxury denied. The grand ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven was of paramount importance. Even if one lacked the privilege to gaze upon it, one must humbly kneel outside. Alas, I have brought some food, my lady, should you feel hungry. Do partake. Chapter 35. The Ceremony of Offering Sacrifices to Heaven, Part 2. At the second hour, the procession reached the sacrificial altar. Arriving before the auspicious moment, everyone knelt in their designated places. Xia Ruqing remained in the corner, next to noble consort Hu. The ground was icy, and the thought of kneeling was unappealing. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Ruqing dutifully knelt. Fortunately, the cloak was sufficiently thick. Kneeling upon it spared her from the cold, lest her knees suffer irreparable damage after a few hours. My lady, there are still pastries. Would you care for some? Ziyue whispered as she knelt beside Xia Ruqing. Xia Ruqing frowned. I feel as though my stomach could burst. I wouldn't be hungry even if I hadn't eaten all day. Earlier in the carriage, she had indulged in numerous soup dumplings and shrimp dumplings. She was satiated but had refrained from drinking water, fearing the need to relieve herself. Yet at this moment, thirst was not a concern. She would simply continue kneeling. With her head bowed and eyelashes lowered, Xia Ruqing began to drift into a reverie. Meanwhile, noble consort Hu was not enjoying the same comfort. Today, she had the opportunity to meet the emperor and, in her pursuit of elegance, had chosen not to don an additional layer. With an empty stomach, she could only endure kneeling for a brief moment before succumbing to the cold and hunger, her face turning pale from the chill. Ultimately, she found herself fixated with envy upon the thick cloak of Xia Ruqing. Xia Ruqing resolutely declared, I cannot see anything. I see nothing at all. This act of kneeling lasted a full 3 hours. When the sacrificial rites concluded, the sound of celebratory cannon fire echoed. And as the officials called upon the participants, Xia Ruqing's complexion also turned ashen. In the frigid, snowy days of the 12th lunar month, enduring for over 6 hours was a trial for anyone. The Empress Dowager, having aged, managed to rise after a short period of kneeling, while the Emperor and Empress, remaining together, were not required to kneel extensively. The other consorts had already endured their time, yet several had fainted from the ordeal. Fortunately, the location was close to the Nanyuan, and they arrived in less than half an hour. Preparations had been made in advance at the Nanyuan, allowing everyone to rest comfortably upon arrival, enjoying warm meals or a hot bath without any constraints. Xia Ruqing and noble lady Hu were assigned to a secluded courtyard. The carriage had arrived earlier, with Xia Ruqing and noble lady Hu being the last to disembark. Once they alighted, noble lady Hu hurried ahead, eager to press on. Ziyue scoffed softly, thinking, what is she up to? Does she wish to catch up with the imperial entourage? Alas, her rank is too low. She cannot hope to succeed. Xia Ruqing offered a faint smile, dismissing the matter nonchalantly. Upon entering the courtyard, noble lady Hu had already claimed the main hall, leaving only 2 side chambers available. Ziyue, incensed, thought, what is this? No wonder she rushed. It was to secure this place. She admonished, Shill, do not speak carelessly. Having been here the previous year, she possessed some experience. It was merely a matter of enduring through this, nothing of great consequence. This matter must be endured. Causing a ruckus during the heavenly sacrifice is akin to courting death. The side hall, though modest in size, is newly constructed and well kept, not at all unsightly. Though the night has yet to fully descend, Xia Ruqing has been thoroughly chilled and, after consuming a modest meal sent from the kitchen, has retired to rest. Consort Hu has taken residence in the main hall, feeling quite pleased with herself, yet as time passes without any sign of Xia Ruqing, her interest wanes. After cursing a few times, she dismisses the matter. Having eaten some food, not long after, Consort Hu begins to suffer from a high fever, causing the maid Rong Qiu to be utterly terrified as she stumbles forward to report this. To her surprise, a great commotion is heard ahead. with palace attendants kneeling in disarray in a courtyard. Upon inquiry, she learns the distressing news. Consort Yun has suffered a miscarriage. A miscarriage? Where is the imperial physician? Rongqiu urgently asks. Alas, has the young lady lost her wits? Where could the physician be at this hour? The young eunuch replies with some impatience. With her master in high fever, she finds herself powerless and dares not enter to summon the physician. In the courtyard, Consort Yun weeps inconsolably, while several imperial physicians kneel in silence. The Empress Dowager sits nearby, sighing heavily, while the Empress and other consorts wear complex expressions, remaining utterly still. Your Majesty, I have failed to protect our child. I am guilty. Zhao Junyao sits on a stool beside the bed, his expression grim. Consort Yun's cries irritate him. Yet he maintains his composure. It seems I am fated to be without that child. My beloved consort need not grieve excessively. The Empress Dowager then speaks up, questioning how long it has been since the physicians were summoned to check on the pulse. For such a grave matter to have gone unnoticed is inexcusable. Indeed, Yu Fei was utterly oblivious to her pregnancy. After kneeling in the frigid cold for so long, it was only natural that this incident cannot be blamed on anyone else. Zhao Juanyao's countenance darkened. The entire Imperial Medical Department shall have their salaries docked for 6 months. And let this serve as a warning. The royal lineage is of paramount importance, leaving no room for error. The presence of women may be plentiful or scarce, but a child is different. To safeguard the Zhao family's heritage, he cannot achieve this alone. He requires many exceptional offspring. The imperial physicians, witnessing the emperor's decision not to pursue the matter further, were overwhelmed with emotion, their tears streaming as they expressed their gratitude and departed to prepare prescriptions. The empress stepped forward, embodying grace and virtue. Sister, do not be overly sorrowful. You are still young, and children will come in due time. Take care not to harm your health. Shi Guifei cast a cold glance in their direction, remaining silent. Yu Fei fumed internally, yet with the emperor present, she dared not voice her anger, merely gritting her teeth. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I shall remember it. Zhao Junyao regarded the empress with satisfaction and instructed. The weather is harsh, and Yu Fei is in a delicate state. I trust you will take good care of her. The empress quickly knelt, assuring, your majesty, rest assured. I shall tend to sister you with utmost care. Zhao Junyao nodded, offering a few more instructions before departing with his retinue. The child was already lost. What more could he do? The empress sat by the bedside, feigning consolation for a moment before elegantly taking her leave. Shi Guifei chuckled coldly. She must be feeling quite pleased with herself. A weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken with ill intentions. Yu Fei, tears brimming, retorted bitterly. Who can I blame for not even knowing I was pregnant? Shi Guifei frowned, though she felt a twinge of regret in her heart. There was also a flicker of relief. After all, the miscarriage had occurred, or else the noble consort Yun could have borne a son. If a son had been born, he would not have been given to her. With the presence of the crown prince, who could foresee what the future held? It was better not to give birth at all. Yue entered, kneeling to pay her respects. Your Highness, the emperor has gone to the Yuhua Pavilion. The Yuhua Pavilion was the residence of the imperial concubine, grand and beautiful, second only to that of the empress. I am aware, you may leave now. Yes. Imperial concubine sure glanced at consort Yun and sighed. Very well, take good care of yourself, and if you need anything, simply call for Kaidai. Though she looked down upon consort Yun's foolishness, she understood the principle of mutual dependence, and the harem, it could not consist solely of the empress's people. After imperial concubine Sure departed, consort Yun stared blankly at the doorway, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. When had the emperor ceased to cherish her? Chapter 36. The matter of childbearing in the past, the emperor would have surely accompanied her, but now, it was still the beloved imperial concubine who enjoyed favor. A bond formed from childhood, which was indeed different. Your Highness, it is time to take your medicine. Kaidai entered, carrying a bowl of medicine. Consort Yun glanced at it, stifled her tears, and tilted her neck, drinking it all down, feeling even more sorrowful within. Your Highness, you should rest for a while. Kaidai collected the bowl and tucked her in with the quilt. Kaidai, how long has it been since the emperor last spent the night? Consort Yun squinted her eyes in contemplation and slowly uttered 3 words. Noble lady Xia. That wretched vixen, enchanting the emperor so thoroughly. It was one thing for the imperial concubine to be favored, but what was that Xia family to begin with? In this moment, she found the perfect outlet for her frustrations. A miscarriage, indeed, alleviated her burdens. She had declared that the royal heir must emerge from her womb, and any who dared obstruct her path would not deter her, even if it meant staining her hands with blood. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Yulan chuckled, then inquired. The Emperor has requested you to attend to Consort Yun. How shall you proceed? The Empress pondered for a moment before responding. What shall I do? I shall instruct the Imperial Medical Bureau to provide diligent care. Should any errors arise, I shall hold them accountable. Moreover, since Consort Yun has just suffered a miscarriage, she must observe a period of confinement. As she lacks capable attendants, select an experienced wet nurse to serve her. Remember, it is imperative that Consort Yun recovers swiftly. Yes. Yulan diligently noted every instruction. The Empress lifted her teacup, sipping delicately, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The Emperor had entrusted her with this responsibility, and she would ensure it was executed with utmost care. Her diligence would not go unnoticed by the Emperor. After all, she was the Empress, and it was her duty to embody kindness, generosity, and thoughtfulness. No matter how favored consortshire might be, she remained merely a noble concubine. Today it was she, Fan Mingjin, who stood alongside the Emperor in reverence during the heavenly sacrifices. That was sufficient. Her Majesty is indeed benevolent and magnanimous. Yulan presented a bowl of rich bird's nest soup to the Empress. The Empress took a small jade spoon, gently stirring, not hastening to partake. She smiled and remarked, "The beauties within this palace are akin to the flowers in the Imperial garden, flourishing through the changing seasons. With each winter's departure and spring's arrival, fresh and delicate buds appear, which even I find delightful. Whatever blossom the Emperor favors, we shall diligently tend to it, nourishing, watering, and pruning. Once the season passes, new buds shall inevitably emerge, while those that have withered will be of no concern to anyone." This metaphor was indeed quite fitting. Yulan exclaimed, "Your Highness, you are truly wise." Xia Ruqing received the news the following morning. Miscarriage, she exclaimed, surprised, as she had not been informed of any pregnancy. Indeed. Even the favored concubine was unaware. It is said that she knelt for too long yesterday, Ziyue explained. Oh. Xia Ruqing nodded, finding it entirely unremarkable. In such frigid conditions, it was not uncommon for one to faint, let alone a woman in early pregnancy. Their courtyard was rather secluded, which is why no one had been aware of the incident yesterday. Today is quite cold. I must dress warmly to pay my respects to the Empress. Xia Ruqing dismissed the gossip and began to plan. Ziyue agreed, fetching her the thickest cloak available, while inwardly musing that while other ladies indulged in gossip, their mistress remained remarkably composed. Upon exiting the courtyard, the two made their way along a narrow path to the Empress's quarters. She arrived neither too early nor too late, performed her greetings, and took her seat. The favored concubine had yet to arrive, and the seat for the favored one remained vacant. As for concubine who, the Empress had only just learned of her illness and had summoned the imperial physician. After a brief wait, the guests had all arrived. Consort Sure was the last to come, adorned in a resplendent rose-red palace gown that accentuated her vibrant beauty. Reluctantly, she performed the customary greeting and took her seat. The Empress began to speak, first expressing her heartfelt concern for everyone present, and then shedding a few tears. The essence of her words was that concubine Yun had lost her child, and the Empress lamented this sorrow, urging everyone to bear more sons for the Emperor to ensure the prosperity of the royal lineage. Though the Empress's display seemed somewhat feigned, there were still those who rallied in support, praising her benevolence and compassion. A harmonious scene unfolded among the wives and concubines, with everyone exchanging pleasantries. Consort Sure merely smiled coldly, keeping her head bowed in silence. Xia Ruqing also lowered her gaze, intently examining the patterns on her garment. She held no faith in the Empress's words, feeling it unnecessary to listen. After dispersing from the Empress's quarters, Xia Ruqing strolled along the narrow path toward the garden, seeking a breath of fresh air. It felt stifling. How could one not desire a leisurely walk in the garden at such a moment? Inwardly, Ziyue pondered, "Your reasoning is undeniably sound, and I find myself at a loss for words." Throughout their walk, Ziyue remained quiet, offering her silent companionship. As Xia Ruqing ambled slowly along the cobblestone path, she reflected on Ziyue's concerns, fully aware of them. In truth, the prospect of motherhood had crossed her mind. A child was indeed a necessity. Otherwise, what would become of her in old age should she meet an untimely demise? She had no desire to live a life of luxury only to face a dire end in her later years. However, she understood that the time for such matters had not yet arrived. Her status was lowly, and the queen and the favored consort were embroiled in fierce competition, both vying for the position of the crown prince. She chose not to join the fray. Her body was still tender, so she decided to wait a while longer. As for jealousy, forgive her, But that was not stipulated in the rules of the game. As a newly emerged consort from the brink of death, she lacked the right to feel envious. She was merely grateful to be alive. Furthermore, with the emperor marrying so many consorts, was it merely for carnal pleasure? Naturally, the intention was to bear many offspring, for the royal lineage must flourish, and that is a perfectly normal aspiration. Xia Ruqing suddenly realized how swiftly her perspective had shifted. Indeed, in the presence of the king of hell, nothing seemed to matter. To live well, one must adapt. The principle of survival of the fittest aptly describes this reality. That evening, Zhao Junyao was in a foul mood. Initially, after offering sacrifices to the heavens, he had intended to take his consorts on a delightful holiday, a splendid affair, yet alas it had all fallen apart. Consort Yin was somewhat spoiled, and woe betide anyone who earned her ire. After some contemplation, he decided that only Consort Shi would do. Thus, after attending to state affairs, he made his way to the Yuhua Pavilion. Chapter 37. The Emperor's Troubles. May the Emperor find peace. Rise. Zhao Junyao, looking weary, turned and sat on the bed. He accepted the tea offered by a palace maid, which was personally presented by Consort Shi. You have worked hard all day, Your Majesty. Please enjoy a cup of tea to refresh yourself. Zhao Junyao took a sip but set the cup down almost immediately, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. He felt troubled. Nothing seemed to please him at that moment. Consort Shi dismissed the maid and sat beside Zhao Junyao, cautiously extending her delicate hand to gently massage his temples. Cousin, have you dined? Not in the mood. Zhao Junyao replied, weariness evident in his tone. Cousin, despite the circumstances, you must take care of your health. Shi Guifei gently urged. Her words laced with warmth. Yet, Zhao Junyao furrowed his brow, understanding the wisdom in her counsel but feeling the weight of his own sorrow. After all, it was his child, and even without having met, the pain lingered. Subtly pushing Shi Guifei's hand away, he reclined against the grand pillow, feigning sleep, an unmistakable sign of his impatience. Shi Guifei, feeling a bit awkward, managed to smile. Cousin, I shall prepare something to eat. You should rest for a while. With that, she exited, and soon a sumptuous late-night feast was laid before him. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Junyao, initially feeling hunger, was instantly disinterested. The table was adorned with an array of delicacies, steamed buns and pastries, sweet treats like red bean cakes, green bean cakes, glutinous rice cakes with dates, and salted egg yolk pastries, among others. The savory dishes were even more plentiful, each one exquisitely presented. From the skies above, from the earth below, from the waters of the deep, nearly every dish imaginable was present, complemented by a selection of soups, sweet and savory, easily exceeding 10 varieties. The table was filled to the brim with these opulent offerings, a royal feast that could not be bought with any amount of silver, yet at that moment, Zhao Junyao felt no appetite. I have no appetite. A deep worry etched itself on his Shi Guifei's finely crafted features. Cousin, enough, I am weary. I shall rest, Zhao Junyao stated, rising and making his way towards the inner chamber. As he lay on the bed, a sudden image of Xia Ruqing's silly smile flashed through his mind. What would she have prepared for him? From a young age, Shi Guifei was accustomed to a life of opulence, adorned in exquisite garments and surrounded by lavish comforts, as was he. He had never perceived anything amiss until he encountered that enchanting creature. It was then he realized that a life of simplicity and purity was far more gratifying. In her company, he felt like an ordinary individual, a commoner. That night, spent by the small charcoal stove, remained etched in his memory. Even the rather chilly Zhaohua Pavilion lingered in his thoughts. Yet, what could he do with such reminiscence? Born into royalty, the burdens upon his shoulders were far too heavy. He could not live solely for himself. Restlessly tossing and turning, he lost track of time before finally succumbing to slumber. Shi Guifei dared not sleep deeply, carefully attending to him throughout the night, and only at the hour of chun in the morning did she see off the esteemed figure. Upon returning to Zhaohua Pavilion, night had already fallen. Xia Ruqing, having endured the chill of the day, was ready to rest when suddenly a small attendant arrived. Your Grace, the Emperor has summoned you. The warm sedan chair awaits outside. Xia Ruqing thought to herself, alas, the Emperor has been in a foul mood lately. I hope I do not cross paths with his displeasure. Within the Zicheng Hall, Zhao Junyao was diligently reviewing the memorials. With the sealing of the Imperial edict approaching on the 23rd day of the 12th month, an influx of memorials had accumulated over the last few days. Suddenly, Xia Ruqing felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Junyao's plight. Regardless of whether one was cold, hungry, ill, or in low spirits, duty demanded action, and the stack of documents was indeed over a foot high. The urgent matters had already been addressed in the Nanyuan, but these less critical ones still required his attention. The room was brightly lit by candlelight, and Xia Ruqing dared not utter a word. Instead, she quietly immersed herself in the tome chronicles of the Chu dynasty. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Zhao Junyao finished reviewing the memorials and approached, Xia Ruqing, cradling a book, had already succumbed to slumber. Observing her tranquil expression, a sense of calm enveloped his heart. She was remarkably perceptive, as obedient as a kitten, yet at times quite mischievous. Grant her a hint of indulgence, and she would seek to establish her own dyeing workshop. Her days seemed to revolve around feasting and resting, devoid of any apparent worries. Unconsciously, a smile played upon his lips. He gently leaned down and carefully lifted her into the dragon bed. That night, he engaged in nothing but holding her close, gradually drifting into sleep. In the blink of an eye, the eve of the little new year arrived. Consort Yin focused on her health and rarely ventured outside, while the emperor was too preoccupied with state affairs to visit the inner palace. Even the most favored consort sure had not seen the emperor for several days. The empress busied herself with the arrangements for the new year, even foregoing customary greetings. The outside world was cold, and no one ventured out. Life in the inner palace was serene and undisturbed. After court that day, Zhao Junyao visited the Ningshou Palace to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager. The emperor is exceedingly busy with state matters. There is no need to constantly worry about me. The Empress Dowager beamed with maternal affection upon seeing her son. There is no need for such formalities between us. You have much to attend to, so take care of your health first. As she spoke, she drew the emperor to sit beside her and inquired, "Have you had your breakfast?" "Not yet," he replied. "As it happens, I also have a meal being prepared here. How about joining me for a bite?" Zhao Juanyao's expression softened, and he smiled. "Mother, you have several delicious dishes prepared. I am indeed fortunate." His words elicited laughter from the Empress Dowager, who turned to the attending Lady Chao and remarked, "Look at him, having grown so much. He still only thinks about food when he visits me. Indeed, the culinary skills of the old matrons in your palace are his favorite." Zhao Junyao continued the conversation, remarking that the emperor, being nostalgic, did not disdain the skills of the maidservants. She would have them prepare the dishes right away, and it would soon be ready. Granny Qing ambled away with a smile. The few dishes the emperor had loved since childhood were already well known to them. The Empress Dowager, who had long adhered to a vegetarian diet and devoted herself to Buddhist practices, had little taste for the delicacies from the imperial kitchen. Typically, a few adept old matrons attended to her culinary needs. Zhao Junyao smiled, saying, "Mother, you still remember. How could I forget? Back then, you Wanxin and Junkie were always together, causing all sorts of mischief." Wanxin was the given name of the favored concubine, Lady Shi. Zhao Junkie was Zhao Junyao's cousin, the legitimate son of the 9th prince, the Prince of Yan, and the heir apparent of Yan. Due to their similar ages, the three often played together in their youth. Zhao Junyao's smile faded slightly, yet she continued, "Every time we got into trouble, it was still you, Mother, who shielded us. Otherwise, Father would have discovered it and given us a good beating." The Empress Dowager chuckled at this, and after a moment of idle chatter, she sighed. "You have all grown up. Junkie has gone with his father to his fief, and as for you and Wanxin, you are no longer as you once were. Mother, you overthink it. Things remain the same." She thought to herself, in this harem, when it came to favor, none could surpass her. Was that not sufficient? Chapter 38. Too pretentious, the Empress Dowager appeared to have received some form of affirmation, promptly laughing and declaring, "It seems I have been foolish." She added, "Speaking of Wanxin, I recall that you all enjoyed similar dishes. Why not invite her as well?" Before she could finish her sentence, a palace servant arrived to announce that Lady Shi had come. The Empress Dowager was elated and promptly summoned Zhao Junyao, who felt a certain discomfort in his heart. Whether it was his mother calling for him or the favored concubine, Shi Guifei, coming personally, he found no joy in it. He was overwhelmed by a sense of being constantly schemed against and followed. One was his biological mother, and the other was his childhood companion. Yet he felt as though he were being plotted against. The feeling was truly unpleasant, and he could not simply shake off the situation. It turned out the emperor was not at all the omnipotent figure of legend, free to act as he pleased and reign supreme. On the contrary, he felt as though he bore countless shackles that he could not break free from. The Empress Dowager, being his maternal aunt and a formidable ally in the harem, made her frequent visits seem quite natural. Yet, Zhao Junyao felt an unsettling sense of being observed, indifferent to whether she felt wronged or not. Noticing the emperor's sour expression, Guifei surmised that he was likely still displeased about the miscarriage of Yunfei. However, while the emperor felt discontent, she found a sense of relief in it. Your Majesty, these dishes are all your favorites. Do indulge. Guifei delicately placed a small portion of food onto his plate. Upon seeing her gentle smile, Zhao Jiyou felt a wave of aversion. He ignored her and refrained from tasting the food she had served. Instead, he lifted a small bowl of rice and served himself. Guifei felt awkward, while the Empress Dowager smiled and attempted to ease the tension. Do eat, do eat. Wanxin, you must eat as well. It will get cold. Concerned for both her son and her niece, the Empress Dowager could not help but fret over their well-being. Thank you, mother. Guifei maintained a smile. Holding her bowl of rice, taking small bites, chewing slowly and gracefully, her ruby lips moving delicately. Zhao Jiyou furrowed his brow, pondering the absurdity of such deliberate behavior. Did dining still hold any delight? The atmosphere between the two was rather awkward, yet the Empress Dowager appeared oblivious, smiling as she remarked, Do ensure, mother, that you do not resent our merriment and cast us out. Consort Shi, setting down her utensils, chuckled in response. Her words elicited hearty laughter from the Empress Dowager, and even Zhao Junyao couldn't suppress a slight smile. Consort Shi, regardless of her demeanor, was sincerely devoted in the presence of the Empress Dowager. As long as there were no improprieties, he was willing to grant her some dignity for her own comfort. Why have you not eaten, Wanxin? Do indulge. These dishes are all your favorites. The Empress Dowager encouraged. However, Consort Shi had already taken up her handkerchief. Mother, I am quite full. Perhaps let cousin eat more, for he must have been quite burdened these past few days. Zhao Junyao could only think. You've barely touched your meal, and you claim to be satiated? The women of the inner court, ever concerned with their beauty, often eschewed food in favor of maintaining a slender figure. While this was understandable, to declare oneself full after merely a few grains of rice seemed excessively pretentious. Zhao Junyao felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He could no longer stomach it. In times past, he might have tolerated such behavior, but now he found it intolerable. Having encountered sincerity, this stark contrast was jarring. Was it so difficult to simply enjoy life without such pretense? I too am satiated, Zhao Junyao declared, placing his utensils aside. Though displeased, he maintained a semblance of decorum in front of the Empress Dowager. There are matters to attend to at Zhaoqing Palace. I shall take my leave. With that, he bowed to the Empress Dowager and, without so much as a glance at Consort Shi, strode out. The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, while Consort Shi stood there, bewildered. What has come over His Majesty? She wondered. Did Wanxin inadvertently offend the Emperor's cousin? After recounting the earlier incident, no irregularities were discovered. The Empress Dowager shook her head. Perhaps there indeed was a matter of significance, despite having sealed the Imperial edict. He is the Emperor, and his affairs are numerous. However, the cousin was rather hasty. Consort Shi appeared somewhat distracted. She understood her cousin well. If there were truly pressing matters, he would undoubtedly have addressed them first, rather than delaying. With this thought, Consort Shi grew increasingly restless. The Empress Dowager's comforting words fell on deaf ears. After sitting for a while, she excused herself and departed. The Empress Dowager sighed. These two are truly adversaries. Why do you say that, Your Highness? Children often bicker. It is a part of youth. Granny Qing chuckled. Let us hope so, replied the Empress Dowager. After a moment, she inquired, when will Prince Yin arrive in the capital? Granny Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her smile. Today is the 23rd, in 2 or 3 days. He should certainly arrive by the 25th or 26th. Whom the Empress Dowager nodded, her expression reflecting a sense of relief. After sipping a bowl of broth, she closed her eyes to rest on the soft couch. Granny Shou, sent by the Empress to care for Consort Yun during her confinement, entered with the medicine. Your Highness, it is time for your medicine, Granny Shou announced firmly, her tone neither overly humble nor aggressive. Leave it be. I shall take it later. Consort Yun replied with a sidelong glance, her tone unhurried. Granny Kai stepped forward with a smile. Granny Zhou has worked hard. Let us set the medicine aside for now. I will ensure the consort takes it when the time is right. The medicine has cooled to the perfect temperature. It would be best for Your Highness to take it now. Wait a moment longer, and it will cool. Grandma Zhou declared expressionlessly. Yin Fei, infuriated, was about to rise. But Kai Dai held her back, stepping forward with a mix of authority and a smile. The Imperial physician has stated that the lady must not become agitated. Is the elder maid intentionally provoking her? If any harm befalls Yin Fei, can the elder maid bear the consequences? Indeed, Grandma Zhou hesitated. She could not shoulder such responsibility. After a brief pause, she said, "Since the lady does not wish to drink now, I shall warm the medicine. Whenever the lady desires it, I will bring it forth." After bowing respectfully, she retreated. Yin Fei, seething with anger, felt as if darkness enveloped her vision. "You insolent wretch, daring to ride on my head." I knew the Empress harbored ill intentions. Kai Dai's face paled in fright. "Your Highness, please lower your voice and refrain from speaking recklessly." Yin Fei, realizing her indiscretion, could only glare in frustration, refraining from further outbursts. The Emperor upheld strict decorum. Even the noble consort respected the Empress, and she dared not fall behind. Otherwise, not only would she face the Emperor's wrath, but she would also endure a stern reprimand from the noble consort. Though Yin Fei struggled against her constraints, ultimately, she could not contend with the greater power. Under Grandma Zhou's watchful gaze, she drank the medicine. A hint of satisfaction finally crept into Grandma Zhou's otherwise indifferent expression. "I humbly wish for the lady's swift recovery." With that, she bowed and exited. Within Yin Fei's heart, a sense of disgust akin to swallowing a fly took root, leaving her both enraged and nauseated. Her nails dug into her flesh as she seethed, teeth clenched in frustration, all while lacking a proper outlet for her anger. Chapter 39. Eating noodles recently, the Emperor's mood has been less than favorable, and the Empress Dowager's scrutiny has been particularly intense. Li Xingyan expressed that the pressure is immense. Having sealed his royal edict, there was no need for him to attend court, and the volume of memorials had significantly diminished. Even if he were to indulge daily in the pleasures of the harem, reveling with his concubines, the censors would remain silent. Yet, Zhao Junyao had no desire to venture anywhere. His visit to the Empress Dowager was soon followed by the arrival of the noble consort, whose ostentation drained him of any remaining cheer. He also felt disinclined to visit the Empress, who, despite being barely 20, comported herself with the demeanor of one well into her 80s. She feigned composure and dignity, yet exuded an aura of despondency. It was rumored that she had become enamored with the transcription of Buddhist scriptures, a pastime usually favored by the elderly. The recent birth of the consort Yun had left her in low spirits. Two melancholic souls meeting would only exacerbate their gloom. Thus, he thought it best to avoid that encounter. The consort Ning was gentle and virtuous, albeit somewhat dull-witted. Whenever he spoke, she struggled to respond. Her conversations revolved entirely around the princess, clearly indicating her thoughts were elsewhere. The consort Hui, on the other hand, was sharp-minded and adept at concealing her emotions. Yet her daughter had only just turned 1, necessitating a mother-esque care. Each time he visited, the wet nurse would take the princess away, causing the little one to wail heart-wrenchingly. No matter how well consort Hui masked her feelings, he could still sense her distress. The second princess, upon seeing him, would not even allow him to hold her, instinctively labeling him as the villain who kept her from her mother. Zhao Junyao's expression darkened, a wave of helplessness washing over him. From that point onward, his visits to consort Hui had but one purpose: to see the princess. Following her, he would encounter consort Zheng, Lady Hu, and Lady Xia. Consort Zheng was unappealing in appearance, the least favored in the harem, and he had never taken much notice of her. As for Lady Xia, Zhao Jia scrutinized his concubines and discovered that only Lady Xia truly resonated with his heart's desire. At present, the Emperor of the 9-5 Supreme decisively decreed, "Summon the esteemed Lady Xia to the Imperial study." This caused Li Xingyan some surprise. In the past, the Emperor would only request Lady Xia's presence during the quieter hours following the evening meal. Yet now, it was still before noon. "I command you to go at once." "Enough chatter." "Yes, yes." Li Xingyan vanished in an instant. A quarter of an hour later, Xia Ruqing, seated in a warm palanquin, entered the Zhaoqin Palace with dignity. Lady Hu, residing in the adjacent Lijiang Pavilion, seethed with resentment, her silver teeth nearly grinding in frustration. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Xia Ruqing approached with utmost caution to perform her obeisance. Having heard that the emperor's disposition had been rather poor lately, she felt the need to tread lightly. Earlier, Eunuchly had informed her that the emperor had not enjoyed a proper meal in 2 days. It was indeed a lamentable situation. She had always presumed that the emperor's appetite was lavishly catered to. Little did she know that the quality of the imperial cuisine fell short of even home-cooked fare. As the wealthiest man in the great Chu dynasty, how difficult could it be to enjoy a simple meal? Yet the challenge lay in the fact that he was the emperor. Zhao Junyao was practicing calligraphy, a pursuit that brought him tranquility. His father had taught him that one must not allow emotions to dictate one's actions. If they prevail, one is destined to fail. Upon reflection, he found this to be profoundly true. Xia Ruqing rolled up her sleeves and diligently ground the ink nearby. With a small silver spoon, she added water and circled the inkstone meticulously. In the study, the only sounds were those of the water and the inkstone. With a wolf hair brush in hand, Zhao Junyao dipped it deeply into the rich ink and began to write, each stroke deliberate and fluid. The fragrance of the ink wafted through the air. As he concluded his work, the time for the midday meal had long passed. The emperor had poured his heart into his writing, and none dared to intrude. Li Shengyan led the attendants to clear the table, continuing with his duties. Your Majesty, it is time for lunch. Zhao Juanyao's displeasure dissipated somewhat as he nodded for the meal to be served. Casting another glance at Xia Ruqing, he instructed, have them prepare a few dishes of your choice. Yes. Xia Ruqing responded obediently without hesitation. Li Shengyan, noticing that the emperor's anger had subsided, felt a significant relief and cheerfully remarked to Xia Ruqing, what would the esteemed one like to eat? I shall have them prepare it at once. You are truly a savior, for the emperor has been unable to enjoy his meals these past 2 days. Let us hope he can eat heartily today. Otherwise, if this continues, it may harm the imperial health. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Ruqing inquired, is there a chef who specializes in making noodles? Li Shengyan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replied, indeed. There is a chef from Guanshi who excels at crafting willow leaf noodles. Would the esteemed one care for this? Xia Ruqing nodded and added, please also prepare a few simple home-style dishes. They need not be specific, just light and palatable. Seeing that the emperor had not objected, Li Shengyan felt a sense of satisfaction and joyfully departed. Upon arriving at the small kitchen of Zhaochen Palace, the chefs were equally troubled. The emperor had grown increasingly dissatisfied with the imperial cuisine, often sending dishes back untouched. For the top chefs, gathered from various regions, this was a matter of disgrace. In their earlier days, they had struggled to secure even a single dish. Yet now the issue was not their culinary skills, but rather the strict regulations governing the imperial kitchen. Thus, when Chef Li from Guanshi learned that the esteemed one desired his willow leaf noodles, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. At last, I have the opportunity to showcase my culinary prowess. The other chefs looked on with envy. Li Shengyan continued. The noble lady also requested several delightful home-style dishes, emphasizing that they must be light and palatable. The imperial chefs exchanged glances, and after a brief pause, one suggested, that dish is too spicy. The noble lady specified she desires something mild. Surely, our sweet and tender lotus root slices from Jiang and are the most fitting. Another chef countered, no. The emperor does not favor sweet flavors. My hometown-esque chicken stewed with mushrooms is the best, succulent and tender, and one can savor the broth. But the noble lady has clearly stated she prefers light dishes, and you insist on stewed chicken, which is rather greasy. The chefs engaged in a lively debate, each vying for their preference. Li Shengyan struck the table with force. Enough. Let it be clear. We are to prepare home-style dishes, not regional specialties. They must be light and appetizing. Hurry up and get on with it. The chefs responded in unison. Yes. Master Li had already begun kneading the dough, incorporating not only white flour but also mixtures of bean flour, sweet potato flour, and whole grain flour. The dough was kneaded to a firm consistency. As the water boiled, the dough was skillfully shaped and plunged into the pot, transforming into strands the size of willow leaves. Once cooked, they were retrieved and immersed in cold water to enhance their texture. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed over, declaring it was no trouble at all, as the ingredients were readily available. Before long, a plate of golden fried mushroom and beef morsels was prepared. Though slightly different, they were undeniably fragrant. As the midday meal was meticulously arranged, all of Xia Ruqing's selections were present. Stir-fried lotus root slices, sautéed mixed vegetables, fried ginkgo with lily bulbs, a refreshing dish of scallions tossed with tofu, and wood ear mushrooms mixed with shallots. The willow leaf noodles were elegantly served in a small white jade bowl, accompanied by an assortment of savory sauces and the golden fried beef morsels. Chapter 40. The Empress Dowager's concerned Xia Ruqing first prepared a bowl of noodles in a small covered dish. She skillfully blended fine salt, rice vinegar, and sesame oil to create a delightful sauce, which she then mixed with the noodles, adding finely chopped scallions and shredded greens. Finally, she generously spooned a fragrant beef sauce over the dish. The array of ingredients released their inherent aromas, each distinct and harmonious, without overshadowing one another. Even the humble willow leaf noodles radiated their unique sweetness, a testament to the artistry of well-cooked pasta. Zhao Juanyao's stomach began to protest vehemently. Heaven knows the effort he expended to suppress the tumultuous symphony of his digestive organs beneath his impassive facade. Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal. Xia Ruqing graciously presented a bowl of noodles to him. Zhao Junyao accepted it, elegantly lifting his chopsticks to indulge. Unlike ordinary long noodles that require slurping to relish, the willow leaf noodles offered a more refined experience. Each delicate noodle, enveloped in sauce, was a joy to consume, both flavorful and sophisticated, inviting an appetite that was insatiable. He devoured 6 or 7 bowls, each a generous serving, sampling the fine white noodles, those mixed with beans, sweet potatoes, and whole grains. Eventually, with the last remnants of his self-control, he halted his advance towards total satiation. Little did he know, many more such occasions awaited him in the future. But that is a tale for another time. Li Xingyan observed the glow of satisfaction emanating from the emperor's visage. His heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found relief. He mused to himself, indeed, Lady Xia possesses a remarkable talent, always managing to cater to the emperor's palate. The emperor, averse to ostentation, has significantly simplified the dietary customs within the palace since his ascension to the throne. Presently, this dish of noodles, characterized by its simplicity and natural essence, is surely to the emperor's liking. It seems that consort Xia has enjoyed considerable favor, though one cannot ascertain whether her fortunes will ascend further. Nevertheless, attending to him with utmost diligence can never be a misstep. For several consecutive days, Xia Ruqing has accompanied the emperor in the imperial study, and news of this has reached the inner palace. The concubines, consumed by jealousy, have likely gnawed through countless silver teeth and torn apart innumerable handkerchiefs. Yet, in this moment, no one dares to provoke the emperor's displeasure. It merely serves to keep him content. A mere consort cannot overturn the hierarchy. Having said this, they dismiss the matter with a wave of the hand. However, from the quarters of consort Sure, there is a deep-seated resentment towards her. Why is it that every time she stumbles, this woman is involved? Initially, she was punished to kneel for a while, but then feigned illness and copied the lessons for women to deliberately catch the emperor's eye. Subsequently, her frequent ailments caused the empress to lose face. Now, she emerges yet again to usurp her favor. Just a few days ago, in the Ningshou Palace, her cousin left in a huff, only to summon her the very next day. This must surely be related to the Xia family. This little consort, who occasionally seeks to make her life difficult, truly deserves to be dealt with. The underlying sentiment is clear. Your Majesty, such favoritism towards consort Xia may very well incite animosity against her. Zhao Junyao shot a piercing glance in response. I shall favor whom I please. Do you presume to instruct me? Li Xingyan, terrified, dared not utter another word. In truth, Zhao Junyao's public display of affection is twofold. Firstly, it reflects his genuine satisfaction with the Xia family. Secondly, it serves as a demonstration of his authority. As the emperor, he shall not permit anyone to dictate his will, not the ministers, nor the empress dowager. The more she attempts to arrange their union, the more he feels repulsed. What you cherish, I shall deliberately oppose. Grandmother Qing hastily advised, Your Majesty is but in his youth, a time when impulsiveness often prevails. He tends to do the opposite of what is expected. Do not take it to heart. Let us be patient, for once the novelty wears off, the emperor will surely move on. The empress dowager sighed, realizing her impatience was unwarranted. How could she not be anxious? For the sake of the Sure family. She had endured a lifetime in the palace. Initially, she had been sent to the palace by her father. Now, her brother, Minister Sure, had similarly placed his daughter within its walls. Women born into noble families possess no freedom. Political marriages are the inescapable fate of these young ladies. Those who genuinely care for their daughters may, at most, select a suitor with good character and upbringing, while others are solely driven by self-interest. In some respects, consort Sure is fortunate. Although she occupies the position of a concubine, she is a highly esteemed first-rank consort, enjoying immense respect. Her mother-in-law is her own aunt, and her husband is a childhood companion. She has both a supportive foundation and emotional ties. Her life within the palace is unlikely to be filled with sorrow. However, concerning the matters of the younger generation, you need not fret. You are well aware of the emperor's temperament. What ruler enjoys being constantly admonished about whom to favor and whom to disregard? The empress dowager smiled wryly, waving her hand. Enough, enough. I shall heed your counsel and refrain from intervening. She then instructed, have someone inform one Xin to refrain from any foolishness. The emperor is a sovereign ruler, responsible for the entire realm, not just for her alone. Patience is essential for longevity. Sigh. Lady Qing responded. The empress dowager quietly sipped her bowl of soup. As Lady Qing was preparing to assist her with her afternoon rest, suddenly the empress dowager opened her eyes. Where is Prince Yen? Has he entered the capital? Lady Qing, momentarily startled as she adjusted the quilt, stifled her smile and sighed. They say he will arrive today. The Empress Dowager's hand, hidden beneath the covers, clenched tightly as she endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Is my message ready? Invite him to my palace for a visit. She used instead of this humble one. Lady Qing fell silent for a moment but eventually acquiesced. However, in her heart, she lamented, what is the purpose of this hardship? Prince Yen was the ninth son of the ancestral monarch, the younger brother of the late emperor, and the uncle of Zhao Juyao. The bond between them was undoubtedly incomparable to that of distant royal relatives. On the 26th of the 12th month, Prince Yen arrived in the capital with his family. On the 27th, early in the morning, he entered the palace to pay his respects. At noon, the emperor invited Prince Yen and his son to dine at Zhaoqin Palace, bestowing upon them a royal banquet. Meanwhile, the Princess Yen visited both Ningshou Palace and Jiaofeng Hall to pay her respects. She was later invited to dine with the empress, which is not worth mentioning. At Zhaoqin Palace, Zhao Juniu was exceedingly pleased, raising his cup multiple times. After several rounds of drinks, Zhao Junjiao remarked, since we are uncle and nephew, and with no outsiders present, Prince Yen felt at ease and chuckled. My old legs have become increasingly uncooperative these past few years, much to the emperor's amusement. Your Highness, you speak too humbly. It is I who have not considered thoroughly. Chapter 41. Prince Yen and his son Prince Yen smiled and waved his hand. Your Majesty need not worry. This is merely an old ailment of mine that cannot be cured. Why trouble them to travel such a long distance to accompany me? Seated beside him, Zhao Junqi, the heir of the Prince of Yen, also smiled. Your Highness need not worry. There are several renowned physicians in the manor. My father has not suffered greatly. That is a relief. Zhao Junyao felt his anxiety dissipate. He held a deep concern for this uncle, who bore a striking resemblance to the late emperor. Amidst their light-hearted banter, as several cups of wine were consumed, the trio shifted their conversation. The Prince of Yin, now in his 40s, had grown somewhat portly. Although his features closely mirrored those of the late emperor, years spent in the comfort of his fiefdom had dulled the once commanding presence that came from leading a nation. He appeared more like a prosperous elder enjoying his wealth than the formidable ruler who had occupied the throne for nearly 2 decades, embodying a completely different aura. Zhao Junqi inherited the royal lineage's admirable traits, possessing a striking appearance, yet his demeanor was tinged with a hint of debauchery. The ambition that once fueled him during his studies in the Imperial Library had long since faded. Zhao Junyao could not resist teasing him. In my youth, my frail constitution meant I could never best you in archery. Yet now, should we compete again, you would surely find defeat. With a resigned shrug, Zhao Junqi replied. Though I may not be diligent enough, I have made my efforts. At the very least, I can still draw a bow with a semblance of seriousness. Zhao Junyao erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Following their meal, they savored tea for a while longer before the father and son of the Yan household took their leave from the palace. On the grand stone steps of Zhaoqin Palace, Zhao Junyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the retreating figures of the father and son. The Prince of Yen, leaning on his cane and limping, was accompanied by Zhao Junqi, who supported his father as they descended the steps. A flicker of complexity passed through Zhao Junyao's eyes. Indeed, the Prince of Yen was a cripple. He had suffered a leg fracture in his teenage years while riding, leaving him with lingering effects. In his youth, the Prince of Yen resided in the capital, not yet elevated to the status of crown prince. Despite his physical ailment, he possessed a certain spirit, often brandishing a broadsword even while seated. His dedication to study was exemplary. Although he rarely ventured outside, he remained well informed about worldly affairs. He held his legitimate son, Zhao Junqi, to exceptionally high standards. In the study, Junqi was both the most mischievous and the most diligent, consistently outshining his father in archery and horsemanship. Eventually, when the emperor ascended the throne, the Prince of Yin was granted a fief in Guangnan. Now, one relishes the comforts of nobility while the other indulges in a somewhat dissolute lifestyle. Zhao Junyao sighed softly at the passage of time. Just as he contemplated the harshness of the years, news arrived that noble consort who had been poisoned. Zhao Junyao's expression shifted. Poisoned? Having grown up in the palace, he was well acquainted with the intrigues and rivalries among the women of the court, typically turning a blind eye. However, if he remained indifferent, what might they do next to the heir? Upon arriving at Lijing Pavilion, Zhao Junyao found the empress already present. The imperial physician was diagnosing noble consort who, while several attending maidservants knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Should anything happen to her, their lives would be forfeit as well. The empress, upon seeing the emperor, stepped forward to pay her respects. "Your servant greets your majesty. Please rise," Zhao Junyao gestured, seating himself on a chair in the outer room. As the empress personally served tea, she expressed her remorse, saying, "The occurrence of such an incident in the harem is a grave oversight on my part. I am guilty and request your majesty's punishment." Zhao Junyao met her gaze, took a sip of the tea, and replied slowly, "The year-end brings many matters to attend to, and the empress is stretched thin. It cannot be solely attributed to you. Please, have a seat." The queen expressed her gratitude and, after regaining her composure, took a seat at the tea table across from her. Fortunately, the emperor understood her preoccupation and did not lay blame upon her. The imperial physician emerged. Addressing the emperor, "Your majesty," concubine who experienced vomiting followed by fainting. "My colleagues and I discovered oleander pollen amidst the refuse. This substance is highly toxic. Even a small quantity can be fatal. Thankfully, the concubine's poisoning was not severe, and with prompt treatment, she has narrowly escaped death." "Oleander? How could such a thing exist within the palace?" The queen was taken aback. Zhao Juanyao's countenance darkened considerably. The matter of life and death was no trivial matter. He fixed his gaze on the palace attendants and inquired sternly. A servant named Xiao Xiao, who attended to concubine who crawled forward in tears. "Your majesty, our lady has a fondness for cheese. This afternoon, I went to fetch the meal and noticed that some of the noble ladies received cheese. I asked the kitchen staff to provide a bowl for our lady, but they claimed there was none left and would take half an hour to prepare more." At that moment, Xiao Shi from Zhaohua Pavilion also came to fetch his meal, and he had a bowl of cheese in his food box. He was quite generous, stating that Our Lady had no affinity for it, and I expressed my gratitude. Who would have thought? After the meal, upon hearing this, the queen's expression shifted dramatically. Was this servant implying? Was the cheese given to concubine who poisoned? Zhao Junyao remained silent for a moment before commanding, "Summon the imperial physician." Li Shengyan presented the remaining half-bowl of cheese, and after examination, the physician reported, "Your Majesty, this bowl of cheese is indeed toxic." Meanwhile, Xiao Shi from Zhaohua Pavilion had informed Xiao Zhao about the exchange of the cheese. However, a mere bowl of cheese is hardly a rare commodity. So why the desperate search for someone to procure it? Xia Ruqing pondered the peculiar nature of the situation. Typically, the palace's masters would inform the kitchen in advance of their culinary desires. Given that noble consort who holds the esteemed rank of 6th grade, the kitchen should not present any difficulties. Thus, Ziyue, to be on the safe side, you two should thoroughly search every corner of Zhaohua Pavilion to ensure nothing amiss has been overlooked. Xia Ruqing commanded, contemplating that in recent days, she had been attending to the emperor in the imperial study, which might have drawn unwanted attention. The two promptly complied, conducting a meticulous search both inside and out, yet found no irregularities. Xia Ruqing mused, "Perhaps I am overthinking this? Never mind, just remain vigilant, and let such occurrences be avoided in the future." "Yes, I am weary and shall rest for a while." Ziyue attended to her mistress as she prepared for her midday slumber. Before she could settle down, a young attendant arrived. "Noble consort Xia, both the emperor and the empress are at Lijiang Pavilion and have summoned you." Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of unease and, hesitating to inquire further, quickly donned her attire and exited with Ziyue. The attendant added, "Additionally, eunuch Xiaoxi is present. We should all proceed." Xiaoxi too sensed the gravity of the situation, his complexion somewhat pale yet maintaining composure. Along the way, Xia Ruqing inquired about the matter at hand. The young attendant, having benefited from noble consort Xia's kindness, deliberated briefly before relaying the entire account. Xia Ruqing's heart sank. Indeed, she had fallen into a trap. Chapter 42. Entrapped, paying respects to the emperor and the empress. Xia Ruqing approached Lijiang Pavilion, bowing in reverence. "Rise." Zhao Junyao waved his hand. Xia Ruqing rose to her feet, and the empress reiterated the matter, finally asking sternly, "What explanation does noble Lady Xia have for this incident?" Xia Ruqing, composed, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am wronged." "Oh?" The empress narrowed her eyes. Xia Ruqing continued, "Cheese is not a rare delicacy. Even if noble lady who enjoys it, she ought to notify the kitchen in advance, rather than sending servants to demand it from us. There must be some hidden intrigue in this." The empress nodded, casting a glance at the emperor. Zhao Juanyao's expression turned even colder as he commanded, "Li Shengyan, investigate the imperial kitchen first. After all, the poisoned cheese originated from there. We cannot overlook this." Li Shengyan hastily replied in the affirmative and hurried off to the kitchen. Matters concerning the kitchen are not trifles. Furthermore, noble Lady Xia is astute and unlikely to engage in such schemes. Perhaps that bowl of poisoned cheese was intended for her. The Emperor, having finally encountered someone more to his liking, likely wishes to protect her. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyao clearly did not wish to linger. Now that noble lady who had escaped the brink of death, there was no need to waste further time. He promptly declared, "I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave. This matter is entrusted entirely to the Empress." The Empress felt a surge of joy within her. This servant acknowledges the decree. I do not wish for any innocent person to be wronged. Her tone was robust and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. This servant understands. Upon returning to the Jiaohuang Palace, the Empress let out a sigh of relief, reclining on the couch and closing her eyes. Yulan gently massaged her temples. The Empress pondered softly, "Do you think that the poisoned cheese was aimed at the Xia family? Or was it the Xia family that sought to harm the Hu family?" The servant is unsure. The entire palace is aware of the discord between the two esteemed ladies. Yet the servant perceives Lady Xia as a clever individual who would not engage in such foolishness. The Empress chuckled lightly, choosing not to speak further. If even a maid can discern this, how could the Emperor remain oblivious? Entrusting this matter to her is merely an intent to uncover the truth and restore Lady Xia's reputation. In truth, even without the Emperor's directive, she would have pursued this matter to its conclusion. After all, it is rare to find someone capable of providing Lady Xi with occasional vexation. How could she allow such an asset to be easily diminished? Observing Lady Xia's rise in favor, there are those who are growing anxious. Your Majesty, I have thoroughly interrogated all the personnel on duty in the Imperial kitchen today, and I conducted a search as well, but found nothing unusual. Nothing unusual? The Empress expressed surprise. Given that eunuch Li is typically efficient in his duties, if he found no irregularities, then the situation becomes rather complicated. If the poison did not originate from the Imperial kitchen, then Lady Xia is in a precarious position. After all, the only individuals who handled the cheese were from the kitchen and the eunuch, Xiao Shi, serving Lady Xia. What of the distributing eunuchs? Have they been interrogated? Eunuch Li nodded. Reporting to your Majesty, the kitchen staff mentioned that several barrels of fresh sheep's milk were brought in today. The cheese was all made from the same batch, and the other masters had no issues either. Oh, the Empress nodded thoughtfully. Your Majesty still requires attendance. So I shall take my leave. Eunuch Li exited with a measured pace. Yulan, see Eunuch Li out. Yes. It truly is a perplexing situation. Your Majesty, perhaps we should summon Chief Steward He to inquire about the situation. Indeed. The Chief Steward of the Imperial kitchen, He Changsho, received the news and hastened to the Jiaofeng Hall with remarkable speed. After greeting Her Majesty the Empress, he rose and said, "Pray tell, what is the situation today?" He Changsho, a seasoned veteran of the palace, was adept at navigating the complexities of court life. Under his stewardship, the Imperial kitchen had never encountered such an incident. He felt a deep sense of frustration. Your Majesty, I have thoroughly searched the Imperial kitchen multiple times, and we found no suspicious items. From the head chef to the eunuchs distributing the meals, each one was meticulously examined, yet nothing was discovered. And what of the cheese? Since Lady Hu is so fond of it, why was it not provided? The Empress inquired again. He Changsho was on the verge of tears. Your Majesty, there are many nobles who come to receive their meals daily. We servants can only remember the most critical details. As for Lady Hu, who would bother to note the preferences of an insignificant consort? Such opportunism was well known throughout the palace. After a moment's contemplation, the Empress waved her hand dismissively. Very well. I understand. You may leave now. Yes. He Changsho bowed and exited. The Empress felt quite troubled, indeed. It was a vexing predicament. Surely, they could not accuse the Imperial kitchen of poisoning Lady Hu simply because they neglected to provide her with cheese. There was not a hint of negligence from the kitchen staff. The most plausible explanation was that the eunuch named Xiao Shizi had poisoned the cheese, which was intended for Lady Hu. Contemplating this, the Empress felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that the Xia family would face dire consequences. At this moment, Yu Fu entered. Your Majesty, several officials from the Internal Affairs Department seek an audience. The Empress rubbed her temples and replied, "Let them in." Regardless of the truth, she wished to avoid investing her energy into the affairs of a mere noblewoman. Yulan felt a twinge of anxiety. After a moment's hesitation, she remained silent, yet inwardly sighed. As the year draws to a close, myriad matters both inside and outside are entangled. For the past half-month, the Empress has been tirelessly engaged. To prevent any mistakes, she often burns the midnight oil pouring over ledgers. If this continues, her health may suffer. Yet the Empress, being strong-willed, remains unyielding to counsel. She asserts that the emperor, engrossed in state affairs, feels no fatigue, so what is her own weariness in comparison? It is only natural for a man to govern outside while a woman manages the inner quarters. After all, she is the empress. Alas, Yulan sighed. The empress's busyness consumed the day. The following day was the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Upon awakening, the empress pondered, in just 2 days. It will be New Year's Eve, the matter concerning noblewoman who cannot be delayed. However, Your Majesty, the menu for the New Year's banquet has yet to be finalized. And no arrangements for personnel have been made. How can you possibly find time to investigate? The banquet will host many dignitaries, and the staff must be numerous. Whether it is the emperor hosting various officials or the inner palace's family feast, not a single detail can be overlooked. The empress nodded thoughtfully. In Zhaohua Pavilion, Xia Ruqing felt utterly disheartened. This calamity had seemingly descended from the heavens. Did she really instruct the imperial kitchen to poison noblewoman who? Was she truly the last to find out? Chapter 43, Proving Innocence. What a tangled web this is. Nevertheless, in order to preserve her life, she must remain composed and steady her mind. In her heart, she yearned for surveillance. Ziyue entered and spoke. Master, the empress summons you. In the Jiaofeng hall, Xia Ruqing knelt on the ground. Her complexion was rather pallid, and she bowed her head in silence. She thought to herself, the eve of the new year is just around the corner. I sincerely hope she does not impose house arrest, for that would be exceedingly inauspicious. After a moment's pause, the empress finished reviewing the menu. Noticing that Xia Ruqing remained kneeling, she hastily exclaimed, Thank you, Your Majesty. Xia Ruqing's voice trembled, betraying a hint of fear. In truth, her inner thoughts were laced with sarcasm. This is not a matter of poor memory. It is merely an attempt to assert dominance. If the emperor were to arrive and you still forgot, that would indeed be a lapse in memory. Nevertheless, on the surface, Xia Ruqing feigned utmost obedience, her eyes reflecting a trace of grievance. After all, she was but an egg, while others were stones, were they not? To survive, one must be astute. The empress spoke with authority. I have given this matter considerable thought. You shall investigate it yourself. If you are wronged, then prove your innocence. If you cannot, I shall have no choice but to proceed according to protocol. The empress's intentions were unmistakable. I am quite occupied. If you wish to vindicate yourself, you must do so on your own. Otherwise, I shall assume you are guilty of poisoning. Such a ruthless tactic. Yet, contemplating the opportunity for redemption, her heart soared with excitement. Xia Ruqing wore a bewildered expression. Your Majesty, I am but a foolish servant. I fear I cannot. With such significant power bestowed upon her, Xia Ruqing felt a blend of joy and trepidation. She understood that if she appeared overly eager for authority, it might raise the empress's suspicions. You are merely a noble. How can you crave power so? Indeed, upon witnessing her fear, the empress smiled with satisfaction. Do not be afraid. I shall summon my trusted attendant, Yufu, to assist you. Having said that, she conferred upon her numerous privileges, the freedom to access the imperial kitchen and the authority to interrogate the young eunuchs, among others, with her loyal confidant Yufu keeping watch. Xia Shi would dare not act out of line. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Ruqing timidly acquiesced. The empress added, If by the eve of the new year you have yet to uncover the truth, do not blame me for being ruthless. She had no desire to carry these chaotic matters into the festive season. Yes, I am most grateful to Your Majesty, Xia Ruqing replied obediently. At this juncture, compliance was all she could muster. Before noon, the news spread swiftly. Upon regaining consciousness, the noble who nearly fainted again upon hearing of this development. It was clearly that wretched Xia who had poisoned me, yet the empress chooses to favor her. I was nearly killed. And the empress permits the perpetrator to conduct the investigation. What of justice? Your Majesty, I demand an audience with the emperor, who cried and lamented. The maidservant, Rongqiu, was frantic. My lady, please refrain from such reckless words. The walls have ears. To openly criticize the empress is tantamount to courting disaster. Your health has just been restored, and the physician has advised you to rest. This matter will not simply fade away, whether it be Lady Xia or another. The empress will surely provide us with an explanation. Just wait patiently for the outcome. Rongqiu was exasperated. Who else could it be? Who in this palace would wish for my demise? Humph, I shall bide my time. I am curious to see what she can uncover. Hu Guerin, in a fit of rage, cursed a few more times, but ultimately ceased her commotion. As for the others in the harem, although they were all aware of the news, with the year-end approaching, no one wished to invite misfortune upon themselves, and thus they refrained from discussing the matter, secretly anticipating developments. Whether it be Zhongpin, Yunfei, or Shirgui Fei, they were all likely waiting for Xia Ruqing to meet with Calamity. As for Hu Guiran, she harbored a deep-seated wish for Xia Ruqing to perish immediately. To alleviate her pent-up resentment, Xia Ruqing's situation remained dire. Someone lamented to the heavens. It is said that when the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, they must first endure trials to sharpen their resolve. Is this divine will to prepare me for a great undertaking? It is unnecessary, truly unnecessary, tears streaming down her face. Xia Ruqing commenced her investigation. Factually speaking, little Shizi bore the greatest suspicion, for that bowl of cheese had only been touched by the Imperial kitchen. Save for little Shizi. In response, Ziyue expressed her discontent. The eunuch known as Little Zhao had also been involved. Perhaps. Xia Ruqing found herself speechless. The fate of a palace servant who has caused the death of their master is never a pleasant one, no matter the potential gain. One would never directly poison their master. At most, they might engage in treachery. After all, the master was not poisoned, was she? Little Shizi mumbled softly, head bowed. Xia Ruqing and Ziyue, though frustrated with him, couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor. That night, Xia Ruqing replayed the entire incident in her mind. With Little Shizi and Little Zhao temporarily ruled out, the clues must still lie within the Imperial kitchen. Tomorrow, she must personally visit the Imperial kitchen. Having made up her mind, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Tomorrow is but a fleeting day, and she is no detective. Neither the esteemed eunuch Li nor the Empress has uncovered the truth. She harbors not a shred of confidence in herself. In a moment of despair, she pondered, could the Emperor, the paramount sovereign, extend his aid? After all, she has served him for so long. Could he truly be so heartless? Yet, upon reflection, he is the Emperor, perpetually swamped with pressing matters. Even the late lady who, having crossed into the realm of the departed, received but a fleeting visit. A mere incense stick's worth of time before he departed. How much more valuable is her life in his eyes? Contemplating this, tears threatened to spill. Oh, the sorrow. Halt, halt. She must not cry. She absolutely must not weep. What good would crying do? Would it save her life? No. Could it exonerate her? Certainly not. Embracing her quilt, Xia Ruqing forced herself to regain composure, to think of nothing, and gradually closed her eyes. On the morrow, Xia Ruqing rose early. Neglecting even her meal, she rushed to the Imperial kitchen. Throughout the day, she scoured the kitchen from top to bottom, yet, much like before, she unearthed nothing. The trail had gone cold. As she returned, the night had enveloped the sky in darkness. That night, Xia Ruqing lay awake, her heart burdened, staring at an empty bowl, lost in contemplation for hours. Tomorrow marks the eve of the new year. Perhaps her master should rest. Enduring the night was no remedy. Ziyue, do you suppose, if the culprit is not in the kitchen, where might they be? I do not know, perhaps. It is someone we least expect. The least expected. Xia Ruqing murmured, and before she realized it, she drifted into slumber. Chapter 44. It was you who poisoned her in a haze. Xia Ruqing was jolted awake. My lady, please wake up. It's terrible. Xiao Hong in our courtyard. She has hanged herself. Ziyue exclaimed anxiously. Xia Ruqing, still in a fog, immediately became alert upon hearing those words. What? The mention of death left her mind blank. Xiao Hong, wasn't she merely a lowly maid in our palace? How could this happen? Xia Ruqing was momentarily stunned before a sudden realization struck her. Her expression hardened as she commanded, Ziyue, go and guard Xiao Hong's body. Do not allow anyone to approach. Hurry. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziyue turned and ran. Xiaoxi, you go to the Jiaofeng Palace. If you notice anyone lurking suspiciously, do whatever it takes to stop them. Understood. Xia Ruqing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Her kindness toward them had not been in vain. They had not disappointed her. This was the kind of loyalty she desired. She hastily donned her clothes, tying her hair into a casual ponytail, and made her way to the Jiaofeng Palace. Her steps quickened, fueled by urgency. Someone was plotting against her. If her suspicions were correct, there must be poison on Xiao Hong's body. At this moment, someone would surely rush to inform the Empress, leading her to the Zhaohua Pavilion to publicly search the body. If poison were to be discovered, it would serve as irrefutable evidence. Her mission was to prevent that informant from reaching the Empress. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the figure approaching from around the corner. Bang! All her thoughts were abruptly shattered, leaving her momentarily frozen, her face ashen. The Emperor, bewildered by the unexpected encounter, had just emerged from the Pavilion of Peppers when a figure suddenly darted towards him. Damn it! Exclaimed Xia Ruqing, as she fell to her knees with a thud. In a hushed tone, she inquired, what is the hurried rush this early in the morning? Xiaoxizi knelt beside her, a dazed young eunuch lying nearby. A flicker of joy crossed her mind as she quickly declared, Your Majesty, this young eunuch exhibits suspicious behavior. I must interrogate him. Oh, Zhao Junyao narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the audacity of the young girl to conduct an interrogation. His interest piqued. He wondered how this little imp would carry it out. Very well. Li Shengyan withdrew, while the Empress, sensing the situation unfolding, set aside her tasks to seize the opportunity for merit. She promptly instructed Yulan to prepare a side hall and have the young eunuch awakened. What was revealed was startling, as Xia Ruqing discerned the young eunuch's features. She could not suppress her gasp. It's you. Xiao Zhao's face turned ashen as he knelt on the ground, surveying the room. The Emperor was present, the Empress too. And Lady Xia was there as well. Fear coursed through him, causing him to tremble. Your servant pays respects. Zhao Junyao, somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. The Empress turned her gaze towards the young eunuch, astonished. Aren't you in the service of noble consort who? What brings you to this pavilion of peppers? Is there a matter concerning your master? Xiao Zhao steadied himself, lowering his head, with a flicker of his eyes. He raised his gaze once more, adopting an expression of utter helplessness. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, this morning I discovered that Qiu Hong, a lowly maidservant beside Lady Xia, has tragically taken her own life. Lady Xia has always been at odds with us noble ladies, and I fear this incident may be linked to the poisoning of our esteemed lady. I dare to report this, imploring your Majesties to discern the truth. Zhao Jio squinted, remaining silent. The Empress's expression shifted. She intended to assert her authority with a reprimand, but seeing the Emperor's silence, she too held her tongue. Lady Xia Ruqing was visibly enraged. You speak nonsense, remarked the kneeling Xiaoxizi with a subtle mockery. Xiao Zhao, your knowledge of matters concerning Zhaohua Pavilion is indeed impressive. Xiao Zhao immediately sought justification. Our Lijiang Pavilion stands directly in front of your Zhaohua Pavilion. How could you possibly wish to conceal a matter of life and death? At this juncture, he gained confidence, his tone tinged with arrogance. With evidence as solid as a rock, Lady Xia, prepare for your misfortune. Suddenly, Xia Ruqing let out a cold laugh. Xiao Zhao, do you realize that speaking reckless words in the presence of the Emperor constitutes treason? Indeed, Xiao Zhao's gaze flickered before he quickly regained his composure. Your Majesty, I would never dare to speak falsely. If you do not believe me, you may send someone to investigate Zhaohua Pavilion. As long as the Emperor is lured there, Lady Xia will find herself unable to clear her name. Zhao Junyao sneered slightly before finally speaking. As for Zhaohua Pavilion, I shall certainly investigate, but how is it that a mere servant of Lijiang Pavilion is so well acquainted with the affairs of Zhaohua Pavilion? Could it be merely a coincidence? In a single sentence, he strikes at the essence with irrefutable logic, compelling others to acquiesce without argument. He eschews the use of forceful dominance, seeking instead to win hearts and minds, leaving his opponent speechless. Indeed, in an instant, Xiao Zhao became flustered, yet stubbornly retorted. The servant happened to pass by and heard the commotion within, so I eavesdropped. Passed by? Xiaoxizi exclaimed in astonishment. Commotion? Xia Ruqing found it amusing and inquired further. Xiao Zhao, beyond our Zhaohua Pavilion lies only the cold palace. Where exactly did you pass by? Xiaoxizi added. Our Zhaohua Pavilion consists of 5 individuals. In the morning, the master had yet to rise, while Miss Ziyue attended to the household. I went to the Imperial kitchen to fetch the meal, and of the remaining 2 rough servants, one has hanged himself, leaving but one alive. Who could she possibly argue with? Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhao defiantly asserted, She saw a corpse and screamed out of fear. Preposterous. Zhao Junyao slammed the table, unable to endure the deceit any longer. This servant is cunning to such an extent that he deserves to perish. The Empress also expressed her ire. Xiao Zhao, are you aware of your crimes? Your Majesty, I am wronged. Wronged. Xia Ruqing found the accusation laughable. As a trusted eunuch, you betray your master by poisoning him. How can you claim to be wronged? Consumed by rage, she lost all sense of fear, solely desiring to clear her name. The servant. In truth, that very noon, you would have certainly sought something from Xiaoxizi, be it cheese or another item. Your intent was to poison noble consort who and frame me for the deed. Am I not correct? No wonder we have been searching the Imperial kitchen without uncovering anything. It turns out you were the one who poisoned it. All the confusion that previously plagued me has now been resolved. Little Zhao's eyes darted about, racking his brain but failing to utter a single word. He could only brace himself in silence as Lady Xia revealed the truth piece by piece. At this juncture, the matter had essentially come to light. As for the individuals backing little Zhao, they would be left to the scrutiny of the Ministry of Justice. Chapter 45. New Year's Eve. On the way back to Zhaohua Pavilion, little Shi remarked with frustration, once he is in the Ministry of Justice, we shall see just how resilient his tongue is. Xia Ruqing responded with a cold smile, he is not as resilient as you think. Such individuals are swayed by those who nurture them. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will soon confess. Is that so? We shall wait and see. Upon returning to Zhaohua Pavilion, it was nearly noon. Little Shi requested some brown rice porridge and a few small dishes from the kitchen, warming them over a steamer. Ziyue selected a fine outfit, coordinated the accessories, and had a large pot of hot water prepared. When Xia Ruqing awoke, the sky was nearly dark. Madam, the water is ready. I am here to assist you with your bath, Ziyue announced. Excellent. Upon awakening, she felt refreshed, yet her stomach growled with hunger. Is there anything to eat? I am famished, Xia Ruqing inquired. At the banquet, the fare is unlikely to be satisfying. There is food. Ziyue smiled. Would you like to have a bite first? Yes. Xia Ruqing nodded. After washing her face and rinsing her mouth with lightly salted water, Xia Ruqing ate half a steamed bun with the small dishes and drank a bowl of brown rice porridge, feeling considerably better afterwards. After indulging in a warm bath and adorning herself with elegant attire and jewelry, the appointed hour arrived. The New Year's Eve banquet was set in the Imperial Hall, and Xia Ruqing arrived at a perfectly timed moment. Neither Consort Yun nor Consort who had yet made an appearance, nor had Consort Shi. Only a few princesses, along with Consort Ning and Consort Hui, were present. After exchanging formal greetings with each of them, Xia Ruqing settled into her designated seat. Approximately 2/4 of an hour passed before the Empress, Consort Shi, and several esteemed matriarchs of the palace arrived, accompanying the Empress Dowager. Mother, please take care. Be cautious on the steps, the Empress said with a radiant smile. The Empress Dowager maintained a facade of cheerfulness, although their positions differed. The Empress's status as Empress rendered her the epitome of royal dignity. Upon the arrival of the Empress Dowager, everyone exchanged formalities and took their seats. The Empress Dowager surveyed the room and smiled. Following her gaze, Xia Ruqing noticed a noblewoman, approximately 35 or 36 years of age, clad in a deep green embroidered palace gown, adorned with exquisite and unique jewelry. Her countenance radiated warmth and amiability. Xia Ruqing mused to herself, this must be the Princess of Yin. By family hierarchy, she is a direct sister-in-law to the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, the Princess of Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of complexity before she rose with a smile. The prince's leg troubles have caused the Empress Dowager concern. Please, be seated. We are all kin here. There is no need for formalities. Today, let us celebrate the new year joyfully. Indeed, the Princess of Yin replied dutifully, smiling as she took her seat. However, that fleeting complexity in her gaze was precisely captured by Xia Ruqing. She rubbed her eyes, but when she looked again, it had seemingly vanished. Could it be that she had misinterpreted the expression? Xia Ruqing pondered quietly. Nevertheless, she still sensed that something was amiss with the Princess of Yin. As for what exactly felt off, she could not articulate it. There was simply an inexplicable sense of unease. When the performance commenced, Xia Ruqing cast aside her thoughts and devoted herself to watching the beautiful dancers. With the emperor absent, the concubines lost their competitive spirit, rendering the atmosphere considerably more tranquil than usual. The Empress Dowager conversed with several senior consorts, while the Empress interjected occasionally. Overall, the New Year's Eve banquet was not devoid of liveliness. The festivities continued until the hour of the boar, followed by the tradition of staying up late to eat dumplings. While others might have fared differently, Xia Ruqing was utterly exhausted. Early the next morning, she had to rise again to partake in the royal ancestral rites. By the time these customary rituals concluded, the first day of the new year would have passed. On the second day, the palace granted permission for ladies of the third rank and above to visit their families. However, this had little relevance to Xia Ruqing, who finally enjoyed a sound sleep. The Empress was preoccupied and did not require her to pay respects during these days. When she awoke, it was already the hour of the snake. Nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. As she gazed at the warm winter sunlight streaming through the window, Xia Ruqing nestled in her blankets and stretched lazily. It was finally over. Celebrating the new year was truly exhausting. The plethora of customs was simply overwhelming. My lady, it is time to rise. Otherwise, you shall miss lunch. Is it really that late? Indeed. Winter mornings dawn later. Very well. Xiao Ruqing was indeed feeling hungry. Let us summon the kitchen to prepare some dough and filling. We shall make dumplings. On New Year's Eve, she had no idea what flavors the dumplings held. It was entirely possible that she had swallowed them whole without a second thought. Ever since she arrived in ancient times, she had never slept so late. Alas! Ziyue responded and went out to instruct Xiaoxizi. At noon, the three of them, master and servants, personally crafted dumplings, which they cooked in a small charcoal pot and shared among themselves. It felt as though they had celebrated the new year. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, Xiao Ruqing felt a bit uncomfortable seeing that there was no trace of festive spirit in the house. Ziyue, go find some red silk. Let us cut out some window decorations. This should have been prepared around the 27th or 28th of the 12th month. But who would have thought she would be inexplicably caught up in the poisonous cheese incident? What a stroke of misfortune. However, no one could ruin her good days. Some wished for her demise, yet she was determined to thrive. She relished the idea that certain individuals despised her but could not bring her down. How delightful. Haha. Master, why use red silk? Aren't window decorations usually made from red paper? Red paper is flimsy and prone to fading. Red silk is far more exquisite. Oh. Ziyue obediently fetched half a bolt of red silk from the small storeroom. But it's so soft, how can we cut it? Xiao Ruqing pondered for a moment and instructed Xiaoxizi to prepare a thin rice paste, which she brushed lightly onto the red silk, then dried it over the charcoal fire. The once soft red silk instantly became firm. Is this good enough? Xiao Ruqing asked, her face beaming with pride. Ziyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Master, your ideas are truly ingenious. If it can be made sturdy, this red silk is far more beautiful than red paper. Indeed, you draw the patterns, and I shall cut. Xiao Ruqing exclaimed joyfully. Ah, Ziyue happily set off to carry out her task. One afternoon, the master and servant together crafted 10 intricate paper cuttings, leaving Xiao Ruqing utterly exhausted, her back nearly unable to straighten. Nevertheless, as she watched Xiaoxizi meticulously affix each paper cutting, the room transformed into a vibrant celebration of joy. Xiao Ruqing felt that the fatigue was indeed worthwhile. Despite the obstacles placed before them, they were determined to live life to the fullest. The ability to vindicate herself brought her a sense of pride and dignity. Ziyue sighed, pondering the proceedings of the Ministry of Justice. In truth, her concern did not stem from the outcome of the trials, but rather from the fear that, for the sake of preserving royal dignity, they might suppress the truth once again. Regardless, they had done all within their power. Xiao Ruqing remained untroubled. Zhao Junyao was no fool. He was acutely aware of the sordid affairs at play, even if, for the sake of greater interests, he found himself unable to act. As long as he held the throne, he would never tolerate any intrigues unfolding beneath his very nose. Justice would eventually prevail in due time. Thus, she felt no anxiety whatsoever. In the following days, Zhao Junyao remained occupied, not having entered the inner palace for several consecutive days. Xiao Ruqing spent her time indulging in feasting and resting, her mind free of burdens, reveling in an idyllic existence. The days passed with an unrestrained sense of leisure. The king of Yin set the date for his departure from the capital on the 8th day of the lunar month. On the 7th day, the princess of Yin, accompanied by her son Zhao Junqi, entered the palace to pay a visit to the Empress Dowager and bid farewell. In an effort to strengthen the childhood sweetheart's narrative, the Empress Dowager had specifically summoned both the Emperor and Consort Shi to join them. Consort Shi was naturally delighted, and Zhao Junqi was indifferent. However, Zhao Junyao began to exhibit signs of impatience. Today, he had just prepared to leave the palace to visit several esteemed teachers who had guided him in his studies and martial arts since childhood. The Great Chu dynasty has always held teachers in high regard. Even as the emperor, he harbored profound respect for his mentors. However, with the unexpected intervention of the Empress Dowager, his plans were dashed. While honoring one's teachers is undeniably significant, filial piety holds equal weight. He could not allow the Empress Dowager to lose face before the Princess of Yin. Thus, despite his considerable displeasure, Zhao Jinyao discarded his riding whip, changed his attire, and, with a stern countenance, hastened to the Ningshou Palace. Inside, Consort Shi was attending to the Empress Dowager with tea when she heard the announcement from a young eunuch. The emperor has arrived. She immediately rose to greet him, along with the Princess of Yin and Zhao Junqi, who also stood to pay their respects. Zhao Jianyao's expression softened slightly as he waved his hand. No need for formalities. Everyone took their seats. The Empress Dowager was elated. Her son had come so promptly, almost at her beck and call, which greatly pleased her. In the presence of the Princess of Yin, her vanity was significantly gratified. Generally, sisters-in-law often engage in comparisons of husbands, children, and wealth. The Empress Dowager's husband was the late emperor, and her son was the current emperor. In terms of wealth and status, there was simply no contest. Thus, she basked in a sense of superiority, reveling in her prideful disposition. Yet, Zhao Junyao was far from pleased. He was oblivious to, and indifferent about, the reasons behind the Empress Dowager's joy. What he did know was that her persistent efforts to matchmake him with Shi Wanqin filled him with profound aversion. This was not the first occurrence. Did his mother truly give no thought to his feelings? In her heart, did the splendor and wealth of the Shi family truly eclipse that of her own son? Zhao Junyao dared not ponder further and, with his head down, consumed several cups of wine. Lady Shigifei, perceptive as she was, sensed the emperor's discontent yet found herself puzzled as to the reason behind it. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Junqi hastily intervened. Your Majesty, my brother shall depart the capital tomorrow, and he shall not return until this time next year. Today, we have come to bid farewell to the Empress Dowager. Zhao Junyao was taken aback by the abruptness of the announcement. Why such haste? Zhao Junqi chuckled awkwardly. Father claims the capital is too cold for him to endure. He finds the warmth of Guangnan far more agreeable, he added, eliciting laughter from the Princess of Yan, who turned to the Empress Dowager. At this age, he still seeks mere amusement. Had he dedicated himself to his studies in the palace during his youth, perhaps he would have matured by now. Alas, it seems not. The Princess of Yan wore a look of helplessness. The Empress Dowager chuckled. Junqi is a clever lad. You need not worry excessively. In a couple of years, when he marries and establishes his own household, all will be well. At this point, the Empress Dowager inquired, speaking of which, he has turned 18, has he not? Why has he yet to take a wife? Mother. Zhao Junqi's face flushed with embarrassment, having been caught out. This prompted laughter from both the Empress Dowager and the Princess of Yan, while Lady Shigifei joined in the mirth. Zhao Junyao's expression darkened further. Was it truly the case that his mother summoned him merely to indulge in such trivial familial gossip? He could endure no more. Mother, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave, he declared, offering a farewell to the Princess of Yan before sweeping away in indignation. In his heart, he scoffed. Why should a sovereign waste his time on such insignificant matters? This time would be better spent visiting his mentor. The Empress Dowager and Consort Shi were both taken aback. A fleeting spark of relief flickered in Lady Yan's eyes, only to be replaced by a gentle warmth and a hint of astonishment. The Empress Dowager, feeling awkward, forced a smile and remarked, the Emperor is preoccupied with state affairs. The following day, Prince Yan departed from the capital. The Empress Dowager had previously sent a message, but ultimately did not receive a response from him. Are you certain my message was delivered? She inquired with a hint of anxiety. I personally ensured it reached Prince Yan, the maid replied. After a moment of silence, the Empress Dowager pressed, did he say anything? Did he send any word back? Lady Qing shook her head. Instantly, the Empress Dowager's expression fell into despondency. She remained silent for a long while before waving her hand with a bitter smile. It seems he truly does not wish to see me. Very well, let it be. With that, she closed her eyes. Lady Qing sighed softly and suggested, it is chilly here. Allow me to assist you to your bed for some rest. Zhao Junyao was determined to be a diligent and benevolent emperor. Thus he worked tirelessly, rising early and toiling late in the imperial study. To paraphrase Xia Ruqing, he was utterly consumed with concerns for the realm. However, just as he immersed himself in a towering pile of memorials, striving for his lofty aspirations, Li Shengyan brought forth news. Your Majesty, that eunuch named Xiao Zhao has confessed. Oh, Zhao Junyao turned his gaze. The Ministry of Justice is rather swift in its actions. Who is responsible for this? He inquired further. Li Shengyan paused for a moment before softly uttering a name, continuing. Xiao Zhao remarked that he never wished to betray his sovereign. However, that man threatened to sell his family if he refused, leaving him with no choice. Zhao Junyau's gaze suddenly turned icy. How audacious to extend one's reach into my harem. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Where's Zhou Lin? Summon him at once. Yes. As Li Shengyan exited, his garments clung to him, drenched in cold sweat. Yet, he felt that such misfortune was well-deserved. Some individuals in the court had dared to encroach upon the harem. How could His Majesty not be enraged? Did they believe it was still the early years when Minister Shi wielded unchecked power? That was a grave misunderstanding. The emperor was not only furious, but also wary. Chapter 47. The aggrieved after the new year, Zhao Junyao remained preoccupied, lacking the opportunity to visit the harem. The first time Xia Ruqing encountered the emperor again was on the 10th day of the first month. That night, Zhao Junyao summoned her as usual. His mood was less than pleasant, and he had scarcely eaten, leading to a slight reduction in his figure. As for Xia Ruqing, she had indeed gained a bit of weight. Upon entering the Zikan Hall, she found the emperor engrossed in a book. "Your Majesty," she greeted. Zhao Junyao set aside his reading and beckoned her closer. "Come here." Xia Ruqing approached with hesitant steps, feeling somewhat reluctant. She felt wronged, after all. She had devoted months to attending to his needs, sharing meals, drinks, and intimacy. Yet, when she was ensnared in a predicament, he was nowhere to be found. He had simply passed the matter off to the Empress and washed his hands of it. Now that she had finally managed to extricate herself from her troubles, he suddenly remembered her. What kind of treatment was this? Summoned at will and dismissed just as easily? What did he take her for? Upon observing her face, which was awash with grievance, Zhao Junyao felt an inexplicable smile tugging at the corners of his lips. In the depths of Li Sheng'an's heart, he mused, it has been over 10 days, and yet the emperor has not smiled even once. Each incident more trivial than the last. However, one must admit, noble Lady Xia is indeed remarkable. Previously, Li Sheng'an had not perceived anything extraordinary about her, yet now she appeared to him as a beacon of hope. He could only wish for her to elicit a smile from the emperor, which would grant them some respite in their lives. Zhao Junyao shifted slightly on the couch, inviting Xia Ruqing to sit beside him, and inquired with a smile, "What troubles you? Has someone wronged you?" Xia Ruqing, feeling wronged yet hesitant to voice her feelings, lowered her head and bit her lip, remaining silent. Internally, she could not help but scoff. What could it be? Surely you know. Who else would dare to bully me? If not you? Such a feigned inquiry. Li Sheng'an, understanding the unspoken tension, tactfully withdrew. Zhao Junyao lifted her onto his lap, gently caressing her slightly plumper frame. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at her bosom and then asked, "Pray tell, who has wronged you?" Xia Ruqing's face betrayed her, turning crimson. A sudden ticklish sensation surged through her, prompting an unbidden giggle. Once her laughter subsided, she resumed her expression of grievance and mournfully addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, I implore you, do not let your anger be kindled by my words." Very well, Zhao Junyao granted her permission, and with that, Xia Ruqing found the courage to unburden her heart. Ultimately, with a furrowed brow, she queried, "Your Majesty, do you believe I am the one who poisoned you? Which is why you have chosen to disregard me?" Zhao Junyao suddenly appeared taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation before finally inquiring, "Who told you all this?" Xia Ruqing, startled by his grave demeanor, stammered, It's what everyone in the palace is saying. Do not presume that she, residing in the Zhaohua pavilion, was oblivious to the happenings around her. Little Shizi had revealed everything. The entire harem was eagerly awaiting her downfall. Humph. Observing her distress, Zhao Junyao's expression softened somewhat as he gently patted her back, declaring, "I knew from the very beginning that it was not you. Do not let your mind wander." "Why?" Xia Ruqing pressed further. "Because you are rather foolish," Zhao Junyao remarked, tapping her lightly on the head. "Ouch." Xia Ruqing grimaced, cradling her head. "How am I foolish?" she protested with a pouting face. Zhao Junyao found her adorably naive expression amusing and finally elucidated. "Such a thing as oleander does not exist within the palace. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to smuggle it in from outside?" Her family was situated in Jianan, lacking even the slightest influence to procure items from beyond the palace walls. Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That makes sense. Only those with wealth and power could manage to bring such things in." Zhao Junyao. "Qingqing, could you possibly be any more naive? Your Majesty, then, have you discovered who has framed me?" Xia Ruqing queried eagerly. "It is Consort Yun." Zhao Junyao replied. "Xia Ruqing, is that truly the case?" With a serious expression, Zhao Junyao nodded. Xia Ruqing felt a wave of regret wash over her. She should not have asked. Yun Fei's father was a disciple of the esteemed minister Shi. Thus he held a significant position within the court, even if the emperor were aware of her involvement. It was improbable that he would take any adverse action against Yun Fei for his own sake. Ignorance might have been bliss, but now that he was enlightened, he found himself devoid of any graceful exit. Alas, the air thickened with silence. Zhao Junyao observed her expression of frustration with some confusion and inquired, "What troubles you? What are you pondering?" Xia Ruqing hastily lifted her gaze, donning an awkward smile. It's nothing, Your Majesty. Are you hungry? Allow me to prepare a midnight snack for you." With that, she sprang from the bed, eager to flee, but Zhao Junyao seized her firmly. In an instant, she found herself colliding into his embrace. "Xia, What is the meaning of this? Zhao Junyao leaned closer, his tone laced with danger, fixed in his hold. Xia Ruqing felt powerless to escape, her face contorting in a plea for mercy. Your Majesty, I cannot provoke the esteemed Yunfei. Zhao Junyao irritation flared. Would I permit you to suffer unjustly? His woman was not to be trifled with by anyone else. Little did he realize. His harem had morphed into a realm governed by those women. Their preferences dictated whom he favored and whom he did not. Perhaps it would be more prudent for him to relinquish his imperial throne altogether. Humph. Xia Ruqing remained oblivious to which of her words had struck a nerve with him. In any case, that night felt interminable for her. Eventually, exhaustion overcame Xia Ruqing, and she succumbed to slumber. Zhao Junyao, in turn, cradled her and drifted off to sleep as well. The following day, when she awoke, the lunch hour had long passed, and Zhao Junyao had already risen. Several maidens from the Zhaoqin palace attended to her bathing and grooming. One of the maidens inquired, "Noble lady, what would you like for lunch?" His Majesty instructed that whatever you desire, the little kitchen shall prepare. Xia Ruqing languidly reclined upon her couch, responding, "Anything will do. I have no appetite. Perhaps a bowl of soup." As Zhao Junyao entered, she was on the verge of drifting back to sleep. Your Majesty. Xia Ruqing squinted at him. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Zhao Junyao expression faltered as he hastened toward her, gently touching her forehead. After a moment, he turned to instruct Li Sheng and summon the Imperial physician. Yes. Li Sheng promptly dispatched someone to fetch the doctor. It turned out that Xia Ruqing had unknowingly developed a high fever. No wonder she had been feeling so weak. Perhaps the previous night had taken its toll. In such cold weather, she had hardly covered herself with a blanket throughout the night. How could she not catch a chill? Reflecting on this, Xia Ruqing cast a forlorn glance at the emperor before succumbing to unconsciousness. Xia Ruqing. Zhao Junyao felt a surge of panic. Recalling the events of the previous night, he found himself filled with regret. Her constitution was frail, and she had only recently gained a few pounds. How could she withstand such treatment? He resolved to be gentler in the future. Yet, Chapter 48, catching a chill, he glanced again at her chest. Musing inwardly, I wonder if gaining a few more pounds will make it any easier for me to maintain my composure. Yet, she is so delicate. This little enchantress truly leaves me at a loss. The Imperial physician arrived with remarkable swiftness, and after examining her, he spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, this esteemed individual is somewhat frail and susceptible to chills, which has led to a high fever. Allow me to prescribe a remedy. A few doses of medicine should suffice. Frail? Zhao Junyao felt a pang in his heart. The Imperial physician was indicating that he should refrain from exerting her further. Yet, having finally encountered such a genuine and unpretentious woman, he found himself in a position where he could only admire her from afar, unable to partake. It was a bitter pill to swallow. The physician smiled reassuringly, saying, Your Majesty need not worry. This esteemed personage may simply be in a phase of growth, and her nourishment has not kept pace. I shall prescribe some restorative medicines. If she consumes better foods in the future, she will likely recover soon. In the physician's mind, I have yet to say anything substantial, so why the expression, Your Majesty? Let us proceed with the prescription. The medicinal ingredients shall be sourced directly from Zhaoqing Palace, eliminating the need to procure them from the Imperial pharmacy. Indeed, the physician immediately comprehended. This esteemed individual must be held in great favor. Many precious medicinal ingredients are typically prohibited within her rank, yet with the Emperor's command to source them from Zhaoqing Palace, the situation is altogether different. As the sovereign of the realm, what medicinal ingredients could possibly be beyond reach? Certainly none. Moreover, this arrangement would remain discreet. It is evident that this esteemed person holds a special place in the Emperor's heart. At the very least, he had never witnessed another consort receiving such treatment. When Xia Ruqing awoke, night had fallen. Before her stood Ziyue, who was holding a bowl of dark, viscous medicinal concoction. Ziyue, what brings you here? She inquired. Recalling that Ziyue had not accompanied her upon arrival, little Zhuzi informed me that you were ill in Zhaoqing Palace and sent me to attend to you. My lady, please drink your medicine. It has just been prepared and is still warm. Xia Ruqing appeared utterly bewildered. Medicine? Am I unwell? Ziyue, feeling exasperated, thought to herself. Does the master truly lack awareness of her own condition? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ruqing recalled fainting during the noon hour. Good heavens! What torment has this frail body endured to become so weakened? It seems that her stepmother, Yao, has indeed committed numerous wicked acts. Master, please drink this. I heard from Xiaozhu that this medicine was brewed in the Zhaoqing Palace. It is of excellent quality. Xia Ruqing glanced at the dark concoction and, steeling herself against her aversion, pinched her nose and swallowed it down. How bitter it was. Her face contorted in distaste. Ziyue had already prepared a plate of candied plums and hurriedly brought it over. Have some preserves. Xia Ruqing quickly popped one into her mouth, which alleviated the bitterness somewhat. After finishing the medicine, she suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What time is it now?" "It is nearly the hour of you," Ziyue replied as she tucked the blankets around Xia Ruqing. She then asked, "Are you hungry, master? The kitchen has prepared several types of porridge, along with some of your favorite side dishes. I would like century egg and lean pork congee, and a bowl of sweet potato and glutinous rice porridge. Nothing else, please," Xia Ruqing replied, feeling the lingering effects of wind cold and fever, the bitterness in her mouth making her appetite wane. However, having just consumed such a potent brew, she feared it might not sit well on her stomach, so she resolved to eat something light to settle it. Ziyue acknowledged her request and stepped out to relay the message to Xiao Zhu. As an outsider, she was not permitted to enter the small kitchen of Zhaoqin Palace freely. After a while, the porridge and dishes were served, delightfully light and quite palatable. Xia Ruqing lacked appetite but compelled herself to consume a modest amount. After all, one must care for one's own body. A full stomach diminishes homesickness, and nourishment hastens recovery. The room was warmed by the heated floor, enveloping her in a cozy embrace. Wrapped in a thick quilt, Xia Ruqing succumbed to slumber once more. The Zichuan Palace, the Emperor's chamber, was indeed far more comfortable than the Zhaohua Pavilion. The Imperial medicine proved its efficacy, as within merely 2 hours, she had perspired and her fever subsided. Zhao Junyao observed her sleeping, drenched in sweat, and furrowed his brow as he called out to her. "Awaken. Sleeping in damp clothes will lead to a chill." Xia Ruqing was deeply immersed in her dreams. The dampness of her garments made her feel slightly cold. In her drowsy state, she sensed someone touching her and instinctively sought warmth, leaning into Zhao Junyao's embrace. Eventually, she extended her arms, pulling this source of warmth tightly against her. Satisfied, she nestled closer and drifted back into slumber. Zhao Junyao froze for a moment, gazing at her serene visage, feeling as though the softest, most tender part of his heart had been brushed by feathers, stirring a sensation akin to melting. This was indeed a first. Suddenly, he felt a wave of panic, his heart racing. Fortunately, this little enchantress was asleep, and no one was there to witness. The emperor's dignity was preserved. He resumed his serious demeanor, becoming once again the impervious and impeccable ruler. Zhao Junyao gently extricated her arms from around his waist, lifting her, still wrapped in the quilt, and made his way toward the bathroom. After indulging in a warm bath and donning clean cotton garments, Xia Ruqing felt revitalized. Having slept for so long, her spirit was now lifted. "Your Majesty, are you hungry?" "Not at all." Zhao Junyao, clad in a white undergarment, reclined upon a couch, casually flipping through the pages of a book. His passion for reading was evident, as he often held a tome in hand, whether engaged in a task or idle. However, Xia Ruqing's gaze was drawn to the subtly revealed contours of his well-defined chest, a testament to his years of martial training. Unlike the delicate appearance of a typical scholar, his complexion bore the warm hue of sun-kissed wheat. The faintly visible muscles glimmered under the soft candlelight, exuding a sheen reminiscent of honey. Xia Ruqing gazed hungrily, her eyes unwilling to blink. Such a sight was truly captivating. She longed to touch. Zhao Junyao, perceptive to her thoughts, closed his book, reclined further, and beckoned her closer. "Come, let us rest." The familiar scent of dragon's saliva enveloped her, and the smooth, resilient feel of his skin sent delightful shivers through her fingertips. Xia Ruqing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, nearly bubbling over with joy. "Oh, dear heavens. I owe you an apology. You have truly been generous, and I vow never to complain again." With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, soon finding her breath evening out. Outside, Li Shengyan grappled with his conflicting emotions. By protocol, given Lady Xia's ailment, she was not permitted to attend to the emperor, a clear breach of decorum. Yet, to confront the emperor about such regulations? He lacked the courage for that. Noticing his furrowed brow, Xiao Zhuzi approached and inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" "Go away." Li Shengyan snapped, exasperated. "Oh, you wish for me to leave, master? The matters concerning the Zhaoqin Palace must not be uttered. Do you understand?" Chapter 49. There are no ifs. Little Zhuzi sighed in relief. "Master, please do not worry. Everyone values their heads. The fact that Lady Xia resides in Zhaoqin Palace remains unknown even to those in the harem." Li Shengyan felt reassured and took his leave to rest. Tomorrow morning, he must rise early to attend to duties. At the break of dawn the following day, Xia Ruqing rose early to serve the emperor his breakfast. "Have you taken your medicine?" Zhao Junyao inquired. Your Majesty, I shall take my medicine after I have eaten. Zhao Junyao nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Ruqing stood by, and when the emperor finished his meal, she timely presented him with a cup of tea. At this moment, she still lacked the privilege to dine at the same table as the emperor, at most. She could set up a small table beside him for her own meal, or wait until he was finished before she could sit down to eat. Yet, rules are rigid. But people are dynamic. Sit down and eat. Zhao Junyao commanded her. Yes, Xia Ruqing exclaimed with joy. She was indeed hungry, her stomach already grumbling. Though the imperial breakfast was rather conventional, having food was certainly better than going without. Furthermore, she could not indulge in overly greasy or rich dishes at present. The imperial fare was just right. Zhao Junyao breakfast was quite simple: buns, porridge, and a few plates of refreshing side dishes. Of course, there were also extravagant dishes aplenty, visually appealing yet lacking in flavor, with an array of poultry, meat, and exquisite delicacies. However, what Zhao Junyao relished and frequently consumed remained those few ordinary items. Xia Ruqing devoured 2 large buns, delicate and translucent with thin skin and ample filling, utterly delicious, followed by a bowl of porridge. As Xia Ruqing savored her meal with great delight, Zhao Junyao felt an inexplicable sense of contentment. He perceived this young girl as unpretentious and simple-minded. The imperial physician had mentioned that during her growth, her diet had not kept pace, suggesting that her home life must have been quite arduous. It was no wonder that her thoughts were consumed by food. In truth, the more she never asked him for anything, the more he yearned to provide for her, to shower her with affection. Conversely, those who calculated and complained about receiving too little only elicited his disdain. Such is human nature. While the ancients may not have fully grasped the essence of humanity, ultimately, people are fundamentally alike. Since that day, Zhao Junyao had instructed Li Shengyin to pay closer attention to the affairs at Zhaohua Pavilion, ensuring that the kitchen attended to her well. It was paramount that she was well fed and nurtured, for the health of the emperor's consort was a reflection upon him. Consequently, Li Shengyin regarded Xia Guoran with newfound respect. Realizing that her intelligence and charm would likely ensure her continued favor in the palace. One cannot predict what the future holds. It is wise to maintain a respectful distance, as it is unlikely to lead one astray. After breakfast, Ziyue brought forth the medicine, and without hesitation, Xia Ruqing lifted the bowl and consumed it. Li Shengyin then led the eunuchs to clear the royal meal, ensuring everything was immaculate. Noticing that he had not yet departed for the imperial study, Xia Ruqing cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, are you not busy today? For 2 days, the emperor had not indicated a desire for her to leave, and she dared not depart. Residing in Zhaoqing Palace for a day or 2 was manageable, but prolonged stays could easily attract attention, which would be undesirable. Zhao Junyao did not attend court until after the 15th day. Every day, he now visits the imperial study solely to review memorials. Upon hearing Xia Ruqing's inquiry, Zhao Junyao contemplated briefly before nodding. Xia Ruqing promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. She continued to serve him. After finishing lunch, Zhao Junyao reclined on the couch for a brief respite. Xia Ruqing, cradled in his embrace, soon began to drift into slumber. Just as she was on the verge of falling asleep, Zhao Junyao suddenly posed a question I sometimes ponder. What would my life have been like had I not been born into royalty? In a daze, Xia Ruqing responded without a moment's thought. Perhaps I would have been a scholar, toiling for a decade in the cold, or maybe a soldier, a merchant, a laborer, or a farmer. Any of these possibilities could exist. And then what? Zhao Junyao further inquired. It would likely be quite arduous. Engaging in manual labor is exhausting. Xia Ruqing replied, still somewhat drowsy. In her past life, after her grandmother's passing, she had to fend for herself, enduring all manner of menial and laborious tasks, truly a life steeped in hardship. Zhao Junyao chuckled softly before asking, What about you? If you had not entered the palace, what would your fate have been? Xia Ruqing, now more alert, opened her eyes and reflected for a moment before responding, I would have been married off by my stepmother, and it would hardly be to a reputable family. Even if I had not entered the palace, a lifetime of companionship would have been unattainable. In ancient times, unless a man was exceedingly impoverished, he would invariably have a concubine or a mistress. The issue is merely one of quantity. Whether 1 or 100, what difference does it make? My life would still consist of the mundane struggles of daily existence, and undoubtedly it would be far more arduous. After all, it seems there are few who possess more wealth than an emperor. Rather than being manipulated by a stepmother and marrying a morally questionable and poorly educated individual, enduring poverty and hardship, it is preferable to enter the palace. Although the emperor's concubines seem to be forming a battalion, she harbors no regrets. At the very least, the emperor is handsome, wealthy, well-educated, and reasonable. She can lead a good life, enjoying delicious food and drink. What more could she desire? As a mere fragile woman, lacking any remarkable abilities, she cannot change her circumstances. She can only accept and adapt. The only thing she can do is to live well, is it not? Zhao Juyao gently patted her back. Sleep now. MMM. Xia Ruqing obediently closed her eyes. Since that time, the Imperial kitchen has taken great care in preparing exquisite meals for Zhaohua Pavilion, making them as elaborate as possible within the standard. Although her status remains low, her life has improved immensely compared to when she first arrived. However, while her life is comfortable, far away in Jiaoshui County, Xia Ruqing's elder brother, Xia Jingfeng, finds his situation rather difficult to articulate. Over the past few months, under the tutelage of the unsuccessful scholar Mr. Du, Xia Jingfeng has made considerable progress in his studies. In terms of living conditions, he has not suffered much, thanks to the several thousand taels of silver provided by Xia Ruqing. Yet, good times are often fleeting. From a distance, he spotted a splendid carriage parked at the entrance of the small courtyard. This is not good. It must be the lady arriving. Meanwhile, in Xia Jingfeng's study, Madame Yao was there, accompanied by her 3-year-old children, who were crying incessantly. Jingfeng, your mother knows you are a sensible child. During the months of your absence, I have been constantly fretting, fearing that you might not have enough to eat or wear. With the weather being so cold and you staying here without proper care, a mother cannot help but feel anxious. Furthermore, it would be a source of ridicule. Your father is waiting for you at home, dear child. Chapter 50. Do not fight. I will return with you. Xia Jingfeng clutched the book tightly in his hands, a flicker of stubbornness crossing his eyes. Mr. Du had stated that one must not be lax in the pursuit of knowledge, and as I study here, there is no need for the lady to worry. He felt an overwhelming aversion to the situation. This woman surely harbored ill intentions, preventing him from studying. How could this be tolerated? He still needed to diligently pursue his education in order to find his elder sister in the capital. His sister's health was frail, and being alone in the city left him uneasy. In the past, when his sister was at home, she had endured beatings and scoldings to protect him, saving all the delicious food for him. Now, with her absence, he had matured, and it was time for him to protect her. He then turned to his younger siblings, Xia Weifeng and Xia Ruyi, the precious twins she had given birth to, squeezing out a few more tears. How could you be so heartless? Your brother and sister cry every day at home, yearning for you, and your father cannot bear to see it. The little siblings exchanged a glance, turning their heads away in disdain. Humph! Who is crying and longing for him? Xia Ruyi pouted and said, exactly, we don't care about him at all. Father even said that he likes me the most. Xia Weifeng looked on with a face of discontent. Mother, let us leave. This place is so dilapidated. And it's so cold for Ruyi. Xia Ruyi, in a playful manner, expressed her discontent internally. Do you think I willingly came to this wretched place? It is merely because that unfortunate Xia Jingfeng possesses a considerable sum of silver. Several thousand taels, indeed not an insignificant amount. Otherwise, I would not have gone through the trouble of locating this desolate place. Though Yao's heart was filled with bitterness, she understood that the performance must go on. You two little rascals. Jingfeng is your elder brother. Do not speak ill of him, do you understand? Yao scolded. He is not my brother. Xia Ruyi exclaimed loudly. Xia Weifeng rolled his eyes in agreement, declaring, exactly. I do not recognize him as my brother. Father said he is just a sickly wretch. These 2 3-year-old children dared to act so brazenly, revealing the extent to which they were spoiled and adored. Xia Jingfeng, unfazed by their attitude, abruptly lifted his head upon hearing their words, his eyes wide with shock, followed by an overwhelming sense of disappointment and despair. His father actually considered him a sickly wretch. Ah, it seems all hopes were pinned on the younger son. Indeed, he was no longer the sole legitimate child. Would he continue to be belittled by this family? Xia Jingfeng concealed the hurt in his eyes and addressed Yao. After speaking, he resumed his focus on the pages of the book. Yao, agitated, glared fiercely at her 2 children and swatted their backsides a few times. I told you to stop speaking nonsense. Do you not remember what your mother taught you at home? What are we here for today? Xia Weifeng and Xia Ruyi, having been pampered in the estate since their childhood, were utterly unaccustomed to such humiliation. The moment they were struck, they erupted in cries of despair. With a cunning glint in her eyes, Yao devised a plan of feigned cruelty. Thus, she continued the charade of punishment. She was well aware that she exerted minimal force. The siblings' wails stemmed not from pain, but from their profound sense of injustice. Humph! For the sake of silver, Enduring a modicum of humiliation was a trivial matter. Consequently, the small courtyard was filled with their lamentations, a cacophony of distress. The two toddlers, merely 3 years of age, wept inconsolably under Yao's relentless discipline. Yet, Yao showed no inclination to cease her actions. After approximately 15 minutes, Xia Jingfeng could no longer tolerate the situation. Yao, filled with ecstatic delight, promptly halted her assault. Jingfeng, mother knows you are a good child, she proclaimed, and before Xia Jingfeng could utter a word, she beckoned to the servants. The several honest servants exchanged puzzled glances, rendered motionless. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry, Yao urged, her tone sharp and insistent. Wait, Xia Jingfeng interjected suddenly. He was not naive. He understood Yao's ulterior motives. The act of the cat mourning the rat was undoubtedly a facade of compassion. Yao was momentarily taken aback. Jingfeng, education is indeed a noble pursuit, but this place is far too rudimentary. Yao forced a smile. This? Xia Jingfeng hesitated. He glanced at Yao's avaricious and anxious countenance, pondering. Yao's arrival here was likely the result of a resolute determination born from greed. If he did not devise a strategy, he would be unable to escape her clutches today. After a brief silence, Xia Jingfeng spoke. A tempest of excitement surged within her, threatening to drive her to madness. What she desired were the goods, and she had no interest in that ailing wretch. Once gold entered the confines of the Xia residence, it might as well have sprouted wings. It would never escape. However, despite her elation, she knew better than to display it too overly. She feigned a few more expressions of concern before departing with her entourage. In the afternoon, a servant from the manor arrived to carry away belongings. In truth, there was little of substance to take. Aside from a few boxes of books and some everyday garments, he had long hidden away the gifts from his elder sister. Those were bestowed by her, and none were permitted to touch them. On New Year's Eve, the Xia family gathered for their reunion dinner. Jingfeng had grown considerably. In just half a year, he had not only gained height but also developed a sturdier physique. There was an air of scholarly elegance about him, suggesting he had indeed been engaged in his studies. Xia Jingfeng sat quietly to one side, his expression unchanging. He silently acknowledged his father's concern with a lack of emotional response, for he felt no need for justification. Master Xia was quite pleased, stroking his beard and nodding in approval. His gaze shifted to concubine one. At a small table nearby sat a woman in her 30s or 40s, timid and deferential. She was a concubine, lacking the standing to dine at the same table as the master and his legitimate wife. When Master Xia inquired, she stammered in her response, clearly intimidated. Concubine one had been married into the Xia family for nearly 20 years, bearing Master Xia a son and a daughter. Her eldest son, Xia Tingfeng, would turn 18 after the new year, yet he remained unmarried. He was disinterested in scholarly pursuits and had a rebellious nature, often consorting with a band of ruffians, wielding swords and engaging in brawls, much to Master Xia's utter disdain. The youngest daughter, a concubine's child named Xia Kaiyang, had turned 9 after the new year. Yet she remained virtually invisible within her household, contemplating the plight of Xia Ruqing, the legitimate eldest daughter, who had suffered such cruelty. One could only imagine the state of her own existence. Enough of this talk. I have no desire to hear about it. That ungrateful child should perish outside. Lord Xia cursed venomously, his tone laden with malice. Let us eat, he finally exclaimed, waving his hand in impatience. My lord, Wei Feng and Rui are still here. Lady Ya retorted with evident discontent. Upon mentioning his cherished pair of dragon and phoenix twins, Lord Xia's demeanor softened considerably. It is all my fault. I frightened my precious little ones, he exclaimed. Come here, dear ones, I have treats for you. Come, you two must eat. As he spoke, he embraced his children and served dishes to Lady Yao. Throughout the family banquet, only the 4 of them shared laughter and conversation, while the rest remained silent. Xia Jingfeng's gaze was cast downwards, filled with despair. Madame Wen seemed accustomed to this atmosphere, sitting quietly at a small table, cradling her daughter in silence as they ate, careful not to utter a sound. Once the family meal concluded, they gathered to celebrate the new year with dumplings. At the stroke of midnight, servants outside ignited a long string of firecrackers. Before the echoes of the firecrackers could fade, Xia Jingfeng departed. Family? What a grand jest that was. If one were to consider true family, Madame Wen, his elder brother Xia Tingfeng, and younger sister Xia Kaiyang were far superior to his stepfather. Thus, what purpose did his continued presence in this household serve? Upon returning to the courtyard, he was met with desolation. Lady Yao had clearly no intention of restoring it. Xia Jingfeng chuckled softly. It had ceased to matter. As time swiftly passed, the 5th day of the new year arrived, marking the end of the festive season. Xia Jingfeng exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. He could finally leave. What? Jingfeng, you're leaving? Upon hearing the news, Yao rushed over without delay. Xia Jingfeng had already packed his belongings. Madam, rest assured, aside from these books, I shall take nothing else. Yao visibly relaxed, a wave of inexplicable joy washing over her. She had thoroughly searched the dilapidated courtyard, inside and out. Now, those worn books were inconsequential, but the box containing silver and jewelry was off-limits to anyone. Lost in her thoughts, an irate voice suddenly pierced the air. Yao quickly turned to greet the source. My lord, no matter what, Jingfeng is still our family's second son. If he wanders off, it will only invite ridicule. At first glance, her words seemed to be a plea, yet in reality, they only fueled the flames. Hadn't the family been the subject of ridicule long before? Indeed, old Master Xia grew even angrier. Ridicule? Hasn't my dignity been trampled upon enough? That wretched boy Jingfeng has already brought shame upon the Xia name. Now that he wishes to depart, no one is permitted to stop him. It is as if I never had this son. Yao felt a surge of delight within but maintained a facade of concern, forcing out a couple of tears. My lord. Why argue with the child? I've spoken out of turn, Jingfeng. Why not apologize to your father? After all, he was a child of the Xia family. How could he constantly be wandering about? Her intent was clear. She wished for the old master to hastily expel Xia Jingfeng, ideally severing their father-son relationship. Indeed. Through her relentless scheming, the conspiracy was set in motion. Xia Jingfeng resolved to depart, while old Master Xia left in a huff. Madame Yao, no longer inclined to feign modesty, cast a triumphant glance at Xia Jingfeng and sashayed away. He must dedicate himself to his studies, without fail. Meanwhile, within the Xia residence, Madame Yao rummaged through Xia Jingfeng's belongings, yet failed to uncover the elusive box. Enraged, she spat blood and fury. This little rascal dares to play tricks on me. With that, she summoned the butler. Did you all hear that? Yes, madam, replied the butler, his crooked mustache and shifty eyes betraying a smug grin. As night fell, a raucous group soon arrived at the door. To conceal their identities, the butler had shrouded his accomplices in black cloth. In the study, the servant, Fu, burst in, panic-stricken. Young master, this is dire. A group of masked individuals is battering the door. What? Xia Jingfeng immediately sprang to his feet. Let us see. He snatched a stick from the courtyard and strode toward the entrance. Fu hurriedly grasped his arm. Young master, what are you thinking? They're numerous, and we are no match for them. It would be wiser to retreat. I shall instruct the servants to brace against the door. You must escape through the back. As Fu spoke, he tugged him backward, but Xia Jingfeng abruptly broke free. His slender figure, illuminated by the dim light of the courtyard, appeared elongated. His eyes filled with resolve. Uncle Fu, I understand their intentions, and this matter does not concern you. With that, he brandished the stick and stepped outside. Impervious to Fu's entreaties, Fu stomped his foot in frustration, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly dashed toward the backyard. Earlier, Xia Jingfeng had arrived behind the gate. Outside, the assailants continued to batter the door, and the wooden bolt had become increasingly loose. They would soon breach the entrance. A cold smile crept across Xia Jingfeng's face. Just how much would the Yu family seek to seize before they would relent? He was the legitimate heir of the Xia family, once cherished and revered by all. Yet now, everything had been wrested away by that woman. As the new year approached, he would turn 11. If he could not even protect the courtyard gifted to him by his elder sister, what hope did he have of establishing his own household? Thus, this time, even if it meant death, he could not falter. However, he understood that the woman would not dare to truly take his life. Taking a deep breath, he removed the nearly dislodged bolt and swung open the gate. Indeed, a group of masked individuals surged in like wild beasts, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. He swung his club, and the leading thief, the steward, collapsed. The others were taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 52, a humbling retreat upon recognizing Xia Jingfeng. The subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. First, capture him, then search the premises. With that, the masked figures encircled him. One among them produced a length of rope. Intent on binding him, Xia Jingfeng raised his club, roaring with fury, "Stand back. Oh, second young master, we are merely following the lady's orders to retrieve an item. We shall leave immediately upon finding it," one of them said with an insidious tone. The others inched closer, smirking as they echoed, "Second young master. We are simply carrying out our duty. If you must assign blame, let it fall upon the lady. Spare us, the lowly servants. Well then, you might as well hand it over quickly. It would save everyone trouble, and you wouldn't have to endure any suffering. Xia Jingfeng suddenly smiled, a peculiar glimmer in her expression. Did she truly need to acquire it? The servants were momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure. Of course, young master. You are a wise man. It would be best if you complied swiftly. Very well, follow me. Xia Jingfeng led the group to a dimly lit corridor connecting the front and back courtyards, a shadowy nook. Then, with all his might, he swung the stick. The group felt the sting, realizing they had been deceived, yet without weapons in hand, they found themselves unable to advance. Young master, if you insist on this, we shall not hold back. One servant protested. Indeed. Don't blame us later. With that, the servants seized the moment and surged forward. Although Xia Jingfeng had enjoyed ample food and warmth these past few months, growing taller and stronger, he remained merely a boy of tender years, a scholar, no less. Faced with a throng of burly servants, no matter his prowess, he could not contend with them. Just as he appeared on the brink of being overwhelmed by fists and kicks, a commotion erupted outside. Fu, the steward, burst in through the back door, accompanied by a group of men. Young master, it's right here. Xia Jingfeng looked up in astonishment, his face a picture of shock. Elder brother. It was none other than Xia Tingfeng, who had not come alone but had brought his band of brothers along, with other servants from the small courtyard following Fu, all wielding their implements. Brothers, remove their masks and bind them with ropes. Xia Tingfeng, with his arms crossed, commanded with an air of disdain. All right then, my brother. The little ruffian swiftly executed his orders, the servants scarcely daring to resist. They were cast to the ground, and he added, and don't forget him. The little ruffians proceeded to bind the housekeeper as well. The servants, now in a state of panic, realized that the eldest young master was a far more terrifying presence in the vicinity of Jiaoshui County than any mere thug. To provoke him would mean an end to any semblance of peace for their entire family. As this thought crossed their minds, they began to plead for mercy. Young master, we shall never dare again. Please spare us, young master. We were merely following orders. If you must assign blame, let it fall upon the lady. Indeed, the housekeeper, most loyal to the Yo family yet utterly spineless, was the first to betray her. They all understood that, despite the patriarch's disdain for this son, he was still of Xiao blood. The notion that the old master would demand retribution from his son for the death of one or two of them was utterly implausible. The eldest young master was not as accommodating as the second. When he spoke of murder, he truly meant it. The chilling realization caused some to tremble in fear. Standing aside, Xia Tingfeng regarded the group of fools with a look of utter contempt. In the light of the lanterns, he appeared poised on the brink of adulthood, soon to celebrate his coming of age. Clad in a muted gray robe, cinched at the waist with a simple cloth belt, his tall and slender frame was evident even through his attire, exuding strength and vitality. Although his clothing was unremarkable and his hair was styled in a casual, somewhat disheveled manner, with a stray lock falling across his forehead, his ruggedly handsome features remained unmistakable. Etwen, possessing a gentle disposition, was remarkably beautiful in her youth. It is likely that her son inherited her striking features, with a robust and handsome visage. Upon hearing the pleas for mercy from the group, he remained silent, casting his gaze skyward. It was early February, still amidst the frigid days of winter, and the afternoon sky had turned overcast, with snowflakes beginning to drift down. Suddenly, he spoke. Indeed, brother. A few unruly youths smirked mischievously as they approached, dragging the bound individuals along. Come, let us take you. They even delivered a few kicks to the backsides of the servants. The treacherous-eyed steward was on the verge of tears. Young master, I have shown you considerable disrespect in the past. I beg your forgiveness. With that, he knelt down, bowing his head in supplication. You possess a magnanimous heart. Spare this old servant. As you know, I have both elderly and young dependents. I cannot withstand a night of freezing here. With the snowfall, being tied to a tree overnight could lead to death. Witnessing the steward's desperate pleas, the other servants quickly knelt in unison. Xia Tingfeng did not even glance their way, merely waving his hand dismissively. Bind them. The few who realized their pleas to the young master were futile turned to Xia Jingfeng, weeping and wailing, utterly devoid of the arrogance they had displayed upon arrival. Xia Jingfeng regarded them with a glance, then turned his head away, remaining silent. These individuals were beneath contempt, no better than ungrateful curs. To extend kindness to them would only be an act of cruelty towards oneself. Though he was benevolent, he was not foolish. In the end, those individuals could not escape the fate of enduring a night in the cold. When they were first bound, they cried and shouted in terror. Xia Tingfeng, infuriated, declared, "Whoever makes a sound will be bound for 2 nights. Instantly, the world fell silent. As Xia Tingfeng was being escorted out, Xia Jingfeng suddenly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother, for coming to my rescue." Xia Jingfeng cast a sidelong glance at him and nonchalantly replied, "I didn't save you. I merely happened to be passing by." Xia Jingfeng chuckled, pondering the remoteness of this place. Who would just happen to pass by here? "Nevertheless," he continued, "even if you were merely passing by, brother, you still saved me." Xia Jingfeng squinted, contemplating for a moment, as if he had something to convey. He shifted his stance, gazed at the sky, and ultimately feigned indifference, asking, "How long has it been?" Xia Jingfeng paused before responding, "About 5 or 6 days." After a brief pause, he added, "Entwen and my second sister are well. After the family banquet on New Year's Eve, Entwen even had someone bring me a blanket." In the years following their mother's passing, had it not been for Aunt Wen's discreet assistance, he and his sister might not have survived. Xia Jingfeng's eyes flickered momentarily, revealing a sense of relief. However, that expression vanished as quickly as it appeared, and he scoffed, "Who cares about their affairs?" Chapter 53, The Lanterns of Life. With that, he turned and left, his silhouette solitary yet resolute. "Take care, brother." Xia Jingfeng stood in the doorway, watching the figure fade into the distance. He could still faintly hear Xia Jingfeng instructing, "Remember to come by tomorrow morning and haul away those fools." Upon finishing her words, it was as if she had offered an explanation. "I have captured him. It is not for others to intervene." The elder brother's temperament remains as stubborn as ever. The palace once again buzzed with activity. Though on the 15th, the emperor would undoubtedly spend the night with the empress. It would not hurt to dress elegantly and assert one's presence before him. Thus, the emperor's concubines were left to ponder deeply, contemplating what attire would both adhere to decorum and leave a lasting impression on the emperor. Those with particular talents fervently practiced, eager to make a remarkable debut. Meanwhile, the Zhaohua pavilion remained as it always was. There had been no news of the emperor summoning any of the palaces. Likely, he was still preoccupied. The mere thought of the pile of memorials on his desk filled Xia Ruching with sympathy. How arduous it must be. Ziyue entered, lifting the curtain and carrying a plate of shelled peanuts. "My lady, do you think this is sufficient? If not, I can send Xiaoxi to fetch more." Xia Ruching rose from her couch to take a glance. "This is ample. I merely wish to roast some peanuts. A single plate will suffice." Saying this, she accepted the peanuts and used the fire tongs to stir the charcoal, burying the peanuts within. As a child, every winter night when the snow fell heavily, my grandmother would delight in igniting a fire and burying sweet potatoes, peanuts, and taro within, while suspending a kettle above. When the water boiled, the buried treats would be perfectly cooked. Just before sleep, my grandmother and I would soak our feet while enjoying peanuts together. As Xia Ruching spoke, a wave of nostalgia washed over her, and she felt a pang in her heart. Even though her grandmother had passed away many years ago, the longing was an adversary she could not withstand. Ziyue remained blissfully unaware, merely smiling. No wonder the master desires to indulge in such delights. Perhaps it is a longing for home. Xia Ruching swiftly adjusted her emotions. Indeed, how could one not yearn for home? Especially on such a long journey for the first time. Ziyue pondered for a moment and could only offer consolation. "It is a predicament, dear master, if you miss home. Simply indulge a bit more. A satisfied stomach will surely quell the longing." Yes, the notion that a full belly can diminish homesickness had become her survival mantra. A profound truth. Setting down the fire tongs and wiping her hands with a silk cloth, Xia Ruching continued, "Very well. Ask Xiaoxi to fetch some bamboo strips." "Are you skilled in this task?" "I can only weave lanterns," replied Ziyue. "I cannot do that, but I can assist you in drawing the patterns." "Your patterns are not aesthetically pleasing," Ziyue retorted with disdain. Xia Ruching feigned ignorance, her confidence unwavering. "Who says they are unattractive? I find them quite lovely." Ziyue sighed. "Dear master, your confidence is truly remarkable. I find myself lacking in comparison." The following day marked the 14th day of the 12th month. In the morning, Xiaoxi gathered all the necessary items, bamboo strips, nails, and so forth. In addition to the red silk, Xia Ruching had collected numerous remnants of fabric previously used for garments, each in a variety of colors. These precious silks, cut into half-bolts, would serve no purpose if left unused. It would be a pity to discard them. Instead, they could be transformed into lanterns, Xia Ruching stated. Although she currently lacked for nothing, she had known poverty in the past and was adept at making the most of her resources. Ziyue shared in her delight. Indeed, using silk will surely be more exquisite than colored paper, and it will not tear easily when saturated with paste. Thus, they proceeded. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, the three of them gathered around the fireplace, ready to engage in their task. Ziyue intricately drew patterns, guiding Xiao Ruching to cut them out with precision. Be careful. My lady, these will be affixed to the lanterns, so do not ruin them. Rest assured, Xiao Ruching replied with a resigned smile. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi was diligently shaping bamboo strips into lantern forms, securing them with nails. Each of them was engrossed in their respective tasks, immersed in a delightful flurry of activity. Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out from outside. The emperor has arrived. The three froze in surprise, and before they could tidy up, they hastily knelt down. As Zhao Junyao entered, he was met with a chaotic scene, where the Kong and the Kong table were in disarray. The three of them knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe a word. Your Majesty, Xiao Ruching spoke cautiously. Zhao Junyao surveyed the room before finding a place to sit. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a deep voice. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Ruching exhaled in relief and stood up. Ziyue hurried to pour tea, while Xiaoxi remained rooted to the spot, too timid to move. What is happening here? Zhao Jiyu feigned nonchalance, picking up some of the unfinished items from the Kong. His brow furrowing. He felt a twinge of discomfort. Did she not care about his presence at all? Did it matter to her whether he came or not? Xiao Ruching, unable to discern the emotions hidden behind his impassive expression, assumed the emperor was genuinely curious. With enthusiasm, she explained, Your Majesty, we are crafting a revolving lantern. What you are holding is the lantern frame. Soon, we will cover it with various silks, cut out decorative shapes, and light candles within. It will surely be a splendid sight. Dao Junyao. She was utterly oblivious to her own discontent. In fact, she appeared quite delighted. Zhao Junyao suddenly realized that, in her presence, he could not even muster a reason to be angry. In truth, does an emperor require justification for his ire? No, he does not. Yet, at this moment, he must quell his anger. Not only must he suppress his wrath, but he must also adopt an air of joy, otherwise it would reflect poorly on his character, rendering him less magnanimous than a woman. Thus, moments later, when Xiao Ruching lifted her gaze, she beheld the most awkward, most uncomfortable, and most indescribable smile in history. Xiao Ruching was taken aback. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Zhao Junyao, realizing his smile might be somewhat peculiar, cleared his throat and stifled his grin. Ahem, I am quite well. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ruching concluded that she had indeed done nothing to provoke the emperor's displeasure. Reassured, she cheerfully exclaimed, Your Majesty, look at the patterns I have cut. Zhao Junyao, taken aback by the vibrant silks and patterns, inquired with astonishment, Where did you acquire these? These are merely remnants from the garments I made. They would serve no purpose lying idle, so I thought to use them for lanterns. Upon finishing her explanation, Xiao Ruching looked at Zhao Junyao with an expression that pleaded for praise. However, Zhao Junyao's countenance darkened slightly. You mean to say these are scraps of fabric intended for garments? Chapter 54, Lantern Festival. Xiao Ruching was momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, this is merely what was left over, not a complete bolt. Although these silks were not whole pieces, most were at least half a bolt or smaller. While they could not be fashioned into grand garments, they could still be repurposed for other uses. Upon reflection, Xiao Ruching felt increasingly anxious. Ultimately, when confronted with Zhao Juanyao's intimidating expression, she promptly fell silent, daunted into inaction. Zhao Juanyao's countenance darkened further. I am not so destitute as to require you to fashion a lantern from mere scraps. He commanded decisively, Li Shingen, procure some fine lantern fabric from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Bring an assortment of colors to ensure she finds something to her liking. Yes, Li Shingen acknowledged. Dispatching a messenger forthwith, Xiao Ruching gasped, bewildered. What on earth was happening? Did the emperor find her too petty, causing him to lose face? It was true. What man would appreciate a woman devoid of ambition and perspective? The emperor, in particular, was renowned for his fierce pride. The thought only added to Xiao Ruching's mounting distress. Before long, Li Shengen's apprentice, Xiao Zhuzi, returned from the ministry bearing an array of lantern fabrics. These materials were specially crafted, semi-transparent yet sturdy, and resistant to heat, impervious to flames. However, as Xiao Ruching beheld the numerous bolts of fabric, she was left speechless, internally lamenting. She merely wished to create a few lanterns for amusement. Was such extravagance truly necessary? This was rather excessive. Moreover, the lantern fabric could only serve its intended purpose. It would be a shame to waste it. Xiao Ruching cautiously offered a smile. Zhao Junyao continued, If you wish to create something else, I shall have others bring additional materials. He began to instruct Li Shingen again, but Xiao Ruching hurriedly interjected, No, that won't be necessary, Your Majesty. This is more than sufficient. Absolutely sufficient. It is enough for her to craft a whole train of lanterns. One must wonder how large a piece of fabric is required to make a single lantern. Truly, it is no longer needed? Indeed, it is no longer needed. Zhao Junyao nodded in satisfaction. Only then did Xia Ruqing finally exhale deeply. After sitting for a while, Zhao Junyao took his leave. Once the emperor had departed, Xia Ruqing slumped onto the Kong, wiping the sweat from her brow. It is indeed challenging to serve. I am relieved to have seen off this esteemed guest. In the Pepper Room Palace, the Empress was diligently transcribing Buddhist scriptures when Yulan entered. The Empress appeared oblivious, continuing her writing. The only noticeable difference was that her strokes flowed more smoothly than before, bestowing her characters with greater elegance. Upon completing the final page, the Empress set down her brush and picked up the sheet. This page, indeed, is my utmost satisfaction. Yulan approached with a bronze basin to assist the Empress in washing her hands, smiling as she spoke. Your Highness, your daily diligence in transcribing scriptures is commendable. The Empress Dowager shall surely appreciate it. The Empress smiled at this remark. Whether the Empress Dowager appreciates it or not, I cannot say. But I am certain that the Emperor will. The Empress Dowager is her mother-in-law. Regardless of personal feelings, one must curry favor. However, it is the Emperor who commands her utmost effort. The Emperor is her husband, her singular hope. Yulan chuckled again. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall keep a vigilant eye. Indeed, the evening was lively, while the day offered little in terms of activity, allowing Xia Ruqing to indulge in a lengthy slumber. By the time she arose, it was already midday. Today, Xiao Weizi had generously provided 2 extra bowls of tang yuan, saying they were meant for her and sister Ziyue to savor as well. Upon hearing of the tang yuan, Xia Ruqing was filled with delight. What fillings are available? The sweet varieties include sesame, peanut, and candied fruit, while the savory options feature shrimp, fresh meat, and fish. Not knowing my master's preferences, I decided to request a few of each. Upon finishing my words, Ziyue opened the food box and began to arrange the dishes. Xia Ruqing was slightly taken aback. It was her first time hearing that glutinous rice balls could be savory. I suppose I'll try one of each. Ziyue lifted the lid of the porcelain bowl, revealing a clear broth with round, plump glutinous rice balls of various colors floating within. They were larger than the ones I had eaten during my childhood. The translucent skin clearly indicated that they were thin and generously filled. As we spoke, a delightful aroma of glutinous rice wafted through the air. Ziyue took a small spoon, selected one of each color of filling, placed them into a small bowl, and ladled some broth over them. Master, please have a taste. Xia Ruqing picked a candied fruit one, blew on it to cool it down, and took a bite. To her surprise, it contained a sweet and tangy pickled plum. The glutinous rice skin was soft and chewy, while the plum offered a delightful balance of sweetness and acidity, without a pit to contend with. With each bite, her palate was filled with a harmonious blend of flavors. Xia Ruqing beamed with joy. Indeed, it was worthy of the palace. This was leagues better than the frozen packaged ones sold in supermarkets in the 21st century. You should try some too. Ziyue laughed, saying, Little Wei provided plenty. Feel free to indulge, and we shall not mind receiving some in return. Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment, but chose not to insist further. After all, there was still an abundance left, and she estimated that the 3 of them would not finish it all. If those less favored were still left wanting, how could she, a servant, expect to make a request? This is the dignity of the Zhaohua Pavilion. By afternoon, Xia Ruqing was on the verge of taking a nap when the little eunuch, Xiao Zhuzi, stealthily approached her. Noble one, the emperor has summoned you. Xia Ruqing was taken aback. At this hour? Not to mention it being against the rules, the other concubines in the palace would surely be furious. Thus, Xia Ruqing's heart was filled with reluctance. However, Xiao Zhuzi could not wait any longer and urged, Noble one, you must hurry. The emperor is waiting. Waiting? Xia Ruqing was momentarily dazed. What did you mean by that? Why the urgency? Xiao Zhuzi scratched his head, hesitant to say too much, and vaguely replied, You'll understand once you go. Xia Ruqing found it inappropriate to ask further. At that moment, Ziyue, too, dared not delay, promptly assisting her mistress in refreshing her face before hastily escorting her out. The Zhaohua Pavilion was secluded, and as a mere little eunuch, Xiao Zhuzi went unnoticed amidst the bustling palace. Instead of taking the palace path, Xia Ruqing led Xiao Zhuzi through the Imperial Garden, traversing from north to south. After circumventing the east gate, they soon arrived at the rear corner gate of the Zhaocheng Palace. Chapter 55, Sir. Let me show you the lanterns despite the throngs of people during the day. A noble lady accompanied by a little eunuch wandering the garden would hardly attract attention. Even if spotted, no one would suspect that she was headed to the Zhaocheng Palace. Moreover, someone was waiting at the east gate that connected the inner palace to the Zhaoqing Palace. Consequently, Xia Ruqing's arrival at the Zhaoqing Palace went unnoticed. Not even the closest attendants of the Jiaofeng Hall were aware. Once she entered the Zhaoqing Palace, she was safe. As Xia Ruqing entered, she happened to catch sight of the emperor, who had just changed his attire. "Your Majesty, where are you headed?" she inquired, astonished. Zhao Junyao glanced at her and replied, "I am donning the attire of a eunuch to venture out of the palace with me." Ah? Xia Ruqing was taken aback. In her time within the palace, she had never heard of any consort being granted the opportunity to leave. The most common excursions were hunting trips or discreet outings with a few favored companions. Such privileges were rare. Many of his numerous wives had never set foot outside after their initial entry. "What's this? Do you not wish to go?" Zhao Junyao raised an eyebrow at her. "Of course I want to," Xia Ruqing exclaimed eagerly. She had long contemplated what the capital city of ancient times was truly like. To be honest, her only glimpses had come from television dramas, and the memories of her predecessor were void of any such experiences. With this opportunity laid before her, she could not possibly let it slip away. Under the attentive care of the palace maids, Xia Ruqing swiftly transformed herself into a little eunuch. "Your Majesty, shall we depart?" Zhao Junyao nodded in satisfaction. "I am incognito. Do not let anything slip when we are outside." "Your Majesty, how should I address you?" "Address me as Third Master," he instructed, as he was the third among his brothers. "Yes, Third Master," Xia Ruqing replied cheerfully, playfully calling out. Zhao Junyao shot her a glance. Yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. It was not as if he was intentionally concealing anything. It was quite ordinary for the emperor to leave the palace. As for noble consort Xia, in the eyes of the harem, she had long been perceived as frail and had fallen out of favor for quite some time. Once favored, she was surrounded by sycophants. But now that she has fallen from grace, no one dares to seek her out. A disgraced noblewoman, confined to her quarters, who still remembers her. Upon exiting the palace, she found a place to change out of her eunuch attire and into elegant women's garments. The attire was exquisite, embodying the latest fashion of the capital, a red silk jacket adorned with delicate floral embroidery, paired with a white pleated skirt. To ward off the chill, she donned a thick white goose-down cloak. Xia Ruqing, now more radiant than before, appeared more rounded, her features softening with a newfound allure. Her vivacious spirit shone through her bright, lively eyes, making her seem spirited and charming. Zhao Junyao gazed upon her with great fondness. He was drawn to beautiful women, but even more so to those with an amiable disposition. "With so many people in the streets, it is impractical to take a carriage. Let us walk," he suggested with a smile. "Absolutely," Xia Ruqing responded, her excitement palpable. In the 21st century, accompanying women on shopping excursions was often a man's greatest vexation. Yet here was the most esteemed man in the world, personally escorting her on a shopping spree. Xia Ruqing felt utterly elated. As they conversed, Zhao Junyao led the way toward the bustling market, with Xia Ruqing eagerly trailing behind. Accompanying them were several imperial guards disguised as servants, akin to what modern society would call bodyguards. Clad in a flowing white robe and wielding a folding fan, Zhao Junyao walked confidently ahead, while Xia Ruqing skipped joyfully in his wake. She couldn't help but reflect, in the 21st century, as a poor girl, how long would it take me to experience such grandeur? In the context of modernity, Zhao Junyao status would undoubtedly place him among the ranks of presidential figures. As an ordinary citizen, one would hardly expect to encounter such a person in a lifetime, let alone aspire to marry a president. The very thought is beyond her wildest dreams. To add to this, his handsome visage, impeccable physique, and exalted position render him utterly flawless. Xia Ruqing's heart brimmed with joy and gratitude, exclaiming to the heavens, "You are too kind." However, upon arriving in this ancient era, where the notion of eternal love is less emphasized, she felt compelled to pursue other aspirations. Alas, someone's demeanor was rather unyielding. "Why are you still dawdling?" Zhao Junyao chided her, his tone stern, though inwardly he reveled in delight, a sentiment he would never disclose, for a sovereign must maintain a facade of dignity. As they traversed the bustling marketplace, Zhao Juanyao's serious countenance and regal attire commanded respect, prompting the townsfolk to instinctively retreat from their path. Xia Ruqing relished this newfound experience of strolling through the vibrant market, unperturbed by the usual jostling of crowds. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. Where were they headed? The day had progressed without a word about their destination. "Third Master, may I inquire where we are going?" She could not help but ask. Zhao Junyao remained silent. But their servant, Li Shengyan, discreetly whispered to her that the master intended to meet several significant individuals, and once they arrived, She would have the opportunity to explore the vicinity. Understanding, Xia Ruqing refrained from further inquiries. Before long, their party arrived at an establishment known as Juxiantai. The interior was filled with a cacophony of noise. Even from outside, one could hear the sounds of drinking and card games. Zhao Junyao furrowed his brow and turned to instruct Li Shengyan, find a few people to accompany her and explore the vicinity. Turning back to Xia Ruqing, he added, "It's rather chaotic inside, and it would be inconvenient for you to go in. Why not wander elsewhere for a while? Once I have concluded my business, I shall take you to see the lanterns." Oh, why did he find himself so often unwittingly thinking of her? Zhao Junyao felt a sudden disquiet. However, Xia Ruqing did not ponder much. She simply responded with delight. The streets were bustling with activity, and her eyes were nearly overwhelmed. She had no desire to accompany him to meet anyone. How dull that would be. It was far better to stroll through the market. Seeing her in high spirits, Zhao Junyao couldn't help but smile as he ascended the stairs with Li Shengyan and the others. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing, accompanied by Xiao Zhuzi and several guards disguised as servants, made her way toward the lively marketplace nearby. What a vibrant scene it was! The streets were filled with vendors selling all sorts of wares, an array of snacks and delicacies. The street food was no less varied than that found in the palace. Xia Ruqing was dazzled by the sights. Xiao Zhuzi, being clever and having had ample opportunities to venture outside the palace, chimed in, "What you say is true, my master. The snacks out here are certainly not inferior to those inside. After all, the cooks in the palace were chosen from outside, weren't they? Moreover, the head chef specialized in grand dishes, leaving the art of snacks to be less refined." Xia Ruqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. This is what one might call masters among the common folk. Xiao Zhuzi chuckled in response. Outside, not only are there the grand dishes and snacks of our Chu dynasty, but also delicacies from distant lands. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Xia Ruqing paused in her steps. The East Sea? Little Zhuzi quickly clarified, "My lord. Since you seldom venture out, you may be unaware. The East Sea lies to the northeast of our great Chu dynasty, and it is said that the people there rely on fishing for their livelihoods. No wonder they indulge in raw fish," Xia Ruqing remarked with a smile. As she spoke, Xia Ruqing spotted a small stall selling wontons not far away. Suddenly, she felt hunger pangs. Thus, she found herself torn between the desire for street food and the need to maintain her graceful image. Little Zhuzi saw through her thoughts at once. "My lord, do you?" "I am hungry," Xia Ruqing stated plainly. For a food lover, witnessing delectable treats without the ability to indulge is quite torturous. "My lord wishes to have wontons. I shall procure them for you," Little Zhuzi exclaimed. Xia Ruqing hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of regret. Perhaps it is best to refrain. While I have indulged within the palace, there is no one around now. To act recklessly in public would be somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, the chefs in the palace can also prepare delicious wontons. I do not lack for this bowl at the roadside. The emperor favors me, and I must be sensible. Mustn't I? Let us be on our way." "Ah," Little Zhuzi replied, feeling a sense of relief. Had his lord commanded him to fetch the wontons, he would have felt compelled to comply. However, one cannot envision a noble from the palace perched on a small stool by the street, slurping down wontons. Such a scene would indeed be unseemly. Xia Ruqing departed just like that. However, with such a splendid opportunity, how could she possibly resist the temptation to indulge in delectable treats? Thus, she instructed Xiao Zhuzi to prepare a food box, ensuring it was spacious enough to accommodate her finds without compromising their quality, unlike wontons that would lose their appeal after a brief soak. Within less than an hour of wandering, the food box was brimming with culinary delights. Yet, Xia Ruqing felt a tinge of reluctance to stop exploring. Xiao Zhuzi gently reminded her that the time was drawing near for their visit to the Jushin Pavilion. As they walked, he assured her, "Rest assured, no one will touch it." With a smile, Xia Ruqing felt content to continue on her way. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jushin Pavilion, Zhao Junyao emerged, accompanied by several elegantly dressed individuals, who appeared to be merchants from a distance. As Xia Ruqing approached, the group had already dispersed. She did not inquire further, but cheerfully called out, "Third master," and playfully asked, "Have you had your fill of the festivities?" "Not yet. But I would much prefer to admire the lanterns with you," he replied. "Wherever you wish to explore, I shall accompany you." At that moment, Xia Ruqing felt a wave of shyness wash over her. It would be rather awkward to admit that she felt a hint of regret for not having tasted the street-side wontons. Would she dare to suggest the emperor join her for such a simple meal? Perhaps it was best to remain silent. Just as she pondered how to respond, Her attention was drawn to a commotion nearby, where a crowd had gathered, the din echoing from afar. Xiao Ruqing's gaze instinctively shifted in that direction. Noticing her distraction, Zhao Junyao promptly commanded, "Let us go," and strode purposefully toward the source of her interest. "Aren't you here to admire the lanterns?" Xiao Ruqing inquired, pursuing him. "Perhaps the emperor himself wishes to witness the lantern festival. It would be unfortunate to delay him. The hour is still early, no need to rush." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruqing ceased her protest and hurriedly followed with brisk steps. The sky had yet to darken, and the lanterns remained unlit, making it indeed premature to view the festival. As they approached, they discovered that a merchant was enticing customers. A voice rang out ahead, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of a gong, calling out for patrons to take a look. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Ruqing realized that they had stumbled upon a game of chance. From within the crowd, someone shouted, "Shopkeeper." "How does one play this?" The middle-aged man, appearing to be the shopkeeper, chuckled and set down the gong. He then elaborated, "Dear guests, fear not. This game is exceedingly simple." The onlookers observed the setup, noticing that the items displayed were the shop's best sellers of the year. The shopkeeper gestured towards a wooden frame towering over a yard in height, from which various items were suspended by thin ropes, arranged in neat rows. Among the larger prizes were bolts of silk and antique paintings, while smaller treasures included cosmetics, hairpins, and assorted trinkets. Beneath the frame, a thick layer of cotton blankets covered the ground. The shopkeeper continued, "Each guest may claim a dart, should anyone manage to sever the rope with their dart, causing the items to fall onto the blanket below. They shall be yours." The shop asked for no payment. As his words settled, a young assistant appeared, carrying a basket filled with darts, distributing one to each eager participant. The crowd, however, erupted into a flurry of chatter, buzzing with excitement and speculation. If one were to hit something, that would be one thing. However, severing such a slender rope is no easy feat. Indeed, the rope below is somewhat thicker and longer, making it easier to aim at. The one at the very top is both the thinnest and the shortest. How could one possibly shoot it? Quite so. It dangles at the highest point, swaying in the breeze, rendering it nearly invisible to the eye, let alone hitting it accurately. The crowd buzzed with chatter when another individual posed a question. What if one fails to sever the rope, but still hits the target? The shopkeeper chuckled and replied, "Hitting the target would naturally be deemed void." The crowd gasped in surprise, yet many were still eager to give it a try, for it cost nothing, and who knows? They might just get lucky. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Xiao Ruqing was equally thrilled. Ancient people are so straightforward. Unlike modern merchants who hype their promotions to the skies only to offer a pile of worthless vouchers, what a scam. Beside her, Zhao Junyao remained remarkably composed, his expression as serious as ever. He cast a glance at the gleaming eyes of Xiao Ruqing and asked nonchalantly, "Do you wish to participate?" Yes. Xiao Ruqing nodded vigorously. After all, it was free. Joining in the excitement would surely be entertaining, wouldn't it? Chapter 57. I'll take you to see the lights. Zhao Junyao surveyed the densely packed crowd, feeling a twinge of conflict within. To go? He disliked being touched by others. To abstain? Yet, witnessing her eager and somewhat pitiful expression tugged at his resolve. How vexing. In her excitement, she seemed to have disregarded the emperor's feelings entirely. He had always preferred tranquility. How could he endure such a cacophony? Most people in their lifetime had never been jostled by a crowd like this. She was merely a minor noble. What audacity did she possess to cause the emperor such distress? Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Ruqing was suddenly jostled by someone. Ouch! She cried out in pain, stumbling forward. Just as she was about to fall, Zhao Junyao swiftly caught her. The two turned to see several elegantly dressed ladies accompanied by their maids, presumably daughters of affluent families. They regarded Xiao Ruqing with evident displeasure. Why are you blocking the way? If you don't move, others will. Indeed, you're an eyesore. Hurry up and get out of the way. Before they could finish their remarks, their gazes fell upon Zhao Junyao, who stood nearby. In that instant, Xiao Ruqing witnessed the swiftest transformation of countenance in history. As the ladies departed, their faces bore a blush and a hint of shyness. Xiao Ruqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Master, perhaps we should not go, she suggested hesitantly. Zhao Junyao inquired, What troubles you? It's nothing. I simply don't wish to go. Is it because of them? Xiao Ruqing fell silent, feeling foolish for her inability to retort and embarrassed for being scolded. Moreover, she had lost interest. It was too crowded, and she preferred not to venture forth. Gripping her handkerchief, she lowered her head in silence. Zhao Junyao smirked slightly and gently pulled her along. Come, I shall accompany you through the throng. He had encountered many proud and willful women before, and he was not so petty as to bicker with those ladies. However, seeing her displeased, he wished to console her. The towering wooden structure was packed with people, yet fortunately, the shopkeeper was diligently instructing the attendants, maintaining a semblance of order. Xia Ruqing and Zhao Junyao each received a dart and approached the target board. The group of women who had also received darts were chattering excitedly in front of the board, indecisively debating which prize to choose. Look over there. That young gentleman in white has arrived. He dresses simply, yet one can easily discern that he hails from a wealthy family. How can you tell? It's just a feeling I can't quite articulate. Within moments, the women found themselves blushing. They had never encountered a man of such striking appearance. His every gesture exuded an enchanting charm that captivated their hearts. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyao inquired, which one do you prefer? Do share with me. Xia Ruqing glanced around, feeling somewhat hesitant. Thus far, only a few individuals had managed to knock down the lowest hanging fabric and artworks. Not a single item from the higher tiers had descended, suggesting a daunting challenge. To complicate matters, a breeze had picked up, causing the ropes to sway, rendering it even more difficult. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Ruqing pointed to a painting on the lowest tier and declared, I like that one. Zhao Junyao followed her gesture, and his expression darkened. How could she underestimate his abilities in such a manner? Xia Ruqing, perceptive to the shift in atmosphere, quickly attempted to amend her choice. Actually, I prefer the fan on the second tier. Zhao Junyao remained silent. At that moment, the group of women approached, their faces adorned with a rosy glow. Esteemed sir, I have taken a liking to the hairpin on the top tier. Might you assist me in attempting to retrieve it? Zhao Junyao turned his attention, intrigued, as yet another young lady shyly approached. My lord, I admire the jade pendant beside the hairpin. Summer Ruqing exclaimed. Indeed, Zhao Junyao nodded. Is this an affirmation? Summer was somewhat perplexed, repeating in her mind 300 times, the emperor belongs to the entire Chu dynasty. He belongs to the entire harem. She suppressed her discontent. For what could she do? Her status was lowly. Zhao Junyao, with a slight curl of his lips, inquired further, what else do you fancy? Speak freely. Another young woman expressed her astonishment. Each person is entitled to only one dart. Are you truly willing to part with yours for me? Upon finishing her words, the youthful blush on her face was unmistakable, her flirtatious glances betraying her intentions. Summer Ruqing internally rolled her eyes, thinking, what a brazen and seductive creature. Yet, she couldn't help but admire her. The emperor was indeed remarkable, effortlessly charming several women at once. It was an eye-opening experience for her. Nevertheless, she found herself puzzled. The emperor was not lacking in female company. Why today was he exhibiting such unusual behavior? Zhao Junyao, unfazed by the woman's remarks, merely smiled in silence. With his slender fingers, he delicately grasped two small darts, aiming for the uppermost layer of the wooden rack. He squinted slightly, his expression serious. As dusk settled, his tall figure stood out. Upon raising his head, one could catch a glimpse of his sharply defined profile, glistening in the dim light, flawless in its perfection. Summer Ruqing was merely captivated, while the other women were utterly enraptured. The heart raced as if it might leap from her throat, and each face glowed with a rosy hue, leaving any semblance of restraint far behind. Young master, the topmost agate bracelet is exquisite. One woman exclaimed in a coy tone. Xia Ruqing thought to herself, my skin is crawling. Could they not be so nauseating? Yet Zhao Junyao maintained his composure, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. This smile not only captivated those nearby but also drew the bashful gazes of distant young ladies, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Xia Ruqing recognized that look. It was reminiscent of the fervent adoration seen among celebrity fans in the 21st century. In an instant, Zhao Junyao's eyes narrowed, and he acted swiftly. A sharp sound sliced through the air. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Young master! Good heavens, the entire top row has fallen. How did he accomplish this? Xia Ruqing heard the murmurs and quickly looked up. Indeed, several pieces of gold and jade jewelry that had been perched atop the wooden display were now absent, resting instead upon the cotton blanket. The darts had landed perfectly aligned. Although the shopkeeper felt a pang of regret, he was bound by the reputation of his esteemed establishment. He could not go back on his word. With a forced smile that resembled a grimace, he gathered the items and presented them personally, not forgetting to flatter, your skills are truly remarkable, young master. I'm in awe. As he spoke, he forced a smile more painful than tears. This was a noble young man. He was not to be trifled with. Zhao Junyao did not even spare him a glance, merely gesturing for Li Shengen to take the items. At that moment, Several women surged forward eagerly. To her astonishment, the young master demonstrated remarkable skill, hitting the target with both darts. Xia Ruqing was momentarily jostled aside. Had it not been for the support of a petite figure, she might have stumbled. Unfortunately, she lost her balance and twisted her ankle. Chapter 58. I shall take you to see the lantern. Xia Ruqing was drenched in sweat. The group of women surrounding her resembled the fervent fans of the 21st century. She overheard their excited chatter. Thank you, young master, for shooting down my hairpin. The agate bracelet is truly exquisite. My gratitude to you, young master. Two women eagerly approached, vying for attention, while another blushed and declared, young master, I no longer wish to keep that jade pendant. I shall gift it to you. Upon hearing this, the other two felt overshadowed and simmered with envy. Why hadn't they thought of giving a gift to the young master? What an excellent opportunity, what a splendid sentiment. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing grimaced as she pressed her hand against her injured foot, feeling helpless. It seemed that fate had favored her with such a dazzling husband. No matter how envious they were, it was of little consequence. Lost in her thoughts, Xia Ruqing suddenly spotted Zhao Junjiao selecting a hairpin and an agate bracelet. Making his way towards her. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he gently adorned her hair with the pin and then took her hand, slipping the bracelet onto her delicate wrist. Xia Ruqing felt an inexplicable flush rise to her cheeks. In the eyes of the crowd, they appeared to be the epitome of intimacy. In that moment, countless young hearts shattered into fragments. Zhao Junyao then added, this jade pendant is of decent quality. Consider it a token from me. Zhao Junyao casually bestowed the jade pendant intended for the lady upon the little eunuch, for had it not been for this young attendant, that foolish Xiao would likely have been toppled. Upon uttering this remark, Zhao Junyao suddenly bent down and lifted her into his arms. Your Highness, Third Master, Xia Ruqing exclaimed, astonished. Do not move around carelessly with a sprained ankle, Zhao Junyao admonished in a stern tone. Oh, she replied, feigning a small pout. His concern, albeit fierce, was endearing, however, as she wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. Xia Ruqing caught sight of the envious gazes directed at her from behind. If looks could kill, she would have been riddled with holes by now. This thought ignited a secret delight within her. Though my husband is not solely mine, he is currently showering me with affection, infuriating you all. Humph. Xia Ruqing cast a triumphant glance over her shoulder, provoking the ire of the envious women, particularly that one who had presented the jade pendant. Now blushing and green with envy. Once they exited the throng and reached a secluded spot, the excitement faded, and Xia Ruqing was suddenly overcome with excruciating pain in her ankle. Your Highness, my foot hurts, she lamented, observing Zhao Junyao slightly displeased expression. Trying to appear pitiable, Zhao Junyao replied sternly, if you are not careful next time, I shall not take you out of the palace again. Despite the rigidity in his tone, Xia Ruqing could not help but beam with delight. All right. Li Shengyan then brought forth the horse, and Zhao Junyao lifted her onto it. Shall we not take the carriage? She inquired. No, we shall not, came his decisive response. With one hand gripping the reins and the other securely holding her in his embrace, they set forth. As the horse galloped away from the bustling marketplace, Xia Ruqing found herself buffeted by the wind, her eyes squeezed shut against the chill that whistled past her ears. Time lost its meaning as they sped along until the horse finally came to a halt. Upon opening her eyes, Xia Ruqing was astonished by the sight before her, the grand city gate of the capital. He held her close, taking measured steps toward it. When she next opened her eyes, she was struck by the breathtaking panorama from the city tower, though it could not compare to the towering edifices of modernity. Standing atop it allowed one to behold the entirety of the capital's splendor. As the vibrant hues of sunset faded, the moonlight gracefully emerged. Lanterns of all colors adorned the streets, their glow intensifying in the livelier marketplaces. There were revolving lanterns, rabbit-shaped lanterns, lotus lanterns, and those who were fortunate enough displayed exquisite glass lanterns that sparkled like jewels. Large and small, near and far, they coalesced into a tapestry of prosperity and vibrancy. Standing on the city tower felt as if one were immersed in the very heart of this bustling scene. The lively calls of street vendors, the shouts from various shops and taverns, the laughter and cries of children, and the spirited haggling could all be heard. The common folk strolled along the streets, their lanterns in hand, drawn by the merriment. When weary, they would pause at a vendor's stall to savor a warm bowl of noodles, resting their feet in contentment. The young maidens, who typically remained cloistered within their chambers, ventured out in their litters, their delicate fingers parting the curtains as they eagerly peered outside. Some, enchanted by the festivities, could not help but smile, while others, upon catching sight of a handsome young gentleman, felt their cheeks flush with shyness, furtively twisting their handkerchiefs. The younger children were even more carefree, for on this day, the offspring of the less fortunate could indulge in candied hawthorns, while the affluent children, dressed in their finery and clutching exquisite lanterns, clamored for the large dumplings sold by the street vendors. The common folk had no choice but to bring their wares along. The bustling market was filled with people, making it impossible for carriages to enter. At this moment, regardless of one's noble lineage or social status, everyone had to walk and sit on small stools to indulge in their meals. Nevertheless, the children from affluent families believed that nothing could compare to the delightful flavors available here. That evening, the vendors reaped a bountiful harvest, and the residents of the capital, young and old alike, reveled in joy. It was not an exaggeration to say the streets were deserted as everyone celebrated. Yet, two individuals atop the city tower stood silently, lost in their thoughts. Xia Ruqing turned her head and caught a glimpse of Zhao Juanyao's serious expression, softened by a hint of a smile. Distant glimmers danced in his dark eyes, shining like black gemstones. She mused that he must feel a sense of satisfaction. At merely 20 years of age, he bore the weight of an entire nation, a feat unimaginable for a contemporary youth who often hasn't even graduated from university. She frequently teased him for his stern demeanor, for being overly serious and perpetually unsmiling. In her heart, she often critiqued his relentless pursuit of knowledge, fearing he might become a mere bookworm. However, in retrospect, she realized her error. Who wouldn't yearn to be a carefree, sunny youth? It wasn't that he didn't wish for such a life, he simply couldn't afford to. Externally, he had to navigate the intricacies of foreign relations, while internally, he grappled with the tumultuous politics of the court. He bore the responsibility of honoring his ancestors and safeguarding the populace. It must be a heavy burden for him. Suddenly, Xia Ruqing felt like a frog in a well. A wave of empathy washed over her for him. As she regained her focus, she noticed Zhao Junyao was gazing intently at her. Her face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she timidly called out, "Your Majesty." Zhao Junyao felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. He wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Why did it seem as though her gaze held a trace of sympathy? Suppressing a smile, he adopted a stern expression and inquired, "Xia, what does that look in your eyes signify?" He stepped closer, cornering her against the city wall, leaving her with no means of retreat. Your Majesty." Chapter 59, An Unexpected Embrace. Xia Ruqing, both flustered and anxious, instinctively stepped back. In her distraction, she inadvertently stepped on her own skirt. And due to her injured foot, with a startled exclamation, she tumbled into his arms. Zhao Junyao seized the moment to embrace her, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "So eager to find solace in my embrace?" Xia Ruqing, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, felt her cheeks burn crimson. Struggling to rise, Zhao Junyao admonished her, "Dare to move again, and I shall ensure you are thoroughly dealt with tonight." Xia Ruqing understood that he never made idle threats. Tonight was the 15th. Should she attend to him, the Empress would likely have her head. With this thought, she stilled, resting obediently against his shoulder. The night air was chill, yet his embrace radiated warmth. After all, he was quite handsome. Adorned in a duck-down cloak, Xia Ruqing exuded a soft, fragrant aura, her form plush and slightly trembling. Zhao Junyao felt as if he were cradling a lonely little white fox, deserving of his tender affection. A sudden softness enveloped his heart. He wished to hold her tighter, but upon inadvertently brushing against her hand, he furrowed his brow. "So cold? Are you feeling uncomfortably chilly?" He had forgotten that she was frail and could not withstand the cold. The night was chilly. Did the Emperor not feel it? Xia Ruqing's voice trembled slightly. She was genuinely cold. Cold? Zhao Junyao felt nothing of the sort. Instead, he found her weak, pitiful, and helpless. He seldom felt compassion for anyone, especially the women of the harem. Yet, there was still time. He simply could not bear to let her suffer in the cold. A delicate young lady should not endure such hardships. She ought to take good care of herself, ideally becoming plump and fair, and bear him several sons. Wait a moment, sons? Zhao Junyao realized he was losing control again. How could he entertain the notion of her bearing his children? After all, the Empress was his rightful wife, and there was still Consort Sure, his childhood companion. Although the Fan and Sure families wielded immense power, emboldened by their contributions to the throne, they would inevitably face consequences for their growing arrogance. Nevertheless, the Empress and the Consort remained his primary wives. They were merely two women. He would not forsake one for the other due to their familial ties. If he lacked capability, what use was caution? If he possessed ability, even if they bore 10 or 8 children, he could manage them all. What of having the world under one's thumb? What of wielding power? He could just as easily suppress them, ensuring they could not rise again. Thus, he did not relish quarreling with women. To him, they were all the same, once born. They would all bear the Zhao surname, all children of the heavenly family. Yet now, with regard to Xia, why was it different? He felt an inexplicable anticipation for her children. After pondering for a while without finding an answer, he concluded, perhaps it was her endearing nature, her charming and obedient demeanor. He has never been inclined to invest time or thought in women. Without further contemplation, he cast aside this query. Since it was pleasing, what harm would it do to cherish her a little more? There was no need to overthink. Upon returning to the palace, the timing was just right. Xia Ruqing changed her attire and meticulously groomed herself before emerging from Zhaohua Pavilion, making her way to the Empress's Jiaowang Hall. The Zhaohua Pavilion was rather remote, and the path was lengthy. In her haste, Xia Ruqing inadvertently twisted her ankle along the way. When she arrived at Jiaowang Hall to pay her respects, she was still limping. The Empress, observing her discomfort, furrowed her brow in concern. "Oh dear, how careless you are." Xia Ruqing quickly knelt down. This servant was overly eager and took a shortcut through the Imperial garden, not realizing that the cobblestones were frosted, which led to my misstep. "Enough, rise," the Empress commanded, adding, "Since you are here, do not leave just yet. The Empress Dowager has not yet arrived. This servant is deeply grateful for your compassion, Your Majesty." Xia Ruqing bowed her head in thanks. The Empress, noticing her respectful demeanor, felt quite gratified and softened her expression, inviting her to take a seat. A noble lady who was neither particularly favored nor entirely disregarded, the Empress did not dwell on her much. Even her concern stemmed from a desire to uphold her own virtue. In this palace, who did not harbor ulterior motives? The other concubines were preoccupied with their own thoughts. And even the usually querulous lady who did not utter a word to her. Perhaps, after the incident with the poisoned cheese, she had grown weary of herself. Nevertheless, Xia Ruqing found solace in the tranquility. The Empress, preoccupied with her impending duties, was also distracted. Thus, the gathering dispersed, and Xia Ruqing relished the peace. On her way back, she walked slowly, yet her ankle still throbbed with pain. Upon arriving at Zhaohua Pavilion, she removed her shoes and socks. Ziyue brought over a lamp, and instantly, her expression changed. "It is so swollen, my lady. We must summon the Imperial physician." Xia Ruqing decisively shook her head. "Calling the physician will inevitably alert the Empress. Today is the 15th. Who would dare disturb her on her night of rest? Do they wish for their lives to be forfeit?" Then, Ziyue hesitated. "Let us apply ice. If it does not swell further, it will heal more swiftly." Alas, in this bitter winter, ice is still easy to procure. As they spoke, a young attendant suddenly appeared. "My lady, this is the medicinal oil the Emperor instructed me to deliver." He presented a delicately crafted jade bottle. Though small, it exuded an air of quality. Ziyue's face lit up with delight. "My lady's foot is injured. This oil is exactly what we need." Xia Ruqing also felt a wave of relief but was preoccupied with another thought. "What about my food box?" "It was entrusted to Xiaoxi in the courtyard upon our arrival," replied Xiaozhu. "Ah." Xia Ruqing nodded slightly, reassured. After sending Xiaozhu away, Xiaoxi indeed entered with the food box. Xia Ruqing opened it and remarked, "I did not eat enough at the banquet. This is what I purchased today. It was not expensive, and it would be unwise to let it sit overnight. Let us heat it up and share." "Will you not leave any for the Emperor?" Ziyue teased. Xia Ruqing shot her a glance. "If I save it for tomorrow, it will be deemed leftovers, and I dare not offer the Emperor anything stale. I can prepare these dishes myself, if need be. I shall treat him to another meal later, which would be even more heartfelt." At this hour, the kitchens were closed, making it difficult to procure anything to eat. There exists a delightful box of delectable treats. Why keep it any longer? Xiaoxi and Ziyue had no choice but to comply. Within the food box lay an array of street snacks: sesame cakes, candied hawthorn, lotus leaf cakes, pea pudding, fried quail, fish balls, soup dumplings, stinky tofu, and more. An assortment of culinary delights. Xiaoxi brought over a small charcoal stove to ignite. Whatever needed roasting was roasted anew, and whatever required steaming was steamed. While the flavors may not match those of freshly prepared dishes, hunger knows no discrimination, and Xia Ruqing found it all quite enjoyable. She indulged in some, and upon finishing, she patted her belly, finally satiated. In Chapter 60, titled A Blend of Consumption and Affection, Ziyue, concerned that she might suffer from internal heat, prepared 2 peeled pears over the small charcoal stove, adding chunks of rock sugar. Xia Ruqing savored a bowl, satisfied to the point of burping contentedly. After their meal, Ziyue sat by the fire pit, meticulously massaging her with medicinal oil. By the hour of the dog, around 9 p.m., she nestled into the warm embrace of her bedding, enjoying a night of exceptionally sweet slumber. Yet, in the inner palace, some found themselves unable to sleep, notably, consort Sure. The Empress's nightly attendance had triggered her heart ailment once more, causing her to lie in bed with a furrowed brow. Ingwe, unsure of how to console her, finally inquired, "Your Highness, shall we summon a royal physician to examine you?" Consort Sure, irritable, retorted, "What is there to examine? Can a physician summon the Emperor as well?" Ingwe fell silent, daunted. Consort Sure gently caressed her flat belly, secretly resolving to nurture her body diligently to ensure the birth of a crown prince. At that moment, not only would she secure her position within the palace, but she would also overshadow the Empress. Surely, even her cousin would find favor in such a successor. Wouldn't he? Even if, in the future, a new favorite emerges and she no longer enjoys the Emperor's favor. She has her children to consider, her cousin and the heir apparent. Although noble consort Ning and consort Hui have long lost their allure, her cousin still visits often for the sake of the princess. Were it her, he would undoubtedly shower her with even greater affection. This is a distant thought. As for the immediate situation, her cousin has been coming to see her with a distracted demeanor, somewhat aloof, despite her repeated attempts to fathom the reason behind it. She remains perplexed. Could it be that her closeness to the Empress Dowager is the issue? After all, the Dowager is the Emperor's mother and her own aunt. Is it wrong for her to show filial piety? Beyond this, she truly cannot discern any other cause. Although she harbors an aversion towards the Empress, her cousin adheres strictly to propriety, and she would never dare to act out of line, whether during formal greetings or casual encounters. She maintains decorum and never seeks to create trouble. Thus, after much contemplation, noble consort Sure concludes that all her current predicaments could be resolved with the blessing of a child. With this thought, she inquires of Ingwe, "Is there anything to eat?" Ingwe is momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to comprehend the implication. "Your Highness, are you hungry?" Noble consort Sure nods. "I did not eat well at the evening banquet. If there is food, please bring some." "Certainly." Without delay, Ingwe rushes off to fetch it. As noble consort Sure observes her retreating figure, her hand instinctively rests upon her abdomen, determination etched upon her face. She understands that nurturing her body requires more than just herbal medicines. She must first ensure she is well fed. In the past, she often feared gaining weight and refrained from eating much at night, inadvertently harming her health. Now, she has resolved to embrace a more generous approach to her nourishment. Time passes swiftly, the first month soon gives way to the second, and the weather gradually begins to warm. The Imperial garden has begun to show signs of life. The concubines have gradually donned vibrant spring attire and ventured outdoors, unlike the frigid winter months when everyone remained cooped up inside. Consort Yun and Lady Hu have both recovered from their respective ailments, one from a recent childbirth and the other from the effects of poisoned cheese. As February arrives, both are now fully restored to health. Despite the Emperor's continued busyness, he has not neglected the inner palace. He has visited each of his wives, including the Empress, followed by Consort Sure, Consort Yun, Consort Ning, and Lady Hui. Even Lady Hu and Lady Xia have been summoned to his chambers. For a time, it is difficult to discern who holds greater favor and who has fallen from grace, resulting in a temporary calm within the harem. Regarding Lady Hu, Zhao Zhuyao, moved by her unjust suffering from the poison, took measures to comfort her. He elevated her status after the new year, and she is now a 5th-rank Li. This elevation is reasonable, given that her family also holds a 5th-rank official position. Consequently, when Lady Xia encounters her, she must bow and pay her respects accordingly. As for the instigator of the incident, Consort Yun, Zhao Junyao finds it unseemly to reprimand a woman, particularly one who has endured a miscarriage on his behalf. Nonetheless, he discreetly dealt with her father. The esteemed Minister of Revenue was demoted to the position of Deputy Minister, a significant fall from grace. The 6 ministers are expected to ascend to the cabinet in due course, becoming influential ministers of state with immense prospects. Such stature far surpasses that of a mere 5th-rank deputy minister. Although the Liang family, Consort Yun's maternal home, is somewhat bewildered by the turn of events, they have long relied on their connection to the powerful Sure family, engaging in numerous and scrupulous dealings behind the scenes. In these times, when His Majesty has cast blame and demoted someone, they shrink back, truly too afraid to utter a word. News flows freely within the palace and beyond. Yet this particular tidbit reached the ears of Consort Yun with remarkable swiftness. After confirming its accuracy multiple times, she was utterly taken aback, collapsing onto the couch. Kai-dai? The Emperor, he truly knows, she exclaimed, but was everything executed so flawlessly, devoid of any trace? Kai-dai, equally troubled, could only respond. Your Highness, it is most likely that it was that little Zhao by noble consort who let it slip. After all, it is the Ministry of Punishments. Once ensnared there, one cannot avoid speaking. Even the mouths of the deceased can be pried open. Consort Yun was left completely bewildered. The Emperor. This is a warning to me. Though he had not punished her, nor had he directly addressed the matter, the mere implication had instilled a profound fear within her. Kai-dai hurriedly advised, Your Highness, perhaps we should seek the aid of the noble consort. Perhaps the Sure family has a way. Consort Yun shook her head in despair. Having accompanied the Emperor for several years, she understood his temperament all too well. In matters of triviality within the inner palace, he seldom took offense. However, the absence of grievance did not equate to ignorance. Moreover, the more one struggles, the more swiftly and tragically one meets their end. The current situation was beyond salvation. If an official were to be demoted, they would have to rise through the ranks step by step. Regardless of whether they were from the capital or appointed elsewhere, assessments were conducted annually. And only after 3 consecutive years of excellence could one aspire to promotion. If suitable positions were unavailable, one would have to continue waiting. Had it not been for this small, toxic piece of cheese, her father could have entered the cabinet within 6 years. From the Book of Documents to the Grand Minister. Others only require 3 to 5 years, yet her father must endure 12? Fury coursed through Lady Yun, causing her to tremble as she shattered everything within her line of sight. She smoothly directed her ire towards Xia Ruqing, asserting that if it weren't for that wretched woman uncovering the truth, how could young Zhao have been discovered? The implication was clear. If the Xia family did not bear the blame, it was nonetheless their fault. They were the ones responsible for her father's demotion. In Chapter 61, the absurdity of this logic, should it reach Xia Ruqing's ears, would be laughable. How can one harbor ill intentions and then resent another for being wrongly accused? The state of her father, whether he was esteemed or not, was beyond her knowledge. Why should she be held accountable? In the palace, no secret remains undisclosed for long. The affairs of Lady Yun's family soon became the subject of whispers among the court. Nevertheless, the Emperor did not cast blame upon Lady Yun. He continued to bestow upon her the same affection as before. She remained a noble of the second rank. Consequently, everyone grew cautious, refraining from discussing the matter, choosing instead to feign ignorance. As for Lady Yun, following her father's demotion, she indeed tempered her demeanor. After all, her family now held the 5th rank, while she herself was of the 2nd. Such an arrangement was irregular. Even if the Emperor were to demote her to the 5th rank immediately, no one would dare voice an objection. When she encountered Lady Xia, she merely shot a few fierce glares before moving on, unwilling to provoke further conflict. On the other hand, Lady Hu, or rather, Lady Hu Li, had been enjoying a most favorable turn of fortune lately. With her newfound favor and elevated status, her life flourished splendidly. One fine day, Xia Ruqing, noticing the splendid weather, decided to take Xiaoxi and Ziyu out for a stroll. Residing near the Imperial garden, she found that the surroundings were quite serene, provided she did not venture too far ahead. Though the red plum blossoms have withered, the scenery at the hexagonal plum pavilion remains quite charming. Xia Ruqing, holding several volumes gifted by His Majesty, has come to practice her calligraphy once more. It is hard to believe that a year has passed, and yet my handwriting has shown no improvement. I dare not let the Emperor know. Ziyue chuckles, noting that it has not been a year, but rather less than 3 months. The winter chill had rendered it difficult to write, but now, taking advantage of the mild weather, the master should indeed practice diligently. Naturally, or else, what purpose would I have come here today? Xia Ruqing responded with a look of righteous indignation. Ziyue glanced at Xiao Shizi, who was still arranging the various tea delicacies and the tea stove, and with a bemused smile remarked, You are quite correct, master. I can attest that you are indeed here to write. Xia Ruqing was in remarkably high spirits today. She had heard that concubine Yun had fallen from grace, having been demoted by the Emperor. Xia Ruqing's visit today was not solely for the purpose of writing. It was also perhaps to vent some frustrations. Did you not wish for me to suffer? I shall live in comfort, for who are you to bully me? She huffed. However, it was with some disappointment that Xia Ruqing found herself not encountering concubine Yun, but rather Hu Li, one of the few in the palace basking in the glory of success. Among the current crop of talented ladies, she had risen to prominence, attaining a first-class rank. As for her residence, she had not moved, she still resided in Lijiang Pavilion. Upon hearing that Xia Ruqing had ventured out, Hu Li hastened to join her. She had long harbored disdain for Xia Ruqing, but had refrained from provoking her. Now, seeing her out, it seemed only fitting to seize the opportunity for some light torment. No sooner had Xia Ruqing written a couple of characters than she heard someone approaching. Oh, who might this be? Ah, it's noble Lady Xia. Xia Guiran is indeed in fine spirits, coming here to write, and with such an adornment, she appears to be a beauty steeped in literary elegance. As Xia Ruqing raised her head, she beheld Hu Li approaching, accompanied by Zhu Qiren and Zhang Qiren. Hu Li was attired in a splendid lavender palace gown, adorned with a cluster of purple jade flowers in her hair. Even the shoes she wore were exceptionally exquisite. This ensemble, in stark contrast to her prior attire as a noble, showcased an entirely different echelon. Such is the protocol of the palace, unrelated to one's favor. Those of lower rank cannot dress indiscriminately. For instance, only those of the third rank and above may don a hairpin. A third-rank consort may wear a single-sided hairpin, while a second-rank concubine is permitted a double-sided one, be it golden or jade. However, the truly ornate and lavish adornments, encrusted with gold and jade, are reserved for the first-rank noble consort. As for the empress, in her wisdom, she would never adorn herself in such flamboyant fashion. Typically, a single phoenix crown and a few hairpins suffice. Observing Hu Li's extravagant attire, Xia Ruqing mused. Indeed, she possesses both beauty and lineage. It is only natural that she stands out among the current crop of talented maidens who would like a measure of support. With a sigh of resignation, she set down her brush and stepped out of the pavilion. She gracefully bent her knees in greeting, acknowledging Hu Li, regardless of her personal sentiments. Decorum must be upheld to avoid giving any grounds for reproach. Hu Li cast a glance her way, reveling in her own satisfaction, yet did not bid her to rise. Instead, she languidly adjusted the purple jade hairpin atop her head and spoke with an air of indifference. Rongqiu, why have you adorned yourself with that particular hairpin today? I recall the emperor bestowed upon you a hairpin crafted from the exquisite warm jade of mutton fat. Why have you not paired it with this attire? Rongqiu hurriedly replied, My lady, this outfit is best complemented by the purple jade. She continued, Moreover, your complexion would be beautifully enhanced by the dangling earrings of eastern pearls. Hu Li, in her exuberance, paraded all the recent rewards she had received. Xia Ruqing, kneeling with her legs beginning to tire, thought to herself, My eyelids are already quite shallow. How is it that yours are even shallower? Is it truly worthy of such ostentation merely because it was a trinket to please the emperor? At that moment, the esteemed Zhu and Zhang ladies approached to pay their respects to Lady Xia. Even before she had risen, they were already greeting her, turning it into a mutual salutation. How opportunistic. Though irritation simmered within Xia Ruqing, she ultimately restrained herself. A wise person does not suffer immediate loss, after all. Thus, she kept her gaze lowered and remained silent. Hu Li did not bid her to rise, nor did Xia Ruqing urge the other two ladies to stand. They all remained in their respective postures, letting onlookers discern who was truly at a disadvantage. Even the empress herself never carried such airs. If she had the audacity, she might as well endure the night, sacrificing her legs to engage in this farce. Let us see who would yield first. Did she possess such courage? Eventually, Hu Li, not entirely foolish, called for them to rise after a while. Ziyue, supporting the now numb legs of Xia Ruqing, helped her to stand upright. With a faint smile, Hu Li inquired, I have heard that Lady Xia has not been in good health. Is it that you are well enough to be out and about now? Her tone implied a rather condescending disbelief. Were you not unwell? How is it that you have recovered so swiftly? Is it that you do not wish for your own well-being? A cold smile crept across Xia Ruqing's heart, yet she busily replied, Thank you, Hu Li, for your concern. I have long since recovered. Her thoughts were laced with irony, as if to say, I am well, just to infuriate you. Hu Li broke into laughter. Being well is indeed a good thing. If you were unwell and did not emerge, you would not have encountered me. And if you did not encounter me, you would not have the pleasure of greeting me. She continued, Xia Guiran, who would have thought that one day you would pay your respects to me? This feeling is truly exquisite. In chapter 62, Who Can Outwit Whom? Xia Ruqing felt an inexplicable discomfort as the brilliant sunlight bore down on her face, almost blinding her. Noticing Xia Ruqing's silence, Hu Li's arrogance grew even more pronounced. She scrutinized Xia Ruqing from head to toe and disdainfully remarked, Xia Guiran has indeed blossomed, appearing much more rounded than last year. Her beauty is commendable. It is merely unfortunate that her attire is lacking. Xia Ruqing internally scoffed. Has she not yet exhausted her boastfulness? Was she not without finery when she ascended to nobility? After only a few days in her elevated position, did she not fear the laughter of others? Upon finishing her remarks, Hu Li feigned a shake of her head and sighed dramatically. What a pity! Such exquisite beauty as Xia Gairen's, marred by humble origins. If only her lineage were more distinguished, it would be I receiving the honors today. While her previous words merely reflected boastfulness, her current comments bordered on bullying. The fierce rivalries among the women of the palace rarely intruded upon familial matters. All were of noble descent, and to involve family would be to meddle in politics, relying on familial influence to exert dominance. Yunzi serves as a vivid illustration of that. You deride others for their misfortunes, yet are you aware that the day may come when your own circumstances falter? If one were to claim that Hu Li lacks intelligence, she certainly does not find herself at a loss in this moment. Xia Ruqing mused that this was indeed a provocation. The time for patience had elapsed, and there was no longer a need to endure. It was evident that she had no intention of allowing Hu Li an easy reprieve. Should she continue to cower? It would only signify cowardice. In the past, Yunzi had desecrated the plum blossoms in Liu Jiaomei Pavilion, and her decision to refrain from confrontation was merely an act of maintaining dignity and respect. It was not an indication of genuine fear. At that moment, Xia Ruqing offered a cold smile, stating, I have yet to extend my congratulations on Li's recent elevation after all this time. I wonder if Hu Li is reveled enough in her triumph? Upon hearing this, Hu Li's face registered shock, swiftly transforming into ire as she pointed an accusing finger at her. Xia Guiren, how dare you confront me? She huffed. Ah, Hu Li's words were amusing. How could a mere servant of modest rank dare to confront a woman of nobility? Xia Ruqing chuckled softly, covering her mouth, finding Hu Li's fury quite laughable. In a fit of rage, Hu Li continued, Ever since your elevation, you have sought to usurp my share of tribute rouge. I have found you thoroughly objectionable and will not hesitate to undermine you. Now, heaven has truly opened its eyes, allowing me to surpass you. She laughed heartily. Xia, you must be consumed with jealousy. Xia Ruqing lowered her lovely gaze, reflecting for a moment before shaking her head in resignation. Regrettably, that is not the case. Jealousy? We are all merely the emperor's consorts. What is there to envy? Moreover, with so many concubines, why would she feel envy? Why would one choose to make life difficult for oneself when living in comfort? Thus, what Xia Ruqing stated was indeed the truth. She bore no jealousy. However, Hu Li remained unconvinced, believing Xia Ruqing was merely being obstinate. Just as she was about to launch a scathing retort, Ziyue, unable to bear the scene any longer, stepped forward and saluted. In that moment, Hu Li found herself at a loss for words. Infuriated, she glared fiercely at Ziyue, her eyes brimming with indignation. How audacious! How dare a servant interrupt while her mistress was speaking? Startled, Ziyue immediately knelt down. I do not presume to speak out of turn. It is merely that our mistress is unwell. I implore Hu Li to show mercy. Seeing Ziyue kneeling in fear, Hu Li's eyes twinkled with malice, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. What can I do about your mistress? Surely, it would be easy to deal with a mere servant like you. Ziyue was the most capable aide beside the Xia family. To reprimand Ziyue would be tantamount to slapping the Xia family in the face. With this thought, Hu Li let out a sinister smile and turned to Xia Ruqing. Xia Guiren, you truly possess a wonderful temperament. Even your servant cannot be kept in check. Becoming so brazen, Xia Ruqing curled her lips in a cold smile. Hu Li has acknowledged her as my servant. Thus, her audacity does not necessitate your intervention. She preferred to avoid trouble, but that did not imply she feared it. As for matters concerning my servant, there is no need for Hu Li to concern herself. With that, she and Ziyue prepared to take their leave, but Hu Li obstructed them once more. Oh dear sister, do not leave. Who is your sister? My mother bore only me. Xia Ruqing felt a wave of disgust wash over her once again. Hu Li, undeterred, stepped forward with a smile that did not reach her eyes and said, Since you, dear sister, possess a kind heart and cannot bring yourself to act, it falls upon me, as your elder sister, to assist you. Rongqiu, summon your men to silence her. Strike her soundly, lest this insolent maid, in the future, dares to assert her dominance over Sister Xia. No sooner had Hu Li issued her command than Ziyue found herself restrained by two young eunuchs. Rongqiu approached with a stoic expression. Miss Ziyue, I must apologize. With that, she raised her hand, poised to strike. Xia Ruqing, maintaining her composure, stepped directly in front of Ziyue. With narrowed eyes, she slowly uttered a few words. Dare you lay a finger on her? Her gaze was icy and resolute. Hu Li shuddered involuntarily. Yet, Upon reflection, she dismissed her fears, considering Ziyue merely a lowly noble. Gathering her courage, she barked her orders once more. Why are you still hesitating? Act now. Rongqiu found herself in a quandary. To strike Ziyue, she would first have to push aside Lady Xia. Yet, as a mere servant, how could she dare? Seeing her in action, Hu Li grew impatient and stepped forward, exclaiming, Rongqiu, what are you waiting for? Strike her. She could not believe that as a fifth-rank Li, she lacked the authority to strike a mere servant. With no other option, Rongqiu gritted her teeth and raised her arm, preparing to shove Lady Xia aside. Yet, before she could make contact, Xia Ruqing suddenly sidestepped. Rongqiu felt a surge of excitement. Disregarding all caution, she swung her hand down with force, the resounding slaps echoing heavily, unmistakably imbued with all her might. Well done. Strike her fiercely. Hu Li nearly clapped her hands in delight, almost bursting into laughter. The offerings of rouge and poisonous cheese were in play. Xia Ruqing, whether or not you were the one who poisoned, I shall trample you, crush you. Rongqiu's strikes grew increasingly forceful, the resounding slaps echoing far and wide. Suddenly, Xia Ruqing collapsed to her knees, only to rise again with tear-filled eyes, desperately pleading. Hu Li, I know my transgressions, I implore you, spare me. In her frantic state, she attempted to grasp Rongqiu while protecting Ziyue, her hands moving in chaotic disarray. Moreover, her pallid complexion rendered her appearance utterly pitiable. The Empress has arrived. The noble consort is here. Chapter 63. Interrogation. Rongqiu had no time for contemplation as the Empress and the noble consort approached. In fact, Hu Li's smug expression had yet to vanish. Her chief maid, Rongqiu, remained poised to strike. Xia Ruqing knelt, her face ashen, streaked with tears, trembling uncontrollably. The marks of slaps were glaringly evident on Ziyue's face, which was red and swollen. At that moment, the Empress erupted in fury. Hu Li, what audacity you possess! Greetings to the Empress. Greetings to the noble consort. The crowd knelt in reverence. Hu Li, feeling a surge of fear, also dropped to her knees with a thud. I deserve punishment. Please, Empress, quell your wrath. Enough. The Empress waved her hand, her anger causing her distress, as she leaned against her forehead. Resting her hand on the noble consort's arm, and seated herself in the plum blossom pavilion. She then commanded, Yulan, assist Lady Xia and her maid to rise. Grant them seats. Yes. Yulan complied, summoning people to help them up. Upon hearing the Empress call for her to rise, Hu Li stood, only to be met with the Empress's sharp retort. Hu Li, when did I command you to rise? This singular phrase compelled her to kneel once more. Her face flushed with a mixture of shame and indignation, overwhelmed by the public embarrassment inflicted upon her. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing sat nearby, her complexion pale, stifling sobs as tears streamed down her cheeks freely. In truth, within the depths of her heart, she mused, had I known my acting prowess was so remarkable, I might have participated in the initial auditions, perhaps even debut as a star. The Oscars surely owe me a little golden statuette. Life is indeed a performance, entirely reliant on one's skill in theatrics. Noticing the Empress's ire, Hui Pin interjected gently, Your Majesty, you must take care of your health. Excessive anger can be detrimental. Her voice was soft and soothing, a delicate melody. In the past, their encounters had been limited to formal greetings or gatherings, and due to their differing ranks, they had always maintained a considerable distance. Yet now, Xia Ruqing stole a glance at Hui Pin, who possessed fair skin and exquisite features, embodying the essence of a gentle beauty. Clad in a deep purple palace gown, adorned with a single jade bead hairpiece, she was surrounded by a cascade of pearls and gems. As a consort who had borne the second princess, her attire undoubtedly surpassed that of Zheng Pin. Upon hearing Hui Pin's counsel, the Empress sighed, her lips curling into a cold smile. The weather today is quite pleasant. I had intended to stroll by the Tay Pool. Yet upon crossing the bridge, I was met with this uproar. She turned her gaze upon Hu Li, her voice laced with reproach, as a palace consort. How could you resort to violence? Kneeling on the frigid ground, Hu Li felt a chill creep down her spine. Last time, she struck Xiaoxizi over the matter of the tribute rouge and imposed a month-long house arrest. No, she had just gained favor. She could not allow that. Accepting the fragrant tea offered by Hui Pin, the Empress took a sip, and her inner fury finally subsided. Hu Li knelt on the ground, her heart racing in trepidation upon hearing the Empress's inquiry. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her. She must not be confined, nor allow that wretched Xia to gain the upper hand. With a quick turn of her eyes, she bowed her head and spoke, Your Majesty. The noble Xia has insulted this humble servant, and in a moment of impulse, I When I arrived, all I witnessed was you and your servants, berating and striking the noble Xia. Do you imply that I am hard of hearing? The Empress set down her teacup, narrowing her eyes, glaring at Hu Li with a mix of authority and ire. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. This servant dares not. Hu Li knelt on the floor, her voice trembling, completely devoid of the earlier assertiveness. Beside her, Huipin furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat sympathetic, and hastily interjected. Hu Li shuddered once more. Xia, I demand to hear your account. The Empress held no particular fondness for Xia Ruqing, nor did she harbor any disdain. Her feelings were akin to those she had for most within the palace. Neither favored nor scorned, she was not biased towards Xia Ruqing. The Emperor entrusted her with the management of the harem, seeking tranquility. Should such an incident reach the Emperor's ears, it would be her failure. Ultimately, her concern was merely for her own reputation. Hearing the Empress's question, Xia Ruqing quickly stifled her tears and wiped her eyes with a handkerchief, recounting the events in their entirety once more. Before her words had fully faded, the palace maid named Rong Qiu abruptly interjected. Xia Guiran, when have I ever pushed you? It was clearly your own unsteadiness that caused your fall. Xia Ruqing's face turned even paler with anger as she pointed at Rong Qiu with her handkerchief. I stood protectively in front of Ziyue, and you, in your haste to strike her, pushed me aside. Everyone present saw it clearly, yet you still refused to acknowledge it. After speaking, Xia Ruqing knelt before the Empress. Your Majesty, you must support this humble servant. Though my status is lowly, I cannot allow a mere maid to trample upon me. The child who cries receives milk. Hu Li, you revel in chaos, do you not? You delight in schemes. Do you? Well then, let us see this time, who truly outsmarts whom. Tears streamed down her face, her delicate countenance pale, embodying a pitiful fragility. Even the Empress, witnessing this, could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. She inquired, Zhu Kalin, you have been present all along, please clarify. Did this maid truly push Xia? In truth, the Empress had seen that Xia had indeed stood in front of Ziyue, and she was not lying. However, in the interest of fairness, she needed to ascertain the facts. At this moment, Zhu Kalin and Zhu Kalin were already too frightened to speak. Initially, they sought to curry favor with Xia Guiran, but her affections had remained lukewarm, and they had been dismissed. Now, having finally allied themselves with Hu Li, they encountered such a predicament. Their hearts were already brimming with despair. Why was it so arduous to find a patron and ascend to a position of favor? Now, faced with the Empress's inquiry, they dared not remain silent. The two exchanged a furtive glance at Hu Li, only to meet her predatory gaze. Instantly, they lowered their heads, unable to look further. Just as they were about to respond, unexpectedly, Huipin spoke up. Zhang Kaijin and Zhu Kaijin trembled in fear once more. Ultimately, they stammered. We humbly report to your Majesty, we too witnessed. It was Rong Qiu who, in her eagerness to confront Ziyue, with Lady Xia obstructing her, Hu Li had been urging her, and in a moment of anxiety, well, Chapter 64, a heavy silence in truth, due to the angle. They could not see clearly. However, it was inconceivable that Lady Xia would fall without reason. Hu Li's aggressive demeanor left no doubt. If it wasn't Rong Qiu who pushed her, then who else could it be? You speak nonsense, Rong Qiu retorted sharply. To lay hands on a palace concubine. If the charges were substantiated, it would lead to severe consequences. Moreover, she had committed no such act. Impudent. A mere palace maid dares to act so insolently before her Majesty. Yulan bellowed, causing Rong Qiu to fall silent in fear. She had been swept up in her own fervor. She did not wish to be wronged. She yearned for her life. Alas, having offended the Empress was yet another transgression. The Empress rubbed her temples, frowning as she spoke. Regardless, Hu Li inciting her subordinates to violence is undeniably wrong. I shall impose a punishment of solitary reflection for a month. As for this maid, the Empress paused, continuing, when a master errs, not only should they counsel against it, but they also encourage it, displaying a lack of respect and inflicting harm. Therefore, send her to the laundry bureau. Even Hu Li, emboldened as she was, dared not counter the Empress at this moment, hastily bowing her head in acquiescence. As for Rong Qiu, she had long since collapsed to the ground. She looked at Hu Li with a desperate plea, hoping that her master would offer some protection, even if it meant enduring a scolding or a beating. To her dismay, Hu Li did not even cast a glance in her direction. A wave of despair washed over her. Yulan, noticing the lifelessness in her eyes, sensed something amiss and, fearing she might lose her sanity, hurriedly summoned someone to silence her and pulled her away. The empress then issued further instructions, saying that some fine offerings should be sent over from the Internal Affairs Office, and asked Hu Li to select a couple more attendants. With her recent elevation in rank, it was only fitting that she have an additional servant. With one departed and two sent in return, it was deemed a fair exchange. Hu Li bowed in gratitude, and the empress recalled something else. Turning to Xia Ruqing, she remarked, "You are still short of a few rough servants. I shall have some sent to you as well, so that you may choose." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Ruqing responded with a bow of appreciation. The empress nodded and offered her some words of comfort before dismissing the assembly. As Hu Li departed, she shot several fierce glares at Xia Ruqing before leaving in a huff. Although her status was low, she did not consider herself beneath others. What right did they have to treat her this way? Upon returning to Zhaohua Pavilion, it was not long before several rough palace maids were sent for her selection. Xia Ruqing felt sullen and had no desire to engage. So she passed the task to Xiaoxi. "You choose, just find some honest and straightforward ones. We have no use for those who are overly clever." Xiaoxi acknowledged and exited. Xia Ruqing washed her hands and fetched some ointment, applying it delicately to Ziyue's face. Her visage bore the marks of numerous slaps from Rongqiu, with several areas scratched by nails, now oozing pus. An alarming sight indeed. "Does it hurt?" Ziyue managed a forced smile and replied, "It doesn't hurt. I am to blame for causing you distress." Xia Ruqing's heart ached profoundly. Rongqiu dared not push her. It was she who had deliberately fallen. A palace maid, merely relying on her mistress's favor, had become quite arrogant. Though her assault on Ziyue was commanded by Hu Li, it was still a matter of feminine dignity, and one would not resort to such brutal force unless their heart was hardened. Yet, Rongqiu was relentless, striking and clawing until Ziyue's face was disfigured, revealing her malicious intent. Tears welled in Ziyue's eyes. "My lady speaks foolishly. What is this slight grievance to me?" Xia Ruqing clenched her teeth and declared, "Were I in a position of power, I would summon her before the king of hell and send her to the laundry bureau. That would be too lenient." Terrified, Ziyue hastily interjected, "My lady, please do not speak carelessly. I am not wronged at all. I merely hope for the day when you are no longer bullied." "Indeed, it will surely come," Xia Ruqing replied with unwavering determination. "As long as you remain steadfast by my side, I shall not allow you to suffer endlessly." "Yes." Ziyue nodded resolutely. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi had chosen a sturdy maid, plain in appearance and with an honest demeanor. Xia Ruqing composed herself and gently inquired, "What is your name?" "Your humble servant is named Chui'er," she replied. Xia Ruqing smiled and renamed her, saying, "From now on, you shall be called Qiuye. You will assist Qiu Tong with the more laborious tasks. If you serve diligently, I shall not neglect you." These were mere formalities. After all, words alone are futile, and it takes time to truly understand a person's heart. "Thank you for bestowing me a name, my lady. I shall serve you well." Qiuye responded cautiously. Feeling fatigued, Xia Ruqing waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave. At noon, when the meal was served, Xia Ruqing specifically instructed for light dishes, as her wounds were still fresh and she must avoid any food that could provoke them. After the meal, Ziyue retired to rest, and so did she, indulging in a brief afternoon slumber. Let us not dwell on that. One must ponder. Is it truly possible for the maid, Hu Li, to possess such audacity? For a servant to lay hands on her master is an egregious act of disrespect. Whether it leads to her being sent to the laundry department or met with the death penalty, her life would be irrevocably ruined. Moreover, I perceive that Lady Xia does not strike me as particularly timid. If she were indeed that weak, how could she have dared to confront concubine Yun in the past? Yulan reflected for a moment, yet her certainty wavered. "I do not believe Lady Xia is capable of deceit. You are well aware of the dispositions of concubine Yun and Hu Li. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. The dynamics within the palace are complex." The empress nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth." That maid named Rongqiu wielded her fist with fierce intent. Lady Xia's maid was left with a battered visage, and such a state cannot be feigned. Though the details may be obscured, this particular incident was witnessed in full. Indeed, the accounts of 100 individuals cannot rival the clarity of first-hand observation. The empress sighed. Alas, Lady Xia is indeed a pitiable figure. Having voiced her thoughts, she dismissed any further inquiry when this matter reached Zhao Junyao's ears. It was already the afternoon of the third day. The emperor summoned the Zhaohua Pavilion. Feng Anfu was dispatched to convey the message. To his dismay, he learned that Lady Xia had fallen ill. The palace attendants stated that they had yet to summon the imperial physician, thus the summons was retracted. Feng Nanfu was nearly in tears. For this was a breach of protocol. After serving in the palace for so many years, such an occurrence was unprecedented. Would it truly necessitate the emperor to summon the pavilion anew? It is to be feared that by the time that day arrives, his very life may be forfeit. Feng Nanfu found himself in a desperate situation, seeking out Li Shengyan, imploring him with utmost humility to devise a solution. Li Shengyan, equally troubled, understood the gravity of the matter concerning the emperor and reluctantly acquiesced, stating, "I shall make a report on your behalf." Feng Nanfu expressed his profound gratitude, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Noticing the absence of anyone in the small study of the Zichuan hall, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where's Lady Xia?" Li Shengyan had no choice but to recount the events as they were. Zhao Junyao frowned. "Is she unwell? Has a physician been summoned, and what is their assessment?" "I have not heard of Lady Xia requesting a physician." Li Shengyan's heart raced with anxiety, pondering whether her ailment might be a mere fade. Having served the emperor for so long, he was well aware of his majesty's temperament. As the sovereign, the emperor's mind was occupied with matters of state. How much patience could he possibly extend towards the concubines of the harem? The intricacies of courtly intrigues were indeed beyond the comprehension of a mere eunuch. Zhao Junyao toyed with his teacup, his expression darkening. After a brief moment, he rose abruptly, declaring, "Let us proceed to the Zhaohua pavilion." As for Lady Xia's alleged caprice, he found it difficult to believe. If the emperor lacked even the slightest ability to discern character, it would render his reign woefully inept. Either she was genuinely ill, or she had suffered some indignity and was now throwing a tantrum. Very well, he thought. Let us observe the situation further. In the Zhaohua pavilion, Xia Ruqing lay languidly upon her bed, her complexion pale, devoid of any desire for activity. Over the past few days, she felt as though her vitality had been utterly drained. The fighting spirit she once possessed had vanished, leaving her but a mere shell of her former self. As Ziyue meticulously arranged the meal, a sense of unease enveloped her. "My lord, please do have a bite. You scarcely touched your lunch. If you forego dinner as well, how will you endure?" Xia Ruqing, somewhat bewildered, glanced at Ziyue's face. Parting her cracked lips, she suddenly inquired, "Ziyue, does your face still hurt?" Ziyue's face had already returned to its normal state, the wounds now scabbed over. She smiled reassuringly, "My lord, do not worry. It hasn't hurt for quite some time." Xia Ruqing managed a faint smile but continued to stare blankly at the top of the tent. When Zhao Junyao entered, he encountered this scene. Just as Ziyue was about to kneel, Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that," he said, approaching the bedside. Xia Ruqing scrambled to rise and, with little time to spare, knelt on the bed. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Zhao Junyao noticed her pallid complexion, which stirred a subtle discomfort within him, causing his expression to darken slightly. He dismissed the attendants and seated himself on a stool beside the bed, taking a sip of tea before inquiring, "What is troubling you? Speak up. What has sparked this discontent?" It is not uncommon for a young lady to express her grievances, as long as it is within reason. He is inclined to soothe her. However, should it be unreasonable, well, then she should not expect leniency. Xia Ruqing bit her lip, remaining silent. Matters of discord among the women of the harem, even if known to Li Shengyan, would never reach his ears. Thus, Zhao Junyao was entirely oblivious to the situation. Upon hearing Zhao Junyao's question, Xia Ruqing's pent-up grievances seemed to find an outlet. Her almond-shaped eyes misted over, her expression so poignant that it seemed tears were on the brink of spilling. Observing this, Zhao Junyao's lips curved into a slight smile. It appeared his assumptions were correct. The little girl must have been bullied. Summer Ruqing felt wronged, a sense of injustice weighing heavily upon her heart. When one feels aggrieved, it is imperative to voice it. He was the emperor. By expressing her grievances, he would have the power to advocate for her. Thus, she lowered her head and spoke. "Your Majesty, the maidservant of consort who has struck Ziyue." After a moment's reflection, she added, "The empress has already intervened, sending the offending maid to the laundry department. Yet I still feel a pang of injustice." "Oh?" Zhao Junyao raised an eyebrow, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. It was not mere petulance or the whims of a favored child. She had indeed been wronged. Thus, he found no disdain in his heart for her. After all, a young girl was entitled to occasional displays of temper. It was perfectly acceptable to soothe her. "Come here." He beckoned. Summer Ruqing bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before leaping into his embrace. "Your Majesty," she murmured, clinging to his neck, burying her face in his shoulder, tears brimming in her eyes. Zhao Junyao was momentarily taken aback. This was rather unexpected, for no one had dared such an act before. However, holding the fragrant, soft little girl felt rather pleasant. "Settle down." He adjusted their positions, moving from the chair to the edge of the bed, gently patting her back and urging her to sit properly in his arms. She replied softly, still mired in her gloom. Zhao Juyao affectionately ruffled her hair, a smile lingering on his lips. If you weren't bullied by the favored concubine Yun, how could consort who have dared to bully you? Summer Ruching, feeling both wronged and somewhat discontented, replied, Indeed, you have a point. Zhao Juyao nodded. However, did not the Empress already punish her? Is she still not appeased? It is essential to understand that the laundry bureau within the palace is far from an admirable place. Zhao Juyao, patting her back, inquired with genuine interest. For some reason, he found this little girl endearing. Even her small displays of temper resonated with him. Could it be that the women of the past who threw tantrums were merely feigning? Otherwise, why did their actions seem so awkward and utterly detestable? I am aware that the laundry bureau is unpleasant. Xia Ruqing suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with emotion as she looked at Zhao Juyao. But your majesty, why is it that no matter how hard I strive, I am still subjected to bullying? Is my effort in vain? This question had plagued her for 3 days. Indeed, within the Imperial harem, no amount of endeavor could rival a noble lineage. Regardless of how much one improved themselves, there would always be someone effortlessly perched above them, easily trampling them into the mud, rendering them unable to rise again. Must she truly endure a lifetime of such existence after traversing through centuries? Humans are inherently greedy. She had once yearned merely for survival. Now that she had secured her life, she found herself desiring more. Was this greed? Zhao Juyao was somewhat taken aback by her inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly bent down, saying, Qingqing, do not dwell on such thoughts. I am here. Do not emulate them. Take care of yourself. I am aware of your worth. He recognized that she was different from others. She was good, and that sufficed. In truth, he too harbored his own confusions. He vividly recalled the day when his father had unexpectedly passed away. Just before his demise, the ailing emperor had suddenly awakened, gazing at him earnestly. My son, the Zhao family's empire shall rely on you to safeguard it. Protect this vast realm for your father. He has experienced panic, fear, and confusion. He has persevered. And without effort, there would be no present-day Zhao Juyao. Chapter 66. I am hungry too. The little girl in his arms should not have to endure such suffering. Even the women in the harem, who have married him, need not suffer in such a manner, as long as they remain obedient and do not seek trouble. Regardless of their feelings, he will ensure they live a life of luxury and ease. Xia Ruqing lowered her head, pouting. Her large eyes glistened with moisture, and her cherry-red lips formed a delicate pout, making her appear charming and enchanting. Zhao Juyao felt an irresistible urge within him. He cradled her neck and kissed her. Xia Ruqing blushed deeply, her face aflame. Your Majesty. Zhao Juyao leaned close to her ear, his voice low and murmuring. If you do not abide by the rules, I shall punish you properly. Xia Ruqing's face turned crimson, reaching down to her neck. That night, they engaged in their playful antics until the early hours, and he was invigorated, while she could scarcely rise from bed. He was simply extraordinary. Zhao Juyao gazed at her blushing cheeks, wishing to steal another kiss. How curious. Since the age of 15, he had been attended by women. Yet he had never kissed anyone before, let alone lost himself in such abandon. He believed that such matters, like eating and sleeping, should be approached with moderation, and 8/10 satisfaction sufficed, for excess could be detrimental. When he did not desire it, he simply let it go. When he felt the urge, his women were all sufficiently beautiful, so he would not lose interest. Yet, this little girl before him was different. He found himself unable to restrain his desires, always yearning for more. He cherished kissing her, holding her close, delighting in her laughter, and even more so in the sight of her tearful pleas for mercy. Why was this so? The young emperor, adept and composed in the halls of power, is utterly clueless in matters of the heart. When he cannot comprehend something, he discards it without hesitation. There is no need for convoluted reasoning. His desires for his woman are straightforward and unyielding. Zhao Juyao embraced her and planted another kiss upon her lips, before promptly laying her upon the bed. Xia Ruqing felt a surge of helplessness within her. It was not yet time for rest, and the palace maids were bustling about outside. If word of this spread, it would be utterly humiliating. In that moment, she felt both shy and mortified, tears welling up in her eyes. Your Majesty, I have yet to have dinner. I am famished. I am hungry as well. He declared. I have no desire for dinner. I only wish to feast upon you. Thus, the innocent Xia Ruqing found herself at the mercy of the voracious Zhao Juyao. Half an hour passed, then an hour. Exhausted and weak, Xia Ruqing finally cried out for mercy. Zhao Junyao remembered how the palace maids had urged her to eat upon entering, realizing she might not have dined well these past few days. Considering her frail condition, he resolved to cease, albeit reluctantly. After a soothing bath and dressing her in fresh garments, he held her close. Xia Ruqing lay languidly upon the couch, her delicate face contorted in a frown. Just as one wave of grievances had subsided, a new sense of injustice arose within her. "Your Majesty, your hands are calloused. You've hurt me," she pouted in complaint. Zhao Juyao glanced at his hands and chuckled. "I have practiced martial arts for many years, hence they are indeed rough. Where does it hurt? Let me see." He reached out to touch her, but Xia Ruqing, taken aback, thought of the unforeseen consequences that could follow such an action. In a moment of panic, she forgot all propriety and instinctively attempted to kick his hand away. No, do not look." Zhao Juyao remained unfazed, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he caught her small foot before it could land a kick. "I must see." In the realm of intimate delights, the youthful and impetuous emperor bore no resentment. On the contrary, he found great amusement. Other women merely submitted, and when pressed further, they grew somewhat impatient. Yet she was like a frenzied cat, so close yet so unattainable, unable to be touched, devoured, or grasped easily. This tantalizing allure, as elusive as a feather, gently stirred the depths of his heart, leaving him both restless and helplessly intrigued. Xia Ruqing found herself ensnared by his grasp on her foot. Feeling both aggrieved and embarrassed, she attempted to wriggle free. But the ticklish sensation on the soles of her feet made her erupt into delightful giggles. She felt as though she might lose her mind. Zhao Juyao, in high spirits, could not help but burst into laughter. Once the merriment subsided, he lifted her up, saying, "Enough of the teasing." Xia Ruqing huffed, turning her head away and ignoring him. Zhao Juyao, realizing her displeasure, tenderly embraced her and gently smoothed her ruffled hair. Gradually, the irritation in her heart began to dissipate. Grumble, grumble. Xia Ruqing's stomach protested incessantly. In truth, Zhao Junyao also felt hunger, having skipped dinner and recently engaged in physical exertion. At the peak of his vitality, he had expended much energy and thus required ample sustenance. He summoned Li Shengyan to prepare a meal, instructing him to keep it simple and easily obtainable. Upon the mention of food, Xia Ruqing perked up, recalling a previous occasion when the noodles had pleased Zhao Juyao. He nodded in agreement. After enjoying their evening meal, Zhao Juyao, unable to contain himself, sought further physical activity. Xia Ruqing's protest proved futile, and she found herself once again wholly consumed by the big bad wolf. The following day, Zhao Juyao once again ordered from the Zhaohua pavilion. Xia Ruqing felt on the verge of tears, pleading, "Must we go? I feel utterly exhausted." Ziyue, hands on her hips, firmly responded, "No way." Despite her overwhelming sense of despair, Xia Ruqing reluctantly boarded the carriage. After dinner and a refreshing bath, she idly perused a book, attending to some inconsequential documents, devoid of any ulterior motives. A long sigh of relief escaped her lips. Sitting not far away on a small couch, Zhao Junjiao also immersed himself in reading. The room was punctuated only by the occasional crackle of candle flames. As Xia Ruqing continued to nibble at the unfinished chronicles of the Chu dynasty, fatigue began to wash over her. She leaned against the large pillow, her eyes half closed as she gazed at Zhao Juyao. When he is serious and earnest, he possesses an undeniable handsomeness. The two shared a tranquil moment, enveloped in a serene sense of time standing still. That night, Zhao Juniao indeed did nothing more than hold her as they drifted into slumber. He no longer pondered why he had suddenly taken to embracing a woman while sleeping. He simply embraced her, for there was no need for further contemplation. The next day was a day of rest, free from court obligations. Xia Guoran visited the Empress to pay her respects before accompanying the Emperor in the Imperial study. For the past 2 days, Xia Guoran had been by the Emperor's side, a fact well known throughout the palace. At this moment, concubine Yun was keeping a low profile, wary of causing trouble. Lady Hu was in seclusion, reflecting upon her actions. As for concubine Ning and noble consort Hui, they were preoccupied with attending to the princess. Though Zhang Pin harbored bitterness within, feeling unable to endure the sight of it, her lack of favor rendered her powerless to effect change. Thus, a calm prevailed in the palace, leaving no room for gossip. Xia Ruqing awoke early the next day. Upon discovering that Zhao Junyao was still slumbering, she felt an irresistible urge to gently caress his eyelashes. However, before her fingers could make contact, they were seized by a pair of rough, calloused hands. Chapter 67. A Fortuitous Encounter? How impudent! Zhao Junyao exclaimed, playfully swatting her on the backside. As it was a day of rest, he had no pressing need to rise. So he closed his eyes once more. The gentle warmth of the spring sun streamed through the cracks of the window, illuminating his chiseled features, casting a radiant glow upon his contours. Xia Ruqing squinted, gazing dreamily, her eyes meticulously tracing the lines of his face. He looked remarkably handsome in his repose, with a hint of stubble gracing his jaw. His neck, elegantly sculpted, showcased a striking curve accentuated by his prominent Adam's apple. Ah, such beauty! Lost in her reverie, she soon drifted back into slumber. When she awoke again, Zhao Junyao had already risen. Startled, Xia Ruqing sprang to her feet. What time is it? Zhao Junyao chuckled. It's not too late. We still have time to pay our respects. Without hesitation, Xia Ruqing hurriedly prepared herself and made her way to the Jiaofeng Hall. Li Shengyan entered, inquiring, Your Majesty, shall we prepare the meal? Zhao Junyao pondered briefly before responding. Not just yet. Summon Madame Xia to the Imperial study shortly. Li Shengyan nodded and withdrew, comprehending that the Emperor intended to dine with Lady Xia. The breakfast was akin to the usual fare, simple yet delightful. A plate of tofu buns, a dish of crispy golden dumplings, and small steamed buns accompanied by plain rice porridge were served, along with an assortment of delectable side dishes to complement the porridge. All were exquisite, and Xia Ruqing partook heartily, though she still felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. How delightful it would be to have a bowl of soft tofu, accompanied by finely chopped pickled vegetables, sprinkled with fragrant cilantro and a dash of rice vinegar. Each mouthful is a harmonious blend of sweetness, complemented by tender greens. Although a simple stir-fry is delectable, a brief blanch in boiling water with a touch of fine salt and soy sauce creates an exquisite dressing that enhances the crispness and freshness, making it equally enjoyable with porridge or rice. Zhao Junyao cast a glance at her and remarked, If you haven't had your fill, instruct the kitchen to prepare more. It is merely a meal. There is no need for you to endure such hardship. Xia Ruqing chuckled lightly. I am quite satisfied today. There is no rush for tomorrow. Zhao Junyao chose not to pursue the matter further. After breakfast, he escorted Xia Ruqing to the Imperial study. As he sat before the Imperial desk, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, Have you completed the letter I entrusted to you? Come, write a few characters for me to see. Xia Ruqing's heart sank, and an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her. Your Majesty, the art of writing cannot be accomplished at will, she stammered, glancing at the Emperor's teacup. She continued, Your Majesty is burdened with state affairs. I wouldn't dare trouble you with such trifles. Allow me to prepare tea for you instead. With that, she attempted to slip away. Zhao Junyao remained calm and unperturbed, merely uttering, Come here. With that single phrase, Xia Ruqing felt a wave of apprehension. This man was not one to be trifled with. The thought of incurring his displeasure and potential punishment loomed over her. Ultimately, she decided to comply, albeit reluctantly, biting her lip as she steeled herself to write a few characters on the prepared Xian paper. As anticipated, it was still a dismal performance. Zhao Junyao pressed his forehead in exasperation. Qing, do you not realize the inadequacy of your calligraphy? I am aware, but I cannot stabilize this brush. Xia Ruqing murmured, her gaze cast downward as she fiddled with her handkerchief. In truth, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her writing was indeed unsightly. Yet, one might argue that few in this modern age could master the art of calligraphy. While the two engaged in conversation, suddenly, Li Shengyan entered. Your Majesty, Miss Ingwe, favorite attendant of the Imperial concubine, requests an audience. Zhao Junyao frowned, a hint of displeasure stirring within him. However, he understood the necessity of honoring the concubine's request. In a low voice, he commanded, Allow her to enter. In the pepper chamber, the Empress was engrossed in transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Yulan rushed in, visibly flustered. Your Majesty. The Empress languidly set down her brush and washed her hands before responding. What has occurred that warrants such haste? Yulan's complexion was grave. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, Your Majesty, the Imperial concubine summoned the court physician early this morning. And now, someone has also gone to the Zhaoqing Palace. If considered separately, these events bore little significance. However, when viewed in tandem, the Empress's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that the concubine is with child? If it were a trivial matter, who would dare approach the Emperor at Zhaoqing Palace? Quickly, find out more. The Empress's voice trembled with urgency. Yes, Yulan replied hastily before departing. Once outside the pepper chamber, she found herself at a loss. How could she possibly gather information? Both Zhaoqing Palace and the concubine's Shifu Palace were not easy places to inquire about matters at this time. Alas, she resolved to venture to Shifu Palace and see if fortune favored her there. In the serene confines of the Shofu Palace, Consort Shi reclined upon her bed, her complexion somewhat pale. The chief palace maid, Ingxiu, stood by with a copper basin, attending to her needs. Suddenly, a young maid arrived with a message, Your Highness. The esteemed Yulangu, in service to the Empress, requests an audience. Upon hearing the word Empress, Consort Shi's brows furrowed in discontent. Ingxiu stepped forward and admonished. Do you not see that the consort is unwell? The Imperial physician has advised her to rest and not receive visitors. With that, she sent the young maid away. Consort Shi gently caressed her abdomen, enduring the discomfort within, and forced her eyes shut to rest. Before long, a eunuch announced loudly, His Majesty has arrived. Consort Shi's face lit up with joy as she opened her eyes. Her cousin, Zhao Junyao, strode into the room. She struggled to rise and pay her respects. But Zhao Junyao pressed her gently back down. There is no need for excessive formalities. The Imperial physician has declared you with child. You should rest comfortably. A radiant smile spread across Consort Shi's face as she nodded in agreement. It has been nearly 2 months. I, foolishly, only realized it now, causing you concern. Zhao Junyao instinctively glanced at her abdomen, which appeared flat and revealed nothing of her condition, prompting Consort Shi to lower her head, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Since you are with child, you shall remain in Xiufu Palace to recuperate, and need not visit the Jiaofeng Hall to pay your respects, Zhao Junyao instructed. This decree resonated perfectly with Consort Shi's desires. She beamed, Thank you, dear cousin. Zhao Junyao then turned to instruct Li Shengyan, who acknowledged and withdrew. Consort Shi's heart soared with elation. Indeed, the predicament before us can be entirely resolved by a child. Previously, her cousin had maintained a somewhat indifferent demeanor towards her. Even regarding intimate matters, he displayed a notable lack of fervor. Yet, unexpectedly, this child arrived at such a fortuitous moment, though not a surprise joy. It could certainly be deemed a just reward for her earnestness. Undoubtedly, apart from the emperor, she is the second to be privy to this information. How does she feel about it? Xia Ruqing expresses a sense of relief. Ziyue, somewhat perplexed, inquired with a furrowed brow, My lord. How can you still say this is a good thing? Chapter 68, A Fortunate Event? Ziyue reflected on the implications. With the esteemed concubine's pregnancy, it is unlikely that even the emperor would scold her harshly. Should she harbor intentions towards Zhaohua Pavilion, the emperor might very well turn a blind eye. Xia Ruqing playfully tapped her on the head. Silly girl, this is indeed a fortuitous event. The favored concubine enjoys the emperor's affection, while the empress can still hold her ground. However, with the concubine's pregnancy, the empress shall undoubtedly feel quite uneasy. There is a saying, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. In other words, as they engage in their struggle, her own safety is assured. Ziyue pondered for a considerable time before finally conceding with a pained expression, My lord, your reasoning is sound. However, we stand to gain nothing from it. Xia Ruqing expressed surprise. Living well and not being bullied is not a gain. This is the present situation. If we speak of the long term, that is still a matter for the future. Let us simply enjoy life. Human greed knows no bounds. She has improved immensely since her arrival, has she not? There is a distinct difference between greed and ambition. After speaking, she continued, I possess neither noble lineage nor notable achievements. Should the emperor bestow upon me a promotion, I would not be able to bear it. What if someone accuses her of seducing the sovereign? If the emperor disregards the established norms for her sake, it would ultimately cause her harm. As things stand, it is quite satisfactory. There is still ample time ahead, is there not? Those who are devoted to her will not be disappointed, and those who bully her will eventually face retribution. There is no need to rush. We shall take our time. Ziyue gazed thoughtfully at her abdomen and sighed, Alas, I can only hope that you will soon have news of a change. At that time, you shall have the merit of nurturing the imperial heir, and surely you will be elevated in rank? Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment and then smacked her forehead. Oh, how could I forget this matter? Ziyue eagerly inquired. What have you forgotten, my lady? Xia Ruqing reflected briefly and replied, It is not the right time to bear a child. I can barely secure my own safety. How could I dare to conceive? My lowly status makes me susceptible to envy with even a modicum of favor. If I were to have a child, wouldn't that render me a living target? Either I would suffer a miscarriage or the empress would take the child away, leaving me with nothing but despair. She grasped a 1,000-year-old herb, exclaiming, I cannot become pregnant. This is a time when I absolutely must not conceive. Ziyue gradually understood and said, You are indeed perceptive. My lady, it was I who miscalculated. Ultimately, the fates have not yet aligned. Even if fortune smiles upon you, you may not be able to enjoy it. Let us wait until you have gathered enough fortune before proceeding. Ziyue added, As the year progresses, the time for the next selection approaches, ushering in a new wave of youthful candidates into the palace. Why not seize this year to dutifully serve the emperor, ensuring that he remembers you? In the future, when affection has blossomed and your health has been restored, alongside the presence of royal heirs, it would be less conspicuous to conceive. Xia Ruqing nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the wisdom in this perspective. Indeed, the crux of the matter is avoiding pregnancy. This body, having only reached the tender age of 17, is still akin to a high school student in modern times. Alas, such a transgression, still a minor. Despite having become less susceptible to illness over these days, she remains somewhat fragile. Why must she recklessly pursue motherhood? Given the abysmal medical conditions of ancient times, what if she were to succumb? Furthermore, what assurance is there that any child born would be robust? If the infant were to be frail, it would indeed be a grave injustice. Thus, the decision is made: no offspring, at least not until she reaches 20. A couple of years of nurturing her health will not be in vain. It is prudent to wait until then to consider motherhood. By that time, the empress and the favored consort will have borne children, rendering her own situation less conspicuous. In the high-ranking families of the capital, where propriety is paramount, the birth of a legitimate son begets the expectation of a lesser-born child. Moreover, in the royal context, if the empress has yet to conceive by that time, it would be a blessing if the emperor and the empress dowager do not impose harsh judgments. What confidence could she possibly have to deny others the privilege of childbirth? Presently, with the favored consort in a delicate condition, it would be unreasonable to prohibit childbirth. With clarity of thought, Xia Ruqing released a long sigh, contemplating how best to persuade the emperor to acquiesce to her wishes. After all, as a consort, the desire to refrain from bearing the emperor's child is deemed a transgression. In this wretched feudal society, what a ridiculous rule this is. In the pepper hall, it was only at lunchtime that she received the definitive news. Moreover, it was the emperor himself who conveyed it to her. Indeed, the emperor had come to the pepper hall for lunch. In the past, when the emperor accompanied her, she could savor her meals much more. However, today, this meal was perhaps the most unsatisfactory one she had experienced since entering the palace. Zhao Junyao engaged her in conversation for a while, expressing the sentiment that the imperial concubine's pregnancy was a fortuitous event, as the imperial lineage was sparse, and he held this child in high regard. Rest assured, Your Majesty, even if it is Sister Shi's child, I shall still address you as Mother Empress. Such words were truly heart-wrenching. Yet, what could she do? After being with the emperor for so long, her womb remained utterly silent. Although the emperor did not voice it, she was acutely aware of it herself. The absence of a legitimate heir was undoubtedly a matter of concern. After bidding farewell to the emperor, the empress locked herself in her chamber, weeping uncontrollably. Yulan and Yufu, her two trusted palace maids, were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, not daring to approach. After a considerable time, once the empress had ceased her tears, they ventured to offer their counsel. Your Highness, given the circumstances, you must take care of yourself. The empress washed her face, reapplied her makeup, and gradually calmed her emotions. With reddened eyes and gritted teeth, she seethed. The intentions of the imperial concubine were known to all in the palace. She was the emperor's childhood companion, favored by the empress dowager. If she were to bear the emperor's firstborn son, would there still be a place for her in this palace? Though her father was a grand general in the harem, his voice held little weight. She ascended to her position through the military achievements of her father and brothers, as well as the previous emperor's benevolence towards the Fan family. Yet, within the confines of the palace, whom could she rely upon? The title sounded resplendent, but who truly understood the underlying bitterness? Yulan hurried forth to offer her counsel. Your Highness, you are without illness or affliction. I believe you shall find your way. Nevertheless, Yulan and Yufu, despite their composure, were but palace maids, lacking comprehension of such matters, and could only offer hesitant encouragement. The empress observed the two of them, lost in thought for a moment before abruptly commanding, let Jimao come to the palace at the beginning of next month. Jimao, the empress's wet nurse, had fallen gravely ill the previous year and had been removed from the palace. She had since recovered and was due to return for service. Out of consideration for her age, the empress had permitted her to rest for an additional year and a half, ensuring her monthly stipend continued. Yet now, confronted with her predicament, it seemed that only Jimao could provide her with guidance. Sighing, Yulan and Yufu acquiesced. The empress, having removed her makeup, initially intended to take an afternoon rest, but found herself unable to sleep despite her efforts. Ultimately, she resolved to rise and abandon slumber altogether. Chapter 69, Bitterness. She commanded, "Bring me the scriptures. I shall copy another volume." Yulon swiftly procured the texts and prepared the ink and brush. The Empress thought that as she wrote, perhaps her heart would feel less burdened. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up the brush and began to transcribe the scriptures slowly. However, after writing a few characters, a sense of dissatisfaction washed over her. She switched to a new sheet and pinned a few more characters, yet still found them lacking. Following the destruction of several pages, the Empress finally set down the brush, tears streaming down her cheeks, as the anguish within her threatened to surface. She pondered to herself, has the Emperor not visited enough? Indeed, he has not spared her as the Empress. Her presence has never been diminished in the Imperial harem. On the 1st and 15th of each month, the Emperor has always kept his appointments. Why then is she the exception? Why must she be the one left wanting? By the third day after receiving the news, Madame G had packed her belongings and entered the palace. The Empress felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Unable to eat or sleep properly for 2 or 3 days, her eyes darkened from exhaustion. Upon seeing her wet nurse arrive, she immediately dismissed her attendants and rushed into her arms, weeping, "Nanny, help me." Madame G's heart ached at the sight. "Your Majesty, I have nurtured you. Who else would I assist if not you? Please, rise." The Empress felt a glimmer of support in her wet nurse's presence. However, those matters were to be discussed later, and for now, they were set aside. That evening, news of the concubine's pregnancy swept through the harem. The Empress Dowager could hardly contain her joy and instructed Madame Qing to send numerous precious nourishing herbs. The Emperor also ordered Li Shengyan to select an array of items from the storeroom to send over. There were supplements, medicines, silks, antiques, treasures, and a plethora of jewelry, all manner of gifts. Despite the bitterness in her heart, the Empress mustered her spirit and instructed her attendants to carefully choose some items to send. In no time, the Shifu Palace was inundated with gifts, flowing like water, enriching the concubine's coffers within a single day, apart from the offerings from the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress herself. Others were obliged to present gifts as well, but those were not regarded as rewards. They were merely congratulatory offerings. In the Zhaohua Pavilion, Xia Ruqing was troubled by 2 matters. First, what gift to present to the concubine, and second, what to prepare for dinner. Though she may be merely a transparent little noble, this matter cannot be evaded. "Ziyue, what do you think we should send?" Sending food is certainly out of the question. Offering trivial gifts would seem too undignified. Xia Ruqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in this reasoning. The child of a noble consort, after all, is deserving of respect. Sending a mere trinket would be akin to casting a beggar's token. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Ruqing instructed, "Take some silver coins and have the craftsman from the Internal Affairs Bureau forge a pair of small silver bangles, inscribing a pattern of 100 children upon them. That should suffice. After all, something overly extravagant would not be appreciated." "Ah, what an excellent idea!" Ziyue exclaimed joyfully. Silver bangles, exquisite yet understated, would convey heartfelt sentiment. Xia Ruqing felt a sense of satisfaction as well. Although the noble consort would undoubtedly prevent her son from wearing anything she had gifted, Xia Ruqing was not seeking favor. Once the congratulatory gift was delivered, her task would be complete. With that matter settled, Xia Ruqing began to ponder what to have for dinner. Spring felt interminably long. Why had summer not yet arrived? She sighed in lamentation. It was not that she was fretful, but truly, there was nothing appealing to eat. In ancient times, unlike the modern era, there were no greenhouses or out-of-season vegetables. When winter arrived, fresh produce was a rarity. To enjoy it, one would have to transport it over vast distances from the south, using ice for preservation. Zhao Junyao deemed this practice excessively lavish, and upon ascending the throne, he had abolished such expenditures. Now, even the emperor dined on dried vegetables, leaving others with little room to voice their grievances. These so-called dried vegetables consisted of sun-dried beans, gourd strips, and radish slices, essentially any vegetable that could be desiccated, thus providing a wide array of choices. When one wishes to eat, one may rehydrate the dried ingredients with water, either by stir-frying or boiling. Although they may not rival the taste of fresh produce, these dried items possess their own unique flavors and are not entirely unpalatable. In my opinion, they are even less desirable than wild vegetables. Indeed, the winters and springs of ancient times were quite arduous. Ziyue chuckled. "My lord, you jest. Wild vegetables are the fare of the impoverished. Not only in the palace, but even among the affluent outside its walls, they are seldom consumed." Xia Ruqing found herself at a loss for words. She had finally witnessed the absurdity of maintaining appearances at the cost of one's well-being. Is it so that wild vegetables are not considered vegetables? In this feudal society, it is one thing to categorize people into classes, but to categorize vegetables as well? Truly impressive. After some contemplation, Xia Ruqing resolved, I shall have wild vegetables. Henceforth, do not bring me these dried ones. If you wish to eat them, do so on your own. Ziyue, unable to dissuade her, reluctantly acquiesced. The following day, Xia Ruqing indeed took a small pouch of silver coins and instructed it to be sent to the Imperial kitchen. She requested a variety of wild vegetables, emphasizing the necessity for them to be fresh. If not available, she would prefer to forego them entirely. Sigh. Ziyue promised to comply. The Imperial kitchen had designated procurement personnel. If the ladies of the palace desired anything, they could spend silver to have it purchased. This was quite customary. The Ministry of Internal Affairs also had its own procurement system, whereby if the ladies fancied jewelry or cosmetics from a particular establishment in the capital, they could arrange for their acquisition, which was entirely within the bounds of propriety. Moreover, His Majesty had expressly instructed that the Imperial kitchen attend to Lady Xia's needs with utmost care, even without silver. If the esteemed lady specified a desire for a particular dish, it would be their duty to procure it, especially considering she had provided silver. There is no need for further discussion. During lunchtime, Xiaoweizi made a special trip. My lord, we have a variety of wild vegetables now, wild mugwort, noodle vegetables, and shepherd's purse. These are staples for the common folk. What about the less common ones? Xia Ruqing inquired. For she was yet to familiarize herself with the wild vegetables of this dynasty. Their bitter herb and also the tender shoots of the Chinese tune. Before Xiaoweizi could finish, he was interrupted by Xia Ruqing. What did you say? Chinese tune? Her eyes sparkled as she leaped up, eager to discover what wild vegetables this dynasty had to offer to enhance their meals. To her astonishment, the mention of Chinese tune shoots captivated her. Xiaoweizi was taken aback, while Ziyue beside them helplessly rubbed her forehead, glancing at the sky and the ground. Well, this is not my master's doing. Whoever wants it can take it away. Master, do you not like it? Xiaoweizi asked, bewildered. Chapter 70, A Feast of Wild Vegetables Like It? I absolutely adore it. How did you come across it? Did you go out to gather them? Only then did Xiaoweizi feel relieved. His spirits lifted as he continued. I wasn't actually out gathering. It was my master who said that the noble and I are well acquainted, and thus he entrusted me to follow along specifically for this task. Xia Ruqing smiled. Your master knows how to endear himself to others. You did well with your task and deserve a reward. Saying this, she instructed Ziyue to fetch a pouch of silver coins, each worth 5 coins, totaling around 20. Xiaoweizi beamed with joy, hurriedly bowing in gratitude. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Behold the memory of this servant. My master has summoned me to inquire about the manner in which to prepare these wild vegetables, so that the esteemed ones may follow suit. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Ruqing suggested wrapping the noodle vegetables in flour and steaming them directly in a bamboo steamer. As for the tender shoots of Chinese tune, she requested a fried egg. The wild mugwort and shepherd's purse should be stir-fried together, selecting the most delicate tips, while a few other light dishes could complement the meal. Young Wei diligently noted each instruction before taking his leave. Having given her orders, Xia Ruqing reclined contentedly upon her couch, crossing her legs and resting her arms behind her head, eagerly anticipating her culinary delights. Presently, all eyes and attention within the imperial harem were fixed upon the noble consort of Zifugong, while she herself basked in a life of simple pleasures. No one sought to provoke her, nor did anyone stir up trouble. Each day was filled with feasting and merriment, allowing her to indulge in whatever her heart desired. One might wonder, what grievances could there possibly be in such a life of leisure? As for the consort's pregnancy, any feelings of jealousy were dismissed by Xia Ruqing. She preferred to avoid unnecessary turmoil. Should one apply the modern concept of monogamy, she mused, she would merely be a mistress at best. For the emperor's primary wife is the empress. What status does a mistress hold in contemporary society? Like a rat scurrying across the street, despised by all. Such a life of unabashed indulgence would be unattainable. Thus, the modern ideals of monogamy in the pursuit of love ought to be left undisturbed elsewhere. If she were to seek love, it would only be reasonable to marry an unmarried man, becoming the primary wife first. Yet, did she possess any options? Alas, she had none. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself ensnared in the harem, destined to be the emperor's concubine. The empress, as the principal wife, was expected to embody virtue and magnanimity, treating the concubines with kindness. She is merely a concubine. What right does she have to feel jealous? Despite her helplessness, life must go on. All she can do is to live her life well and exist meaningfully. Furthermore, her husband, while having a few shortcomings due to his extramarital affairs, possesses numerous commendable qualities. For instance, he is handsome, wealthy, well-mannered, rational, and does not resort to arbitrary cruelty or domestic violence. In this modern age, who would dare to guarantee that marrying such a diamond bachelor would not lead to infidelity? As she mused contentedly, a sudden announcement echoed from outside. The emperor has arrived. Startled, Xia Ruqing quickly rose to her feet. She had encountered the emperor before. However, she had not ventured out today and thus had not properly groomed herself. Her hair was loosely tied, and she wore no jewelry. When she lay down earlier, she found her adornments uncomfortable and had instructed Ziyue to remove them. Now, she felt somewhat self-conscious. Strictly speaking, her current appearance was deemed disheveled and improper. Rules are rules, yet why must there be so many broken ones? Xia Ruqing silently grumbled. Zhao Junyao, however, paid her little mind, finding a chair to sit and hastily sipping his tea. He was in poor spirits due to a fiery discomfort within him, his throat aching painfully. When he entered, his countenance was somber. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Ruqing reasoned that aside from her lack of practice in calligraphy, she had not done anything to provoke his anger. Feeling reassured, she approached him again and poured another cup of tea. Your Majesty, would you like some more? Zhao Junyao lifted the cup and drank it in one gulp, yet remained silent, the pain in his throat overwhelming. Whether it be a wound from a blade or a cut from a sword, he would hardly flinch. Yet, such trivial ailments, once they manifest, can leave one utterly helpless and in a state of disarray. It took Xia Ruqing a considerable amount of time to notice it. Beneath the shadow of his dark stubble, a small blemish had appeared at the corner of his mouth. Considering his current state of agitation, she surmised, surely, the emperor is experiencing some internal heat. Indeed, her conjecture was accurate. Zhao Junyao was indeed suffering from internal heat. The cause, after spending 2 days at the consort's residence, indulging in an excess of rich delicacies, he found himself in this predicament. Xia Ruqing couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Was it not true? The meals served at the consort's table were all meant to invigorate and nourish the body. For a robust young man such as himself, it was only natural to find himself afflicted by such heat. Your Majesty, might you open your mouth so that I may examine your throat? Internal heat can lead to inflammation of the tonsils. Although the ancients lacked the terminology, the ailment remains the same. Zhao Junyao wore a sullen expression, indicating his reluctance to comply. What are you staring at? His voice was hoarse, his throat in excruciating pain, rendering him almost mute. Yet, for the sake of his pride, he feigned nonchalance. After sipping some tea to soothe his throat, he finally ordered, "Bring me some cool water to drink." His voice was gravely hoarse, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes suggested the severity of his condition. Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment, then, as one might console a child, she said, "Your Majesty, you are experiencing internal heat. Allow me a glance. If you're unwilling, I shall have to summon the Imperial physician. The health of the dragon body is paramount." She could not allow him to suffer unchecked. This was indeed a matter of great importance. Zhao Juanyao's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and ultimately, he resigned himself to her care, because he had no desire to summon the Imperial physician. Each time he experienced a bout of heatiness, the old man would proclaim an array of diagnoses: excessive dampness, rampant liver fire, and a deficiency of the spleen and stomach, among a multitude of other nonsensical ailments. Even if they prescribed a plethora of medicines, the most arduous part was enduring 2 days of hunger. This was particularly intolerable. Though his stomach was not forged from gold, it had never known the pangs of hunger. Such turmoil would last several days, causing a commotion that disrupted both fowl and canine alike. Gradually, he grew weary of calling for the physician. He preferred to endure the pain rather than seek relief. As for the present, Your Majesty, I believe it unnecessary to summon the physician. It is merely a case of heatiness, nothing of great consequence. Zhao Junyao remained silent, yet his countenance reflected approval as he nodded. Indeed, I share this sentiment. During lunch, apart from the wild vegetables requested by Xia Ruqing, she instructed the kitchen to prepare a pot of soup with tremella and lotus seeds, specifically requesting that the lotus seeds remain whole. Tremella and lotus seeds, nourishing and cooling, were undoubtedly beneficial. The lunch was served, featuring steamed noodles, sautéed tender wild vegetables, scrambled eggs with fragrant ash sprouts, tremella and lotus seed soup, along with several other light dishes. Chapter 71. The wild vegetable feast too. Zhao Junyao cast a glance at the spread and felt that his journey had not been in vain. His mind had settled on a course of action. Uncertain of where to rest, he decided upon Zhaohua Pavilion. Unsure of what to eat, he opted for Zhaohua Pavilion as well. Accustomed to the feigned modesty of others, he found comfort in Xia's unpretentiousness. The consort's pregnancy brought him joy. Firstly, it alleviated his anxiety, as he finally had a sense of resolution. Moreover, he could finally come and go as he pleased, without the constant worry of others harboring jealousy or bullying her. Although he had never allowed her to suffer significant losses, he was, after all, a sovereign ruler, and it was unrealistic to expect him to protect her at all times. The current situation was quite satisfactory. A favored concubine pregnant with the emperor's child certainly garnered more attention than a mere minor consort. After contemplating this, Zhao Junyao suddenly found himself questioning when he had become so overly sentimental. He decided to cast aside such thoughts. "Your Majesty, do you not find it to your liking?" he inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Before him lay a table adorned with vibrant, fresh vegetables, a delightful sight amidst the early spring when colors were still transitioning. It was not uncommon for wealthy merchants to spare no expense for the sake of fresh produce. After all, where there was profit to be had, there would be merchants eager to procure it. However, Zhao Junyao had no penchant for extravagance. The palace adhered to strict regulations, and none dared to breach them. Xia Ruqing. She is still young and perhaps lacks understanding. She will remember this next time, Zhao Junyao remarked solemnly, already formulating an excuse for her in his mind. Xia Ruqing, however, was taken aback and pondered deeply. Did the emperor recognize that these were wild vegetables and consider them beneath the palace's standards? Had she violated the rules? Fearful of speaking out, she knelt with her head bowed, suppressing the turmoil within her, and timidly confessed, "This servant is at fault for bringing such unworthy wild vegetables. I beseech your Majesty for forgiveness." In truth, she felt a tinge of disdain and resentment within her heart. Upon first sight, one is struck by the brilliance of it, yet for the sake of pride, one refuses to partake. Wild vegetables, are they not still vegetables? They are rich in nutrients, purely natural and organic. How can they be deemed inferior? I cannot fathom the thoughts of the ancients. Upon witnessing her misinterpretation, Zhao Juanyao's heart softened instantly. How could he bear to chastise her, just as he was about to lift her up and instruct her on the folly of such extravagance in the future? A sudden epiphany struck him. Wild vegetables? Xia Ruqing remained kneeling, hesitant to rise or lift her gaze. "Qing, do you claim these are wild vegetables?" Xia Ruqing, bewildered, replied. Indeed. Her mind blank, she pondered what the emperor was implying. Before she could think further, he pulled her to her feet. "I assumed you had spent a fortune purchasing these from outside. I have wronged you." Xia Ruqing contemplated for a moment, nodding in a daze. "I did spend quite a bit, including delivery fees. It amounts to over 20 taels of silver. This was indeed quite costly for in ancient times. Wild vegetables were abundant and of little value." She held no expectations of winning over the palace servants. Merely establishing good relations to avoid future malice would suffice. Upon her utterance, Zhao Juanyao's countenance darkened once more. Would I truly be at a loss over wild vegetables priced at 20 taels? He stifled the pain in his throat as he reprimanded her. Xia Ruqing trembled with anxiety at his admonition, rendered speechless. She muttered softly, "Even wild vegetables at 20 taels are extravagant." Little Wei remarked that if purchased in quantity, 1 tael could procure 10 jin. Zhao Junyao felt a knot tighten in his chest, a breath caught, neither rising nor falling. He was an emperor who understood the nuances of life. Upon his ascension to the throne, he swiftly curtailed numerous superfluous expenditures within the palace. However, he soon discovered that his concubine possessed an even greater knack for frugality than he did. In that moment, he found himself both amused and perplexed. Xia Ruqing, on the other hand, maintained her composure, her head bowed in earnestness. "What I said was entirely correct," she asserted. "Never mind, let's not dwell on it. Your Majesty, you seem to be feeling unwell. Perhaps you should indulge in some lotus seed soup to soothe your throat. The health of the emperor is of utmost importance." Zhao Junyao glanced at her innocent countenance, sighed, and reluctantly acquiesced. After consuming a bowl of soup, the fiery sensation in his throat had diminished considerably. As he beheld the tender array of small dishes before him, his appetite was piqued. "What is that?" Upon noticing his gaze fixed on the steamed vegetables, Xia Ruqing promptly responded, "Your Majesty, this is steamed noodle vegetables, a type of wild greens." Zhao Junyao had never encountered such a dish before. He cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, "You seem quite knowledgeable." Unable to resist the flattery, Xia Ruqing beamed with pride. I come from humble beginnings. I spent my childhood in the countryside with my grandmother and have learned much. Zhao Junyao observed her animated self-promotion and thought to himself, this girl, give her a little attention, and she could open a dye shop. Yet, he found himself rather fond of her exuberance. As they dined, Xia Ruqing, brimming with delight, eagerly attended to his needs. If the emperor was satisfied, she would surely enjoy a life of plenty in the future. She prepared a small bowl of dipping sauce with garlic, fine salt, rice vinegar, and sesame oil, placing it before Zhao Junyao. Your Majesty, it's delightful when paired with the food. Zhao Junyao remained silent for a moment, then sampled the dish. Unable to restrain his approval, he nodded in appreciation. Indeed, it is delightful. The taste of wild vegetables differs greatly from that of ordinary greens, possessing a unique charm. Your Majesty, one could forego rice entirely when savoring this dish, complemented by scrambled eggs with fragrant chives. This plate features lightly sauteed wild mugwort and shepherd's purse. While the bitter herb is delicious when prepared as a salad, not only is it delectable, but it also aids in cooling the body. Zhao Junyao found great satisfaction in this meal. The small dishes on the table were emptied, and Xia Ruqing, patting her belly, expressed her immense enjoyment. After indulging in rich flavors, the lighter fare becomes particularly delightful. Your Majesty, I believe that all vegetables, regardless of type, hold no distinction of nobility or inferiority. These dishes are not only inexpensive but also easily obtainable. The common folk can sell the wild vegetables they gather to supplement their household income. Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment and nodded. When it comes to silver, your mind seems quite astute. Xia Ruqing chuckled. Indeed. Zhao Junyao playfully tapped her on the backside, speaking sternly. You are quite ungrateful. After their midday meal, Xia Ruqing nestled in Zhao Junyao's embrace and fell asleep. When he rose to depart, she remained unaware. In the afternoon, around the hour of you, Zhao Junyao returned. The culinary creations of this little maid had captured his thoughts. Even if he did not indulge in mere gluttony, she lingered in his mind. Furthermore, fresh wild vegetables truly surpass dried ones in flavor. Chapter 72. A fruitless wait. Zifugong. Recently, consort sure has been in high spirits. She is expecting before the empress, which has indeed allowed her to bask in glory. After enduring for so many years, she has finally emerged from the shadows. Had the crown prince been born, the empress would no longer have the audacity to flaunt her authority before her. The future remains uncertain. As the afternoon nap concluded, the hour of the monkey was nearly upon them. From within the delicate silk drapery, a languid arm emerged. Yingyue, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over to attend to her. Your Highness, you are awake. The favored consort sure rose slowly, and with the assistance of her attendants, began her morning ablutions. Once adorned and satisfied with her reflection, she turned to inquire, where is His Majesty? Yingyue, unable to withhold the truth, replied. The emperor is having his lunch in Zhaohua Pavilion and is currently in the study. Consort sure paused momentarily, then let out a soft hum. Clever indeed. Seizing the opportunity at this moment, Yingyue bowed her head in silence. In truth, not only was the favored consort unperturbed by the likes of Lady Xia, but she also regarded the empress with indifference. Consort sure then commanded, prepare several dishes for the emperor's dinner that he particularly enjoys, and invite him to dine with us. With newfound confidence, she no longer feared disappointing her cousin, nor did she worry about inciting his displeasure. In recent days, her cousin had shown her an unprecedented patience and affection, filling her with hope and determination. Indeed, Yingyue replied. In the afternoon, Zhao Junyao summoned Lady Xia as token. Before the hour of the rooster, the spring enrichment carriage arrived to escort Lady Xia to Shaoqing Palace. Sensing his rising temper, he instructed the kitchen to prepare a lighter fare, to serve the bitter greens in a chilled salad, minimize the greasy dishes for the evening, and to prepare a light porridge accompanied by a few delicate side dishes. As she spoke, she set to work herself. With leisure on her hands and no desire to read or write, she resolved to prepare a pot of snow pear soup. She rolled up her sleeves and adorned her hair with a mint-colored cloth, resembling a diligent and frugal young woman from a humble household. She first selected 2 large pears, meticulously peeling their skin, and carefully removed the cores while leaving the stems intact. Into the hollowed centers, she nestled some rock sugar, added cool water, and placed them in a clay pot. She began by boiling over high heat, then reduced to a gentle simmer, allowing the concoction to bubble softly. In the dry spring, indulging in the nourishing and moistening properties of snow pear soup was the finest choice. In less than 2 days, even the most intense heat within her would dissipate. Indeed, by midday, after just one meal, Zhao Junyao already felt a significant improvement in her throat. dressed in a delicate pink floral dress. With her hair wrapped in simple cloth and sleeves rolled up, she meticulously arranged the delectable dishes from the basket onto the table. Zhao Junyao stood outside the door, squinting in admiration, finding great delight in the scene before him. For a fleeting moment, he even forgot he was the emperor. In that instant, warmth enveloped him. She carefully hung up her apron and turned with a smile, saying, "Your Majesty, the snow pear soup I made is enhanced with honey just before cooling. Do come and taste." With that, Xia Ruqing presented her creation in a small bowl, offering it to him. Zhao Junyao smiled in return and remarked, "For lunch, we had tremella and lotus seed soup, and now snow pear soup. Your culinary repertoire is indeed impressive." Though his words carried a hint of reproach, his gaze was filled with affection. Not merely diverse in flavors, when it comes to dining, none can rival my prowess. A certain individual exudes confidence. Zhao Junyao. He finds himself at a loss with this girl. Fortunately, the dishes indeed possess a delightful taste. After sipping a bowl of mildly sweet soup, Zhao Junyao's appetite flourished. With no pain in his throat, he relished the meal. However, just as the atmosphere reached a crescendo and the food was savored, Li Shengyan entered with a look of trepidation. "Your Majesty." Zhao Junyao furrowed his brow, yet inquired, "What is it?" "The Empress Dowager has prepared a banquet of your favorite dishes and requests your presence." As Li Shengyan uttered these words, he wished he could bury his head in the ground. It is said that when the emperor summons, it is improper for the Empress Dowager to invite him again. Yet, at this moment, her appetite is paramount, and he could not afford to offend her. Zhao Junyao frowned, while Xia Ruqing felt anxious. Just tell her that I have dined already, and she should rest well. The underlying message being, now that she is with child, she ought to take care of herself and refrain from causing disturbances. Li Shengyan sighed in relief and exited. Zhao Junyao's expression turned somewhat sour, yet he refrained from voicing any discontent. Xia Ruqing remained silent as well. In any case, the atmosphere had dissipated. After dinner, Zhao Junyao proceeded to the study as usual to review documents, while Xia Ruqing waited. Feeling bored, she sought a book to peruse. However, as she waited, the emperor did not return. Instead, she was greeted by the young attendant. The young attendant spoke with difficulty. Lady Xia usually treated him well, and given the circumstances, one could only imagine her distress. Even he felt a pang of sympathy. Xia Ruqing first paused in surprise, then, maintaining her composure, asked, "He is gone." "To the Empress Dowager?" The young attendant nodded slightly, observing the emptiness around him, and offered some words of comfort. "There is no need for the esteemed one to be distressed. The noble consort is." Suddenly, Xia Ruqing laughed. "What does it matter? The consort is with child, and it is only natural for the emperor to show her extra care." Seeing her smile, the attendant felt a pang of sympathy, but found himself powerless. So he simply said, "The warm sedan is waiting outside. Please, esteemed one." Xia Ruqing smiled again and rose to leave. In the Shifu Palace, Consort sure pressed her blushing face against Zhao Junyao's chest. "Cousin, do you think our child will be a little prince or a little princess?" Zhao Junyao, clearly annoyed, thought to himself how she had asked this question countless times before. He subtly shifted his position, gently pushing her face away before replying in a measured tone. "Regardless of gender, the child will be mine, and I shall love them equally." Consort sure, not receiving the answer she longed for, felt a twinge of grievance. She wished to hear the emperor express a desire for a son, to harbor lofty hopes for their future. Yet, he did not. Restraining her discontent, she continued, "Cousin, are you perhaps a bit upset? You summoned Lady Xia, and Wanqin brought you here." "Not upset." Zhao Juyu felt increasingly exasperated. How had he never noticed before how troublesome women could be? Xia had never been like this. That little girl. The thought of Xia Ruqing made Zhao Junyao lose his composure. He had kept her waiting. She must be feeling hurt. Xia Ruqing. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" A fleeting disappointment flickered in her eyes as he gently patted her shoulder. "Rest early, for I must attend court tomorrow." "Yes." The favored consort dared not utter more, settling beside Zhao Junyao. In the night, she instinctively nestled into his embrace. Initially, Zhao Junyao held her close without hesitation, a habit cultivated during his time with Xia Ruqing. However, at this moment, Zhao Junyao woke briefly, squinting at the figure in his arms, and then released her. Shifting away. That night, his slumber was far from restful. Rising early for court, he felt not only unrefreshed, but even more fatigued. In the following days, wherever he went, the favored consort would follow suit. Even on the first day of the month, she sent someone to summon him. Zhao Junyao's expression darkened immediately. "I shall not go." He dismissed the messenger outright. What did Shi Wanjin take him for, and what did she consider the empress? She presumed upon her pregnancy, disregarding rank and propriety. Indeed, the Shi family exhibited such behavior. The Empress Dowager, advancing in years, neglecting her devotions to Buddhism, seemed intent on controlling matters within the harem. The favored consort, emboldened by her condition, dared to flout all decorum, wholly disregarding royal customs. Very well. Zhao Junyao arrived at the Jiaofeng Palace with a grim demeanor, startling the empress. Your Majesty, you. Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively. Enough, prepare the meal. The empress, wary of provoking further inquiry, complied obediently. Although her culinary offerings were unremarkable, they were consistently reliable, adhering to proper etiquette. What was served in his court was mirrored in hers. A splendid array of exquisite dishes adorned the table, yet Zhao Junyao merely sampled a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. Of course, these were merely afterthoughts. After a night of simmering anger, she awoke the next morning, having forgotten all about it. She disliked punishing her body for the affairs of others. She summoned Ziyue to report an illness and, cocooned in her blankets, turned over and fell asleep once more. When she finally roused, it was nearly noon. As lunch approached, Xiaozhu arrived again, presenting her with a delicate little box. Summer Ruching expressed her gratitude and opened it, revealing a box brimming with small silver ingots, each weighing 5 taels. This left her somewhat perplexed. Xiaozhu scratched his head and chuckled, explaining that it was a gift from the emperor to the noble lady, indicating that she could request the Imperial kitchen to procure her favorite delicacies from outside. A warmth spread through Summer Ruching's heart, leaving her with even less reason to be angry. She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the thought. This seemed a little guilty, didn't it? For a mere minor noble. To invoke a sense of guilt in the emperor implied that she held some significance in his heart. What more could be said? His thoughts lingered on her. And what a delightful notion that was. On that day, the Pepper Room summoned the queen, who, accompanied by the various consorts, made her way to the Dowager Empress's Ningxiu Palace. The Dowager Empress, devout in her Buddhist practices, preferred tranquility over commotion. The favored consort accompanied her, following closely behind the queen, both seated in grand litters. At that moment, they appeared to be evenly matched in stature. The other consorts, witnessing this, feigned ignorance and dared not gossip. Upon arriving at Ningxiu Palace, everyone paid their respects and took their seats. Recently, the Dowager Empress had been in high spirits, leading the group in light-hearted banter to alleviate their boredom. The favored consort laughed and, as she spoke, eager faces turned toward her, filled with anticipation. In the past years, on the 3rd day of March, the emperor would often take them out to enjoy the spring scenery. With the South Garden newly restored, the views there must be delightful. The Empress Dowager cast a cautious glance at her abdomen, choosing to remain silent, but merely smiled, saying, "It is still only March, and the weather remains chilly. The South Garden is rather secluded and cold. I cannot endure it. During the heavenly sacrifice last year, I struggled to sleep while residing there due to the cold." Disappointment flickered in the eyes of Consort Shi, prompting her to adopt a more endearing tone. "Mother, if you do not go, then what joy remains?" With the Empress Dowager absent, how could she lose face before the Empress? Before the Empress Dowager could respond, the Empress, sitting nearby, spoke up cheerfully. "Sister Shi, considering your condition, the fatigue of travel may not be wise. It would be best to nurture the child well within the palace." The words the Empress dared to utter were those the Empress Dowager wished to express, and she found them quite agreeable. Indeed, with your condition, one must refrain from frivolity. The first 3 months demand utmost caution. Consort Shi, however, felt displeased. She pouted and shot a few resentful glances at the Empress, choosing to remain silent. How embarrassing it was. The one who cherished her most, the Empress Dowager, seemed to care more for the life within her than for her own well-being. After a brief while, the Empress took her leave, leaving only Consort Shi to accompany the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was aware of Consort Shi's discontent. Yet the necessary words must still be spoken. "I understand your fondness for lively gatherings and your desire to join, but you are with child. And it has not yet been 3 months. You must not act on impulse." Despite her lingering dissatisfaction, Consort Shi had no choice but to acquiesce. With a reluctant acknowledgement, she prepared to depart, typically bidding farewell to Granny Qing as well. Qing Mama, feeling utterly embarrassed, could only force a wry smile as she addressed the Empress Dowager. The temperament of the noble consort seems to have grown even more tempestuous than before. Indeed, she foolishly believes that with a child, she has acquired everything, oblivious that this is merely the beginning. The Empress Dowager, having watched the noble consort grow, understood well. The prideful nature of this young lady is indeed her true self. The careful demeanor she once displayed was merely a facade, concealing her inner frustrations. Upon exiting Ningxiu Palace, the noble consort cast a disdainful gaze at everyone she encountered. Her mood exceedingly foul. Upon returning to Shifu Palace, she suddenly heard laughter. She glared in the direction of the sound. Who dares? Reporting to the noble consort. It is the talents Lan and she from Shihui Palace who were sharing a light moment. Lan and she? The noble consort squinted her eyes. Ah, of course. Shihui Palace is located just behind Shifu Palace. Yes, Your Highness, these two talents were not originally residing here, due to the dilapidated state of their previous quarters. The Empress summoned them to relocate. Before the speaker could finish, the noble consort interrupted. There is no need to elaborate. I do not wish to know. The mere mention of the Empress made her heart ache with resentment. That position was rightfully hers. Summon them at once. I wish to know what they find so amusing, and what they have to feel proud about. Lan and she, akin to Xia Ruqing, were also newly arrived ladies-in-waiting. At the tender age of 16 or 17. They were at the peak of their youthful exuberance. Having been accustomed to a life of caution and restraint, they initially dared not express themselves so freely. On this fine day, a vibrant patch of early spring flowers bloomed in front of the Shihua Palace, their golden hues delightfully captivating. The two young ladies plucked a few branches and playfully chased each other. However, their laughter, brimming with joy, reached the ears of Consort Shi, piercing her like a dagger. Just moments before, she had lost face before the other concubines, and now, hearing their mirth, she perceived it as mockery, an unwelcome affront. The two young ladies were taken to the Shifu Palace, where they were first met with slaps and subsequently punished with kneeling. Though their origins were humble, they were still daughters of officials, delicate and fragile, unable to endure such treatment, especially in the early spring chill. After kneeling for a considerable time, news of their punishment spread throughout the palace by noon. One of the young ladies even fainted from the ordeal. Upon hearing this, the Empress pondered deeply and ultimately decided to visit the Zhaoqing Palace herself. It was not that she held the two young ladies in high regard, but the opportunity to subtly undermine Consort Shi was simply too enticing to ignore. Zhao Junyao, engrossed in his official duties in the Imperial study, noticed the Empress's arrival. Acknowledging her status, he permitted her entry. The Empress, with proper decorum, recounted the events and added, although these young ladies may not be favored, they have always conducted themselves with propriety. I have never witnessed such a punishment. Moreover, Sister Shi's profound anger is detrimental to her health. I, in my ignorance, cannot offer counsel in such matters, and can only beseech your majesty. Before I could finish my words, Zhao Junyao cast aside the memorial and rose abruptly, his demeanor dark. There is no need for your counsel. Today, I shall see what she intends to do. With that, he strode purposefully out. The Empress felt a surge of satisfaction within. Yet her face projected urgency as she implored, Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Sister Shi is with child, and her emotions may be unstable. Even should she err in accordance with her temperament, I humbly request your Majesty to. Before she could conclude, the Emperor had already distanced himself. The Empress wiped the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief, acknowledging the exhaustion of her performance, and with a triumphant smile, she followed after with Yulan. In Shifu Palace, Consort Shi surveyed the two favored attendants, their faces pale from her relentless scrutiny. At last, her discontent began to dissipate. She slowly rose from her chair, supporting herself on Yingyue's arm, circling the two before offering a cold smile. Residing in Shifu Palace is unlike any other place. Ignorance of decorum is intolerable. Before Consort Shi could finish her words, a commotion was heard from outside. Zhao Junyao approached with a sullen expression, questioning in a deep tone. Does the consort still adhere to the rules? The Empress hurriedly stepped forward to intercede. Your Majesty, the consort is with child, and her emotions may indeed be unstable. Zhao Junyao let out a cold snort. What emotional instability! I see her as a favored concubine indulged in her whims. Your Majesty, upon seeing this, the first reaction of Consort Shi was a rush of anxiety, for her cousin disapproved of her lack of decorum. Yet her second reaction was one of grievance. She was with child. Could her cousin not show her a touch more affection and tolerance? She had merely punished two minor attendants. Was it necessary for her cousin to approach with the Empress to seek retribution? Does she not possess even this modicum of authority as a consort? Observing that the consort still half-crouched in reverence, the Empress did not bid her to rise, but instead turned her gaze towards Zhao Junyao. Your Majesty, Consort Shi's condition. Zhao Junyao suppressed his anger and offered a cold smile. There is no need for concern, Empress. I do not believe that a mere bout could jeopardize her health. Upon hearing this, consort Shi staggered, nearly collapsing. Your Highness, be careful. Yet, Yingyue's swift reflexes prevented her from falling. Zhao Junyuan's gaze remained sharp as he surveyed consort Shi's attendants, curling his lips in a slight smirk before issuing his command. Attend to your mistress properly. Should there be another occurrence, you shall no longer serve her. With that, Zhao Junyuan swept away, leaving behind a chilling silence. What of the Shi family? What of the consort? With her legs giving way, consort Shi crumpled to the ground. Your Majesty. This expression, this tone, felt so foreign. Was he truly the cousin who had once catered to her every need and shielded her from harm? The Empress stepped forward slowly, a self-satisfied smile gracing her lips. Dear sister, do not be too disheartened. The Emperor is merely irate now. Once his temper cools, all will be well. Gritting her teeth, consort Shi stood her ground. Surely, you take great delight in this. Without the need for your feigned benevolence, the Empress's smile blossomed even brighter, though her words remained laced with mockery. My dear sister, you have misunderstood me. It is with genuine concern for your well-being that I hastily summoned the Emperor to offer his counsel. I never anticipated that matters would unfold in this manner. The Empress declared, her expression one of innocence. The favored concubine, feeling a tempest of emotions within her, was on the verge of retorting, when an overwhelming wave of nausea suddenly surged within her. Ugh! A fleeting glimmer of jealousy flickered across the Empress's face, which she swiftly suppressed, continuing, Sister, you must take care of yourself. Should you lack anything, do not hesitate to express your needs. Given your condition, it would be unwise to overexert yourself. Yet, the favored concubine felt a suffocating weight in her heart. After shattering several items in a fit of frustration, she felt a modicum of relief. The following day brought news that both Lan and she had been elevated in rank, now referred to as esteemed ladies. The favored concubine's fury reached a boiling point, nearly causing her to spew blood in outrage. Upon exiting the Jiaofeng Hall and settling into her palanquin, her countenance darkened considerably. Once returned to Shifu Palace, she locked herself away and wept bitterly. He seeks to torment me. After all these years of unwavering loyalty, how could he treat me so cruelly? Yingwei, terrified by the scene, hastily summoned the Imperial physician, kneeling down to console her. Your Highness, they are merely two esteemed ladies. It need not affect you so deeply. Your health is paramount. Chapter 75. The esteemed lady. By the time Xia Ruqing learned of the news, it was already the following day. It was little Shizi who informed her, revealing that the palace had unexpectedly gained two new esteemed ladies. Upon inquiring further, little Shizi recounted the events in detail. Xia Ruqing listened, pouting slightly, her heart fluttering with unease. In her heart, she mused, the favored concubine clearly possessed an excellent hand, yet she failed to cherish it properly. What was she thinking? With such a background, beauty, and childhood affection, if she were in her shoes, she would surely be laughing joyously at the heavens. Of course, her own appearance was not lacking, though perhaps a tad too slender. Contemplating this, she resolved to indulge in more nourishing food. When held by someone during slumber, she wondered if she might be uncomfortable. Indeed, she needed to eat more. Thus, at noon, Xia Ruqing ordered a bowl of succulent, glistening braised pork. She recalled her childhood, when her grandmother would prepare it for her during her growing years, when her appetite was insatiable. Back then, they were poor, and she would devour a small bowl voraciously while her grandmother watched with a smile. She had foolishly asked, Grandmother, why don't you eat? To which her grandmother replied that she did not have a taste for it. Time has passed, and this memory has become her most treasured possession. Now, gazing at the vibrant, glistening bowl of braised pork before her, Xia Ruqing still felt a sense of familiarity and warmth. She took a small piece of steamed bun, tore it open, and stuffed it with meat, diving in for a hearty bite. Ziyue observed with a sigh of resignation. In the palace, the ladies were accustomed to refined and delicate dining, with graceful and subtle movements that were a pleasure to behold. Yet her mistress, after a moment's reflection, Ziyue sighed. Well, being able to eat is a blessing, it isn't necessarily a bad thing. Thus, this year, they did not venture out for the Qingming festival, choosing instead to celebrate within the palace. On the day of the festival, the Empress hosted a lavish banquet to mark the occasion. Upon hearing that there would be no outing this year, Shigue Fei felt a considerable sense of relief. Humph. I shall not attend, nor shall they think to go. Although I am with child and cannot serve the Emperor in the usual manner, nor can I monopolize his attention. Yet, the thought of being abandoned alone within the palace while they all depart is utterly intolerable to consort Shi. Now that they have chosen not to go, a semblance of peace returns to her heart. On the day of the banquet, which takes place in the Imperial garden, a pavilion stands gracefully by the Tai pool, nestled against the mountains and by the water, offering a splendid view. A nearby rockery shields it from the cold winds. And under the midday sun, it is exceedingly delightful. As the appointed time arrives, all the concubines gather, including the secluded consort whom the empress has graciously summoned. Only consort Sure is yet to arrive. Despite her inner displeasure, the empress maintains a facade of indifference in front of the assembly. The others dare not engage in gossip, opting instead for light-hearted banter to ease the awkward atmosphere. Before long, consort Sure finally makes her grand entrance, arriving in a palanquin, elevated above the crowd. As the palanquin comes to a halt, palace attendants rush forward to assist her in disembarking. This display of magnificence might even outshine that of the empress herself. Dear sisters, I apologize for keeping you waiting. It is truly my fault. Pregnancy is arduous, and I hope you shall not hold it against me, she proclaims, barely glancing at the empress as she strides toward her designated seat. Exuding the air of a matriarch, the empress furrows her brow and clears her throat lightly, just as consort Sure settles into her seat. She casts a glance toward the side and exclaims, "Oh dear, I was momentarily dazzled and did not see Her Majesty the Empress. How remiss of me." She then instructs, "Ingwe, quickly assist me to rise. I have yet to pay my respects to Her Majesty." The queen, with a frosty smile, ultimately remarked, "Very well. Given your condition, you may abstain." At that moment, despite the immense anger swelling within her, she could only endure. With everyone gathered, the banquet commenced. After a few cups of honeyed wine, laughter and joviality filled the air. Hui Pin, with her gentle demeanor and knack for humor, shared several jokes that elicited laughter from all, even coaxing a smile from the queen. For a time, the atmosphere was convivial, filled with merriment and feasting. However, Sir Guifei glanced at the spread before them and furrowed her brow. "Your Majesty, the banquet is splendid, yet the imperial physician has advised that I must refrain from indulging in certain foods." Upon hearing this, the queen's expression shifted dramatically. "Pray tell, what does our esteemed Guifei mean by this? As a pregnant woman, it is understandable if you choose not to partake. Yet, since you are present, to abstain from both food and drink seems rather disruptive." Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, Sir Guifei fell silent. Even the queen, known for her good temperament, found her patience waning. Unexpectedly, Sir Guifei smiled gently. "Your Majesty need not worry. I have already dined within the palace." The queen was left speechless. Xia Ruqing mused that had she been the host of this gathering, she would likely be seething with rage by now, as Sir Guifei had wished. The banquet concluded on an unhappy note. Sir Guifei remained seated in her palanquin, content and elevated, as she departed. The queen, brimming with indignation, feigned discomfort and took her leave as well. Seeing that there was little reason to linger, the remaining guests also departed. Xia Ruqing found the scenery of the Imperial garden delightful, so she strolled along a winding path, taking in the sights as she made her way slowly to Zhaohua Pavilion. Although the two locations lay in opposite directions, their unexpected encounter brought a hint of awkwardness. Fortunately, the young noblewoman, who was somewhat more vivacious, stepped forward and inquired, "Are you the one who gained the emperor's favor after just a year in the palace?" The maidservant, Doncha, quickly intervened, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and concern. "Noblewoman, our mistress. Not to worry. I presume your mistress has a straightforward heart." The young noblewoman's round face lit up with a smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, and two small dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, rendering her exceedingly charming. "See, this elder sister is not angry, so there is no need for you to keep mentioning me," she added, then turned to Xia Ruqing with a curious glint in her eyes. "What is your zodiac sign? If I call you sister, you won't mind, will you?" Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, but, noticing the genuine curiosity on her face, replied, "I will turn 17 after the new year." "Then you are 1 year older than I am." "I will turn 16 after the new year, so I shall call you Sister Xia from now on," she exclaimed, her face brimming with anticipation. Chapter 76. Discomfort. Xia Ruqing felt quite awkward. In the 21st century, one might think that making friends would pose no issue, but in the current context, their identities were rather peculiar, both being favored consorts of the same man. In the palace, the outward appearances of camaraderie masked the reality of superficial relationships. None were true sisters in spirit. The notion of close friendship was merely an illusion. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Ruqing ultimately refrained from agreeing, offering only a shy smile in response. "As long as you are content, what she chooses to be called is her affair. In any case, I shall pretend I did not hear it." The lady, she, however, was quite exhilarated, pulling over Lady Lawn and joyfully exclaiming, "We now have an additional companion." Lady Lan shared her enthusiasm. She was indifferent, believing that having more company was indeed better. Lady Shi continued, Sister Xia, do you reside in the Jiahua Pavilion? May we come to visit you for some amusement? Xia Ruqing felt a wave of perspiration upon her brow. What? Amusement with her? No, no, no. The very thought was suffocating. After all, they were rivals in love. Deep down, Xia Ruqing rejected the notion. Ziyue, being quite astute, stepped forward with a forced smile, saying, Our esteemed ladies are currently unwell and rather fatigued. We fear we may neglect you both. Once they recover somewhat, you are welcome to visit Lady. She blinked her large eyes, glancing at Xia Ruqing's countenance. Indeed, Sister Xia appears rather frail. My mother instructed me before entering the palace to be obedient, avoid causing trouble, seek contentment, maintain harmonious relations with the other sisters, and not allow anyone to bully me. As she spoke, she mimicked the tone of an elder woman, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Lady She cast a reluctant glare at Dong Cha before cheerfully bidding farewell to Xia Ruqing. Sister Xia, should you recover, we shall come to visit you for some fun internally. Xia Ruqing felt overwhelmed, yet she could only force a smile. She thought to herself, do as you wish. After Lady Lan and Lady Shi departed, Xia Ruqing found it inappropriate to continue her stroll. After all, she had just claimed to be unwell and in need of rest. Wouldn't it be contradictory to wander about further? Ziyue felt a twinge of confusion. The maid observed that these two noble ladies bore no ill intent. So why did her master? I know they harbor no malice. I simply find the situation somewhat awkward. She reluctantly accepted the absurdity of the ancient practice of having countless beauties in the harem, for it was thrust upon her. Unable to alter her circumstances, and feeling too timid to confront them head-on or to take a stand through drastic measures, she resigned herself to this reality. How much toxic encouragement had she imbibed to overcome her internal barriers? Now, she was expected to frolic joyfully with her husband as concubine. Apologies, but I truly cannot do that. Perhaps it is best for everyone to remain as strangers. There were both sweet and savory treats, and she partook of some, followed by sips of tea. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, drowsiness began to creep in. Pretending to read a book, her head bobbed like a chick pecking at grains, little by little. Ziyue felt somewhat helpless. Unable to continue reading, she finally spoke up. Xia Ruqing emerged from her reverie. Are you saying the emperor is about to celebrate his birthday? Ziyue nodded, casting her a look of disbelief that she was unaware of this. Xia Ruqing felt a bit embarrassed, clearing her throat twice to swiftly change the subject. I must ponder over what to gift him. By the way, Ziyue, what do others usually give? Ziyue felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. After some contemplation, she replied, The emperor dislikes ostentation, a fact well known in the palace. Thus the ladies prefer to create embroidered gifts for him. Embroidered gifts? Xia Ruqing found her head starting to ache. Ziyue nodded and continued. And then? Where are they displayed? Xia Ruqing wore a curious expression. As for that, I am afraid I do not know. I have not heard where it is placed. Perhaps it has been stored away by uniquely? Oh, and what of the others? What gifts did they present? Surely there must be simpler offerings, for who would dare overshadow the empress? Ziyu pondered before responding. There are those who crafted garments, embroidered pouches, and created sachets, everything one could imagine. Pouches. If each person must embroider one, how many pouches would he receive? Would he even have the opportunity to wear them? I do not recall seeing him adorned with any pouches, Xia Ruqing mused. My lady, perhaps you should consider what you wish to offer. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ruqing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She realized that the art of embroidery was not something she could master in a short span of time. Ziyu, given my current abilities, what could I possibly create in a month? Ziyu's lips twitched slightly, inwardly questioning. My lady, do you possess any skills at all? Nevertheless, as a senior maid, she felt it her duty to alleviate her mistress's concerns. After some reflection, she suggested, what if you were to make a pillow, or perhaps some undergarments? A pillow is meant for the sleeping quarters, and once dressed in a pillowcase, who could tell what lies within? As for undergarments, they are worn during the night, unseen by ordinary eyes. And concerning sachets and pouches, perhaps it is best to forego those to avoid ridicule. After a brief contemplation, Xia Ruqing made her decision with resolve. Very well. I shall craft a pillow and a complete set of undergarments. In due time, we shall see which of these is worthy to present as a gift. Ziyu remained silent, taking in her mistress's determination. I am solely focused on one task. Should it fail, it would be the end. If I attempt to I may find a superior choice among the imperfect options, would I not? Xia Ruqing considered herself exceptionally clever, in the depths of Ziyue's heart. On the following day, Xia Ruqing selected a piece of soft, fluffy fabric and began to cut it according to the design of the garment. The pattern was readily available. The inner garment did not require an abundance of embroidered designs. Once cut and sewn together, it would suffice. After all, even the Emperor's inner garments were devoid of embellishments. As long as I execute it well, it conveys my heartfelt intention, whether it is worn or not. That is of little consequence. Xia Ruqing was thoroughly pleased with her thoughts, her confidence swelling within her. Yet, confidence alone does not guarantee quality. Ziyue watched her anxiously from the side, wishing she could take over. My lady, you have miscut that part slightly. My lady, steady your hands. If the edges are not smooth, it will not look appealing. Chapter 77. Adding to the frustration upon Ziyue's comments, Xia Ruqing felt a surge of anxiety, fearing she would ruin it. She bit her lip, beads of sweat forming at her nose. Xiaoxi, unable to bear the sight any longer, cautiously suggested, My lady, perhaps you should take a break? I could prepare a pot of fine tea for you, alas. One cannot blame my lady, who does not wish to be deft with their hands. With her mother's early passing, she had no one to guide her. My lady is indeed pitiable. After a while, Xia Ruqing finally managed to cut out the pattern for one sleeve, straightening her already stiffened back. She could not help but wipe the sweat from her brow. At last, it is finished. With that, she called for Xiaoxi to brew tea and bring some snacks. Ziyue glanced at her sleeve. Although the corner was not cut well, she thought that once she made some adjustments, it would be quite satisfactory. Perhaps due to her modest expectations, she found it acceptable and smiled. If both tasks were completed early, she could embellish it with some patterns, making it more pleasing for His Majesty. Xia Ruqing nearly choked on her tea and hastily wiped her mouth, pleading, Sister Ziyue, please spare me. What if I ruin this perfectly good garment with my embroidery? Ziyue pondered for a moment, but insisted, My lady, you must learn some skills. Seeing that her words did not sway Ziyue, Xia Ruqing decided to abandon the topic. Never mind, we can discuss it later. I am tired and need to rest for a while. Ziyue shook her head helplessly and ceased her persuasion. However, Xiaoxi stepped forward, saying, Sister Ziyue, the mistress does not rely on embroidery for a living. It must be approached gradually, without haste. Ziyue felt a twinge of embarrassment from this remark, playfully swatting Xiaoxi. What do you mean by that? Are you implying I am in the wrong? Xiaoxi chuckled. I would never dare. Xia Ruqing reclined on the couch, observing the interplay between the two, one with a rosy face and the other pale. She felt a sense of delight in her heart. She understood that Ziyue had her best interests at heart, and she recognized Xiaoxi's intentions as well. Indeed, it was undeniable. If their concern for her were not genuine, who would persistently advise her so earnestly? Reflecting on this, she finally spoke. In light of your treatment towards me, I must indeed fashion this garment. Ziyue was left in a state of both amusement and exasperation. My lord, the attire you are crafting is not for us, but for the emperor. Very well. Very well, for the emperor. Xia Ruqing conceded. For the sake of her imperial husband, she was compelled to complete it. Wasn't she? In the pepper hall. During the spring banquet, the empress felt a pang of indignation as her dignity was slighted. Granny Ji approached to offer counsel. Your Majesty, she is merely becoming arrogant due to her pregnancy. Surely, the emperor cannot be pleased with her behavior. Upon hearing this, the empress finally managed to regain her composure. Indeed. Granny's words resonated. It was my momentary lapse that led to this turmoil. On that day, she had imposed penalties on Lady Lan and Lady Shi, only for the emperor to elevate their ranks shortly thereafter. These two were nearly without favor. It would be improbable to appeal to the emperor's affections, as it was likely merely a maneuver to undermine the favored concubine. The empress surmised that the emperor was indeed quite displeased. A smile finally graced the empress's lips. If the emperor is dissatisfied, then I find solace in that. Precisely, Your Majesty, do not let this matter affect your health. It is imperative that you take care of yourself, for you are still quite youthful. The empress's smile waned slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her gaze, before she nodded in acknowledgement. As the conversation turned to Lady Lan and Lady Shi, the empress pondered, since they have been elevated, it would be rather inappropriate to continue sharing the Shi-Wai palace with them, especially with two talents already present there. With this thought, she deliberated further before issuing her commands. Yulan decided to have them reside in the Moonlit Palace, as the side chambers at the residence of Consort Yun were still vacant. She ordered the cleaning of two side chambers for them to move into. The Moonlit Palace, where Consort Yin occupied the main hall, was conveniently located near the Zifugong Palace, close to the Gui Fei. Indeed, Yulon acquiesced, sending word forthwith. Mama Ji chuckled, remarking on the queen's sagacity. The proximity of the moonlit palace to the Gui Fei Zifugong was indeed significant. Living there would certainly serve to irk the Gui Fei, should the Gui Fei take a disliking to them. It would provide ample opportunity for her to stir up trouble. The queen merely smiled coldly, refraining from further comment. The fates of two consorts were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the potential to vex the Gui Fei, if the Gui Fei were to resort to harsh measures. Even to the point of causing the demise of one or two, it would not weigh upon her conscience. However, the emperor might not show mercy. This arrangement was, in essence, a strategic maneuver that allowed for both offense and defense, achieving two objectives with a single stroke. Nodding in approval, the queen took a sip of her sweet soup, revealing a look of contentment. At the Zifugong Palace, upon hearing this news, Consort Sure was indeed incensed. The queen was truly magnanimous, benevolent, and kind-hearted. Just after being elevated to the rank of consort, she was already required to relocate. Despite Consort Xia's promotion, she had never received such attentiveness. Yingwei chimed in, noting that Consort Xia was favored, yet she remained under the queen's watchful eye, even though she was frail. The Gui Fei scoffed. Since she herself is not favored, she naturally resents the favor shown to others. A mere invalid, and yet she warrants such scrutiny. Yingwei expressed her concerns, feeling a twinge of apprehension. At present, Lon Guerin and Shi Guerin reside with the esteemed Lady Yun. Your Highness. She fears that in a moment of anger, you might punish those two noble ladies, and the Empress would undoubtedly seize upon any mistakes. Shi Guifei responded with a cold smile. Rest assured, I am not so foolish. After saying this, she shifted the conversation to another topic. I felt a sense of restlessness and desired to listen to a play, so I instructed the Naiwafu to summon the finest theatrical troupe from the capital. Additionally, I issued a notice inviting the sisters in the palace to the Zifugong to enjoy the performance. Does the Empress not wish to vex me? I shall insist on living in comfort and luxury. After all, the Crown Prince is nurtured within my womb. Oh, Empress. Your error lies in the fact that you should never have usurped my position as Empress. In terms of lineage, you are the daughter of a great general, while I am the daughter of the Grand Preceptor. Both of us are distinguished officials of the first rank, and you are not more noble than I. In terms of beauty, you cannot rival me. As for affection, there is no need to elaborate. My cousin and I are childhood sweethearts. So, by what right do you presume to claim superiority? The crimson rouge pierced into the flesh of Shi Guifei's palm, yet she gritted her teeth, feeling no pain. Cousin. Upon hearing this, Yingwei hesitated. Typically, it is only during grand banquets in the palace that the theatrical troops from the capital are invited. Usually at the behest of the Empress Dowager or the Empress herself. After all, such an outing incurs significant expense. Who would frivolously spend money on such frivolities? On ordinary days, if any lady of the palace feels weary and wishes to hear a play or two, there are troops within the palace, with dancers and singers selected from the finest of the common folk, no less exquisite than those outside. Chapter 78. Listening to the play, one the Gui Fei snorted disdainfully. Do as you wish. I shall visit my mother later. Just say, it was her who invited us, and that will suffice. Yingwei pondered for a moment, having offered all the counsel she could, and ultimately resigned herself to the situation. In the Ningshou Palace, the Imperial concubine indeed arrived, expressing a desire to witness a play, lamenting that she had grown weary of the performances within the palace and yearned for something fresh from the outside. The Empress Dowager felt somewhat helpless about this frivolity. What a waste to spend such an exorbitant sum on mere superficial entertainment. Take care that your cousin does not become displeased, the Empress Dowager urged, reflecting on the misfortune of having a daughter so spoiled by her own brother. In times past, it was bearable without children. Now, however, with a child on the way, her temper seemed uncontrollable, indulging her whims without restraint. The concubine whined playfully. The Empress Dowager felt increasingly exasperated. You know well what kind of temperament your cousin possesses. You have been rather reckless of late. Regardless, the reputation of the Empress must be preserved. The events from the other day in the Imperial garden had spread throughout the palace. It would be difficult for the Empress Dowager to feign ignorance. Upon hearing this, concubine pouted. Mother, do take a look at the deeds of the Empress. I merely punished 2 of the palace maids, and she rushed to report me to my cousin. In the past, I might have accepted being beneath her, but now that I am with child, I must assert myself, otherwise she might think I fear her. The Empress Dowager was taken aback by such boldness. her expression darkening at once. This is outrageous. Utterly outrageous. She could hardly believe that the concubine had not tempered her demeanor, all the while believing she had improved. The Empress Dowager chose to disregard those words, declaring that if they were uttered again, she would no longer concern herself with the matter. A cold smile crept across the Dowager's heart as she contemplated how the individual would fare without her unwavering support. Surely, there were other eligible young women within the family. Was her assistance truly indispensable? Observing the Dowager's stance, Concubine sure promptly softened her demeanor. "Aunt, I was mistaken. Please do not be angry." After a plethora of sweet words, the Dowager finally calmed down and regained her cheerfulness. The Dowager remarked, and Concubine sure giggled in response, prompting the Dowager to laugh as well. "If you truly carry on in this manner, then I shall have no cause for concern. Even your cousin seems fond of you." Pausing, she added, "Consider it an early reward for your contributions in nurturing the Imperial heirs." "Thank you, mother." Concubine sure genuinely rejoiced. "Is this sufficient for you now?" Indeed, Concubine sure, rarely in such high spirits, spent a considerable time amusing herself with the Dowager. During lunch, the Dowager, in good spirits, displayed a hearty appetite, consuming more than usual and even requesting special dishes be prepared for Concubine sure. The aunt and niece shared laughter and enjoyed a delightful meal together. However, Concubine sure's expression turned somber. Ingwe, believing her fatigued, cheerfully suggested, "Your Highness, you have been busy all day. It would be wise to rest." Concubine sure merely huffed in response, offering no further comment, as she removed her makeup and reclined on the bed. As Ingwe attended to her, she remarked with a smile, "The Empress Dowager truly dotes on you. She is indeed responsive to your needs." Suddenly, Concubine sure let out a soft hum. It is merely a fixation on one's own desires. She is but a pawn in her manipulation of the Sure family. With her presence in the palace, her father must heed the Empress Dowager's commands. Meanwhile, she seeks to exploit the Empress Dowager's influence to elevate her own status within the court. Thus, despite their familial bond as aunt and niece, it is merely a symbiotic relationship of mutual exploitation. Did she truly believe her to be naive? Ingwe dared not interject, choosing instead to remain silent. Before the evening meal, Xiao Shizi went to fetch the food. "My lady," she began, handing over a notice. Without even glancing at it, Xia Ruqing inquired, "Whose is it?" Ziyue glanced at it and reluctantly replied, "This servant cannot read." Xia Ruqing's sighed. "Very well. I shall have a look." Setting aside her tasks, she examined the notice, only to set it down again with a furrowed brow, her expression tinged with concern. "My lady, what troubles you?" Ziyue asked, startled. Xia Ruqing responded, "A notice from Zifugong. Tomorrow, everyone in the palace is summoned to attend a performance there." "A performance?" Ziyue was taken aback, pondering what role the noble consort might be playing. "Will you be attending, my lady?" Xia Ruqing contemplated for a moment before resolutely declaring, "Indeed. Who would dare to miss the noble consortess invitation? Not only must I attend, but I shall go even in ill health." However, she kept this sentiment to herself, not wishing to disclose it to Ziyue. As the dishes were arranged on the table, they included her favorite steamed vegetables, cold bitter greens, and fragrant spring onion omelet. Additionally, there was a winter melon and pork rib soup, enriched with red dates and longan, alongside her beloved walnut pastry. Xia Ruqing mused, such delightful days must not be easily disrupted. She must devise a plan to safeguard her own well-being. At dinner, Xia Ruqing held a bowl, carefully transferring the dishes she wished to eat into it. The remaining food was left for Ziyue and Zioxizi. Observing the meticulously arranged dishes on the table, Ziyue sensed something amiss with her mistress. "Mistress, is something the matter?" Zioxizi, too, was cautious, hesitating to pick up his chopsticks. Though they had dined on their mistress' meals before, the atmosphere had never felt so rigid and formal. Could it be that their mistress no longer wished for their company and intended to send them away? The thought drained the color from their faces. Xia Ruqing, nearly choking on her tea, glanced at the two and inquired, "What's wrong? Not eating? This is certainly far superior to the food you have in the palace." Zioxizi scratched his head, replying, "Mistress, your favor has brought us good fortune. Our meals have improved significantly." Yet, Ziyue remained convinced that something was not right with their mistress. With an air of exasperation, Xia Ruqing spread her hands. "I've only ever heard complaints about mistresses scolding their servants. I've never seen anyone grumble about being treated too well." Once more, Ziyue cautiously asked, "Mistress, are you truly all right?" Xia Ruqing sighed. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" After pondering, Ziyue concluded that perhaps there was indeed nothing amiss, and she gradually set aside her unease, joining Zioxizi in enjoying the meal. This brought joy to Xiaoruqing. She was generous with her servants. As long as there was no betrayal, she would overlook any clumsiness. While imposing authority might ensure obedience, nothing compared to earning their genuine goodwill. Life in the palace was not easy, and she needed capable and loyal confidants. Chapter 79. Listening to the play too that night. After attending to Xiaoruqing as she retired to bed and drawing the curtains, Ziyue quietly exited the room, carefully closing the door behind her. Once the sound of the door latch echoed in the stillness, Xiaoruqing stealthily arose. She opened the window slightly, then lifted the quilt a little, lying back down, and soon drifted into slumber. The early spring night was still quite chilly, and initially she found herself shivering, unable to find rest as she tossed and turned. Gradually, weariness took hold, and she slipped into a hazy sleep. Indeed, she had deliberately exposed herself to the cold for two reasons. First, the Empress and the noble consort were locked in a fierce rivalry. The clash of these two formidable figures was a tempest she could scarcely endure. Yet she was compelled to remain involved. Second, she sought to convey to those around her that her health was genuinely frail, as the cold seeped into her bones. A pang of sorrow welled within her. When could she exist without relying on such a fayade? When could she escape the need to shield herself behind the guise of ill health to evade the scrutiny of others and carve out a sliver of existence? She yearned for status. She longed for the kind of respect that would deter others from easily trampling upon her dignity. Yet, rules were rules. How could she ever hope for such a change? No one within her family could stand up for her, even though the emperor had elevated her position. Such advancement only invited others to scrutinize her every misstep and target her relentlessly. In light of this, it seemed far more prudent to embrace her role as a favored consort. At the very least, the emperor would protect her, ensuring she was not easily victimized. She had his affection, which was a far greater fortune than many could boast of, was it not? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. From a state of utter destitution to this present moment, how much effort had she expended? It was not that she felt unjustly treated, but rather that she found herself trapped in a situation with no alternative. The following day, as summer approached, Xiaoruqing awoke with a severe sense of dizziness, accompanied by nasal congestion and a heavy voice. Ziyue was taken aback. How could she be so unwell after a seemingly fine night? As she spoke, Ziyue reached out to touch Xiaoruqing's forehead, which burned with fever. My lady, we must summon the Imperial physician at once. Such a high fever could lead to serious complications. Despite feeling weak, Xiaoruqing clutched Ziyue's arm firmly. Do not go, Ziyue. Observing the pallor on her face, Ziyue knelt down, tears streaming down her cheeks. My lady, I understand your thoughts, but I cannot bear to see you harm yourself. Xiaoruqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In that moment, having someone who understood her warmed her heart. Noticing the flicker of emotion in her eyes, Ziyue felt compelled to persuade her further. Xiaoruqing appeared momentarily stunned, imagining how his expression would darken upon learning the truth. After contemplating, she finally dismissed the idea of wandering to Shifu Palace. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Please summon the physician. Have Xiaoxi go to Shifu Palace to explain, stating that I caught a chill last night and am quite ill. The previous night had indeed been chilly, and the weather today was overcast, suggesting impending rain. The spring chill in February and March could be quite severe. Given her frail constitution, her illness was justifiable. Upon hearing this, Ziyue finally smiled. She dispatched Xiaoxi to fetch the physician while also making a trip to Shifu Palace. Meanwhile, she busily gathered blankets to envelop Xiaoruqing snugly, who resembled a cocoon, with only her face visible. Her eyes sparkled as she observed Ziyue bustling about, her expression quite comical. Ziyue arranged 2 charcoal basins within the room and eventually went to the small tea house to brew a pot of rich ginger tea. Just after she savored the steaming ginger brew, the physician arrived, followed closely by Xiaoxi and a young, unfamiliar palace maid. As the physician approached to take her pulse, the young maid stepped forward to pay her respects. I am Chuier, a second-class maid from Zifyagong. The noble consort, having heard of your illness, specially sent me to inquire after your well-being, she proclaimed, presenting a brocade box. Ziyue stepped forward to accept it, expressing her gratitude. I thank the noble consort on behalf of my mistress. A troubled smile crossed her face as she continued. My mistress is indeed gravely ill and cannot attend today. Once she recovers, she will certainly visit Zifyagong to express her apologies in person. Chuier smiled in response. Not in a hurry to depart, Sister Ziyue, do not speak so. Given that the noble is unwell, it would be unreasonable to insist she exert herself. Ziyue chuckled softly, then I am grateful for the noble consort's understanding. Having said this, She fell silent, realizing that small talk can be quite laborious. Fortunately, the physician had completed his examination, alleviating the awkwardness. The physician, having finished his assessment, put away his small medicine pillow, his expression grave. In this early spring chill, the noble's frail constitution cannot withstand this illness. Currently, she is running a high fever and must not venture outside, he warned sternly. I shall prescribe a remedy. She must take it and allow her body to sweat it out before attempting to rise. Ziyue expressed her gratitude profusely. Noticing that Chuyer lingered, her eyes darting towards the curtain, she felt a sense of curiosity. Ziyue could not suppress a cold laugh in her heart. Thinking to herself, this is clearly not a visit, but an attempt to gather information. A ginseng root, neither too big nor too small. Enclosed in a brocade box, does one think to deceive her with such trivialities? The Jawa Pavilion is not lacking in ginseng. If the master desires wild vegetables, the emperor has even bestowed a box of silver ingots. With such wealth, who cannot procure fine ginseng? As Ziyue pondered this, her mind began to scheme. She feigned ignorance and instructed Xiaoxi to accompany the physician to obtain the prescription, sending them out the door. Meanwhile, Ziyue paid no attention to Chuyer. Instead, she poured a cup of tea and lifted the curtain. Master, do sip some tea to soothe your throat. The chill has caused you to feel unwell, leaving you dry and parched. Xia Ruqing's face was already flushed crimson, her lips pale and cracked from illness. Wrapped in a blanket, she sat up and took a few sips from the teacup. Glancing at the young palace maid, she noticed she had already turned and fled. Help the master lie back down, Ziyue scoffed. Unless she sees it for herself, she will not depart. Xia Ruqing weakly uttered, what pain I endure. If they remain unaware of my plight. Ziyue lowered her head and fell silent. She tended to the small stove in the tea room, brewing medicine, which Xia Ruqing drank before drifting into sleep. After a while, the soft patter of rain began to fall outside. The spring rain, gentle yet persistent, accompanied by a chilling breeze that seeped into the bones. Yet, those who received the invitation dared not neglect their visit to Zifyagong. Those of higher rank were afforded warm palanquins, while those of lower status could only don raincoats and bamboo hats, trudging along in wooden clogs, step by step. In Zifyagong, Chuyer knelt on the ground and recounted all she had witnessed in Jawa Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Consort sure indeed let out a cold laugh. What a useless fellow, that ailing wretch. His presence is merely an omen of misfortune, best left unheeded. With a dismissive wave of the hand, he sent everyone away. At that moment, Empress Ning and Consort Hui, both seated in their warm sedan chairs, arrived with the princess. Consort sure greeted them with a smile. Chapter 80. Listening to the play, Empress Ning and Consort Hui had served in the palace for many years, attending to the emperor and nurturing the eldest and second princesses. Both were averse to conflict and rarely offended anyone. When invited by the esteemed consort, they naturally accepted, albeit only for a brief visit to honor her, without giving any cause for criticism. Generally, people of no consequence would not be foolish enough to provoke them. Sure enough, Consort sure welcomed the two with a radiant smile and engaged in polite conversation before taking her place at the head of the gathering. Before long, Consort Yun and Consort Zheng also arrived, alongside the newly elevated Consort Lan and Consort Shi. Even Consort Hu did not miss the occasion. The gathering of consorts became lively, as they were adept at navigating such social affairs. As the performance commenced, the atmosphere grew increasingly animated. Meanwhile, in the Empress's chamber, Consort sure expressed her apologies, claiming she had simply forgotten. At this moment, in the Jiaofeng Hall, the Empress leaned against the window, gazing at the gentle rain falling outside. In her hands, she held the monthly account ledger from the Internal Affairs Office. She wore a dark-patterned silk phoenix robe, its long hem trailing behind her, with her thick hair elegantly piled up and adorned with a phoenix crown. Behind her, Yulan and Granny G attended to her. Yulan furrowed her brow, unsure how to offer counsel, while Granny G stepped forward. The Empress's gaze was piercing, her lips curling into a cold smile. What nonsense! Why would I be angry? The matron had erred in her words. The Empress Dowager has always been this way. I have endured it for so many years. What is it to listen to a play? The palace typically does not invite theatrical troupes unless there is a grand banquet, and even then, it should not be solely at the behest of a mere concubine. Today, upon reviewing the accounts, it became evident that this expense was assigned to the Empress Dowager. She is the host. Huh, how splendid. On the third day of the third month, she held a spring banquet in the Imperial garden, only for the concubine to disrupt it. Now, she has orchestrated yet another event to enjoy a performance, inviting all the concubines of the harem, while deliberately omitting me. This is nothing short of the infamous ambitions of Sima Zhao, known to all. What a pampered concubine she is. The Empress's smile radiated like a blooming flower. The more chaotic they become, the more it delights me. You, Shi Wanjing, wish to become Empress? I shall not allow it. Let us see how this unfolds. Just as she spoke, a young palace maid arrived to announce the arrival of noble consort Ning and consort Hui. Indeed, noble consort Ning and consort Hui sat in Zifugong for less than half an hour before taking their leave. The reason was simple. The princesses had no interest in watching the play and had grown weary. The eldest princess had just turned 4, while the second princess had only just celebrated her first birthday. They were but 2 young girls, and no matter how influential concubine Shi was, it would be inappropriate to insist they stay. After bidding their farewells, they departed. Upon reaching Jiaofeng Palace, the 2 paid their respects, and the empress granted them seats. Consort Hui entrusted the second princess to the nurse, hesitantly whispering, "Your Majesty?" The empress waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. I understand your intentions," she remarked, her laughter turning cold. "When I first entered the palace, the Empress Dowager imparted to me the wisdom of etiquette, the importance of discernment, and the need to prioritize the greater good. Now, as the emperor has gone to the ancestral tomb to pay respects, toilsomely venturing beyond the palace to observe the sentiments of the people, what transpires within the palace? The Empress Dowager conspires with the favored consort." At this point, the empress was so incensed that she struggled to catch her breath. Hui Pin hurriedly offered her a cup of tea, and upon noticing, Ning Fei promptly presented a handkerchief. "Your Highness, please do not be upset." The empress took a sip of tea, wiped the moisture from her lips, and continued, "In Shifu Palace, they intend to stage a grand performance. It matters not if they use the palace as actors. However, they insist on employing the finest and most expensive from outside. Humph. Were I to dare such a thing, I can only imagine what the Empress Dowager would say about me. Yet now, with her niece in the mix, it is deemed acceptable. After all, they are of the same family. It is indeed different." Hui Pin, observing the empress's considerable vexation, hastily advised, "Your Highness, you are a person of great insight. How could you, in this instance, fail to see clearly? The favored consort likely seeks to provoke your ire. If you allow yourself to become unwell with anger, it is others who will find joy in your distress." As she spoke, Hui Pin personally poured another cup of tea for the empress. The empress narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within. "You are right. My anger plays directly into their hands." Ning Fei, realizing she had been preempted by Hui Pin, rushed to add her counsel. "Indeed, Your Highness, your foremost priority should be to take care of your health." The empress, internally dismissive of her foolishness, nonetheless sipped the tea, sighed in relief, and smiled as she commanded, "Precisely. I shall no longer be upset." With that, she smiled and gave her instructions. "Yulan, please fetch some delicacies for the princess." Yulan complied and departed. Upon witnessing the empress's newfound openness, Hui Pin finally breathed a sigh of relief. For a time, the 2 indulged in some treats and shared light-hearted banter with the empress before embracing the princess and taking their leave. Outside, the rain had been drizzling incessantly throughout the day, and Shifu Palace had been bustling with activity. Ning Fei and Hui Pin had left first, yet none dared to follow suit. It goes without saying that Yin Fei remained, as did the staunch followers of Shi Guifei. Zheng Pin, lacking support and favor, was also reluctant to depart, while Hu Li, Lan Guiran, and Shi Guiran felt even less inclined to leave. Thus, they remained seated for the entire day. As they prepared to exit, Shi Guifei was in high spirits, while the others felt a sense of relief. Even Hu Li, who typically reveled in the spotlight and competition, appeared subdued, devoid of her usual temper. Everyone was fatigued, and naturally, Shi Guifei, who was less than 3 months pregnant with an unstable fetus, felt more exhausted than the rest. Initially, she had been delighted, enjoying the performance and basking in the flattery of others. After all, in the absence of the empress, she was the reigning figure, exalted and unassailable. However, as time wore on, the experience grew tiresome, and she strained to maintain her composure for the sake of appearances. Eventually, fatigue set in, yet she resisted the urge to dismiss the gathering, intent on provoking the empress further. She bore it all and remained until the conclusion. By nightfall, she began to experience abdominal pain. Yulan, fearing delay, discreetly summoned the imperial physician in the dead of night. But no matter how quietly it was done, the palace gates had to open, and the physician had to enter, causing quite a stir that could not be concealed within the inner court, soon resulting in widespread rumors. The empress learned of it early the following morning. Upon receiving this news, all remnants of yesterday's anger dissipated, nearly giving way to laughter. Indeed, such arrogance from a favored concubine provoked even the heavens. Naturally, the Empress Dowager was informed as well. She was greatly alarmed and promptly summoned Lady Qing to inquire personally. In Chapter 81, there was a disturbance in the pregnancy. The physician reported that there was no immediate danger, merely fatigue, and recommended ample rest, advising her to avoid exertion. The Empress Dowager finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet she couldn't shake off her concerns about the favored concubine. After a lengthy period of complaints, she eventually moved past the distress. Lady Qing attended to the Empress Dowager as she reclined, then exited with a troubled expression. In truth, the favored concubine was not merely fatigued. She had experienced a disturbance in her pregnancy. However, she implored Lady Qing repeatedly not to inform the Empress Dowager. And seeing her pallid face lying on the bed, she appeared truly pitiable, having watched her grow since childhood. Lady Qing could not bear to betray her trust and reluctantly acquiesced. In Zifigong, after sending Lady Qing away, the favored concubine grasped the bed curtains tightly. Her teeth clenched as she threatened, "If anyone dares to utter a word, I shall ensure your demise without a burial place." The individuals kneeling before her hurriedly declared their fear of defying her. She waved her hand dismissively, allowing them to disperse. Ingwei approached with a medicinal bowl, carefully assisting her in taking the medicine while gently advising, "Your Highness, now that your anger has subsided, you must take good care of the pregnancy." The favored concubine swallowed the bitter concoction, her brow furrowed in distaste. Only after popping a candied fruit into her mouth did her expression soften somewhat. Ingwei acknowledged her with a nod, and the favored concubine chose to remain silent thereafter. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing had consumed her medicine, sweated profusely, and slept soundly for an entire day and night. From the very first light of dawn, she slumbered until nearly noon the following day. She had perspired profusely, necessitating the change of her bedding 3 times, and at last, her fever had subsided. After a refreshing bath, she wrapped herself in a quilt while clad in her undergarments and sat upon her bed, observing as Zhu brought her a bowl of dark, murky medicinal concoction. Having consumed little sustenance but an ample amount of medicine, it was evident how arduous this day had been for Xia Ruqing. "My lady, it's just the right temperature now. It's no longer scalding. Please drink it," Ziyue urged. Xia Ruqing gazed at the dark liquid, steeling herself. She pinched her nose and tilted her head back, downing the entire potion in one swift motion. "Quick, have a candied fruit," Ziyue encouraged, presenting her with some sugary preserved fruit. Xia Ruqing hesitated, finding it overly sweet, her face contorted in distaste. "I crave plums, the tangy and sweet kind," Ziyue, intrigued, inquired. "What are plums?" Xia Ruqing pondered, realizing she struggled to articulate it clearly. Candied fruit is merely fruit preserved in sugar, and it's nothing but sweetness. Plums, however, offer a delightful balance of tartness and sweetness, something most girls cannot resist, I suppose. My grandmother used to make them for me, and I still remember their taste. I wonder if hers were better than what I might attempt to create. Perhaps I shall try it someday." Ziyue responded with enthusiasm, and just then, Xia Ruqing's other attendant, Ziox Zizi, entered and asked, "My lady, what shall we have for lunch?" Xia Ruqing contemplated for a moment, feeling despondent. Her mouth was bitter, and she had little appetite. Yet she felt genuinely famished. Having barely eaten, her stomach was quite empty. Suddenly, Ziox Zizi's eyes lit up. "This morning, when I visited the Imperial kitchen, I overheard Xiaowei mention that there are tender, fresh chives, just freshly harvested." Upon finishing her words, Xiaoxizi chuckled, pondering whether her master would enjoy this dish. Xia Ruqing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Indeed, during the chilly season, one could never lack for leeks. She yearned for dumplings filled with leeks and eggs, perhaps with a touch of vermicelli, light yet delectable. The taste. Being unwell, she was advised against greasy food, yet she could still indulge in lighter fare. A true foodie, nothing could deter her from her culinary delights. She also desired some shepherd's purse dumplings mixed with shrimp and dried scallops, and a nourishing fish head tofu soup would complete her meal. Abstaining from meat, she opted for fish, thus achieving a balance of both protein and vegetables, ensuring a nutritionally harmonious diet. In her contemplation of balanced nutrition, Xia Ruqing had nearly forgotten another request and continued to instruct. "Please bring me some lotus leaf congee and steamed buns." The steamed buns were essentially the same as regular buns, merely shaped differently. While one could certainly request the traditional bun shape, Xia Ruqing preferred steamed pancakes, enjoying them rolled with vegetables. Upon hearing their master's hearty appetite, Xiaoxizi and Ziyue felt a surge of joy. A healthy appetite was a sign of swift recovery. After issuing her commands, Xia Ruqing reclined once more onto her bed. Alas, her frail body left her feeling weak at the slightest ailment. She mused that mere rest would not suffice. Once the weather grew warmer, she would need to venture outside to bask in the sun and engage in some exercise. Lost in thought, Xia Ruqing soon found herself drifting into a light slumber. After some time, she sensed the presence of another person nearby, accompanied by a familiar scent. Ah, such a familiar scent of ambergris. Could it be anyone else but him? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed the figure drawing closer, ultimately burrowing into her blankets. The coarse stubble grazed her face, accompanied by a chilling breeze. Xia Ruqing was instantly awakened, only to be startled by the person before her. Ah! She exclaimed in surprise, feeling the urge to flee or strike him. Zhao Junyo swiftly seized her flailing hands and feet, his voice low and commanding. Come here. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Xia Ruqing gradually calmed down. Your Majesty? She gazed at him with wide, watery eyes. Zhao Junyao maintained a stern expression, yet warmth flickered within his gaze. What, have I been gone for merely 6 or 7 days that you no longer recognize me? In that moment, Xia Ruqing realized that with him around, no one would dare to bully her. Instantly, her spirits lifted. She caught a whiff of him, though he had an unpleasant odor. She found no reason to be disdainful. Zhao Junyao, with a stoic demeanor, was secretly amused. Daring to say I smell, Xia? You are indeed the first. Xia Ruqing beamed with pride. Will your Majesty punish me? Zhao Junyao cast her a meaningful glance, the corners of his lips curling up, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Of course. Suddenly, Xia Ruqing's mind clicked. In that instant, her face flushed crimson. She had unwittingly brought misfortune upon herself. In the present moment of chaos, Xia Ruqing swiftly shifted the topic. Chapter 82. Returning to the Palace 1. I have brought you something delightful, though it is still en route. Xia Ruqing's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. What delightful thing? Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment, and his expression shifted to one of complexity as he replied, something delicious. Xia Ruqing felt an overwhelming urge to roll with joy. She then began to indulge in her imagination. The royal ancestry hails from Yuhang, a region nestled in the lush south of the Yangtze River, abundant in resources. Surely, the items brought by His Majesty must be of the highest quality, rare treasures. Perhaps she might indeed savor some exquisite delicacies. Let us see what the ancient, illustrious lands of Jiangnan have to offer. Although the original owner also hailed from Jiangnan, her memories were filled with struggles just to fill her belly, let alone indulge in fine cuisine. Lost in her delightful reverie, Xia Ruqing failed to notice Zhao Junyao's peculiar smile. When she finally looked up, his expression had returned to normal. Xia Ruqing had no choice but to call for the meal to be served. It was merely an opportunity to wander about and gauge the sentiments of the people, to govern the realm effectively. One cannot merely sit within the palace as an aloof monarch, listening to the empty rhetoric of ministers. He must venture forth, to see with his own eyes and hear with his own ears. A few days of such endeavors are far from sufficient. In June, he plans to embark on a southern tour, and in September, he will journey northward. Having ascended the throne for 2 years, he has endured numerous hardships, and at last, the realm is beginning to stabilize, the hearts of the people momentarily at peace. He has resolved with great ambition to ensure the prosperity of the great Chu dynasty across its vast lands. However, all of this is but a tale for another time. Before him lay several plates of vegetarian dumplings, crafted with various fillings beyond those requested by Xia Ruqing. The chefs from the Imperial kitchen had prepared an assortment, all elegantly presented on a single platter. Accompanying the dumplings was a sumptuous fish head and tofu soup, fragrant lotus leaf porridge, and delicate steamed cakes. Additionally, there were a few dishes with a hint of richness, thoughtfully suggested by Xiao Shizi, which included oil-braised prawns, sauced beef, a small bowl of steamed meat, and a generous serving of glistening braised pork. Furthermore, a selection of chilled wild vegetables had been ordered. Unfortunately, the steamed dishes were no longer available, and Xiao Shizi did not request any freshly made items. Nevertheless, the table was beautifully adorned with an abundance of dishes. As Xia Ruqing donned her attire and prepared to serve, Zhao Junyao suddenly fixed his gaze upon her, his brow furrowing. How have you lost so much weight? He pondered. The few extra pounds she had recently gained seemed to have vanished in an instant. Xiao Shizi and Ziyue dared not speak, leaving Xia Ruqing to explain. It has been raining these past few days, and I caught a chill. Last night, I even had a fever. Perhaps I am unwell and have lost my appetite. Zhao Junyao's expression darkened suddenly. Her illness made his heart race with unease and agitation. Sensing the tension, Xia Ruqing hurriedly reassured him. The imperial physician has said that I am much improved. With a little more care, I shall recover fully. Zhao Juyao scrutinized her once more, his demeanor still somber. Is that truly the case? Faced with his intensity, Xiao Ruqing felt cornered and could only nod in affirmation. At last, Zhao Juanyao's countenance softened slightly as he commanded. Sit down and eat. Yes. After the meal, Xiao Ruqing gazed in astonishment at the nearly cleared table, her expression one of disbelief. Your Majesty, you truly have an insatiable appetite, Zhao Junyao remarked, having journeyed with nothing but hastily consumed meals and exposed to the elements. Is it so surprising that I indulge in hot dishes now? In truth, the imperial entourage was well equipped with an abundance of provisions. Alas, once Zhao Junyao departed from the capital, he ceased to accompany the imperial procession. Instead, he took a few trusted confidants and rode southward. The tomb-sweeping ceremony consumed but a day. The remainder of his time was spent on the road. After dining, Zhao Junyao summoned the imperial physician. He was curious as to why she frequently fell ill and how long this would persist. The physician arrived promptly, yet Zhao Junyao remained hidden behind a screen. It was the same physician who had previously prescribed her medicine. Xiao Ruqing, having just finished her meal, lay comfortably in bed, feeling drowsy. However, considering the emperor's presence, she forced herself to remain alert. The physician took her pulse and smiled, stating, Your Highness was merely affected by the chill. Now that you have taken the medicine and the fever has subsided, you are well on your way to recovery. He continued, as long as your diet remains light, there is no cause for concern. Xiao Ruqing inquired, May I forgo the medicine? The physician replied, You may discontinue the previous medication, but I shall prescribe a restorative formula. Xiao Ruqing sighed inwardly, more medicine. Zhao Juyao, however, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, recognizing that there was no significant issue, merely a temporary ailment. Yet, a lingering concern gnawed at him. Her frail condition made him reluctant to burden her with the prospect of early motherhood. The toll of bearing a child can deplete a woman's vitality, and there are many who have lost their lives in the process. He felt a tinge of reluctance. It is still early, far too early. Let us discuss this in 2 years' time. We must wait until she has fully recovered and gained some weight before anything can be decided. However, what if she finds out? Will she misunderstand? In truth, Xiao Ruqing harbored her own thoughts, yet she was at a loss for words. She feared he might misconstrue her hesitation as a lack of desire to bear him children. Both were troubled. The emperor entered the palace discreetly, and the news remained undisclosed, known to none. The following day, Zhao Juyao donned the same attire, riding at the forefront of the imperial procession. In the carriage behind, the 5th and 6th princes were seated. Following Zhao Juyao was a small chestnut horse, ridden by the 8-year-old 7th prince, who sat upright with a stern expression. At the rear of the procession trailed several uncovered carriages, constructed of wood and shrouded in cloth, concealing their contents from view. Accompanied by guards and palace attendants, the entourage was indeed a grand spectacle. The late emperor sired a total of 7 sons, with Zhao Junyao being the 3rd and the sole legitimate heirborn of the empress. The others were born of various consorts. The eldest, Prince Jing, the 2nd, Prince Zhuang, and the 4th, Prince Wu, had all reached maturity and departed for their respective fiefs. Now only the 5th, 6th, and 7th princes remained, the eldest of whom had just turned 10. Being underage, they were still nurtured within the palace. This journey to the royal mausoleum for ancestral worship saw several princes in attendance. The emperor's procession appeared grand, yet in reality, it consisted of merely 3 young lads. The empress led the concubines in welcoming them at the palace gates. Aside from the favored consort who was with child, all others, including even those who seldom made an appearance, had gathered. Zhao Junyao dismounted from his horse, and the crowd promptly paid their respects, some kneeling in reverence. After the formal greetings, everyone followed the emperor towards the Empress Dowager's Ningshou palace. A flurry of pleasantries ensued, while Xiao Ruqing walked with measured steps, her head bowed, merely keeping pace with the throng. Despite her composure, the prolonged day took a toll on her, leaving her utterly fatigued. In Chapter 83, Return to the Palace. A banquet was arranged by the empress in the Jiaofeng Hall, where she personally welcomed the emperor and offered a cleansing of his spirit after his travels. The Empress Dowager, feeling weary, declined to attend, leaving a multitude of concubines gathered in attendance. Having not seen the emperor for an extended period, their longing for his presence bordered on madness. Some, like Zheng Pin and Hu Li, sought not affection but merely a glimpse of him. Naturally, one could not overlook the likes of Zhang Qiren and Zhu Qiren, who went an entire year without a sight of the emperor. Those long neglected in favor of others cast their flirtatious glances with fervor. Sitting before Zhang Qiren and Zhu Qiren, Xia Ruqing felt as though she might be consumed by the intensity of their gazes. The banquet unfolded much like those of yore, with one notable exception, the absence of the favored Shigifi. Thus, the Empress's spirits soared. In a bid to provoke others, she inadvertently stirred her own tumultuous emotions. A folly only Shigifi could perpetrate. Yet, she secretly wished for Shigifi to act even more foolishly, for such antics would relieve her of worry. A favored concubine from a prestigious lineage giving birth, what chaos would ensue? Would her status remain intact post-childbirth? Humph. The Empress reveled momentarily in this thought, maintaining a facade of dignified composure. The banquet concluded within 2 hours, after which Zhao Juniao retired to the Imperial study, followed closely by the weary Empress. The remaining attendees gradually dispersed, each retreating to their respective quarters. Upon returning to Zhaohua Pavilion, Xiao Zhuzi and Xiao Shizi were guarding a large cage draped in cloth. What is this? Summer Ruqing inquired. Xiao Zhuzi stepped forward with a smile, saying, Esteemed one, this is a gift from His Majesty, who mentioned that you may consume it if you wish, or simply keep it if you prefer. As he spoke, he lifted the cloth covering the cage. Summer Ruqing peered inside and discovered a nest of small white rabbits, totaling 5 or 6, their fur pristine and fluffy, with striking red eyes. With just a glance, her heart melted. She immediately crouched down and cradled one in her arms. The little rabbit was exceptionally docile, offering no resistance, gently nudging her arm with its soft head before finding a comfortable position to nestle in and drift off to sleep. Summer Ruqing thought to herself, I possess no defenses against such adorable creatures. Her heart was utterly overwhelmed, as if struck by a bolt of electricity, causing her to shudder. Finally, her heart settled within her chest. Is this a delightful treat bestowed upon me by His Majesty? She asked hesitantly. Xiao Zhuzi chuckled mysteriously and leaned in closer, whispering, You may not know, but there are even larger cages in the Imperial kitchen, and several more rabbits await. Eunuchly has instructed that no one is to touch them. How many more? In the Imperial kitchen? Summer Ruqing's heart sank. What if there were a few puppies? Or worse, a flock of pigeons? Though pigeons might be acceptable, she would never consider eating a puppy. Xiao Zhuzi nodded in affirmation. Finally, Summer Ruqing exhaled in relief. Well, aside from the little rabbits, everything else is permissible for consumption. That is quite acceptable. The following day, she visited concubine Shi once more. No matter the circumstances, she was with child, and Zhao Juniao would not neglect her. In the following days, he visited the princess again, and subsequently, the newly elevated noblewomen. Without favor, their promotion lacked legitimacy. By the time he turned the plaque of Zhaohua Pavilion once more, it was already late March, and the weather had warmed considerably. On this particular evening, Zhao Juniao did not summon her. After finishing his official documents, he took a leisurely stroll through the Imperial garden, making his way towards Zhaohua Pavilion. Upon arriving at Zhaohua Pavilion, he heard voices from within, counting 8, 9, 10. Zhao Juniao felt a flicker of curiosity and approached slowly. As he stepped inside, he discovered Xia Ruqing leaning over the bed, counting her fingers in the light. Amused, Zhao Juniao inquired, What are you doing? Startled, Xia Ruqing quickly concealed her hands behind her, then looked up at him with a bright face. I have seen the Emperor. Zhao Juniao chuckled softly, bidding her to rise before he entered fully. What were you counting? He settled onto the couch, and Ziyue presented him with a cup of tea, which he accepted and sipped. Xia Ruqing smiled awkwardly. I was counting my fingers. The flimsy excuse made her feel like she could collapse against the wall. Zhao Juniao's lips twitched, and after a moment of silence, he sternly remarked, Deceiving the Emperor is a grave offense. At this, Xia Ruqing pouted, clearly reluctant. I was counting the pinholes, see. She extended her fingers toward him as she spoke. Zhao Juniao was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at her hands, which were adorned with small red spots. Puzzled, he wondered how they had come to be there. Xia Ruqing thought to herself that since he was curious, she might as well enlighten him. It could earn her some favor. With that in mind, she turned and retrieved a sewing kit. Your Majesty, next month marks your birthday, and I wish to craft a set of inner garments for you. Perhaps I shall also make a pillow, she added, hastily clarifying. Not that I intend to make 2 separate items. Rather, I will present whichever turns out best. I lack skill in needlework, hence upon hearing this. Zhao Juniao lowered his gaze to her hands, examining them in his palm. His expression remained grave, unchanged, yet internally, he felt a warm sensation. You are truly foolish, he remarked, his voice low and tinged with irritation. Xia Ruqing pondered if he was expressing disdain, and a wave of grievance washed over her. I am but a foolish servant. Noticing her forlorn expression, Zhao Junyao recognized her unspoken sentiments and softened his demeanor, saying, "You come from an official family. How is it that you cannot write or sew?" Xia Ruqing immediately looked up at him with glistening eyes and replied, "Your Majesty, my mother passed away when I was young." Zhao Junyao was left speechless, muttering, "Qing Qing, you have won." At that moment, countless reproaches remained unvoiced. Zhao Junyao reflected on how his concern had inadvertently transformed into admonition. With a sense of pride, Xia Ruqing continued, "When I speak of this, Zhao Junyao is left bewildered. Of similar stature? Could it be that she implies others have sleeves of unequal lengths or pants legs of varying widths? Now that she has achieved a standard size, does she believe it worthy of praise? What, I wonder, occupies this girl's mind? Never mind, it's better not to dwell on it. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss." Zhao Junyao adjusted his expression and smiled, inquiring once more, "Have you savored the delicacies I brought for you? Do you find them to your liking?" Chapter 84, Delicacies Now. It was Xia Ruqing's turn to be at a loss for words. "Your Majesty, I do not consume rabbits. I keep them as pets." Zhao Junyao pressed further. "What about other dishes? Are there others?" Xia Ruqing suddenly recalled what the little pillar had mentioned. There were indeed several large cages. It seemed there were chickens and deer, which she found delectable, yet she had not seen them. Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment and summoned Li Shengyan to inquire at the Imperial kitchen. Li Shengyan complied and promptly sent the little pillar on his way. Watching the little pillar dash away, Li Shengyan sighed deeply, reflecting, though Lady Xia holds a modest rank, her standing in the emperor's heart is undeniably significant. On that day outside the palace, the emperor had toiled tirelessly, and as dusk approached, he took the 7th prince to hunt specifically for a deer. It appears he did so with the intention of presenting it to Lady Xia. His expression grew somewhat grim. Upon inquiring about the cause, Li Shengyan discovered that the emperor's successful hunt had somehow reached the ears of consort Sure. The deer meat is highly nourishing. Thus, disregarding any opposition, consort Sure issued a resolute command to partake in the venison, asserting that the emperor had procured the deer for her consumption, as he was concerned for her during her pregnancy. It was said that anyone who dared to obstruct or carelessly speak of the matter would be deemed to have intentions of harming the heir to the throne. With such a declaration, who would dare to intervene? The esteemed concubine, bearing a precious child, was a figure of utmost importance. Who would risk their life for such a triviality? The cooks in the imperial kitchen could only swallow their grievances in silence. As for informing the emperor, the deer had already been hunted and consumed. Who would dare to speak up? That would be courting disaster. Moreover, to bring such a trivial matter to the emperor's attention, it was likely that even the esteemed eunuch would not let it pass. Such trifles were of no concern to the emperor. If the emperor bore no grudge, then it would be the revered concubine who would bear the brunt of it. Should the emperor take offense, they too would face punishment. The head of the imperial kitchen, He Changsho, was at a loss for a solution. How could the revered concubine force them into such a predicament? At present, the deer was likely reduced to mere bones. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyao's expression darkened. He felt a growing disdain for the concubine's excessive indulgence, yet ultimately chose not to dwell on it. It seemed unworthy to quarrel over mere food and a woman. Seeing his displeased countenance, Xia Ruqing quickly remarked, "Your Majesty, the physician has stated that venison is highly nourishing. Yet I am in a frail state and cannot partake. One cannot receive nourishment while being weak. It would be wiser to consume light fare to stabilize one's health." Zhao Junyao pondered this and ultimately acquiesced. He instructed that the imperial kitchen present whatever remained. He nearly commanded, "That is for Lady Xia." Li Shengyan was a clever individual. Zhao Junyao nodded, choosing to remain silent, yet a sense of frustration lingered within him. As an emperor, the greatest taboo and the most detestable act is defiance and provocation. Concubine Sure, despite her pregnancy, was not spared from indulging in lavish delicacies. A deer, quite magnificent, was presented. Venison was readily available in all the palaces. Yet, she insisted on monopolizing it, flaunting it as if it were solely hers. He seemed to have never uttered such words. Furthermore, how did she come to possess this so-called information? Who bestowed upon her this knowledge? Why was it that others remained oblivious while she was fully aware? Concubine Sure. Sometimes, being overly clever may lead to one's own downfall. The following day, Li Shengyan personally visited the imperial kitchen to convey an edict. All personnel in the imperial kitchen shall have their salaries docked for 6 months. The punishment was neither too lenient nor too severe, yet the reason remained unspoken. However, those in the imperial kitchen are no fools. Though they serve the various noble ladies of the palace, they are part of the inner court and must heed the emperor's commands. Should any of them be swayed by a lady from a certain palace, it would be tantamount to treason, and discovery could spell doom. After all, items entering the palace must always be treated with utmost caution. While the staff may not voice their discontent, it does not mean their hearts are free from resentment. They have sacrificed their very essence to enter the palace, not merely to scrape by. The maidens hope for favors from the noble ladies, aspiring for a respectable marriage once they leave the palace. As for the eunuchs, their desires are simple: wealth. They cannot marry, yet they must live. And only with money can they find comfort. Now, with this punishment, 6 months' worth of income has vanished. Who would not feel stifled by such a fate? Oh, concubine, may you remain splendid throughout your life, lest you fall into our hands. Otherwise, when the day comes that you are no longer in favor, we shall reckon this account, shall we not? As the saying goes, fortunes may shift, and we shall see how this unfolds in due course. Aside from the penalty of withholding his monthly salary, Li Shengyan privately summoned He Changsho and solemnly warned him. He Changsho was on the verge of tears, feeling deeply wronged. Yet he could only acquiesce with a reluctant heart, muttering, "As you command." While he spoke, resentment gnawed at him, thinking to himself, should he discover which little rascal had been so loose-lipped, that wretch would be the first to suffer his wrath. After dedicating half his life to attaining the position of chief steward, losing it over such a trifling matter could very well drive him to despair. Of course, these were matters for another time. Li Shengyan personally went to convey the meal orders, and the Imperial kitchen understood the implications. He Changsho greeted him respectfully with a polite smile. Li Shengyan pondered for a moment. The emperor's wishes had been communicated, but there was much to accomplish. He then instructed, prepare a few novel dishes, without adhering strictly to the rules. The key is that they must be delectable. Upon hearing this, He Changsho instantly grasped the intent. If the imperial cuisine lacked flavor, it was likely the emperor wished to sample something new under the guise of Lady Xiao's name. How simple that would be. Within less than an hour, the dishes arrived at Jiahua Pavilion. Not in abundance, but the freshness and flavor were paramount. A dish of braised wild chicken, a plate of spicy diced chicken, and some salted rabbit meat. Xia Ruqing counted the dishes, her mouth watering. These selections were all meaty, and a few refreshing vegetable side dishes were needed to complement them. Though the hot dishes were light, they lacked a certain crispness. Oh, what do you wish to eat? Can I add something else? Zhao Junyao nonchalantly sipped his tea. Am I to lose out to you? Xia Ruqing, unabashed, immediately commanded. Prepare a dish of wood-ear mushrooms with red onions, and another of scallions with tofu, drizzled with a touch of chili oil. Make haste. Li Shengyan, caught between laughter and exasperation, mused to himself how the noble Lady Xia was quite unreserved in the presence of the emperor. Yet, the emperor bore no ire. Perhaps he secretly relished such forthrightness. Chapter 85. Teasing her, it is a curious thought that even their servants prefer a master who is straightforward, as it makes their duties far more agreeable, in stark contrast to those who are fussy and excessively particular. Within the span of their conversation, the 2 chilled appetizers were presented. Xia Ruqing could hardly contain herself. The aroma wafting to her from afar was irresistible. But with the emperor present, she could not indulge. She had to attend to him. Thus, while she served Zhao Junyao, her heart brimmed with grievance. You promised to bring me delicious food. Why must I remain standing? Please, let me sit and eat. Zhao Junyao, observing her pained expression, felt a surge of laughter rising within him, yet he stifled it, maintaining a serious demeanor. With an elegant motion, he picked up a piece of crispy wood-ear mushroom and placed it atop his rice, but did not partake. Instead, he savored a spoonful of game hen soup, closing his eyes in delight at its rich flavor. Xia Ruqing thought to herself, I am so hungry. Zhao Junyao continued to pile several pieces of game hen meat onto his rice, still not eating. He took a bite of the spicy chicken dish, which was equally delightful. Xia Ruqing lamented, Oh heavens, let me perish. Watching others eat while her own stomach rumbled was sheer torture for a foodie. Thus, she remained entrenched in her feelings of indignation. As the stomach of Xia Ruqing grumbled in protest, and tears of grievance threatened to spill, Zhao Junyao finally relented and invited her to sit down for dinner. Pouting, Xia Ruqing bore the symphony of her internal discontent and cautiously took her seat. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Junyao suppressed a laugh, his face maintaining an air of seriousness as he remarked, What troubles you? Your lips seem capable of balancing a bottle of oil. Xia Ruqing remained aggrieved, recalling her earlier insistence on bringing delicious food for herself. It was one thing to have some of it taken away, but why? When the remaining dishes were so meticulously prepared, was she denied her share? It was simply unfair. Noticing her downcast gaze as she twisted her fingers in distress, Zhao Junyao was reminded of the needle marks adorning her fingertips. His heart warmed, and he gently took her hand, saying, "Do not fidget. Your hands are injured." With that, he pushed a bowl brimming with enticing dishes toward her. "Eat." Xia Ruqing looked up in surprise, her eyes wide with concern. "Your Majesty, this is your meal." "I shall suffice with my own." Zhao Junyao raised an eyebrow, feigning indignation. "Do you disdain me? You've already rejected this bowl of rice before I've even touched it." Yet, he merely replied, "This servant would not dare." In truth, her spirits lifted at the realization. No wonder the emperor had been piling meat into her bowl while abstaining from his own. It was all meant for her. With this revelation, her earlier grievances dissipated significantly. To appease a foodie, sometimes all it takes is a single bowl of delectable fare. How utterly simple. Xia Ruqing mused. Such was the shallowness of her desires. After their evening repast, as Xiao Shizi and Ziyue cleared the dishes, they made an intriguing discovery. Each time the emperor visits, he consumes his meals with remarkable thoroughness, leaving the plates nearly empty. Even Li Xingyan cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. It seems that the emperor can only truly relish his meals when dining at Zhaohua Pavilion. Is it possible that the delicacies prepared by noble consort Xia are truly that exquisite? After enjoying dinner and completing her evening ablutions, Zhao Junyao, as was his custom, perused a book for a while. Xia Ruqing, with her hair wrapped in a cloth, seated herself beside him, engrossed in the garment she was sewing. Speaking of this, she expressed her gratitude towards Ziyue, remarking, "I truly owe her a debt of gratitude. Without Ziyue, these garments would merely be a collection of tattered rags in my hands. Although the stitching may leave much to be desired, they are, after all, presentable, considering that I have managed to create something so admirable on my first attempt. I can't help but feel a sense of pride. Your Majesty, should I succeed, I shall present this garment to you." Zhao Junyao smiled and replied, "Very well." His prompt acceptance took Xia Ruqing by surprise. "Your Majesty, do you not find it unappealing?" She wondered, expecting him to express disdain. Turning a page of his book with a casual demeanor, Zhao Junyao replied, "As long as it is crafted by your hands, I shall not find it lacking." "Ah, this is what one might call a heart blooming with joy." Xia Ruqing, delighted, immersed herself in her sewing. Zhao Junyao stole a few discreet glances at her while maintaining his focus on the book. For some unknown reason, he found the scene before him exceedingly warm and tender. He read, "She stitched," reminiscent of a humble couple from the common folk. Although his eyes were fixed on the pages, beneath his impassive exterior lay thoughts unknown to others. As half an hour passed and the night grew deep, Zhao Junyao closed his book and, with a swift motion, lifted Xia Ruqing, who was still engrossed in her sewing. Startled, she let out a cry of surprise. Ah! A heavy sensation weighed upon her heart. This was bad. The needle had once again pricked her hand. That familiar feeling was something Xia Ruqing had grown accustomed to the point where she could even foresee it. Moments later, gritting her teeth, she realized that the expected pain did not follow. This was strange. The embroidery needle seemed to have pierced her flesh. No pain? Zhao Junyao's expression remained unchanged. "Ching. What are you searching for?" "Huh? It seems my needle is a bit off." Xia Ruqing continued to look down, searching around her. "You don't feel any pain, do you?" Zhao Junyao inquired once more. Zhao Junyao's face was devoid of expression. "Ching, you have pricked me." Suddenly, Xia Ruqing halted her search. The air fell into an unexpected silence. "Your Majesty, I am to blame." Xia Ruqing hurriedly attempted to free herself to kneel. Yet, Zhao Junyao tightened his embrace around her. He slowly lowered his head, biting her earlobe, and whispered in a seductive, low voice, "Harming the dragon's body is a grave sin. Ching, I intend to punish you properly." With that, he moved to the bed. Xia Ruqing was taken aback, her face paling. In the next moment, she found herself heavily placed upon the bed, with someone pressing down on her. The crimson curtains fell, and garments were tossed aside one by one. Zhao Junyao captured her lips in a kiss, then leaned closer to her ear, murmuring, "If you move again, I shall add another half an hour." Consequently, Xia Ruqing dared not stir. Tears nearly welled in her eyes. "Your Majesty, I—" Her voice trembled, rendering her speechless. Zhao Junyao leaned in again. "What is it?" Ching. Xia Ruqing, startled, instinctively shrank back, her silence speaking volumes. In her mind, 1,000 little sheep trotted by in a flurry, leaving her utterly drained. Observing her frail and diminutive figure, a pang of compassion stirred within. Reluctant to disturb her further, he decided to let her rest. The following morning, Xia Ruqing remained in a deep slumber. Zhao Junyao, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, set off toward the Imperial study, his spirits lifted. Chapter 86, Matters of the Noble Consort in the Zifyagong Palace. Consort sure awoke after a prolonged slumber. Had she been privy to other revelations, she surely would not have allowed them to pass unchallenged. Alas, she remained oblivious, or perhaps those around her dared not utter too much. Nonetheless, when she dispatched Ingwe to the Imperial kitchen with a sum of silver, the young eunuch trembled and fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. He implored the noble consort to show compassion and spare his life, lamenting that if word of this were to circulate, his demise would be inconsequential. Yet it would bring disgrace upon her. Ingwe, despite her attempts to reason, found the eunuch only capable of kneeling in tears, not daring to claim even a single coin. Frustrated, she cursed him as a coward and ultimately ordered him to leave. Days later, news arrived that the young eunuch had been relegated to menial duties. A eunuch in such a position could scarcely hope for advancement, marking a significant downfall. Ichangsho, employing a show of authority, thoroughly reorganized the Imperial kitchen, instilling fear in those who had transgressed, cursing themselves for their overreach. The timid, with thieving intentions yet without the courage, trembled in fear, further diminishing their resolve. As for Consort Sure, she was left in disdain, her animosity toward the Xia family reaching unfathomable depths. If only she could, she truly wished to tear her apart immediately. Of course, that is a matter for another time. At present, she has awakened. After her morning rituals, she gently caressed her belly, now 3 months along, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. She inquired of Ingwe, where did the emperor spend the night? At the residence of Lady Xia? With a flicker of malice in her phoenix eyes, Consort Sure raised an eyebrow and coldly scoffed. Lady Xia is certainly not as charming as either Lady Lan or Lady Shi. I fail to comprehend what the emperor finds appealing about her. Ingwe chuckled softly. Our emperor is kind-hearted and virtuous. He is simply feeling pity for her. Consort Sure smiled slyly and instructed Ingwe. Go and inform Lady Yun that she must not be harsh on those two. She ought to treat them kindly. Ideally, she should be able to turn them to her advantage. Heh, does the empress not wish for her to torment those two and provoke the emperor's ire? I will do the opposite. You send people over, and I shall accept them all. I have a son, and my faction is growing stronger. Let us see how anxious the empress becomes. Consort Sure reveled in her triumph. As for Lady Yun, she dared not defy the consort. She had never dared before, and certainly would not now. After her father was demoted to a 5th-rank official, her temperament had significantly subdued. Though she might find the 2 young noble women beside her displeasing, she refrained from acting against them. Thus, when Lady Yun received the consort's command and suddenly began to smile upon them, the 2 young noble women remained bewildered. They whispered among themselves, everyone says Lady Yun is difficult to deal with, yet I feel she has been quite kind to us, remarked Lady Lan. Lady Shi nodded in agreement while nibbling on a pastry. I concur. Just yesterday, Lady Yunfei had Sister Kai-Dai deliver me a platter of date paste cake. She described it as she spoke, proclaiming that she had never tasted such delectable delicacies, fragrant and sweet, both fluffy and tender. Lady Lan was equally delighted. Dear Sister Shi, do refrain from your praises. If you continue, I shall join you for lunch at your abode. Indeed, I am in need of a companion, she replied, and then inquired, what did Sister Kai-Dai bring you? A platter of mung bean cake. The eyes of Lady Shi gleamed with interest. Mung bean cake. Is it delicious? Lady Lan hesitated, somewhat at a loss due to the inquiry. She was not particularly fond of sweets, having tasted a piece. She found it too sweet and set it aside. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I have some left. I shall have it brought over for you. Lady Shi clapped her hands in delight. The 2 women then indulged in tea and pastries within the pavilion. Just as they were enjoying themselves, Lady Yunfei unexpectedly arrived, prompting the 2 to rise and pay their respects. After greeting Lady Yunfei, she smiled and said, I just overheard you discussing pastries, pray tell. Are they not to your liking? Delicious, exceedingly so. I am most grateful to Lady Yunfei for her generous gifts, Lady Shi cleverly responded. Observing this, Lady Lan hastily echoed her thanks. Lady Yunfei, witnessing their gratitude, beamed even brighter. Since you both enjoy them so, I have plenty to share. Kai-Dai, do fetch a few more plates of pastries. Soon enough, the small table in the pavilion was laden with an abundance of treats. Lady Yunfei also partook in tea, continuously smiling and showering them with kind words. Lady Lan and Lady Shi, believing her sincerity, genuinely felt that Lady Yunfei was truly benevolent towards them. The 2 individuals displayed no fear. Even the usually timid and indecisive Lan Guiran felt at ease. Observing their enjoyment, Yunfei smiled. Before your arrival, I was the sole inhabitant of the Yaoyu Palace, with no one to converse with, she reminisced. Shi Guiran interjected, Your Majesty, Residing in such a grand palace all alone, the emperor must truly cherish you. Lan Guiran glanced around, at a loss for words. Shi Guiran chuckled, prompting her to join in the laughter. Yunfei lifted her handkerchief, gently fanning herself as she sighed. What does it matter if I am cherished? With Her Majesty the Empress present, we, no matter how esteemed, are merely concubines. Shi Guiran, nibbling on a delicacy, appeared somewhat perplexed and was about to speak when Yunfei suddenly commanded, "Stay still." With that, she delicately pinched a crumb from Shi Guiran's cheek. Her touch light and tender, reminiscent of an elder sister caring for her younger sibling. Shi Guiran felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Forgive me for the spectacle, Your Majesty." Yunfei replied, "There is no need for concern. When I was your age, I too indulged in such appetites," and she laughed. Yet, within her heart, it felt as though she were being cleaved by a blade. At that age, she had just entered the palace, when the emperor was still a prince. And when she herself was still so youthful and cherished by him. Shi Guiran's complexion was pale and tender, akin to a shelled egg. As if a gentle squeeze could release its essence. A mere exertion from her sharp nails could mar that delicate visage. However, she restrained herself. Thus, they remained in the pavilion, sipping tea and sharing laughter. After the recent events, Zagairan felt an even greater fondness for Yunzi. With cheerful enthusiasm, she addressed her as Lady Yunzi. Yunzi adjusted her expression and smiled anew. "Since I am your senior by a few years, you may call me sister. We reside together, so there is no need for such formality." Zagairan felt a mix of trepidation and delight, her wide eyes cautiously inquiring, "Really, is that permissible?" Chapter 87. Reluctant to give in, my lady, would it seem inappropriate for a servant like me? Yunzi's smile grew warmer. "Of course it is permissible. Henceforth, let us be companions. Unless you would prefer otherwise?" Zagairan hurriedly replied, I certainly would." With a blush, she softly uttered, "Sister Yunzi." Yunzi responded joyfully. She then turned to Lan Guiran, who, timid and fearful, hesitated to speak and dared not contradict Yunzi's wishes. Overwhelmed, she sought Zagairan's counsel, but seeing her friend's joyful demeanor only deepened her uncertainty. "What is it? Lan Guiran, are you unwilling?" Yunzi suddenly inquired. Lan Guiran found herself at a loss for words, fervently shaking her head. No. She stammered, finally managing to call out, "Sister Yunzi." Yunzi responded with delight. In no time, they began to address each other as sisters. These two Navi souls were indeed easy to deceive. By midday, Yunzi extended an invitation for them to share lunch together. The two individuals were so frightened that they sank to their knees, repeatedly expressing their fears. This was no longer a matter of courage, but rather one of decorum. Yunfei, not wishing to impose, chose to relent. Upon witnessing Yunfei's departure, Lan Guiran's countenance turned pale, and she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Shi Guiran, however, remained unfazed, brimming with excitement. The two continued their playful antics for a while before proceeding to lunch. In the afternoon, Shi Guiran roused the still napping Lan Guiran. "Sister Lan, the sun is splendid outside, and the sunset is approaching. Why do you linger in slumber?" At this, Lan Guiran awakened. "Sister Lan, the magnolia in the Imperial garden has bloomed. Let us go and take a look." Lan Guiran, realizing she could neither sleep nor find anything to occupy her time, decided to join her. After refreshing themselves, the two set off for the Imperial garden. Xia Ruqing had also ventured out to explore the garden. She had just awakened herself, feeling as though her very bones were on the verge of disassembling from fatigue. The lethargy of spring, the weariness of autumn, and the drowsiness of summer left no moment untouched by her drowsiness. However, she had another motive for her garden stroll, to exercise her rabbits. Zhao Junyao had gifted her 5 or 6 small white rabbits, which she had nurtured into robust creatures. Xia Ruqing mused, "If they grow any fatter, I may truly be tempted to consume them." Thus, she had come to help them shed some weight. Upon arriving at the Imperial garden, she found a spacious spot, opened the cage, and allowed the rabbits to frolic freely. Just then, she heard bursts of laughter nearby, and upon closer approach, she discovered it was none other than Lan Guiran and Shi Guiran. "Oh, what a surprise to see Sister Xia here," exclaimed Shi Guiran, her face alight with joy. As Xia Ruqing had just settled down, she found herself rising once more. It is natural to visit the garden during such times. When they went to pay respects to the queen, the three of them sat together. Although Xia Ruqing was reluctant to address them as sisters, it was necessary to acknowledge each other with a greeting. The noblewoman, she smiled and suddenly noticed a cage on the ground. Not far away, several rabbits were frolicking, which instantly filled her with excitement. "Rabbits! How delightful that there are rabbits here. Are they yours, Sister Xia? Xia Ruqing appeared somewhat embarrassed and could only reply, I merely brought a few to pass the time. It was common for women in the palace to keep a few cats or dogs to alleviate their boredom. She curiously examined this and touched that. The little rabbits were exceptionally docile, engrossed in munching the lush grass beneath them, oblivious to the gentle hands that caressed them. From a distance, they resembled fluffy white pom-poms nestled in the greenery, their long ears twitching endearingly. She took a liking to one and could hardly bear to set it down. Sister Xia, could you gift me one? I shall exchange it for my most exquisite hairpin. Upon witnessing her eager expression, Xia Ruqing felt a pang of sympathy, yet regrettably, she did not wish to part with it, for no reason could suffice. She responded, rabbits are typically kept in pairs. Your single hairpin could purchase several pairs. This implied, quite clearly, that she had no intention of gifting it. If she desired one, she ought to procure it herself. Upon learning that they came in pairs, she felt shy and refrained from directly requesting a pair. After playing with the rabbits for a while, she reluctantly set them down. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. Oh dear, who could that be? So it is you three, Lady Xia, Lady Shi, and Lady Lan, who Li, adorned in vibrant attire, swayed her slender waist and approached with a fan in hand. Despite her reluctance, Xia Ruqing had no choice but to step forward and pay her respects. Observing the others bowing before her, she let out a disdainful snort. You may rise. Thank you, Hu Li. Both Lan and she chimed in unison. However, Xia Ruqing had no desire to converse with her, remaining silent and rising directly. Hu Li, already harboring disdain for her, was further incensed by this behavior. She retorted with biting sarcasm. Oh, Lady Xia, do you look down upon us? Not even a word of thanks. Xia Ruqing scoffed coldly. Why should I express gratitude? To be frank, I do look down upon you. She realized Hu Li was intent on provoking her. If she offered thanks, Hu Li would undoubtedly find another reason to nitpick. It was clear, retreating was futile. Hu Li, irate, demanded, you ought to thank me for allowing you to rise after bowing. Stunned into silence, she was at a loss for words. Xia family, you, what of the servant? Xia Ruqing replied with a beaming smile. Oh dear Li, why are you so enraged? How dare you offend me, Xia? Hu Li seethed, blood boiling with indignation, when suddenly her gaze fell upon several rabbits on the ground. Her eyes glimmered with mischief. Humph, Lady Xia, while I may not be able to contend with you, can I not deal with a few rabbits? She had clearly heard that these rabbits belonged to the Xia family. Xia Ruqing's heart sank, realizing her grave oversight. She had completely forgotten about the rabbits. Hu Li, in a fit of impulsive rage, strode forward and delivered a forceful kick to an unsuspecting rabbit that was leisurely grazing. Her heart harbored malice, and she exerted every ounce of strength into that blow, certain that the rabbit would meet its demise. No, please, don't, cried Xia Ruqing and Zagairan in unison. Xia Ruqing rushed forward, but it was too late. Zagairan, in her frantic attempt to shield the rabbit, inadvertently tripped over her own skirt, tumbling to the ground. The little rabbit, sensing danger, bounded away. However, Zagairan bore the brunt of Hu Li's kick, landing squarely in her abdomen. Ah, she gasped, and a crimson torrent of blood erupted from her mouth, rendering her unconscious. Chapter 88. You are but a Li. Zagairan, my dear sister, Xia Ruqing exclaimed, filled with dread. Lan Guirun, pale and disoriented, collapsed to the ground, her mind in disarray. Hu Li stood frozen, staring at her own foot in disbelief. How could this happen? Quickly, summon the physician, Xia Ruqing commanded, urgency lacing her voice. At that moment, the grass was stained with a pool of vivid red blood. Trembling, she cast a glance at the blood and then at Hu Li, mustering all her courage to say, You are merely a Li. We treat you with respect. Yet you truly believe we fear you. Though surprised, Xia Ruqing found this confrontation within the realm of expectation. The rabbit, alarmed, had even attempted to bite. The two women had lived together since entering the palace, inseparable, their bond presumably quite strong. Hu Li, initially in shock, was abruptly jolted back to reality by the intensity of the moment. Originally imperious, she had ascended to a higher position. Who would dare to speak against her? In a moment of heated impulse, she defiantly exclaimed, What of Li? Some individuals will never attain such status in their lifetime. At that moment, she directed her gaze towards Xia Ruqing. Humph, were it not for that wretched woman, how could she have committed such a blunder? Xia Ruqing rubbed her temples. When misfortune strikes, even a sip of cool water can seem to choke one. She must have neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out today. Let us ignore Lady Xia, Lady Lan said indignantly. Xia Ruqing nodded in agreement, choosing not to engage with Hu Li, and promptly stated, "Let us proceed to visit Lady Shi." She then instructed Xiao Shizi to catch a rabbit and bring it to the Moon Invitation Palace. Just as they were about to leave, a round of applause suddenly erupted. "Marvelous! What an exquisite performance! Your Highness, the concubine Yun." Lady Lan knelt down. Xia Ruqing hastily returned the gesture of respect. However, concubine Yun did not spare them a glance, instead advancing directly towards Hu Li. What a remarkable Hu Li, achieving what many could only dream of in a lifetime. Today, you have truly opened my eyes. Initially filled with trepidation, Hu Li found herself perplexed upon hearing the phrase "open my eyes." Could it be that the concubine Yun was praising her? Upon further reflection, considering the enmity between concubine Yun and that wretched Xia, as well as her indifference towards Lady Lan and Lady Shi, she recalled the considerable ire concubine Yun had displayed when they first moved into the Moon Invitation Palace. Therefore, could it be true that concubine Yun was indeed complimenting her? With this thought, her heart settled. "Your Highness, you flatter me," she replied, and continued. "The noble Lady Xia has clandestinely brought a nest of rabbits into the Imperial garden. I initially intended to teach her a lesson, but inadvertently harmed Lady Shi instead. I beseech the Empress for your discerning judgment." As she spoke, she knelt down, her face adorned with sycophantic expressions. The Empress had long held her in disdain, and she had yearned to ally herself with the favored consort, yet had found no opportunity. If she could exploit this incident to tarnish Lady Xia's reputation and bring about her downfall, surely the consort would regard her with newfound esteem. With such backing, could she not expect a brighter future within the palace? Hu Li's thoughts raced with ambition. Meanwhile, Consort Yun maintained her serene demeanor. Observing both Lady Xia and Lady Lan still kneeling, she languidly commanded, "You two may rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." The two women stood aside. Consort Yun leisurely seated herself upon a brocaded stone bench, idly toying with her nails. Hu Li wished to speak, but refrained, knowing it was not her place until invited. "Your Highness?" Consort Yun spoke in her languid tone. "Were you attempting to reprimand Lady Xia?" "Indeed, Your Highness. Lady Xia displays utter disregard for decorum, raising rabbits without permission and daring to bring them into the Imperial garden." Hu Li hastily sought to claim credit, asserting that had it not been for those rabbits, she would not have inadvertently harmed another. If only Consort Yun would lend her support, this matter could surely be blamed on Lady Xia. Noticing Consort Yun leisurely sipping tea presented by a palace maid without any urgency to respond, she felt a twinge of impatience. With a swift glance, she eagerly interjected, "I wish to alleviate your burdens, Your Highness, to share in the consort's concerns." This flattery was undeniably blatant. Yunfei chuckled softly, her gaze sweeping over Xia Ruqing and Lady Lan before she remarked, "What matters of concern are you speaking of?" "Hu Li, it would be wise not to utter such nonsense, especially not to involve the esteemed imperial concubine. In my view, since those little creatures have caused such trouble, it would be best for Lady Xia to dispose of them, thus alleviating the grievances of both Lady Shi and Hu Li. Let us consider this matter closed." Xia Ruqing gritted her teeth, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "What? Are you unwilling?" She suspected that the rabbit was indeed a gift from the emperor, and she was eager to witness how the Xia family would navigate this predicament. However, it was absurd for a fool like Hu Li to seek her favor. Such aspirations were nothing short of delusional. Xia Ruqing replied, "The rabbit is a gift from the emperor. I dare not presume." She was reluctant to speak, yet remaining silent would mean the little rabbits could not be saved. Thus, she felt compelled to voice it. Upon her revelation, Hu Li was left utterly petrified. "What? A gift from the emperor? That rabbit is a gift from the emperor?" Yunfei merely smiled inwardly, thinking, indeed. Yet, outwardly she maintained her composure. Shall Hu Li also take it upon herself to reprimand both Lady Xia and the emperor? Hu Li finally grasped the gravity of her mistake. The emperor. No wonder Yunfei had not come to her aid. Realizing this, she collapsed to the ground in despair. "Yunfei, please forgive me." Yunfei rose with a light laugh. "I can no longer absolve your transgressions. Furthermore, with Lady Shi currently in a state of unconsciousness, perhaps Hu Li should contemplate how to seek her forgiveness." With that, she took hold of Yinghui's hand and strolled away leisurely. Xia Ruqing and Lady Lan followed suit, leaving Hu Li kneeling on the ground, her countenance ashen. In the Moon Invitation Palace, following a diagnosis from the imperial physician, it was determined that noble consort Shi was not in mortal peril. However, the injury to her heart was severe. To facilitate her recovery, a regimen for internal injuries was prescribed. It was not until the following evening, after a day and night of unconsciousness, that noble consort she regained consciousness. This incident swiftly spread throughout the palace, reportedly even alarming the Empress Dowager. Having served in the palace for 2 years with utmost diligence, Hu Li managed to offend everyone in her path. Consequently, on the morning of the second day, an edict demoting her and a punishment of 30 strokes were issued simultaneously. The edict was decreed by the emperor, while the demotion was commanded by Her Majesty the Empress. Thus, the 5th-rank Li was reduced to his 6th-rank noble consort. Hu Guiran remained Hu Guiran, but upon learning the news, Xia Ruqing could not help but smile. Henceforth, everyone would be on equal footing. How delightful. Chapter 89. I offer you goodness, not demoting her to a lowly talent is indeed lenient, muttered Xiao Shizi. Zus shot her a glare. Do not speak carelessly. Xiao Shizi, begrudgingly silent, remained miffed. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing beamed radiantly. Although Xiao Shizi's words lacked decorum, they held a kernel of truth. With a yawn, she mused that there would be more entertainment ahead. She relished the sight of someone who could not stand her yet was powerless to eliminate her, with such a person occasionally stirring the pot. Life in the palace certainly held its charm. She then instructed Xiao Shizi to keep an eye on the Moon Invitation Palace and inform her if noble consort she awoke, as they must pay a visit. After all, the incident had transpired so abruptly, and noble consort she had indeed sustained her injuries while attempting to save a rabbit. It was only fitting that she express her sentiments. Understood, replied Xiao Shizi. In the moonlit pavilion, the eyes were swollen from crying. The noble lady, she had been in a stupor for an entire day, and as she finally opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of these puffy orbs. Sister Lan, what has happened to you? Her voice was hoarse, her throat ablaze with discomfort. Lady Lan hurried to fetch water. She rubbed her eyes and took a few sips, gradually regaining her clarity. A cough escaped her, causing her to choke on the water, and a sharp pain shot through her throat. The injury on her chest throbbed painfully as well, bringing tears to her eyes. The maidservants rushed to pat her back and offered her medicine, while Lady Lan urged her to take it slowly. With a furrowed brow, she finally swallowed the medicine and inquired, "Is that rabbit all right?" Lady Lan sighed in exasperation. At such a time, you still worry about that? Yet, she remained preoccupied with her thoughts. Just as she was about to speak again, someone announced the arrival of Lady Xia. Xi's eyes brightened, and she promptly instructed, "Please, let her in." Xia Ruqing came to visit, carrying a rabbit cage. Although the rabbit was a gift from the emperor and not meant to be given away, she could not bear to feel indebted to anyone. Thus, she brought the rabbit along, accompanied by a generous present of supplements, medicinal herbs, and exquisite pearls. Initially, she refused all offerings, but Xia insisted, and eventually, she had to accept. However, she steadfastly refused the rabbit. "That was a gift from the emperor to my sister. I cannot accept it." This incident quickly spread throughout the palace, particularly through the whispers of Consort Yuan. Naturally, she became aware of the situation, and Xia simply smiled. "What is given to me is mine. Since you cherish it, it now belongs to you." Yet, the concubine, she hesitates. "But, what if the emperor inquires? Would it not put my sister in a difficult position?" "Just accept it. The emperor, preoccupied with myriad affairs, will surely not concern himself with such trivial matters." Hearing this, concubine, she felt a genuine desire within her. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Xia Ruqing reassured her tenderly before taking her leave. That night, Zhao Junyao summoned her to the Zhaoqing Palace. Xia Ruqing was somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned in the presence of the emperor. Zhao Junyao inquired, "What is this? Do you no longer recognize me?" "I have seen the emperor." Zhao Junyao gestured. "Come here. I heard you gifted the rabbit I bestowed upon you to another." His tone was laced with a teasing ambiguity, a smile dancing upon his lips. "The emperor is aware of this? What matter could possibly elude me?" Xia Ruqing inwardly scoffed at the emperor's keen awareness. With a faint sense of grievance, she explained, "Concubine, she adored it, and to save the injured rabbit, this situation arose because of me. I had no choice." As she spoke, Xia Ruqing pouted, her expression one of sorrow. Her demeanor seemed to protest. "Look at the mischief your other concubines engage in. I am the most innocent, the most wronged." She certainly did not wish to part with it. Zhao Junyao drew her close, cradling her as one would a cherished daughter. Reluctant to let go? Xia Ruqing nodded vigorously. After all, how could she give away something her husband had gifted her? "That was bestowed upon me by His Majesty. No one else possesses it." Upon observing her distress, Zhao Junyao's previous discomfort dissipated entirely. He remarked, "It holds little value. If you desire it, I shall have someone procure several more for you." One's even finer than this. What say you? Yet, Xia Ruqing remained somewhat discontented. I no longer wish for a rabbit. Oh, why is that? I long for a kitten. Kittens are the most endearing. Xia Ruqing's face lit up with anticipation. She consumed rabbit meat but had no inclination to care for a rabbit. It is akin to how many who own dogs refrain from eating dog meat. Very well. I shall arrange for a selection of kittens for you to choose from. How does that sound? The maid expressed her gratitude to His Majesty. The following day, a small courier indeed delivered a cage containing several exquisitely furred kittens. What is this? The courier proceeded to introduce the breeds one by one. After observing for a while, Xia Ruqing selected a white kitten. In terms of appearance, it bore a striking resemblance to a modern Persian cat. She couldn't help but ponder, did Persian cats exist at this time? Is there a Persian kingdom as well? As she mused, the courier announced, Your Highness possesses remarkable taste. This particular cat boasts pure Persian lineage. His Majesty expended a substantial sum to have it specially sought after throughout the capital, and thus, only this one was acquired. The noble ladies of the capital also cherished cats. A cat with pure fur and lineage could fetch a fortune. Merchants, driven by profit, would find ways to procure and sell them if there were buyers. Hence, it was no wonder that Xia Ruqing could hold this delightful kitten in her arms. No wonder I find it the most appealing, Xia Ruqing exclaimed with a smile. Since the nobleman has chosen, one must cherish it well. With that, he took his leave. Xia Ruqing glanced at the tiny kitten in her arms, no larger than the palm of her hand. Its coat was a pristine white, untouched by dirt, and the little creature purred softly, deep in slumber. Xia Ruqing felt her heart melt. She hurriedly instructed Ziyue to prepare a cozy nest for it on the large Kong in her bedroom. Throughout the day, Xia Ruqing completely forgot about sewing the emperor's inner garments. After a meal, she sprawled on the Kong, mesmerized by the sleeping kitten. Her heart stirred with longing. How she wished to pet it, yet its fur was still sparse, and she feared she might inadvertently make it bald. Ziyue and the little Shizi exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of despair. As night fell, Zhao Junyao had finished reviewing the memorials and headed to Zhaohua Pavilion, not even flipping the plaque. Upon arrival, he made no announcement and simply entered. What greeted him was a most peculiar scene. Xia Ruqing was bent over, drooling at the kitten's nest. The two, one large and one small, were locked in a gaze. Zhao Junyao felt a slight sense of collapse within him, his lips twitching as he approached and inquired, Ching. What are you doing? Startled by the sudden voice, Xia Ruqing was jolted from her reverie, her whole body tensing. The kitten in the nest was likewise awakened, and both looked at Zhao Junyao with bewilderment. Chapter 90, Am I inferior to a cat? Upon seeing him, Xia Ruqing quickly scrambled to her feet. Your Majesty. The kitten also stood up, startled. She promptly knelt down to pay her respects, her movements flowing seamlessly like a river. Zhao Junyao was left utterly astonished, accompanied by a sense of being overlooked. He inquired in a deep voice, What are you doing? Watching the cat sleep, Xia Ruqing replied with joy, Your Majesty. Thank you for the cat you gifted me. It is truly beautiful. Xia Ruqing remained blissfully unaware of the disquiet in his demeanor. Zhao Junyao twitched his lips. Was he truly less significant than a meerkat? Yet, this cat was a gift from him. Was he to feel jealousy over a cat? The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. His expression shifted once more, and he forced a rather awkward smile. As long as you are pleased, Xia Ruqing then asked, Your Majesty, the incident concerning noble consort, she was instigated by me. You do not hold it against me, do you? Zhao Junyao chuckled lightly. What does it have to do with you? He was aware of her aversion to causing trouble. Xia Ruqing breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Your Majesty. Regarding noble consort Shi's injury, a sense of unease washed over her, almost as though she were ensnared by a spell. She had never liked to mention others in his presence. The emergence of another woman, equally candid, innocent, and pitiable, stirred her discomfort. She feared that the little bit of special attention she received from him might be taken away by someone else. After all, what she possessed. Noble consort she also had. The qualities he cherished, navet, liveliness, and fearlessness, were all attributes of noble consort Shi. Thus, her heart was beset by anxiety. Zhao Junyao, however, remained oblivious, preoccupied with masking his own embarrassment over feeling jealous of a cat. Upon hearing her question, he simply replied, I have already sent someone with gifts, and did not delve further into the matter. Xia Ruqing chose to remain silent thereafter. She would not push him towards others. She was not a saint, and she harbored her own desires. Zhao Junyao was the emperor, and she was merely one among his 3,000 concubines. To express affection felt too extravagant. However, To be fair, he treated her well. He made her life increasingly pleasant, providing her warmth and genuine care. Thus, she too would reciprocate, striving to bring him joy and comfort. Their harmonious existence was more than enough. The evening meal was abundant, featuring his favored light dishes alongside her preferred meats. They both dined with satisfaction. Xia Ruqing had long craved chicken feet and had the kitchen prepare several servings of tiger-skin chicken feet, offering varieties of spicy, numbing, and five-spice flavors. The crispy golden skin absorbed the delectable marinade, and with each bite, an explosion of savory spice filled her mouth. Having shed any pretense in the absence of outsiders, she unabashedly used her hands to savor the dish. Zhao Junyao observed her with a hint of surprise, pondering the novelty of consuming such delicacies. Chicken feet? Was it not unclean? Not unclean at all. It's quite delicious, she assured him. Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but there are people who indulge in pig intestines as well. There is a dish called stir-fried fatty intestines. Zhao Junyau's expression contorted in disbelief. Have you tried it? He asked, suppressing his disgust. I haven't, but I know many who do, she replied. Why would they eat such things? Xia Ruqing pondered briefly before responding ambiguously. Perhaps they find it quite tasty. Zhao Junyao felt as though his worldview had been shattered. He was deeply troubled. Surely, it must stem from poverty. Those who yearn for meat yet cannot afford it might resort to such inexpensive alternatives. Yet how could such things ever be palatable? The young emperor began to introspect, questioning his own competence as a ruler. It appears I must venture out and explore. The court has stabilized, and I can no longer remain ensconced in ignorance. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Ruqing was oblivious to his contemplations beneath his impassive facade. After relishing a delightful meal and freshening up, the two retired to bed. In the pepper room, the empress was engrossed in transcribing Buddhist scriptures. In previous years, she had crafted embroidered gifts for the emperor, but this year, she resolved to copy the entire Diamond Sutra by hand. This endeavor served two purposes: to beseech the heavens for the flourishing prosperity of the Great Chu, and to pray for the emperor's health and longevity. This was her heartfelt expression as a devoted wife, not an attempt to curry favor, but a genuine sentiment. Your Majesty, it is late, and you risk straining your eyes, advised Matron Ji, who had brightened the lamp further. I shall pin one more page. You may retire, the empress replied. With a sigh, Matron Ji withdrew, leaving Yulan to attend to the empress. After a while, the empress stretched, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. At last, she had completed her task. Your Majesty, you should take a rest, Yulan suggested. Indeed, the empress responded as Yulan assisted her in removing her makeup and preparing for bed. Where did the emperor spend the night? She inquired. In Zhaohua Pavilion, Yulan replied. The empress smiled. How long has it been since he visited the concubine? As long as he has not gone to her. I am pleased. It has been almost half a month, Yulan noted, and the empress's smile blossomed even brighter. Isn't she fond of creating drama? Let her indulge. What does it matter if she is with child? If the emperor is disinclined, she will receive no favor regardless. Just then, Matron Ji re-entered the chamber. The queen cannot sleep. How could she possibly find rest? Upon hearing this, Mama Ji chuckled. Your Highness need not fret excessively, even if a child is born. It would merely be a concubine's offspring. Moreover, whether the child is born, whether it is a boy or a girl, and whether it survives, all remain uncertainties. The queen nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are countless unforeseen circumstances. Even in the absence of such, I shall devise ways to create unforeseen events. With that, she instructed, ensure that the Zifugong Palace is closely monitored. If an opportunity arises, we must not let it slip away. She was resolute in her disbelief that even a single pin could find its way into the favored concubine's domain. Humph. Mama Ji laughed in response. After removing her makeup, the queen retired to rest. The following morning, during the audience, the queen was in high spirits and even awarded several hairpins to Xia Ruqing. You have worked hard in serving His Majesty. You too have been startled by the events concerning concubine Shi. I have been preoccupied these past few days and only just remembered you. Xia Ruqing hurriedly rose to express her gratitude. This servant is deeply thankful for your Highness's generous gift. The queen, satisfied, bid her to rise. The others also expressed their thanks, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the gathering was dismissed. Concubine Shi, who was with child, did not attend. Concubine Hu, having been punished, was absent, and concubine Shi, having sustained an injury, also did not come. On the way back, Xia Ruqing walked alongside Lady Lan. As they spoke of concubine Shi, Lady Lan remarked, she is much improved. These past few days, she has scarcely left her bed. They've taken to raising rabbits in the corridor. Every so often, she requests to see them. Xia Ruqing smiled. As long as she is happy. Would you like to go and see her, Sister Xia? Lady Lan asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 91. The Longevity Festival. Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment, reasoning that since she had nothing else to do, she might as well go and take a look. It was not exactly a matter of friendship. At most, it would suffice to avoid enmity. Upon seeing her nod, Lady Lan was quite pleased. The two conversed as they made their way to the Moon Invitation Palace. Inevitably, they encountered Consort Yun. In an unusual turn of events, Consort Yun did not trouble her. Instead, she greeted them with a generous smile. What brings Lady Xia to my humble abode today? Your Highness. Xia Ruqing lowered her gaze and stepped forward to pay her respects. Very well, rise. I must visit the Imperial concubine now. You may carry on as you wish. With that, she departed. Xia Ruqing was momentarily taken aback. Sister Xia, what troubles you? I am well, let us proceed. Indeed. Lady Lan nodded with a smile. Xia Ruqing wished to inquire why Consort Yun had been so amiable towards them, but despite opening her mouth, the question lingered unvoiced. It was of no concern to her. The two entered the palace. Xia Ruqing did not linger long and left after sitting for no more than 2 cups of tea. In Li Jing Pavilion, Lady Hu lay asleep upon her bed. The room was devoid of any attendants, shrouded in an eerie silence. The windows were shut tight, allowing no sunlight to penetrate, casting a gloomy atmosphere. Someone, I wish to have some water, she croaked, her voice barely audible. Her 2 maidservants had scattered. One had gone to fetch food, while the other was busy preparing medicine. This was still fortunate. Had misfortune struck further, they might have betrayed her upon sensing her waning power, seeking to align themselves with a more favorable patron. Your Grace, I have prepared everything for you. If you can manage, please eat by yourself. I must assist Greenvine with the medicine, one maidservant stated before exiting. Initially, Rongqiu was sent to the laundry bureau for her act of violence. The Empress bestowed upon her 2 palace maids, one named Lu Luo and the other Lu Xiu. They attended to her for merely a month, and no bonds of affection were formed. Given the circumstances, this arrangement was tolerable. Noble Hu, enduring her pain, trembled as she rose from her bed. She glanced at the meager offerings on the table, a dish of bean sprouts, a plate of tofu, and 2 plates of last year's dried vegetables. As April approached, though seasonal vegetables were scarce, they were not entirely absent, who in the palace still consumed dried goods. No matter how one justified it, dried vegetables could never compare to fresh produce. Furthermore, the plate of stir-fried bean sprouts was entirely in shambles, devoid of a single intact sprout. It appeared as if a large batch had been prepared, with the finest pieces taken, leaving only the remnants behind. As for the 2 soups, one was overly salty, topped with a thick layer of oil and a few chunks of fatty meat, while the sweet soup contained little more than a handful of rice, hardly distinguishable from plain water. For dishes and 2 soups? The disparity from her days as Li Yi was striking. How was she to eat this? Noble Hu never anticipated that this misstep would obliterate her future. Without favor, even a favored concubine led a challenging life. She was merely a noble woman, and without affection, if the palace attendants did not make trouble for her. Whom would they torment instead? One need only observe the hardships faced by Zheng Pin to understand her plight. The Empress issued a decree. Upon hearing this, Noble Hu was so enraged that she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, there was no recourse. She was forced to put away the garments she had prepared. In Zifigu Palace, Noble Sher was sipping her pregnancy tonic when Noble Yin entered, offered her greetings, and was graciously invited to take a seat. How have things progressed? Noble Sher inquired. Your Highness, those 2 noble ladies are quite obedient, referring to me as sister in such a melodious manner. Consort Yin chuckled lightly, and Consort Sher followed suit with a smile. You have done well. Since the Empress has entrusted these individuals to us, we must certainly treat them with due regard. Keep a watchful eye, for one never knows when they might prove useful. Indeed, your foresight is commendable. Time passes swiftly. Early that morning, the various concubines first paid their respects to the Empress. Subsequently, the Empress led everyone to the Ningshou Palace of the Empress Dowager to offer their greetings. The noble ladies of the royal family also arrived. The banquet was set in the Imperial garden, with male guests and female attendees separated, though given their royal status. A mere screen sufficed as a division. After exchanging pleasantries and wishing the emperor longevity, everyone took their seats. All the concubines were present, except for Consort Hu. Consort she had nearly recovered, and Consort Sher was merely pregnant, thus not incapacitated. As expected, Xia Ruqing's position remained on the outermost edge, with the emperor, the empress dowager, and the empress seated in front. Behind them sat the consorts, princesses, and the elder consorts. Further back were the ladies of the court. Beyond the screen were the princes, along with several of the emperor's brothers and the noble sons-in-law of the royal family. In total, the royal kin, large and small, must have numbered over 100. At the forefront stood the stage, where the atmosphere was lively with songs and dances, the performers creating a vibrant spectacle. Yet, all Xia Ruqing could see were the backs of several heads in front of her. It was dreadfully dull, the most tedious banquet she had attended. Moreover, the table before her was laden with an array of visually appealing yet unappetizing dishes. How vexing! However, her boredom soon dissipated as the guests began to present their gifts. Among the ladies, the first to present was the empress. Xia Ruqing perked up her ears to listen. When she heard that the empress had gifted a handwritten copy of the entire Diamond Sutra, the crowd erupted in a flurry of reactions. Some expressed admiration, others showered praises, while some, like Consort, seethed with jealousy. In her heart, she scoffed, what use is a worn-out scripture? If she had any real ability, she would bear the emperor a son instead. A hen that does not lay eggs, how pathetic! Zhao Juanyao's expression remained unchanged. Although he believed that the prosperity of his realm had nothing to do with so-called divine favor, he acknowledged the empress's good intentions and replied calmly. The empress has been considerate. This is what I should do. He repeated the customary phrases, wishing for the prosperity of Dechu and for the emperor's health. Zhao Junyao smiled faintly, and the matter was soon forgotten. When it was Xia Ruqing's turn, the banquet was nearly at its conclusion. Ultimately, she presented only a set of night clothes. As for the patterns, Xia Ruqing had attempted to learn but could not master it. So she managed to embroider a single 4-leaf clover. While not bad, she felt quite pleased with herself. On that day, Zhao Junyao received numerous garments, a plethora of fragrant sachets, and an array of rare pearls and gemstones. Disinterested in such trinkets, he discarded them all into the storage room. As the event drew to a close, Zhao Junyao had intended to visit the empress, but, after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose to head to the Imperial study instead. Your Majesty? Li Shengyan questioned, puzzled, wondering what the emperor's intentions were. Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no issue. No need for card flipping today. Chapter 92. The warmth of spring as night descended and slumber beckoned. A few palace maids were preparing to assist the emperor with his bath and grooming. Suddenly, Zhao Junyao inquired, have the undergarments sent by Lady Xia been stored in the storeroom? The maids were momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, Your Majesty. Fetch them at once. I wish to wear them tonight. The maid hesitated for a moment, but promptly bowed her head in compliance. After attending to the emperor in the bathing chamber, she hurriedly rushed out to find someone. Why such urgency? Soon enough, the garments were procured. Yet, the emperor donned them with calm composure, showing no sign of disdain. In an instant, the maids of Xiaochun Palace were rife with speculation about which noble lady had bestowed such attire upon him. At Zifyagong, concubine Shi's belly had grown nearly 4 months along, with the pregnancy appearing stable. Although she was unable to attend to the emperor, it had been quite a while since her cousin had visited her. Something surely felt amiss. Cradling her belly, concubine Shi summoned Ingwei to her side. Whose card did the emperor flip today? Your Highness, the emperor did not flip any cards. Is that so? After a moment of contemplation, concubine Shi resigned herself to this knowledge, feeling a pent-up frustration with no outlet. Ingwei, how long has it been since the emperor last came to see me? Yet, upon observing the expression on her lady's face, Ingwei felt compelled to respond. 15 days. 15 days. Concubine Shi's gaze sharpened, a flicker of harshness crossing her eyes. Ingwei opened her mouth to say something but ultimately chose to remain silent. In her heart, she mused, Your Majesty, although you are with child, why do you not engage in actions that would delight the emperor? Why do you consistently push him away? Regarding the matter of the deer, others pretend to be ignorant, yet you insist on partaking. Moreover, concerning the opera troupe, the emperor clearly disdains extravagance, yet you, for the sake of appearances, feel compelled to vie with the empress. The emperor's absence may not be without reason, but can one voice such thoughts? No. All she could do was sigh, feeling utterly powerless. At this moment, within the empress's chamber, she anticipated the emperor's arrival and had arranged a late-night meal. Yet, after waiting and waiting, he ultimately failed to appear. She gently caressed her flat belly, a wave of bitterness washing over her, and eventually succumbed to a dejected slumber. Ning Fei and Hui Pin, keeping watch over their daughter, were unaffected. Yun Fei, however, lived with caution, daring not to harbor any demands. Zheng Pin had long lost favor and had grown accustomed to it. Although she had seen the emperor today, the lack of his presence at night left her heart even colder. Lan Guiran and Shi Guiran had simple minds, not overthinking matters. Among the harem, the most arduous plight fell upon Hu Guiran. Within the palace, low rank was not terrifying. What was truly dreadful was the fall from grace. Others might still have prospects, but she did not. The emperor's disfavor meant the empress would not concern herself with you, and the entirety of the harem sought to trample you into the mud. Alas, such a life of suffering is known only to those who endure it. The following day dawned bright and clear. After paying her respects to the empress, Xia Ruqing found herself at a loss for activity. Her garments were complete, the pillows fashioned, leaving her with nothing to occupy her time. In the splendid spring, under the radiant sun, it feels rather regrettable to let such a beautiful day go to waste. Yet, she truly has nothing to occupy her time. The garments have been sent out, and the pillow, poorly crafted and devoid of embroidery, remains unused. Purple Moon is currently laying out the bedding to bask in the sunlight. Upon seeing this, Xia Ruqing offers to assist. Your Grace, perhaps you might stand back. I can manage this alone. If you find yourself at leisure, why not indulge in some calligraphy? After all, it is the writing set bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Xia Ruqing furrows her brow at the thought of writing. I have no desire to write. While the outside is bright, the room feels dim, which strains my eyes. With that, she settles onto a lounge chair in the courtyard, squinting at the sun. Alas, while squandering time is indeed unwise, one's motivation wanes when the sense of urgency dissipates at present. She wishes to sprawl languidly like clay, thoroughly relishing the warmth of the spring sun. Meow, the sound of a cat draws her attention, and she instantly opens her eyes. Oh, my dear Dabai has arrived, she exclaims, showering affection upon it. The little cat leaps onto her lap, closing its eyes contentedly. Xia Ruqing cradles the cat, planting a kiss on it, continuing to bask in the sunlight while gently stroking its fur. She has named it Dabai, hoping it will grow large and white. Meow, Dabai protests, and upon noticing her pause and affection, it relaxes, finding a comfortable position to snuggle in. Thus, the pair, one human and one feline, continue to soak in the sun together. As noon approaches, Zhao Jiao finishes reviewing the memorials and, almost inexplicably, makes his way to Zhaohua Pavilion. He finds himself yearning for the wild greens that he once enjoyed here, though he wonders if any remain. Recently, he had indulged in rather greasy fare, and internally, he sought justification for himself. Upon arriving at Zhaohua Pavilion, he was met with a peculiar sight. Xia Ruqing had already succumbed to slumber, cradling a cat in her arms. Xiaoxizi and Ziyue were taken aback. Hastily one went to brew tea while the other attempted to rouse their master. However, after a while, even the emperor had finished a cup of tea, yet Xia Ruqing remained oblivious to the world. Ziyue, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "The weather is splendid today, and our master is in a deep sleep. Your Majesty, allow me to try calling her once more." Zhao Junyao twitched his lips. "There is no need to call. I shall return in the evening." With that, he turned to leave. Though his expression remained impassive, within him, a chill coursed through. What was this? Wherever he went, women awaited him with eager anticipation, as if ready to roll out the red carpet. Yet, with her, it seemed she reveled in her independence. His presence or absence made no difference to her. This thought irked Zhao Junyao immensely. Xia, that young girl, had indeed been spoiled by his affection. It appeared that she needed a firm hand to set her straight. With this in mind, his pace quickened. Li Sheng'an followed closely behind, not daring to draw breath. He mused to himself, "Lady Xia, this is rather excessive. Why squander such a fine day in this manner?" If only Xia Ruqing were aware, she would surely cry out in protest. Injustice. I had no inkling that the emperor would visit. Luncheon? The emperor seldom graced the inner palace for meals. Who could have anticipated his arrival today? Even if he did come, it would likely be to see the empress. As a mere noblewoman, she could not be expected to fret over such matters daily. Li Sheng'an thought, "You have your reasons. Perhaps you should discuss them with the emperor?" In the imperial harem, when the emperor visits one of his concubines, no one dares to utter a word of discontent. Nor do they complain about being unprepared or suggest that the esteemed lady is simply indulging in slumber. Xia Ruqing, however, found herself at a loss for words. What is wrong with being able to eat and sleep well? On a particular night, Zhao Junyao indeed made his way there. He was deep in thought, leaning over the chessboard. Upon noticing him, Zhao Junyao felt a flicker of annoyance. Ever since the arrival of the cat, it seemed that his presence or absence made little difference to her. He failed to consider that other women eagerly awaited his visits, their necks almost stretching toward Zhaoqin Palace. Yet, here she was. But why could he not restrain himself? Why was he compelled to come? Meow? Dubai. The cat spotted him and swiftly leaped from Xia Ruqing's embrace, standing at his feet and gazing up at him with its adorable little face. Zhao Junyao looked down at the cat, finding it undeniably charming, yet his heart remained unyielding. He was still somewhat vexed. Your Majesty? Xia Ruqing, belatedly realizing his presence, hastily discarded her chess pieces to greet him. Dubai, casting a disdainful glance at her, pranced away with its tiny paws. In its heart, Dubai thought, Xia Ruqing, you foolish girl, your emperor husband has arrived, and you were oblivious. Must I resort to my charms to alleviate your anger? Yet, Xia Ruqing was smiling blissfully. Your Majesty, what brings you here? You've been absent for so long. If the Empress finds out, she will surely despise me. Though these thoughts raced through her mind, she dared not voice them. Zhao Junyao, observing her mischievous smile, couldn't help but smirk, contemplating, Ching, it seems I ought to teach you a lesson. With this in mind, he took a few steps forward and settled down on the large Kong. Are you playing chess? Upon seeing the chessboard, Zhao Junyao smiled and inquired. For a fleeting moment, he felt a sense of paternal satisfaction. Ah, the little woman he cherished, who could only eat, had finally shown some ambition, indeed, quite commendable. Not being able to write was inconsequential. As long as she excelled in one art, whether it be music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, his expectations were modest. Your Majesty, this is Gamoku, would you care to try? Xia Ruqing exclaimed with enthusiasm. Although she truly had no knowledge of Go, she was quite the expert in Gamoku. Having grown up without the means to purchase toys, this game had been her source of entertainment. During her childhood, no one in the village could best her, and she had taken great pride in that for quite some time. Now, had she not stumbled upon a chessboard while tidying up today, she might have completely forgotten about it. It had been many years since she last played. Oh, what is Gamoku? Zhao Junyao, a connoisseur of games himself, felt a twinge of curiosity upon hearing this peculiar name. Xia Ruqing promptly explained the rules to him. The two would take turns placing their pieces, and regardless of whether they aligned horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, the first to connect 5 pieces would emerge victorious. Is it truly that simple? Zhao Junyao asked, somewhat surprised. Simple? Xia Ruqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Let's have a match. Very well. Zhao Junyao nodded. They positioned themselves at the Go board and began their game, each making their moves in turn. Xia Ruqing launched a series of attacks, while Zhao Junyao countered with cunning strategy. Before long, the outcome was evident. No, let's play again, Xia Ruqing said, visibly frustrated. Zhao Junyao found the activity quite enjoyable, so he agreed to another round. The result mirrored the first. Xia Ruqing was incredulous. Your Majesty, have you truly never encountered this before? Or even heard of it? Zhao Junyao suppressed a smile, his expression grave. Do you think I would speak frivolously? Xia Ruqing immediately wilted. I dare not, Your Majesty. However, she pouted, displeased with her loss. Zhao Junyao, feeling somewhat helpless, chose to indulge her and continued to play. In 10 rounds, she lost every single one. I'm done. In the final round, she tossed the pieces aside and threw herself onto the side to play with the cat. Feeling a bit irritated, she huffed. After all, he was a grown man and a royal, yet he showed no mercy. When her temper flared, it was akin to a small universe erupting. Observing her sulking demeanor, Zhao Junyao refrained from teasing her further. Instead, he picked her up along with the big white cat, settling her on his lap, and asked with a smile, where did you acquire such trivial skills? I have studied chess since childhood under my master, even if I have not encountered them. I would grasp their essence upon your explanation. Why are you so upset? Xia Ruqing remained displeased. Your Majesty, you never allow me to win. I am truly inadequate, and it makes me feel inferior. She pouted, embodying the very essence of a petulant child. Zhao Junyao chuckled softly. The essence of chess lies in competition. If one were to concede repeatedly, it would be better not to play at all. After a brief pause, he added, determined to placate her, entirely forgetting his earlier intention to discipline her. Li Shengyan stood a short distance away, resembling a wooden post. He felt somewhat speechless. Your Majesty, is this what you call a proper reprimand? Sensing Li Shengyan's peculiar gaze, Zhao Junyao shot him a look. Li Shengyan immediately lowered his head. Your Majesty, this servant deserves punishment. The servant must indeed have a misunderstanding regarding the term tidy up. Certainly. Over there, Xia Ruqing has transitioned from cloudy to clear skies. The Emperor is right. It was indeed a display of petulance on my part. Zhao Junyao cast her a knowing glance, rising to declare, I am hungry. Summon the meal. With that, he turned his gaze towards Xia Ruqing, implying, I wish to partake in your culinary offerings. You may handle the arrangements. Xia Ruqing was well aware of the emperor's intentions. To capture a man's heart, one must first appeal to his stomach. No problem, absolutely. A meal, simple yet delightful, was prepared, leaving Zhao Junyao utterly content. Having dined comfortably, the ensuing hours unfolded. As night descended, none could ascertain when the lights of Zhoua Pavilion were extinguished. Li Xingyan remarked, in any case, I am unaware. The following day being a day of rest, neither rose particularly early. However, before they could awaken, an unusual incident transpired in Zhoua Pavilion. Your Majesty, why is our bed askew? Xia Ruqing inquired, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes wide open. Zhao Junyao, still in slumber, squinted but remained unconcerned. You've shifted. Go back to sleep. He gently patted her. With recent tranquility in the court, after a year of diligence, he felt at leisure for the moment. Chapter 94. The bed collapsed. Xia Ruqing rubbed her eyes and glanced around, still puzzled. Your Majesty, I did not lie askew. With that, she rose. In half an hour, it would be time to pay her respects. Just as she pondered this, a creaking sound echoed, and the bed jolted slightly. Zhao Juanyao's eyes flew open in an instant. The bed had begun to tremble slightly. Before she could finish her words, Xia Ruqing felt herself lifted from behind. The bed creaked and swayed before collapsing. Ziyue and Xiaoxi rushed in, their faces pale with concern. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Xia Ruqing was rendered speechless, her mouth agape and her complexion ashen. Zhao Juanyao's expression was equally grim. In ancient times, the traditional bed was substantial, akin to a small house within the room. Women typically included such a bed in their dowries, a piece meant to last a lifetime. A standard bed could indeed endure for years. But the palace's bed was crafted from premium cedar wood. Who could have anticipated its collapse? Yet, it had fallen. Had it not been for the emperor's quick reflexes, she might have been reduced to mere pulp. Xia Ruqing trembled, her words stammering. Yao Junyao furrowed his brow. Li Xingyan. The eunuch was nearly paralyzed with fear. Heavens! I have burned so much incense for you. How could such an absurd misfortune befall me? The bed's collapse was an unprecedented occurrence. Summon a craftsman from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Zhao Junyao commanded darkly. Since there was no court session that day, he was determined to uncover the truth. If it were merely a coincidence, it could be overlooked. However, if there were malice involved, Zhao Junyao narrowed his eyes. He often turned a blind eye to trivial squabbles, but if someone dared to threaten lives, they would face his wrath. Li Xingyan promptly dispatched someone. With the emperor's summons. Who would dare to procrastinate? The eunuch in charge of the palace's construction affairs, known as Zhou Quan, soon arrived. Zhao Junyao dismissed his formalities and instructed him to investigate the bed for any irregularities. Although Zhou Quan was merely a eunuch, and his presence in the inner chambers of the consorts might have seemed inappropriate, the emperor was present, and no one dared to voice objections. Zhou Quan complied respectfully and entered the room. The items on the bed had already been cleared away, revealing a shocking sight of broken branches and splintered wood. Zhou Quan approached, meticulously examining the positions of the broken wood. He then took a small saw and trimmed a short piece from another section of wood for comparison before stating, Your Majesty, this bed is made of paulownia wood, which is hollow and exceedingly fragile. It is utterly unsuitable for use as a bed frame. Xia Ruqing's complexion paled further, cold sweat dripping down her brow. Paulownia? Are you saying this bed is crafted from paulownia wood? The wood of the paulownia tree is hollow in the center. It would scarcely endure even a decade, let alone a lifetime. Zhao Junyao narrowed his eyes. Though he was the emperor, he was not an unconcerned ruler, oblivious to the realities of his surroundings. He recognized several types of wood, and while the beds in the palace were typically made of cedar, he wondered why this one was made of paulownia. Zhou Quan, now drenched in cold sweat, replied, Your Majesty, while the palace's construction affairs are managed by servants, the procurement of materials is not under our jurisdiction. Hence, I truly have no knowledge of this matter. Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment before commanding, Summon Hai Dashing. The Grand Steward of the Imperial household, Hai Dashing, was responsible for both procurement and construction within the palace. He was eager to see whether Hai Dashing was also unaware, humph. Upon hearing that his superior was coming, Zhou Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he had cut corners, he was merely following orders from above. Was he feeling guilty? How could he not? Upon closer inspection, who in the Ministry of Internal Affairs was truly innocent? Soon enough, Hai Dashing arrived. The situation became immediately evident. Upon seeing the severed paulownia wood, Hai Dashing's heart sank, and he silently lamented his misfortune. His knees buckled, and he knelt down. Your Majesty, please spare me. He was well aware of the underlying circumstances. Such matters could be concealed from everyone, but not from Hai Dashing. Speak. Zhao Junyao narrowed his eyes. Hai Dashing felt an unbearable weight in his heart. Yet he had no choice but to reveal the truth. Otherwise, he would not survive. Your Majesty, this was the Empress's idea. Hai Dashing did not deny it, nor did he attempt to cast blame onto others. He spoke only the truth. Initially, the Empress, in her desire to please the Emperor and save money, had made the accounts look favorable. She had insisted on replacing the beds of the junior consorts with those made of paulownia wood. She argued that they were merely favored by the Emperor, and even if they were cherished, they would only be summoned to Zhaoqing Palace. Who else could possibly have the ability to host His Majesty? A single person could be adequately accommodated with a bed of paulownia. Of course, the primary reason was that paulownia was significantly cheaper than cedar. Hai Dashing laid bare all that he knew. He added, Your Majesty, I initially opposed this, but the Empress compelled me. I had no other option. Moreover, these junior consorts are light and graceful. A well-crafted bed of paulownia is indeed sturdy. As Hai Dashing spoke, he slightly raised his head, his eyes brimming with an understanding gaze. Zhao Jiyao felt his temper flare, ready to unleash a furious outburst, demanding to know the meaning behind that look. This bed collapsed due to his own actions, not because of any vigorous movements on his part. Yet, he could not voice his thoughts, for doing so would only reveal his own shortcomings. Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively, instructing someone to summon the Empress. In the Jiaofeng Hall, the Empress was diligently preparing items for the first silkworm ceremony. Upon hearing that the Emperor had summoned her, she promptly set aside her tasks and hurried over. Upon entering the Zhaohua Pavilion, she was met with a scene of utter chaos, and the sight of the Emperor, his face twisted with rage, caused her smile to vanish instantly. With great caution, she approached and bowed respectfully, greeting the Emperor. Zhao Junyao sneered and inquired, Empress, was this scheme of yours? The Empress glanced around, still somewhat bewildered, and replied, This humble servant does not comprehend what your Majesty is referring to. Unaware, Empress, your skills appear to have grown remarkably. Cutting corners, I see. I, a sovereign of the realm, am now reduced to relying on inferior craftsmanship for something as fundamental as a bed. If word of this spreads, what face shall I have left? Am I truly incapable of affording a few decent beds? There is no wall that does not let the wind through. The Empress knows. The head of the Imperial household knows, and even the carpenters who crafted the bed are aware. Such royal secrets are not only impossible to conceal, but they will also become increasingly exaggerated with each retelling. Chapter 95. It is too cold should you the Empress, terrified, fell to her knees with a thud. Xiao Ruqing, alarmed, quickly stepped aside. All that could be heard was the Empress's voice. Your Majesty, this matter arose from my momentary confusion. The artisans have assured me that a bed constructed from this wood is remarkably sturdy, sufficient for a single person's use. At that time, I had just assumed responsibility for the affairs within the palace and was quite ignorant in many respects. I dared not inquire from the Empress Dowager. Thus I was left to fumble about alone. Now, I have caused a grave calamity, nearly endangering your Majesty. I am deserving of death. As she spoke, the Empress disregarded the presence of others and, disregarding her dignity, knelt there, persistently bowing her head in apology. Zhao Junyao furrowed his brow tightly, casting a cold gaze upon the Empress, making no effort to bid her rise. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Yet inwardly he scoffed. The Empress has truly grasped his sentiments. She harbors resentment for his affection towards the favored concubine and employs this means to voice her grievances. Essentially, she implies that both he and the Empress Dowager favor the concubine, having just taken on this overwhelming responsibility, with the Empress Dowager unwilling to instruct her. She had no choice but to navigate blindly. Now that a mistake has occurred, it cannot rest solely upon her shoulders. Who could have predicted such a significant outcome? As the Empress continued to bow her head, her expression bore an air of innocence. She intended to render the Emperor speechless before so many witnesses. Zhao Junyao inhaled deeply, paused for a moment, and eventually commanded her to rise. Indeed, at times, he finds himself utterly helpless in the face of women, particularly when that woman is the Empress, his lifelong wife. He feels even more powerless in this instance. This situation cannot be entirely attributed to the Empress. Zhao Junyao, with a pang of conscience, spoke in a frigid tone. Within, the Empress felt a surge of triumph. She knew it. Despite his coldness towards her, he bore guilt in his heart. Even if he did not, he was still in the wrong. Ultimately, the emperor found himself powerless against her. Contemplating this, he sought to appease her. The empress spoke earnestly, and Xia Ruqing, observing her, nearly shed tears. Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively. Go, he commanded. Yes. The empress bowed to the emperor and gracefully retreated. We bid farewell to her majesty. The crowd dispersed, and this matter seemed to have reached its conclusion. However, for Xia Ruqing, it was merely the beginning. Lacking a proper chamber, Zhao Jinyao pondered for a moment before instructing, from today onward, you shall reside in Zhaoqing Palace. Xia Ruqing was taken aback. Your Majesty. This is inappropriate. Zhao Junyao chuckled coldly. There is nothing inappropriate. What I decree is law. His tone was decidedly domineering. Xia Ruqing, left with no room for resistance, complied without protest. A bed of exquisite craftsmanship typically required 1 to 2 years to complete in the common realm. Yet with the abundance of artisans in the palace, it could be ready in about a month. Indeed, Xia Ruqing stayed in Zhaoqing Palace for an entire month. The emperor also neglected the empress for a full month. His inability to contend with the empress did not equate to defeat. In a contest, sometimes one may appear victorious, basking in self-satisfaction, while in reality they suffer a significant loss. The empress, valuing her dignity, yearned for parity with the emperor. She was the mother of the nations, and he the sovereign. She aspired to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, to exist on the same pedestal. Consequently, over time, she ceased to embrace the role of a submissive woman. Gradually, she forgot that beyond her title as empress, she was also a wife, a partner in nurturing their children. She overlooked the essence of marital love, which ought to thrive in mutual affection rather than rivalry. Having become accustomed to the grandeur of being an empress, she had forgotten how to be a devoted wife. In this regard, she is even inferior to the noble consort. The noble consort's heart is entirely devoted to the emperor. She thinks of him at mealtimes and dreams of him at night. She yearns to monopolize his affection, contemplating ways to drive away all other women, believing that the emperor should belong solely to her. Such a mindset reflects the thoughts of a petite woman. However, her approach is misguided and excessively domineering. The emperor, being the sovereign of a nation, naturally has a harem of over 3,000 beauties. How could it possibly be just her alone? Zhao Junyao is a man. He is drawn to beautiful women, particularly those charming and sprightly young ladies who adorn themselves splendidly, standing before him with radiant smiles and vivacious spirits. He finds delight in their presence. Moreover, in the intimacy of the bedroom, witnessing a delicate beauty plead for mercy with tears elicits a profound sense of accomplishment within him. Gradually, he comes to realize that all the qualities he admires are embodied in Xia Ruqing. If he does not shower her with affection, what is he waiting for? Xia Ruqing, apart from paying her respects to the empress, has not ventured outside the Zhaoqing Palace for an entire month. She dares not. Offending either the emperor or the empress is inevitable. Whom should she choose? It goes without saying. Regardless of whether Zhao Junyao is using her to provoke the empress or for some other purpose, she must comply unconditionally. Yet, deep down, she is far from willing. She is troubled, pondering, having offended all the women of the harem, how will I navigate the days ahead? That afternoon, as she attended to the emperor during his rest, Xia Ruqing devised a subtle plan. Your Majesty, today is the 15th. Will you not pay a visit to Her Majesty the Empress? Zhao Junyao, while donning his garments, replied nonchalantly, no. Oh, Xia Ruqing dared not press the matter further. Your Majesty, the noble consort is with child, now over 4 months along. Will you not go to see her? Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment. Indeed, after all, she carries a child. It is only fitting to show some concern. Thus, he decided to visit her. Your Majesty, you. Xia Ruqing was taken aback. Zhao Junyao, however, remained remarkably composed. How long could it possibly take to pay a visit? Xia Ruqing responded, speechless. Your Majesty, you have one. That evening, Zhao Junyao retreated to the Imperial study while Xia Ruqing remained alone in her chamber. She resided openly in Zhaoqing Palace, a stark contrast to her previous clandestine visits. No longer could she stay in the Purple Palace, as it would breach decorum. She had to occupy a side chamber instead. Yet, despite the circumstances, she still had to attend to the emperor each night, a relentless routine. At this moment, Xia Ruqing lay despondently on her couch. Ziyue, do you think? The others in the palace must loathe me. Ziyue, equally troubled, could not voice her thoughts. Instead, she forced herself to offer comfort. My lady, since the emperor has chosen to act thus, he will surely safeguard you. Otherwise, he would not have behaved in such a manner before. Xia Ruqing reflected upon this. It was indeed a valid point. Yet, my lady, you have done nothing wrong. You and the emperor share a bond. There is no way he would neglect you. Yet, Xia Ruqing remained anxious. The emperor, as the sovereign, could indeed become indifferent if the mood struck him. She did not wish to be a pawn in the power struggles of the imperial court. Fight amongst yourselves as you will, but do not involve me. Chapter 96. Do you fear I cannot protect you? In the quiet of night, Xia Ruqing found herself plagued by a painful stomachache. As her monthly cycle had commenced, she was, by custom, unable to serve the emperor. Thus, she had retired early to bed. However, to her dismay, at the hour of high, Zhao Junyao still summoned her to the Zikan Hall, to the dragon bed. Xia Ruqing felt quite helpless. Your Majesty, I am in an unclean state and cannot serve you at this time. Zhao Junyao, with his robe casually open and his chest exposed, appeared utterly indifferent. I am not bothered by that. But the rules, he scoffed. What need is there for so many rules? While he respected tradition, he was not overly rigid. After all, it was merely indulging a woman. It was not as if he were so enamored that he would neglect court duties. Xia Ruqing was about to protest further when Zhao Junyao shed his robe, cast aside his books, and enveloped her in his embrace. His eyes glimmered with a dangerous allure as he whispered seductively in her ear, "Speak another word, and I shall make you regret it." Yet, Xia Ruqing, caught in his grasp, felt a swell of grievances. Your Majesty, why must I be caught in the middle of your quarrel with the Empress? I cannot contend with either side. Zhao Junyao narrowed his eyes. What? Do you fear that I cannot protect you? Xia Ruqing nodded fervently. She urgently needed reassurance. Observing her distress, Zhao Junyao grew even more displeased. Was this all that troubled her? He suddenly flipped her over, pinning her down with a dangerous glint in his gaze. If it were not for you, I would have taught you a lesson at once. You must understand precisely to whom you belong. Not only did she belong to him, but all the women in the harem were his as well. The choice of whom to favor rested solely with him. Your Majesty. My stomach hurts. Xia Ruqing winced in discomfort, nearly curling into a ball. Uncertain of what had provoked his ire, Zhao Junyao, who abhorred the mistreatment of women, swiftly repositioned himself to resume his slumber. Sleep now, he murmured. Time eluded her awareness, and just as Xia Ruqing was on the verge of slumber, Zhao Junyao abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as it rested upon her. Rest assured, I possess the means to ensure your comfort and safety, he declared with a tone both resolute and unwavering. In her drowsy state, Xia Ruqing emitted a few soft sounds in response, her brow furrowed in discomfort, akin to a cat seeking warmth from a source. Zhao Junyao's expression softened almost instantaneously. With a resigned sigh, he embraced her, placing his warm hand gently upon her abdomen, and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, upon awakening, Xia Ruqing discovered that the emperor had already departed for court. After adorning herself, she proceeded to pay her respects to the empress. As she entered and performed her courtesy, the empress welcomed her with a smile, bidding her to take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xia Ruqing expressed her gratitude, turning to sit. However, Lady Hu interjected with a disdainful snort. Humph, a mere seductress, Your Majesty. Your patience is truly remarkable. It has been a month, and yet there is not a single noble residing in Zhaoqing Palace. You ought to dismiss her. Despite having endured 30 lashes, Lady Hu had not learned her lesson. Instead, she had come to realize that currying favor with the favored concubine was futile, for it was the empress who wielded the true power over life and death in the harem. Thus, in the past month, she had been exceedingly attentive to the empress. Although concubine Yun looked down upon her sycophantic demeanor, she dared not overstep, given the absence of the favored concubine to support her. With a disdainful huff, she remarked, Lady Hu is exceedingly concerned, as if she intends to speak on behalf of the empress. Zheng Pin could no longer remain silent and interjected. Though Lady Hu's words may have been excessive, is it not rather fortunate for Lady Xia to reside in Zhaoqing Palace? I find myself consumed by jealousy. In terms of beauty and status, the Xia family does not stand out, so what could possibly account for such favor? The emperor cherished the concubine dearly upon her arrival at the Eastern Palace, indulging her with a month of his company, even neglecting the empress. Yet, she was never granted residence in her own quarters. And now, Lady Xia has received such extraordinary favor. The empress merely chuckled, asserting that it was but a temporary accommodation. Other halls had remained empty for quite some time, and it was hardly worth the trouble to unlock them. Lady Xia's residence in Zhaoqing Palace is rather secluded, thus not contravening any rules. Hui Pin chimed in, praising the empress's thoughtful consideration. To clean and prepare for a move implies a desire to vacate, yet the emperor has not issued such an edict. This means the emperor has not expressed any discontent. Why should you be so troubled? The court ladies engaged in animated discussion, while Xia Ruqing sat in a corner, her head bowed in silence. A month had passed, and she was nearly accustomed to it. Internally, she scoffed. I have resided in Zechen Hall before. What do you all know? Annoyed. She could not help but acknowledge that this incident had stirred the palace women into a frenzy. But what of it? I wield no authority. Just as the commotion reached a peak, the Empress spoke up. Enough of this clamor. It is hardly a matter of great consequence worthy of your daily discourse. The assembled concubines wept, exclaiming, Do you think we wish for this? It is not without reason that the Emperor has not summoned anyone for an entire month. That wretched Lady Xia. There is no need for us to linger here any longer, the Empress declared as she rose. Regardless of their sentiments, the others could only fall silent. In the Jiaofeng Hall, Nurse Ji expressed her concerns. Your Majesty, who would have thought that this Lady Xia possesses such influence? Garnering the Emperor's protection? The Empress scoffed. It is not that Lady Xia is favored. Rather, the Emperor is merely vexed with me. Nurse Ji sighed. While that may be true, Your Majesty was rather assertive the other day, uttering words that perhaps should not have been spoken. Now, having angered the Emperor, what shall we do? The Empress forced a bitter smile. What difference does it make if he is angry? He refuses to come. In previous months, the Emperor would visit on the 1st and 15th days. The Empress, filled with rage, felt tears well up. And even if he did come, he has not touched me for months. After all, he has grown up alongside the concubine. He seeks to divert everyone's attention to Lady Xia, hoping the concubine will bear the crown prince. Lady Xia, as a mere concubine, poses no real threat. The foremost adversary is the concubine. She must not be allowed to bear a child. Nurse, we cannot allow the Emperor to be bewitched. Nurse Ji pondered for a moment before hesitantly nodding. What you say is indeed true. In truth, she wished to offer some counsel. You and the Emperor are husband and wife, not adversaries. Such rivalry is unnecessary. Yet, observing the Empress's demeanor, she too fell silent. Upon mentioning Lady Xia, the Empress sneered again. Let the Emperor dote on Lady Xia as he wishes. The one most anxious is certainly not me. If I do not take action, others will surely deal with her. The matter of cutting corners has been skillfully concealed by the Emperor on her behalf. As for the Xia clan, she merely turns a blind eye to it. As the Emperor has done all that he can, Xia Ruqing managed to evade the gaze of the Empress, yet could not escape the scrutiny of the Imperial concubine. It has been quite some time since concubine Shi last graced the Emperor's bedchamber. Although she is with child and unable to attend to him, during the pregnancies of Ning Fei and Hui Pin, the Emperor frequently visited and stayed overnight. Yet now, with her. Chapter 97. A Prince Ingwe. What is the matter? Ingwe stepped forward to inquire. Summon Yun Fei. I have matters to discuss with her. Yes. Yun Fei arrived shortly thereafter. In the early days of concubine Shi's pregnancy, she had been consumed by jealousy and resentment, but since her father's demotion, her confidence had waned. A mere fifth-rank assistant minister, and with a cough from Master Shi, her father could easily lose his official position. Thus, all her emotions have dissipated, and her loyalty to the concubine has only deepened. Concubine, my greetings, Yun Fei offered respectfully. Concubine Shi reclined on the couch, casting a sidelong glance. She set aside the bowl of medicinal soup and inquired, How are the two esteemed ones on your end? Upon hearing this, Yun Fei smiled. Everything has been arranged according to your wishes, my lady. They trust me immensely now. Concubine Shi breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. Maintain this rapport, for I shall find great use for you in due time. Yes. Yun Fei expressed her utmost respect. The two conversed for a while longer. And noticing the pleasant weather, Yun Fei suggested, My lady, why not take a stroll outside? Such rare, fine weather. Concubine Shi squinted at the outside world and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, The Imperial physician advised that I should take more walks for the benefit of my impending childbirth. Let us proceed. Outside for a stroll, Ingwe. Ingwe promptly summoned attendants to gather my belongings for departure from the palace. In the Imperial garden, the weather of April and May was neither too cold nor too warm, with verdant foliage and blossoms in full bloom, presenting a truly splendid sight. The favored concubine, Shigifei, was perched regally upon her palanquin, while Youngiai led the maidens in attendance below. The group ambled leisurely towards the Imperial garden, winding around the artificial hills and traversing the pebble-strewn paths. Shigifei reveled in the surrounding opulence and beauty, basking in the gentle warmth of the sun. Her eyes squinted in delight. Occasionally, she exchanged light-hearted banter with Youngiai, embodying the essence of springtime joy. Alas, the Empress had also emerged to enjoy the sun. And as fate would have it, they encountered each other directly. Your Majesty, the Empress? Youngiai squinted, and as they drew closer, she confirmed. I have met the Empress. Youngiai and the maidens hastily performed their courtesies. The Empress smiled warmly. Please rise, she instructed, gazing toward Shigifei. Yet Shigifei remained seated high upon her palanquin, exhibiting no intention of descending. The Empress stood below, while Shigifei maintained an air of superiority. Cradling her 4-month belly, Shigifei smiled with evident satisfaction. Your Majesty, I ought to descend to pay my respects, but alas, my condition. She feigned a lament. Oh dear. It seems the child is kicking. How inconsiderate. Not discerning the time. I hope it does not amuse the Empress. The Empress was nearly beside herself with indignation, her nails nearly breaking within her sleeves. Nevertheless, she was compelled to maintain a facade of amusement. The beloved consort's pregnancy was indeed a burden, thus she was excused from formalities. The consort smiled joyfully, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. With that, she and her palanquin gracefully made their way through the center of the path, compelling even the Empress to yield and step aside. Consort Yin offered a respectful bow, yet chose to remain silent as she followed the procession. However, at the very moment when the Empress was seething with anger and the consort was basking in her triumph, a voice interrupted. Your Majesty, the physician has proclaimed that I carry a little prince. The consort added. Once my child is born, you shall surely be delighted. One to you? The Empress, suppressing her frustration, replied with a veneer of composure. Naturally with that, the consort resumed her elevated position in the palanquin, gliding away with an air of superiority. Upon returning to the peony pavilion, the Empress, in a fit of rage, shattered several items in her vicinity. This is insurrection. So what if she bears a child? I am still the Empress. Old Madame G advised her gently. Your Majesty, harboring resentment toward the Emperor at this moment may lead to discord. The Empress, her fist clenched in a cold smile, retorted, Is there any room left for me? Were it not for the Emperor's secret favor towards her, how could she dare to be so arrogant? In her fury, she momentarily forgot about the matters concerning Lady Xia, fixated solely on the thought of eliminating Consort's child. Yet, Consort had not forgotten. She was acutely aware of the Emperor's affections over the past few months. The true instigator was none other than Xia Ruqing. As she strolled through the garden, she chanced upon Xia Ruqing, who was searching for a cat in the Imperial garden. Upon the consort's arrival, Xia immediately ceased her search, kneeling with her head bowed in submission. Ah, you Xia, do you not know that cats are prohibited in the Imperial garden? Exclaimed the startled consort, her anger palpable. Moments ago, a cat had unexpectedly dashed out, causing her sedan chair to sway perilously, nearly sending her tumbling. Xia Ruqing replied, Your Highness, I was unaware of your impending arrival. Thus, I brought Daba to stroll in the garden, for she has little inclination to visit otherwise. She added, I acknowledge my fault and shall not dare to repeat it. Consort scoffed. Dare? You reside in Zhaoqin Palace. What is there that you fear? Xia Ruqing fell silent, fully aware that the consort was merely seeking a reason to chastise her. At that moment, she felt utterly helpless, with no one to come to her aid. The consort circled her, then declared, Originally, I had no intention to punish you. However, Xia, you lack understanding of the rules. With that, she commanded, Let it be so. Kneel here for 2 hours. Ingwe, ensure someone watches over her. Glancing at the sky, she added, You are fortunate. There is no sun at present. But it seems the clouds are gathering. Remember, 2 hours. With that, consort strode away, leaving Xia Ruqing in a heavy state of despair. How could such misfortune befall her for merely stepping outside? Reluctantly, she knelt. 2 hours later, when the consort's attendants finally departed, Xia Ruqing dared to rise. Her knees felt as if they belonged to another. That night, Zhao Junyao discovered an alarming bruise on her body. His eyes glinted with cold fury. Shirwan Jane. Her audacity knows no bounds. Can she not tolerate even a minor noblewoman? Initially, on the following day, Zhao Junyao intended to visit the favored concubine. But after a moment's contemplation, he decided to divert his path towards Yunzi. Yunzi was overjoyed. Your Majesty, since the incident with the cheese, I have scarcely had an opportunity like this. I thought you would never come again. As she spoke, she made to rush towards him, startling Zhao Junyao, who quickly stepped aside. Ahem. Yunzi appeared somewhat perplexed. Your Majesty, are you unwell? Zhao Junyao replied coolly, Not at all. After partaking in dinner and completing their evening rituals, both the Emperor and the concubine retired for the night. Yunzi, blushing with anticipation and having removed her undergarments, eagerly awaited the Emperor to turn and embrace her. Alas, she was left disappointed as the night passed without fulfillment. The following morning, Zhao Junyao departed early once more, leaving Yunzi despondent yet compelled to rise. Anger welled within her, prompting tears. Why does the emperor seek me if he will not touch me? Offending the favored concubine has brought me no affection, and my heart is quite unsettled. Time swiftly passed, and May arrived. Chapter 98. Foolishness. The newly crafted bed was soon completed, and the room had been refurbished. At the end of April, Xia Ruching joyfully moved in. Gazing at the refreshed space, Xia Ruching exclaimed, "It truly looks far more splendid than before. Is everything in order?" Zue smiled as she drew back the curtains. "Dear mistress, won't you see for yourself?" Indeed, Xia Ruching beheld a pristine bed, crafted from fine cedar, exuding a rich, aromatic fragrance. The freshly applied tung oil had dried, leaving the entire bed smooth and lustrous. The intricately carved and elaborate patterns, along with the exquisite lace-like designs, left Xia Ruching utterly astonished. No wonder a single bed could command such a hefty price. In contemporary times, it would undoubtedly be considered a masterpiece. How delightful it is here. Lying on the bed with her eyes closed, Xia Ruching let out a contented sigh. There is no formaldehyde, no air pollution, the sky is a brilliant blue, and the water is crystal clear. To be blissfully idle like a rice weevil is truly the epitome of her aspirations from a past life, is it not? It is raining outside, Zue remarked. Otherwise, we would have to take these blankets out to air. Xia Ruching squinted slightly. Let us wait for the weather to clear before we dry them. With that, she embraced the large white cat and yawned. Zue felt a touch of helplessness. My lady, you do not wish to venture out for a stroll. Is it really about to rain? The lotus leaves in Tay Pool have grown quite large. Concubine Hui and noble consort Ning have taken the princess out to see them. I have no desire to go. Xia Ruching expressed her disinterest. Why not? Did you not used to enjoy wandering through the gardens? Her bruised knee, who knows how long it will take to heal. Zue pondered for a moment before conceding. Indeed, at the edge of Tay Pool, concubine Hui was indeed entertaining the second princess under a pavilion while watching the rain. The little princess, not yet 2 years old, was in the midst of learning to speak and take her first steps. Concubine Hui held a large lotus leaf, playfully enticing her. Yan, come here. The lotus leaf is with your mother, she called, waving the leaf and opening her arms toward the princess who was not far off. The chubby little princess Yan giggled upon seeing the large leaf and made a beeline for her mother's embrace. Mother, she called softly, her voice sweet and melodious. Hui Pin responded, her face blooming with joy as she planted several kisses on her daughter's cheeks. The two of them were utterly engrossed in their play. Not far away, Zheng Pin observed the scene with keen eyes. With a light chuckle, she self-deprecatingly remarked, what am I to be considered as a consort? Though I hold the primary position in the Shihui Palace, what difference does it make? I must be the one who has the most dismal life in the palace. Your Highness, please do not think this way. Hong Yun struggled to find the right words of comfort. In truth, although the emperor seldom visited and the palace attendants were negligent, life in Shihui Palace was not unbearable. One must learn to be unperturbed in the palace, however. Her constant pessimism cast a shadow over her spirit. Recently, she had lost considerable weight, and her monthly cycle had even ceased. If the emperor were to visit one day, he might be quite startled by her appearance. Zheng Pin sighed deeply. Hong Yun hurried after her. Once they arrived at Shihui Palace and tidied up, it was time for lunch. As Hong Yun went to fetch the meal, she opened the food box only to furrow her brow. There was not a single meat dish among the offerings. Given the consort's frail health, she needed nourishment to recuperate. A young eunuch dismissively remarked, and upon hearing this, Hong Yun looked up to see Dong Cha, beside Shi Guiran, laughing and chatting with another eunuch. The latter respectfully placed a plump roasted duck into the food box. Shi Guiran was not faring poorly either, as she had a bowl of bird's nest porridge. As for Xia Guiran, with Ziyu's arrival, the eunuchs were practically clamoring to serve her. It seemed that only good things came her way. Hong Yun, witnessing all of this clearly, exclaimed in indignation. Is this what you call a vegetarian feast? The young eunuch exhibited considerable impatience. Miss Hong Yun, I have no desire to say much more. If you wish to take it, then take it. If not, simply leave it be. I have other duties to attend to. Hong Yun was infuriated, nearly beside herself with anger. However, upon reflection, she realized that these individuals were merely a bunch of opportunists, devoid of reason. What was the point in saying more? For the moment, she resigned herself to carrying away the meal. Consort Zheng had grown accustomed to such treatment, letting out a cold laugh. After consuming a small portion, she set down her chopsticks. Your Highness, please eat a bit more. If you continue like this, how can your health be sustained? I lack the appetite. Take it away. Hong Yun sighed, ceasing her attempts to persuade. As for the Imperial kitchen, they were not inclined to trouble noble Lady Lan and noble Lady Shi. as they were under the protection of concubine Yun. With noble Lady Xiao enjoying favor, they dared not offend her either. The empress, being with child, was revered, while the empress dowager was also to be treated with utmost respect. Noble Lady Ning and noble Lady Hui were nurturing the princess, thus no one could afford to slight them. Consequently, the only ones left to bully were Consort Zheng and noble Lady Hu. In truth, Consort Zheng managed to fare reasonably well. Though devoid of favor, she remained the principal consort, and they dared not go too far with her. As for noble Lady Hu, well, that was simply a farce. The meals, ostensibly well prepared, were inexplicably unpalatable. What should have been sweet was salty. What ought to have been salty was sour. For instance, chili was added to congee, fatty meat was prepared sweet, and rice was rendered sour. The food had gone cold as well. Noble Lady Hu, unable to endure it any longer, sought out the empress. In the inner chamber of the pepper room, she knelt and sobbed uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, please save me." The queen was somewhat taken aback. "What has happened to Lady Hu?" Lady Hu recounted the entire ordeal, stating, "Your Majesty, I can no longer endure this suffering. I implore you to grant me mercy. I am willing to do anything for you. Living like this is worse than death. Lady Xiao has caused me such misery, and yet I must witness her living in bliss. I cannot accept this. It is more painful than death itself." However, the queen, who was not one to engage in charitable acts, merely smiled at her words. "Lady Hu, do not speak recklessly. If your meals are unsatisfactory, I can simply have someone bring you more dishes." The queen was generous, as she still valued her reputation for being virtuous and kind. Yet, to expect her to trust someone easily was utterly impossible. These years in the palace had not been spent in vain. Lady Hu gritted her teeth and remained resolute. "I understand that it is unrealistic to expect your Majesty to trust me immediately. Rest assured, I shall first demonstrate my sincerity." The queen was even more astonished. Glancing around cautiously, she warned her in alarm. "I advise you against taking foolish actions." Lady Hu smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, please do not worry. I shall not act foolishly." Chapter 99. Watching the rabbit as she spoke, Lady Hu bowed her head and prepared to withdraw. Suddenly, the queen called out to her, "Wait." Lady Hu's face lit up with surprise as she knelt down once more. "Your Majesty?" The queen dismissed those around them, gazing at her for a moment before inquiring, "Why do you not seek out the noble consort? She is currently in her prime, and even I must avoid her brilliance." Lady Hu responded with a cold smile. "No matter how esteemed the favored concubine may be, she is merely a concubine, while you, my lady, are the rightful empress. Such words may be sweetly spoken. Yet in truth, she cannot aspire to the heights of the favored concubine and is compelled to seek the empress's favor. The inhabitants of the imperial harem have their patrons. Both Lady Lan and Lady Xi have bewitched the favored concubine into offering her protection. As for Lady Xiao, her position is bolstered by the emperor's affection, rendering her fearless. Yet, there is her, she who dwells in the depths, subjected to indignities." The empress chuckled lightly. "Ah, you understand." She continued, "I shall procure some fine gifts for Lady Hu, for it would be unseemly for her to endure undue hardship." "Yes," Yulan replied, and soon returned bearing a tray laden with a pouch of silver and a set of exquisite headpieces and jewelry. "These trifles pale in comparison. Consider them a token of our first meeting. I hope you shall not disappoint me henceforth," the empress said with a smile. Lady Hu, overjoyed, hurriedly expressed her gratitude. The empress then instructed Yulan, "Inform the imperial kitchen that should anyone dare to neglect Lady Hu's meals, they shall face the consequences." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Lady Hu departed in high spirits. At the next meal, the dining table transformed dramatically. The maids exclaimed that the difference was akin to heaven and earth. A roasted goose graced the table alongside several exquisite seasonal dishes and a bowl of milk and bird's nest, truly a feast of delectable offerings. Lady Hu picked up a goose leg with her chopsticks and savored a bite leisurely. "Humph, if you do not allow me to enjoy myself, then let us see how things unfold from here, though I cannot quite fathom the reason behind it." The inability to curry favor with the empress in the past has suddenly transformed into success. Ultimately, I have secured a place aboard the empress's ship, have I not? Life has improved, and thus I shall strive for progress, enduring hardships until I rise to prominence, ensuring that all shall behold my ascent. In the pepper chamber, after Lady Hu's departure, Mama Ji expressed her bewilderment. "Your Highness, this Lady Hu may be somewhat foolish, it seems. A blade such as this is hardly effective. If mishandled, it may fail to wound others and instead inflict injury upon oneself." The empress, however, responded with a radiant smile. "A touch of folly is precisely what is needed for control. Those who are too clever are not to be trusted by me. With a sigh, she added, were it not for the current shortage of capable individuals, I would not even deign to consider her, although she may be a dull blade. As long as she can strike, she is still a useful weapon. Her gaze turned fierce, exuding an intimidating presence. Mama G contemplated this and replied, indeed, as she served a bowl of ginger tea. Your Highness, please drink this while it is warm. Ginger tea is most beneficial for women. Consuming it will help you restore your health and soon bear a son. The Empress glanced at the tea, accepted it, and drank it with ease. Now, any potion that promises fertility, even if it were poison, she would not hesitate to imbibe. Mama G took the bowl and continued, currently, the most favored in the palace are Lady Xia, Lady Lan, and Lady Shi. The Empress scoffed, just a few concubines, hardly a cause for concern. She then remarked, however, these three possess considerable skill, particularly Lady Xia, who has risen to such favor in just 2 years since entering the palace. She is certainly not to be underestimated. Mama, ensure that someone keeps a close watch on her. Sigh. After the queen spoke, she reclined upon the couch to rest. In the blink of an eye, half of May had passed, and the rain continued to pour, leaving everything damp and soggy. On this particular day, Xiao Ruqing sensed something amiss. Ziyue, have you noticed? There's a peculiar scent in the air. What strange scent? Ziyue inquired. The scent of wood. Xiao Ruqing replied. Ziyue chuckled at her. What scent of wood? It's not as if it's freshly cut. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ruqing realized Ziyue had a point and dismissed it from her mind. As they walked along, Shiguerin chattered away. I gave the kitchen 10 taels of silver, instructing them to buy carrots specifically for my rabbits. In just 2 months, it's all gone. They can really eat a lot. Lon Guerin laughed. Indeed, that little rabbit has grown considerably. The old maid said one of them is even pregnant. Though Xiao Ruqing felt slightly out of place, she did not dislike these two and smiled as she remarked, rabbits are quite remarkable when it comes to breeding. They can give birth to an entire litter. Really? How do you know, Sister Xia? Ziyue asked, her curiosity piqued. Xiao Ruqing hesitated before casually replying. I've seen it before when I was at home. Oh. In no time, the three arrived at the Yaiwa Palace. They bowed their heads in greeting. But the lady there still held a disdain for Xiao Ruqing. However, recalling the Empress's admonition, she managed a perfunctory smile and exchanged a few pleasantries before departing. After inquiring after the well-being of Yun Fei, the trio proceeded to Shi Gairen's private chamber. Upon entering, Xiao Ruqing indeed spotted the very rabbits from before. How have they grown so quickly? She exclaimed. Shi Gairen laughed. Sister Xia, you have no idea how much they eat. The three individuals gathered around to observe the rabbits for a while before settling down on the large Kong. The weather in May and June was neither too cold nor too warm. Shi Gairen rummaged through her belongings, presenting all her cherished delicacies to entertain Xiao Ruqing. There were southern sugar, fu ling pastries, as well as dried oranges and apples, all prepared by the kitchen at her request. Upon noticing the charmingly shaped sugar cubes neatly contained in a small box, Shi Gairen proudly revealed them. Xiao Ruqing, feeling a touch of shyness, selected a small piece shaped like grass and placed it in her mouth. Is it delicious? The sparkle in Shi Gairen's eyes suggested her anticipation. Xiao Ruqing nodded affirmatively. It is good. In truth, the sweetness was rather simplistic. The ancient sugar cubes were merely sweet, devoid of any distinctive flavors. Unlike modern candies that boasted an array of fruit, cream, coffee, and preserved plum flavors, these were quite plain. Nevertheless, Shi Gairen's joy was palpable as she reminisced about her childhood. I remember when I was young. My mother never allowed me to eat sugar cubes because they were too expensive. Oh, how it tormented me. While Xiao Ruqing savored the candy, she listened to her tale. Upon hearing the final remark, a twinge of bitterness welled up in her heart, yet she shook her head, dismissing the sentiment. What nonsense! There are plenty of women in the emperor's favor. If they all wallowed in bitterness, they'd surely perish from it. In chapter 100, Qingyiju, Xiao Ruqing contemplated for a moment before letting go of her thoughts. She resolved not to seek discomfort in the future, pondering the futility of friendships when all were rivals in love. As the three conversed, a young palace maid suddenly arrived with alarming news. Something had occurred at Zhaohua Pavilion. What? Something has happened at Zhaohua Pavilion? What could it be? Xiao Ruqing's heart sank heavily as she inquired. The young maid, breathless and unable to articulate her thoughts, watched as Xiao Ruqing dashed away. Ziyue, terrified, paled and hurried to follow. My lady, please slow down. Before she could finish her plea, Xiao Ruqing had vanished from sight. Ah. After consuming such potent restorative medicine for so long, it was no surprise she had the energy to flee. Upon arriving at Zhaohua Pavilion, Xia Ruqing stepped inside and was utterly taken aback. The room she occupied had collapsed in its entirety. Xiao Xizi, frightened, fell to his knees. "My lady, I ventured inside and discovered that the supporting beams have broken." Xia Ruqing stood there in a daze, taking a considerable time to process the situation. "This year is not even my zodiac year. My bed collapsed recently, and now the beams have given way. How could I be so unfortunate?" She realized that her survival was indeed a stroke of luck. The collapse of the room was a significant matter, prompting even the Empress Dowager to take notice. "Xia Guiran? Is she not the same Xia Guiran who resided in Zhaocheng Palace for a month?" Mama Qing quickly acknowledged. The Empress Dowager scoffed dismissively to capture the Emperor's attention. They would resort to anything. Mama Qing hesitated to respond, offering vague remarks before changing the subject. Zhao Junyao concluded his court session and was engaged in discussions with his ministers when, just before lunch, news of the incident reached him. He calmly uttered 2 words: "Investigate." Li Xingyan dared not delay, for this individual was currently in favor. He promptly assembled a select group from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to conduct the investigation. In less than an hour, results emerged. It turned out that the supporting beams, having suffered from years of neglect combined with the recent incessant rain and humidity, had finally succumbed to their deteriorating state. The area beneath the fracture was entirely infested with mold and decay, bearing the marks of something that had gnawed at it. The sight was harrowing for Xia Ruqing. "No wonder I have been detecting a persistent scent of wood. It appears something has been gnawing at the pillar. As for what exactly is causing this damage, it remains a mystery. The floor has been excavated, revealing nothing beneath. The personnel from the Ministry of Internal Affairs have conducted an investigation for 2 days without yielding any results." Xia Ruqing speculated that it might be some ants or other small insects. Zhao Junyao, finding nothing conclusive, could only offer, "It is likely just insects at work." As the emperor, he had little expertise in such matters. Fortunately, no one was harmed. Though Zhao Junyao maintained a calm exterior, he felt a profound unease within. He could scarcely bear to imagine what he would do if something were to happen to Xia Ruqing. Xia Ruqing, too, felt a sense of dread. Jiahua Pavilion was no longer fit for habitation, prompting Zhao Junyao to issue a direct order for the Xia family to reside in Kanjiaju. Kanjiaju was situated directly in front of Jiahua Pavilion, adjacent to the beautiful Lijing Pavilion of Consort who. After expressing her gratitude, Xia Ruqing pondered. "Why can I not escape this consort who? Is heaven sending her to add to my misfortunes?" Regardless, the imperial decree had been issued, and there was no altering it. That very day, Xia Ruqing packed her belongings and moved in. In the Jiaofeng Hall, the empress had been living in a state of trepidation recently. Why? Because of her guilty conscience. The Ministry of Internal Affairs allocated several thousand taels of silver each year for the inspection of every palace. Any issues found would be promptly repaired, while those deemed satisfactory would still undergo a thorough examination. Several thousand taels is no trivial sum. In an effort to present a polished account, the empress opted to eliminate this particular expenditure. Zhao Junyao, fully aware of the underlying implications, chose not to engage in further debate over such trivial matters. He issued a decree stating that should such incidents recur within the palace, the Grand Director of the Internal Affairs Bureau would face execution by staff. The edict was received by Grand Director Hai Dashing, who, upon rising, found his trousers dampened. A pool of yellow liquid beneath him, a true testament to his fright. The great Chu dynasty governed under the principle of filial piety, and historically, executions of palace attendants had been rare. The execution of a Grand Director was an event of a century. Yet with the emperor's decree, there was no room for jest. Zhao Junyao was known for his decisive actions. When he struck, it was with overwhelming force, leaving no possibility for leniency. Hai Dashing took the imperial order seriously and spent half a month inspecting every nook and cranny of the residences occupied by the palace's minor consorts. The renovations alone incurred costs exceeding 10,000 taels of silver. The empress, observing the extent of the expenditures, interjected, suggesting it was somewhat excessive, as this amount could sustain them for 2 to 3 years. "Your Highness, please forgive my bluntness. You have seen the emperor's decree, and I too wish to prolong my life." The empress fell silent, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. This was, in essence, an indirect slap from the emperor. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Xia Ruqing moved into Kanjiaju, taking 2 days to arrange her new abode. After exploring every corner of Kanjiaju, she marveled at its serene and elegant environment, truly befitting its name. Kanjiaju, not only spacious but also conveniently located, surpassed Jiahua Pavilion in size. The courtyard has expanded, and the back area still consists of a row of servant quarters, a well, and a washroom, nothing more. Before the main hall, a row of xiangfei bamboo stands, allowing the soft rustle of bamboo leaves to be heard within the house, the very breeze imbued with a fragrant essence. It is serene, exceedingly serene. Do you like it? Suddenly, a voice startled Xiaoruqing. Your Majesty, what brings you here? It was midday, and the sun outside was quite harsh. As she glanced over, she noticed beads of sweat forming on his profile. She assisted the emperor in removing his outer robe and personally served him a bowl of cool tea. After taking a sip, Zhao Junyao remarked, after finishing the documents, I had nothing else to do, so I came to have a look. Is everything in order? Xiaoruqing nodded. Do you like it here? If not, we can change it. Zhao Junyao said. I like it. Your Majesty, please do not change it. Oh. Noticing his eagerness for details, Xiaoruqing continued. I adore this spacious courtyard. I can create a vegetable garden, and that area could be perfect for a grape trellis. Zhao Junyao. Ah, you are indeed still thinking about food. He could not help but smile wryly. As long as you are pleased. At last, Xiaoruqing smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the heat intensified outside, after their midday meal, the emperor decided to rest at Kanjaiju. The gentle breeze rustled the bamboo outside, sending a refreshing fragrance into the room, and soon both fell into a deep slumber. When Xiaoruqing awoke once more, it was already dusk, and the emperor had long departed. She stretched lazily and rose from her resting place. Ziyue entered to attend to her. After assisting her with her morning rituals, Xiaoruqing prepared to take another leisurely stroll, eager to admire the scenery of Kanjaiju. Indeed, this place surpassed Zheowij by a considerable margin. The courtyard of Zheowij was rather small. Upon entering the gate, one was immediately met with the house. It had all the essentials, yet lacked what one would expect. However, Kanjaiju was different, and Xiaoruqing suddenly recalled something. Why do I feel that this is not a residence befitting nobility? Ziyue appeared somewhat puzzled. What does my master mean by that? This courtyard is so expansive. Surely, it could accommodate someone of the 5th or even 4th rank. As a mere 6th rank noble, I am fortunate to reside in such splendid quarters. Ziyue chuckled. Even Lady Hu's Lijiang Pavilion is quite nice. My lady, do not overthink it. Though her place may be spacious, it lacks even a courtyard, which makes it incomparable to this one. Ziyue pondered for a moment, unsure of how to respond, yet eventually advised, this is the emperor's decree. We cannot defy it. Xiaoruqing contemplated this and reluctantly acquiesced. In truth, the empress could not possibly be indifferent. However, her attention was currently focused on the concubine, and she was preoccupied with her own matters. Thus she would not concern herself with Xiaoruqing at this time. After wandering for a while, Xiaoruqing's spirits soared further. This place is truly delightful, spacious and beautiful. Alas, Ziyue, I have a strong intuition that I wish to reside in Kanjaiju for many years. Ziyue considered this and replied, that may well be the case, as it is not easy to change residences within the palace. One can only do so if one suddenly ascends to the rank of empress or is relegated to the cold palace. Typically, promotions occur gradually, and one does not easily relocate. Given the circumstances, I shall thoroughly inspect the estate tomorrow and transform it to my liking. For one must dwell in a place that resonates with personal preference. Ah, Ziyue responded joyfully. From a distance, the details were obscured, prompting Xiaoruqing to stroll over with a smile. The once pristine white cat had now morphed into a gray one, adorned with remnants of leaves. As she approached, Xiaoruqing bent down to scoop her up. To her surprise, the large white cat let out a fierce yowl, puffing up its fur in defiance. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoruqing gasped, nearly retching, for the large cat was clutching a mouse in its mouth. Ziyue was quite startled, her legs nearly giving way. Xiaoruqing, however, was not afraid. She merely felt a wave of nausea. Xiao Shizi hurried over, swiftly removing the unfortunate creature from the cat's jaws, instructing others to take the large cat away. After a thorough cleaning, inside and out, they finally wrapped her in a towel and brought her back inside. Oh, you troublesome cat. Xiaoruqing was irritated. The large white cat, clever yet momentarily perplexed, seemed to wonder what wrongdoing lay in being a cat that catches mice. Thus, it raised its little face, looking innocently at Xiaoruqing. The two stood in a standoff, one large and one small. Xiaoruqing contemplated reprimanding the cat, yet could not bring herself to do so, resorting instead to a stern warning. This time, I shall spare your life, but should there be a next time? Xiaoruqing faltered, for the large white cat was meowing incessantly. After all, she was merely a young kitten, her voice delicate and melodious. A Persian cat of both elegance and beauty. Xia Ruqing relented, surrendering completely. Truly, a resounding defeat. Xia Ruqing reclined on the couch. Dabai climbed up, rubbing her with his plump face, eliciting a look of disdain from her. Get down. I don't want to pet a cat. I have psychological trauma. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Dabai fervently licked his paws, grooming himself before attempting to nuzzle her again. Yet, Xia Ruqing still turned her nose up at him. Thus, the duo, one person and one cat, repeated this exchange ad infinitum upon the couch. Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of pity, but as soon as she reached out to embrace him, she felt a wave of nausea, so she decided to spare herself the discomfort. Ziyue, I wish to take a stroll. Please ask Xiaoxi to take Dabai downstairs. With that, she stepped outside. The sky was darkening, and the evening glow was splendid, so she thought to go and admire the lotus leaves. With determination, she made her way towards Taipool. The day had been a tad warm, but the evening was refreshingly cool, just the right temperature. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrance of lotus flowers. As she walked along the cobblestone path by the roadside, Xia Ruqing chatted and laughed with Ziyue. Just then, a palanquin approached from ahead. It resembles that of a favored consort, Ziyue remarked. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruqing turned on her heel without a second thought. However, the favored consort spotted her from afar and called out, Do not leave, Lady Xia. The palanquin of consort sure gently descended, and she approached, cradling her belly and moving gracefully. Xia Ruqing silently lamented her misfortune. Yet, she maintained a respectful demeanor and bowed. Please rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Consort sure slowly approached, observing Xia Ruqing for a moment before smiling. Lady Xia truly possesses great fortune. Xia Ruqing felt a flicker of confusion. What do you mean by that, Your Highness? Sensing the consort's hostility, Xia Ruqing instinctively distanced herself a bit, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. The Imperial concubine sure appeared oblivious, maintaining her cold smile. What do you say? Humph. Were it not for your fortunate circumstances, at this very moment, you would be a corpse. Such words were utterly chilling. Xia Ruqing's face turned pale as she inquired, could it be that this is related to the concubine? A gleam of triumph danced in Shi's eyes as she replied, Ha ha. Indeed, Lady Xia, you are quite